Thinking about a number yesterday in regards to the NBA, that over the last 6 years, not a single team has made it past the second round who has won the championship the year prior to it. And the question is, why? Could it be fatigue? Could it be a number of different things? Could it be a lack of maybe the hunger? Now that you kind of did it, do you rest on your laurels a bit? I don't think that any of that stuff applies necessarily to the Nuggets. I think the Nuggets took a swing, and it's a calculated gamble, maybe for the long term. And you just hope that it works. I was accused yesterday by a texter, and maybe this is right. Nelly, I gave the quote from Calvin Booth before the season started. That, this isn't about winning a championship in back-to-back years. It's about trying to be the Spurs and winning 3-6 or 4-7 or whatever the number is. Because for all the championships that the Spurs won, they never went back-to-back. And now, I'm just trying to be... I'm trying to have a more holistic look. I told you guys yesterday, I wasn't ready for that one. I just wanted to be mad for a day. No, we just came off one of the crappiest weekends, if not the worst one in the history of this city, sports-wise. And so sometimes you just got to revel in the misery. Those aren't days for nuance. Those are days for just getting it all off your chest. You all got a wife, girlfriend, something, roommate, and you go at it for a second. And then maybe, a few hours later, you're like, all right, look, was I maybe a little bit over the top? Did I overreact a bit? Yeah, I probably did. Let's take a bigger view. And the bigger view is this. You bank on a strategy. If your strategy doesn't come all the way to fruition at once, in the short term, it hurts. But you have to stick with your plan. And I don't know what this offseason looks like for the Nuggets. The Nuggets offseason is far less complicated than the Avs is going to be. Because the Avs have a $6.5 million question over the course of the next 5 years that's going to be staring them in the face. And that one's Val Nichushkin. And I don't know the options that you have. From what it sounds like, you don't have a whole lot. But the bigger question with Val, I think, is just this. Is there a remote possibility that you can bring the guy back on the roster and have the team trust him? If I were to guarantee you the scenario, and I'll get back to the Nuggets in a second, but while we're on the subject of Val, let me ask you this. If I were to guarantee you guys that never happens again, are you cool with him coming back? Is it just the unknown that makes everybody, including myself, say, I think it's time to go? Because one thing we don't factor in, and it's impossible to as a fan, is how does the room feel about the guy? When the Nuggets and the Avs won their championships, there was a real sense, and this stuff's important, of team camaraderie. Guys getting along, guys knowing their roles, and most importantly of all, being able to trust your teammates. And typically we talk about that conversation about things on the ice. I'm going to trust you to be in this spot at this time so you can make a play or set me up to make a play. In this case, it's can I just trust you to be on the roster and be available at the most important moments? And this one's different. When a guy gets hurt a lot, injuries are a different sort of trust. And in some ways, they're more sort of up in the air. If Val wasn't leaving for outside circumstances, and Val left the playoffs 2 straight years because he had a major injury that he couldn't get through, it's almost more confusing. For example, take a team that always has high expectations, and then the playoffs start, and guys can't go. Team I think of is the LA Clippers. Every year, they think that Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, James Harden, Russell Westbrook, like all those stars are going to do something, and then Kawhi can't play when the postseason comes. Like, that's a worse situation. It's just like, I can't trust your body to stay healthy. You know, with Val, again, if I were to guarantee you that that thing never happens again, are you cool with him coming back? And I think that's where you get caught up in this. He's really good, and he means so much to the roster that if that was the guarantee, I think everybody would welcome it. But what does the room think? What does Nathan McKinnon think? What does Cale Makar think? Because if you're out on somebody as a teammate, there's no real coming back from that, even if you're good. There's been plenty of guys throughout the history of sports that have been ridiculously good players that were not trusted, and so they couldn't come back. Now, if you're good enough, you'll get second, third, fourth chances, but at some point the well runs dry. Texture says Val is so damn good, and that makes it so hard, obviously. If you could promise that it wouldn't happen again, you would want him on the team. I would agree. The issue is, Nelly, I can't make that promise. And trust me, if you think that the conversations that we had about Georgiev, which, by the way, dissipated in a big way, and good for him. I thought Georgiev stepped up and played well. It took one bad game from him, and then after that, he was exactly the kind of goalie you needed to win a cup. In general, which is our standard with this hockey team and him is good enough. Doesn't need to be Ottinger. Doesn't need to be Vasilevsky. Doesn't need to be Shesterkin. Doesn't need to be any of those guys. Needs to be good enough. And he was that. At least it felt that way. But when you lose such a key cog like Val, what do you do? And that's why their offseason is so much more complicated than the Nuggets. The Nuggets is very simple. To me, it's this. Do you continue to rely on the youth movement of draft and develop for the depth pieces of this team? Or do you abandon that considering what happened here? Considering a second-round exit. And I think that those guys who have prided themselves on the idea of patience, not overreacting, it's why Michael Malone has been the coach for as long as he has, and he has earned that right. It's why you stick with Jamal Murray through an injury. It's why, to a large extent, Michael Porter Jr., it's never been a question whether they get rid of him or not. Now, maybe that's an offseason question now. I don't know. But they have always erred on the side of patience and consistency. But when you win a championship, at least in the fan base's mind, the next step you jump to is, okay, well, I felt that once. I want that all the time now. And it's really hard for you to tell somebody, and I'm in this category, by the way, it might be the better route to take, but it's really hard to convince me that it's no big deal. We'll run it back next year and things will be different. Like, you can completely convince me of this, that this Minnesota run, whenever this ends, maybe it ends in a championship, they're going to be facing the same sort of arrows and bullets that the Nuggets did this offseason, which is, well, guys got to get paid. People got to make some money. And when you win a championship, guys who end up in free agency are going to have better opportunities to get the bag. See Bruce Brown from last year. Minnesota is going to find out very quickly that all that stuff that they have that made them the caliber of team to beat the Nuggets, and I think the only team in the league that could have beaten the Nuggets in a 7-game series. Once Anthony Edwards gets that max contract, that's going to be pretty damn hard for them to keep together. So they're going to be forced to make some tough decisions, as the Nuggets were last year, as the Avs were after they won the Stanley Cup. But in the middle of all of that, do you trust your process, or do things change after you win one? I'll be honest, when it comes to the Nuggets, the Avs stuff kind of scares me in this sense. You're looking at this as a window, which is totally fair. When you've grinded and you've done the work to research and scout all these players, and they actually become what you feel like they should have. Like you were patient with Jamal, and he became one of the better players in the league. And again, this is taking some time, look at the holistic picture. Jamal's a very good basketball player who is dealing with an obvious injury during this postseason. That hurts. And I think people get too caught up in Jamal's just too inconsistent. I really don't think he is. I think he was hurt and trying to play through it, because what was your other option? Sneeze coming. Sorry about that. There's always one that happens in the first segment.
We got a good show on Twitch, by the way. That was a nice wind-up.
I know. Oh, dude, I let him fly. I'm not one of these guys that keeps it inside. No, you're going to hear me when I do it. I just turn the mic off for your own sake.
Yeah, you do like a strike 3 call sneeze.
Exactly right. Throw the arm up. Yeah. Anyway, Jamal has been very consistent over the last couple of years. But the question was, would you rather have a 70% Jamal playing or a 100% Reggie Jackson? And I don't think anybody is going to question the decision that was made. Nothing against Reggie, but without Jamal, this team is just not good enough. So you take the threat of Jamal on a night-to-night basis and risk the 3 of 18 game for what could be the 35-point game that he gave you in Game 7. So with all this being taken into account, the question is, what do you do? And that's my main one to you guys today. If I make you in charge of the Avs, I make you in charge of the Nuggets. You don't have to get too specific, but what's the overall philosophy? Because the biggest questions facing them, for the Nuggets, to me, it's, do they continue the strategy that they employed last year, which is draft and develop the depth players on this team and try and skirt the salary cap that way? Or do you think about trading a guy like MPJ and trying to spread some money around? The question for the Avs, the main one here is, do you bring Val back or not? Because if you don't, the difficulty surrounding trying to find other pieces on this team is too steep. And I want to remind people, by the way, I'll look this up and give you just a quick refresh.
And Brett, while you're finding that, I also want to ask you and everybody a question. I think with Val's return, we're talking about whether or not we think he can come back or whether or not we want to see him back. End of the day, that doesn't matter. What matters is, will a guy like Nathan MacKinnon take the risk of having a liability on his team again? If
Right.
Gabe Landeskog can skate again and he's back next year, does he want to risk wasting another year of his career without a ring by taking a chance on Val again? Regardless of what we think, I don't know if the guys in the locker room will want to lace up their skates again with a liability.
Well, that's the big question. And that's what I said is the unknown in this. And you know, with Nate, here's the number I wanted to bring you. You know what the Avs record is since 2022 without Nichushkin in the lineup? 74-23-10. That's as elite gets. 74-23-10. Here's what it is without Val. 27, 26, and 4. What I'm giving you is this guy plays, you are the elite of the elite. When he doesn't over the last 2 years, you're 2 games under 500. That's the balance you got to find. That's where the risk comes in. Like, you got a hot girlfriend that you can't totally trust, but God is life good with her. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Just ponder that. Hit me up on that text line. Let me know what you think. 303-504-0925. Back after this. All right, a lot of this about Val coming through on the text line. And there's, I'm just going to be honest, there's a lot of this stuff that I don't understand because I've never really seen this type of situation in sports before, at least with a guy that's kind of this high profile with this long of a contract still left on the table. But a texture says, morning, Brett, are the Avs still on the hook for any money for Val if he gets cut, similar to the Russ Bronco situation? The short answer, from what I understand, is yes. Like, this isn't something that they get to void. I don't know. It's a weird thing. Because we don't know what it is. I think the assumption has to be it's a substance problem, right? Like, it feels like this is an addiction thing. But if you just enter the program, I don't think there's anything they can do about it. Now, if you were like arrested, different story. But I don't understand the full rules of this. From what I understand, there doesn't seem to be like an out in this. You know, and the Russ and Broncos situation is one thing. And I don't like making the comparison over there for this reason. With Russ and the Broncos, you can get rid of that contract, and the Broncos are going to, in 2 years. It's going to hurt them this year. It's going to hurt them next year. And then after that, they're going to be off the hook. This is what's also different. What's the main difference between the Broncos and the Avs? Any hands? Oh, yeah, that's right. The Broncos suck and the Avs don't. And so the Broncos are willing to eat a sizable chunk of their salary cap, knowing they aren't going to be very good and they aren't a championship contender. But let me ask you this. If the Broncos were the Kansas City Chiefs, if they were the San Francisco 49ers, would you eat like a fifth of your cap to get rid of one player? I doubt you would. You wouldn't do that now. So that's why I don't really like the comparison over that way, because first of all, you can get rid of that contract in a shorter term. And secondly, the cap hit that you take to get rid of that player affecting a bad team as opposed to one that's trying to win a championship isn't comparable. So with all of that, this is why the Avs find themselves in a very, very weird situation. Very odd one. And the main thing to me, you know, I just gave you guys the records. The last 2 years, with Val, without Val. Without Val Nichushkin, that team is 27, 26, and 4 since 2022. With him, they're 74, 23, and 10. They have lost, in regulation, less games. And what's that final number? Math, Brett. 107 games. In 107 games with Val, they've lost 23 in regulation. When he's not in the lineup, they have lost 26 regulation games in 57. Know what I mean? Like, that's a very stark contrast from one and the other.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. So the other thing, you know, when it comes to the Nuggets, and this is a main question I want to throw out there today as well. You've had a little bit of time to sit on this, had a little bit of time to ponder. You guys know me. I am the biggest Michael Porter Jr. apologist you will find out there. I think he's one of those guys that's just on the roster that catches way too much grief. I have flown the flag for Michael Porter Jr. and for Sam Girard over the last 3 years. You know, I'm that meme of it's the one guy staring at the horde of people that says, yes, you're all wrong. Like, I'm that guy. But the reason why is because I think Michael Porter Jr. brings things to the table that go unappreciated in what makes this offense go, which is spacing. Like, whether Michael Porter Jr. is hitting shots or not, you have to be aware of him at the three-point line, and teams are. They do not want to give him a clean look. That stuff matters within an offense. Now, he's not the only guy in the league that can do that, but he fits pretty well. I think he's improved his defense. He's certainly improved his rebounding. But I fully acknowledge that what just happened in that Minnesota series was not good enough. And, in the same way we're trying to be fair in the Val situation, I think it's at least worth mentioning some of the personal stuff that he was going through. You got a brother that was sentenced to go to prison for years. You got another brother who was just banned from the NBA for life. That all happens a week before the playoffs start. I was shocked to hell that he played as well as he did against the LA Lakers. And that's sort of the Michael Porter Jr. problem, right? Everybody, and I mean everyone, would take Michael Porter Jr. on this contract, no questions asked, if you got LA Lakers version, wouldn't you? You'd be an idiot not to. But even when he plays that way, he's capable of the Minnesota series. He was great at the beginning of the postseason last year. The Heat series, he wasn't good. It's just that sort of up and down stuff. At the end of the day, his shooting percentages are always going to look good because he will have those nights where he goes crazy. But I keep asking this question surrounding the Nuggets, and I think it's an important one. You just won a championship. If you're of the same mind frame as me, you look at that Game 7 and you say, that kind of felt like the NBA Finals. No disrespect to anybody else in the league. No disrespect to the Dallas Mavericks. No disrespect to the Boston Celtics or the Indiana Pacers. But if you got past Minnesota, do you guys think the Nuggets go back-to-back, yes or no? I say yes. And so I follow that up saying, are you willing to trade somebody who's a pretty core piece of this team over 24 bad minutes in a Game 7 as a team? Because that sounds pretty hasty, doesn't it? That's the only point I'd make. And you know what? If they do end up this offseason trading him or whatever, would I be totally up in arms and calling people stupid? No. But I do think it would be a giant risk. What this team lacked, if Michael Porter Jr. shot better in that series, would it have helped? Of course. Would they have won if he shot better? Yeah. But I think it's an easier fix to try and find a depth piece that can contribute than it's going to be to totally reform a starting five. Just path of least resistance. Find a couple of guys off the bench that can spell your starters for a few minutes so they aren't dog-tired by the end of a Game 7. Because that's one thing that we didn't see last year in the postseason run. Yes, they had Bruce Brown coming off the bench, which helped a lot. Outside of that, Jeff Green played a little bit. Christian Brown played a little bit. They had really one guy, though. They were never tested in Game 7. We never saw all the minutes that they had to rack up in getting those wins last postseason. How much would that have affected him or affected them in a Game 7? We don't know because we didn't have to see it. The longest the series went was 6 games. That was once. 5, 6, 4, 5. The depth is the easier thing to find than trying to revamp a starting five. And especially revamp a starting five that I felt like was on the cusp of back-to-back. But in trying to find the depth pieces, the big question that I had kind of looking back at this is you see where the money's going. They're paying into the luxury tax. They're doing that already. They're in that apron. And when it comes to finding a viable depth piece, you're probably looking at somewhere in the ballpark of $10 million for a guy that can give you a good 15 to 20 minutes off the bench in a postseason. The issue that I had is somebody is making 8 on this roster, and he didn't play. And that's Zeke Nnaji. And I don't put this on Zeke. Like, I don't know why he's not playing. Maybe he's just not good enough. I wouldn't know. I wasn't able to see. He barely played. But why did you give him the contract if you didn't feel like he was good enough? And I know that Malone and Booth worked together. But what was the conversation before the season in giving him a 4-year, $32 million deal? What was that? And were they on the same page? Or could it be one of the situations that Calvin Booth felt one thing and Mike Malone felt another? Because we know the old, if you ever seen Moneyball, you know how the story goes. GM puts the roster together, but coach makes the decisions on who plays and who doesn't. Remember in Moneyball when Billy Bean kept walking down to Art Howe's office saying, play Scott Hatteberg at first base? Nope, I'm playing Pena. And it was that whole song and dance over and over and over again.
So then we can trade MPJ in the offseason, and then we'll recreate him in the aggregate.
I guess that's what people want to find. But what I would say is just create the aggregate on finding guys who can give you 15 minutes off the bench at a postseason game. Like, try that first. You know, another texter says, what do we do if and when KCP leaves? I don't know why people are under the assumption KCP is going to bolt. I said this before. I would be more surprised if KCP left. Way more surprised, actually. He's a guy who's a fourth to fifth best starter on any sort of championship contending team. He's not going to be better than fourth. And on the Nuggets, he's fifth. And I think it fits his role perfectly. He's not asked to do too much on the offensive side. It's play some defense, and hey, if you got an open shot, knock down the three. But one thing you don't understand about KCP, he loves this team. KCP's 31 years old. I don't think he's looking for the bag anymore. I think he's looking to make some money, which he's going to make $15.5 million next year. That's not nothing. Just for reference, I think Aaron Gordon's contract is 22. You think he's going to go get that? I think 15.5 is basically the perfect number for him. He's in a situation that suits him perfectly. He's on a championship contending team. Like, I don't know why he wouldn't pick up at least this last year on a player option. I would be way more surprised if he declined it and tested free agency. But a texture says, I wouldn't trade anyone if it was a game or two, but let's be honest. They were not good in the Lakers series. They had to throw haymakers at the end of each game just to claw back and win on last-second shots. I agree with you. Like, this playoff run for the Nuggets did look different. Now, I would argue it looked a lot different because Jamal Murray wasn't healthy. And I really, truly think that's the simplest answer to this. Like, why did it look like it was such a battle, game in, game out, against whether it was the T-Wolves or the Lakers? Jamal wasn't ready. His calf wasn't ready. But he's just trying to battle through it. Like, we saw what Jamal did last year in the postseason when he was healthy. It was flames coming out of that guy's fingertips. The ability to get a shot whenever he wanted to. And you ran into just a different type of team than you did all of the last postseason. Minnesota is the best team you've faced over the last 2 years. Actually, probably more than that. I think even the series that you lost previous to this. You know, you didn't have Jamal and Porter for one of them. You didn't have Jamal for another. You know, the Warriors were good. The Suns were good. But Minnesota's just different. It's a different type of team to battle against. So 303-504-0925. These are the things that I think are the biggest questions facing each of these respective teams in the offseason. And if they push the right buttons and get the answers correct, then they're going to be just fine. But there is a certain level of risk that you might have to take that I'm going to be interested to see how they handle it. Bottom line is, I trust these front offices. They've brought you championships in 2 of the past 3 years combined. They know what they're doing. You go back and look at the decisions that were made by each of them over the past couple of years, and I would probably argue that their hit rate's about 85% on the decisions they made. So 303-504-0925, Shant Mazda text line if you guys want in back after this.
I mean, this was a terrible series. I felt like, I may have had one or two good games out of the 7 we played. Part of it was the way they were guarding. Part of it was my shot wasn't falling. And it's tough because I know if I would have played up to par with how I normally played, we would have won this series. And there's a lot of things we could have done different as a team, but I know if I would have played my part, we would have won this series, and I got to live with that.
Say what you want about him. He's always honest. Like, he will, and this team in general does this. They will take ownership of things if they feel like they aren't good enough. Jamal has done it. Porter's done it. Jokic, even though he doesn't have to, has done it. And Texture says, I'm a fan of our starting 5. I don't think we should change anybody, but at what point of inconsistency would you think we have to look at trading MPJ? I agree with you guys that we have the best starting 5 in the league, but I'm curious what your opinion is. Short answer, I don't know. Does the team work or not? Does this gel together? Are you willing to take the risk of bringing somebody else in a major role? That's what matters to me. How much are you willing to push that part of it? This isn't like, here's somebody who's going to come off the bench and play the backup 3 spot. It's a major piece to a championship recipe. Like, we can all agree, one of the most important factors to winning a championship last year was trading for KCP. Because he's part of your starting 5. And I think it would just be a giant risk. But yes, the inconsistency, I totally understand the conversation. But a texter makes a good point. Would you have beaten the Lakers without MPJ? Jamal was not playing well. He was. We always kind of look at the very end, right? We look at the way that a series finishes or a playoff run finishes. Porter was not good at the end. But what about the beginning? We all watch those Lakers games. Those weren't 30-point blowouts. Those were close games in which he was scoring like 24 a game. What about that? That's what I'm talking about. So, with that, let's take a quick call here from Robert this morning. Hi, Robert. What's going on, buddy?
Good morning, Brent.
How are you?
Man, I'm doing good. Yourself?
Doing good, man.
Hey, man, I'm just hearing you, right? Like the whole MPJ situation.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 contract situations that need to be addressed. One of them being Aaron Gordon, and the other one being Jamal Murray.
Addressed in what way?
Like free agency-wise, I think Aaron Gordon is, next year, and then Jamal Murray, I think, is in 2026. So I don't think there's not enough money to go around, to have all those guys. So you either have to trade Aaron Gordon or MPJ.
Well, both of their contracts, and I get what you're asking here. Both their contracts are up in 2026.
Right.
Yep, and that's a couple of years down the line. They can ride this for another couple of years before they truly have to think about it. And I appreciate the call, Robert. So with that subject, Michael Porter Jr.'s deal, his closes out. I'm trying to find this here. So his closes out in 2027. That's when the final year of this max kicks in. What they could be willing to do is have one more year of this team. Maybe you pay a little extra into the tax. When it comes to guys like AG is not going to be a max contract guy. These new NBA contract, or the new NBA contract with the television rights, is going to kick in, and it's going to bump that up. That's going to give you a little bit more relief. I don't think it's necessarily a guarantee that you can't afford everybody. you're probably going to be in a similar situation to where you are now, where you're paying into the luxury tax and don't have a lot of money to spend on depth pieces. But I'm always going to say, spend the bulk of your money on your starting five because they're the ones that play 38 minutes a game in the postseason. That's the stuff that matters. You find the ancillary pieces where you can. And this is, again, listen to what Calvin Booth is saying. When he is talking about drafting and developing players for depth pieces, this is why. He wants to spend his money in the starting five, and he should. Those are the ones that matter most. I don't think that they need to make a decision. This one's a no-brainer, by the way, for both of those guys. AG and Jamal aren't going anywhere, okay? Jamal is going to get a max contract again. And AG is going to get a deal that is, whatever that price is going to be salary cap-wise, whatever percentage that's going to be, similar to what he's making now. Because right now it was, I think it's 22. Sounds about right. So AG, his contract, 22.8 apiece over the next 2 years. But there is no question about Jamal. Jamal's going to get the max contract. That's going to be it. You are going to sign AG back because AG is a kind of do-it-all guy for this team. KCP, that's going to be the question after next year because I do think he picks up his player option. But they still got another couple of years. I think with the core of this team before they're forced to at least look at what is a tougher situation. Now, with all that, I want to jump back to that in just a little bit. Some breaking news from Broncos camp yesterday and crappy news. So in the third round last year, remember, they didn't have a first-round pick, so this is like a pretty primo pick that they made last season. Drew Sanders. Looking for a bigger role going into year two? Well, I'm reading Legwold's article right now on ESPN. Sources told ESPN on Monday night that Drew Sanders suffered a torn Achilles early in the team's offseason program and is going to be out for most, if not all, of the season. And this is some of the stuff that kind of drove me nuts. Not to say that this prevents an injury, but I'm just saying to get a look at guys. You know, there came a point last year, especially towards the very end, where the season was over. You know, that loss to New England, you had a few weeks left in the year. You obviously knew that because you made the change over to Jarrett Stidham. I don't know why Sean Payton was so stubborn in not playing guys like Marvin Mims and Drew Sanders. What's the point? Especially at that juncture of the season, go out and see if these guys can play or not. We're going to be 2 years out of drafting Drew Sanders in the third round. Again, a top-end sort of draft pick. Third rounders are important that you hit on those guys. And we're going to have no idea if he can play going into year three. Zero. But it was sort of that stubborn, I'm not playing young guys thing that Sean Payton's been known for. He will play veterans before that. That just kind of drives me nuts, and I feel sick for him. Like, Drew Sanders was the 67th overall draft pick. High end. You know, they're still trying to figure out, is he an inside linebacker or an outside linebacker? Well, they got to wait longer now. Of course, the Broncos get one of these in May. Looks like he's going to be out for the year with a torn Achilles, which, if there's any sort of consolation to this, they spent another third-round pick this past draft in drafting Jonah Ellis, 76th overall, so at least you have somebody who can fill in. But, that room between Benito and Baron Browning and Jonathan Cooper, you were hoping to have a couple other guys in Drew Sanders and Jonah Ellis kind of fit into the mix. Just going to make that a little bit more thin now. Rotations get a little bit tighter between those guys. But him going down with a torn Achilles, it's a pretty big blow to a guy I think they had some plans for. And so at the end of the day, you're going to have to wait, it looks like 3 years to see if this guy's going to be a player for you or not. And hopefully he is. Hopefully he comes back healthy. But just you hate to see this stuff this early. Like they're starting the let me get back into football stuff sort of off-season training programs. And there's always a risk. Like when you're going through this stuff, it doesn't need to be hitting in pads for guys to go down. We know that very well in watching training camps over the past couple of years. The biggest injuries that you've suffered, it feels like, are non-contact days where Tim Patrick goes up to make a catch and something blows out. So just another one of those going down for the Broncos, which sucks because it felt like this year might have been the year where some young guys got some playing time, and then you were trying to build towards whenever you get out of this cap hell situation with Russell Wilson, do you have guys who can play or not? So a lot to talk about today. 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line. You can also watch the show on the Safeway Twitch feed. That is twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. And with that Safeway Twitch feed, you can download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers and rewards. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Mose Lombardi and Kane next.
Bretsky, you see, the thing is, we're not allowed to talk about it yet.
Yeah.
Not until the announcement is made this morning. So everything that we did
When
last...
is that?
I don't know exactly what time it is, but...
Is it during the show or not?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
In fact, I'll text the boss and find out.
Okay.
All I can say is I was humbled and honored and surprised and honest to God, deep in my heart, I got emotional.
I
So
know you
thank
did. I know. So for those who...
I didn't. So this thing last night, Vic had a little surprise thing. Whole bunch of people showed up.
I thought I died. I thought I was there for my death.
Did it feel like you kind of went to your own funeral
Yes,
for a second?
That's what it felt like.
Like-
I swear to God, I was like, why are all the people I know here? And why are they... What's going on right now?
So Vic won something we'll tell you about later. But it's funny because when we were there yesterday, I
Well, he didn't really win. He was awarded.
awarded,
Yeah.
sure.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
didn't
this isn't field day, bro.
I didn't I didn't know if Vic was going to show up and be like, lame, what are you guys doing? Or if he was going to be a little emotional. And you were a little emotional.
I was, because I was expecting something entirely different. You have to understand. It
you
was
thought you were
so-
getting fired.
either that, or I was going to be put in a home or
So
an intervention.
we'll get to the sports stuff in a second, but just know this.
Craziest thing I've ever seen.
There was how many people were there, Moj? Probably like 50?
Yeah, something like that.
50 people. You know, the Queen was there.
Queenie Chicken was there.
Bambi was there.
Bambina was there. Yep.
And
Dante and his girl
Dante?
actually showed up. I mean, you know how big it
it's
is
a
when
big
the,
deal.
when
yeah.
when the kid is there, because the kid's got way more important things to do than do something for his old man.
but the place that it was at, I don't know, can we say where it was at?
How would you say Kyle's house?
Yeah, it was at Kiefer's house.
He's got a sweet backyard.
Yeah.
Sweet backyard.
That's the nicest backyard I've seen.
Keith lives closer to me than he does to Vic, and I live out by the airport.
Right.
And I was like, how did you get Vic to drive out here on a random
That
Monday?
was, in the back of my mind, I was like, I don't know if I want to go to this.
And
Yeah.
so what Kiefer told me was, I just told him it's a big TV meeting with some people here.
It was sold to me as a leadership council. And so deep in my brain, I was like, well, I'm ready to lead.
They're like, we don't need you to lead,
I'm-
dude. It's a
I'm
surprise for
I'm
you,
ready
idiot.
to lead.
So he was told the big bosses were going to be there, our big bosses. And they were. They were there.
Yep.
But Vic shows up like an hour late.
It was a cookout, man. Like a leadership cookout.
But I'm talking to the Queen before Vic gets there, and she goes, Vic told me it was a big TV thing. I think he might think that the company's going under or something like
I
that.
didn't know what to think.
And I was like, it's a good strategy because I don't know how else you were going to get Vic to go out there.
That is correct. But a good time had by all last night. I don't know. To me, it was an excuse to eat and drink at your, to celebrate kind of you type of thing. There you go.
Thank you. No, seriously.
You're welcome.
Bottom of my heart. Even though, why are we not allowed to talk about this?
Well, because it has to be announced by the people who are awarding it first before we
Okay,
can.
whatever. Thank you.
But the thing is, that was their stipulation.
Hey, guys, I was thinking about something on the way in, above and beyond that. Hey, Nelly, welcome back to the show, day 2. Nice hat.
Can you believe he actually
Are we
showed
going
up
to
for
keep?
day 2?
Should we just keep saying days? Like,
Yeah.
should we say
Absolutely.
Deli, day 368?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Oh, the
Welcome
other
in.
thing that I liked last night is I got to say goodbye to Marty.
Yeah, Marty did show
I'm
up
a
for a
big
little bit.
Look at this, by the way.
Yeah.
We brought
2x4.
this wood in.
They
and
still in? Yeah. I was thinking about this, guys, and I want to get this over with because, seeing Coach Bednar last night too.
Yeah, the coach was there.
Coach Bednar comes up. Let me tell you what kind of man Coach Bednar is. Let me tell you what kind of man he is. Forget coach, forget everything else. First thing he says to me when he sees me, because he knows how tied we are with these teams and all that, he goes, "Sorry about the other night."
Yeah.
He says to me, I'm like, and I'm thinking to myself, what did I do? Oh, he was talking about the game.
Yep.
Because he understands the significance of these games. And I said the same thing. Likewise, sorry, right? And he thinks for other people. He thinks about other people. And that got my mind jogging. And Moj, tell me if you can relate to this. Why do these disappointing losses, why do these end of the season games, why do they affect people so much? Those of you listening, you're 2 days after the fact, 3 days after the fact for the Avs. You're driving around town and you're still in the dumps. You're still not out of it. You're still in that fog. What is it? And I'm asking myself that question. Why does it affect me? I mean, I'm 55 years old. I've been through this so many times.
Oh, by the way. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Anyway, I've been through this so many times.
Today's is 50. Dude, he's 55.
Double nickels, Kiki Vandoy.
Dude, you are so close to death. It's not
I know.
even funny.
No wonder you got a Lifetime Achievement Award, you old
Death's doorstep.
God.
And I'm thinking,
TikTok.
what is it? What is it that gets me so sideways, that has me thinking irrationally, that has me, on Twitter fighting with people all over L.A.? What is it? And I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. There's nothing, Mark Mosher, and you can, again, appeal to this. There's nothing like preparing for that big game and getting there with the adrenaline rush in your system that tonight's the night. You're going to the game, and you're walking into the arena, and you're surrounded by your community, people who are rooting for the same thing. You all have the same rooting interest, and you can feel the fervor. You can feel the emotion. Everybody's into it, and it's that's it right there. It's not even the reason we're there is the game, but it's not even the game. It's the fact that we're all there, emotional and full of passion for something bigger than us, something outside of us individually. You don't see that too often in community. What else produces that in
It's
our
a
community?
great point. And I don't even know that humans understand that they need that. An example, back in the day when I had Broncos season tickets, and I'm going to whatever big game it is. I mean, random game, but maybe especially a big game. And by the way, the AFC Championship against Pittsburgh, Vic.
Yeah.
Boy, was I prepared to win.
That was one of the worst days
Oh,
ever.
my God, I was prepared to win.
That was one of the that day is like the days we've suffered here the last couple.
Yeah, there was no. Hey, listen, Big Ben's coming into town. Young kid, Ben Roethlisberger. Ain't no way this kid's
He
coming
ain't
here and
beating
beat Jake
Jake.
Plummer.
No.
And no way,
Not
baby.
here.
Not here.
Not a mile high.
I mean, oh my God. Anyway, but you're walking in, Vic. It's such a great point. I'm at the. Okay, so here's what I'm doing: little tailgatey,
Yes.
little bumblebee, tailgates. Then, and these are people you don't even know, right? But you're all for one for all. You go to the Bronco Barn, and I'm in there having a couple drinks. I see Carl Mecklenburg, this kind of thing. It's sort of an all for one and one for all. And you don't know as a human being that all the time that you need that.
You do.
Even if you're a total introvert, there are times when becoming bigger, something bigger than yourself,
Yes.
is a necessity for a human being. And whether it's once a year, with 100 times, whatever it is, you're completely right.
I say this all the time. Like, I swear to God, the fondest memories I'm going to have when I'm double nickels,
Yeah. Jeez.
which is 21 years from now, by the way.
Yeah.
When that happens, I swear to God, the thing that I will remember the most, I was at Game 7 or Game 5 when the Nuggets won at home, and that was great. The parade, though, when you get
No, that's
700,000
it.
people,
You're right.
that's all thinking the same thing,
You're all-
which never happens ever
No.
in any
No.
other walk of life.
It doesn't happen politically. It doesn't happen religiously. It doesn't happen in anything else we do. In this community, in any community, you want to get something and get everybody rowing in the same direction. You're in that rowboat rowing in the same direction. Get a sports team to
Yeah.
win.
You're
And
so right.
outside of the rebellious people who are transplants rooting for other teams, outside of them, it is the greatest thing we have. And it's the very reason I got into this business. I loved it. I love embracing that feeling and not having that, not being able to, for the next however months, we don't have that to look forward to
Right.
for what I do.
I mean, try to go to Coors Field when any remote popular team from around the country, it's full of their fans. It's not the same. It just isn't. But a big game where the vast, vast, vast majority of attendees are your people, man, it's super fun and
it's intoxicating.
It is, and that's an excellent point to make, man. And so now we don't have that. And we sit here with our teeth in our mouth. And so this is why yesterday, toward the end of the program, I know it was dangerous. I know it was dangerous. The text line, please, Brett.
303-504-0925.
Okay, 303.
Champ Mazda.
Champ Mazda text line. Thank you, Champ. Shout out to Champ. What's up,
Shout
Jay?
out, Champ.
303.
One price, one person, 1 hour, Champ.
Word. 303-504-0925. Today, please tell us where we can go and what we can do with ourselves.
To feel that. To feel
No,
it, 'cause
no. Not to feel that. Because there's no replicating.
There's no feeling it.
No. Just tell us where we can go and what we can do. And yes, I think you understand what I'm getting at. Let it out.
Well, look, what I wanted to kind of do today, and we did a version of this yesterday, but it's, to me, these two teams face two really big questions in the offseason. The number one thing for the Avs is, how do you navigate the Val stuff? Like, what do you do here? And I want to remind people of something, because I looked at this again, and I want to repeat this, and this is why this becomes such a damn difficult thing. Since 2022, the Avalanche record with Val Nichushkin in the lineup is 74-23-10. Moj, does it get much better than that?
That's pretty sick.
Not really.
I didn't know that.
No, it doesn't.
Do you know what it is without Val?
But give me that number one more time.
With Val Nichushkin in the lineup since 2022, they're 74-23-10.
That's beyond dominant. That's legendary.
Without Val in the lineup, this team since 2022 is 27-26-4.
Okay, those are the only stats you need. I don't care about any Corsi stats. I don't care about anything else. There's no other numbers of that. That is the value of a player to a team right there.
And I think we all kind of, like, when the news came out, we're angry because it's the second year in a row that he just kind of disappears during the postseason. But what the hell do you do with those numbers right there?
I'm not sure what you do but shake your head and say, wow.
So that's question number one for them. So I want you guys to get on the text line. Tell me what you think about that. Number two, I think for the Nuggets, and Vic, tell me if you think I'm wrong. My thought for them this offseason is, do they continue with the plan that they set out on a couple years ago, which is we have our starting five, and then we draft and develop the depth pieces to try and skirt the salary cap stuff? Or, as many people have been suggesting over the last couple of days, is a bigger change needed? Like, do you trade the Porter contract and try and find a couple of guys as opposed to one? Like, what do you do there?
I'm the wrong person to ask because I think I speak for a lot of folks. I'm not a macro look. I don't look at this as the long term. I don't care about the long term.
Yeah.
I care about this window.
I mean, God, you're 55.
Exactly right. The long term is it's shutting down right now. I mean, this is the great. Let me make it easy for you. For anybody listening, let me make it really easy. When they talk about the golden days, these are the golden days.
These are
These
are the
in
good,
the golden days.
We're in the good. No,
this is it.
we call it the good old days.
Okay, the good old days.
We're in the good old days.
So 50 years from now, they're going to talk about, hey, do you remember the 2020s?
Oh.
Do you remember the Nuggets in the 2020s? This is it.
Yep.
So any attempt to, we're going to develop young. I don't want to develop young. I want to win now as much as we can. So my philosophy obviously goes against what Calvin Booth had planned this year.
Well, let's take this.
I want to win now as much as I can win now.
Save all of this for a couple of minutes because I want to attack these one by one.
And agreed for a couple of minutes because I heard you say something in the appetizer hour that I thought was good, but I need to expand upon it because while he can't really talk about it, I can.
Okay. So we'll get to all of that in just a couple of minutes, but throw it out on the text line for both the Avs and the Nuggets. I feel like those are the two most pressing questions of the offseason for each of these respective teams. Tell me what you think. 303-504-0925. Back after this. That's the sound of Tulatero, and that's the sound of luck. And with the Tulatero app, you can buy official state lotto tickets right from your phone. And Tulatero not only keeps your tickets safe, but also provides a convenient alternative for playing your favorite lotto games, like Mega Millions tonight. You know what that jackpot is? $421 million. Yes, Moj. $421 million. And it's just a few taps away on the Tulatero app. And here's the best part. Use the code MAGIC, and we'll kickstart your winning journey with a free ticket. That's Tulatero, Tulotero. New registrations, use the code MAGIC. Receive that free Mega Millions ticket. Try it out, and good luck.
I got something to say, Kaner.
All right, so before that, we're going to get to some of these texts, and I want to start with the Avs offseason question. I want to just reiterate something as we think about Val, and again, the emotional response, and I think it's appropriate, right? Like, for the second straight year, the guy leaves at a crucial point. I mean, the playoffs. When you need him most, just kind of disappears. And we don't know the full situation, what's going on here, Moj, but I'm going to reiterate something. The Avs record since 2022 with Val Nichushkin is 74-23-10. Their record without him is 27-26-4.
Where'd you get these numbers?
StatMuse.
That is crazy. I had no idea the impact was that severe.
So, Moj, go ahead.
Okay. The reality is you lost. You lost in 6 games. You lost. You're out. You have no path to winning another Stanley Cup.
Edmonton won.
Good for them. Spankety doink. You're out. But it's my opinion, Brett, that as we sit here right now, and there's only 4 teams left, the Avs are better than at least one of those teams.
Yes.
They would beat the Edmonton Oilers in a 7-game series, no problem, in my opinion. They would beat them. Now, like I told you, clearly they lost to Dallas, so that didn't happen. And New York, I think they would fare better against New York. But the Rangers and the Panthers are very, very good. So the way I look at it, and this is not Pollyannish, this is my opinion. Vic, I'm entitled to my opinion.
This is an opinion
Shut
show.
up.
And I have a right.
How many times has he said that? I have a right to my opinion.
Kind of like it.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
It's my opinion that as we sit here today, they're one of the top 4 or 5 hockey teams in the National Hockey League. As we sit here today, and that's with Val. I don't know what you do, Kaner, because You don't have to go crazy. You're going to have to find more depth. And in today's salary cap era, it's not an easy thing. But if you have some players, some young guys who can make the next step, you find a couple of guys on the open market who can do that kind of thing. All of this matters. So that's the charge of Chris McFarland. But you still have your core, and your core is damn good. I don't know what you do, though, and you're pretty much hamstrung because, number one, you don't know if Landy's going to be able to come back. You hope that he is. You hope to God, that he'll only be, when the season starts, he's only 31 years old. That's not old as a human being.
Mm-hmm.
Today is Vic's 55th birthday. That's old. So, do you have him available to you as a player? If you do, that's great. If you don't, well, then what's his situation and can you use his money? And I'm not trying to be black and white here and not care about the guy because I care about him tremendously. My hope is, hey, man, I want him on this team. He's your captain. He's your leader. He's a terrific player. Can he go? So you have to separate out your love for the player and the human versus what's best for the franchise and how to move forward. And then the Val situation, Vic, is hanging over you.
Well, here's the difference between Gabe and Val. I know that Gabriel Landeskog will do what's best for the team. I know that.
Yeah.
And I think you know that. I think he wants to test the injury as soon as he possibly can to determine where he stands and where he goes.
Well, Vic,
And
it's a process,
Okay,
bro. It's a
that's
long
fine.
process.
But I think he'll know as well as anyone. I think he's going to do what's right for the team. He's not the kind of guy that's going to occupy that salary knowing he can't help. It'll weigh too heavily on him. I don't think Val will do what's best for the team. And that's the difference between the two.
Well, you can't trust him to now at this point.
And that's the difference between the two. So at some point, the team has to come first.
You know what I thought about? And this isn't necessarily with the Gabe stuff because that's different. But what's worse to you as far as the situation, okay? Is it the stuff that Val has, which is very good player, but you can't trust him for outside hockey situations to be in the lineup in crucial points of the season?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it worse if you're a Clippers fan in Kawhi Leonard, who you can't trust to stay healthy at the most crucial points of the season? Which one of those is worse?
I think Kawhi is borderline the same because there are many whispers that he doesn't do the necessary things to stay healthy.
But right
at this point in his career,
you know what I'm saying though? Like, is it almost worse to have a guy that you can't trust his body than you can't trust situational stuff? Like it's such a weird
body
and
or
odd balance.
mind is what you're saying.
Exactly.
But in today's, I think the salary cap is going to be around $83 million. It's going to go up a little bit this coming year, but let's say, just for giggles, let's say it's $83 million. The problem for the Colorado Avalanche is that right this second, you have $13 million, a little over $13 million tied up in two players that you don't know if they're even going to be able to play.
That's just
so. What can you do? What do you do?
Well, you can LTIR both contracts.
You can't LTIR Val. It's just he doesn't count against your cap until he's activated.
Okay, but once he's
and
activated,
then he accelerates to 6.125.
But hold on a second. Once he's activated, if deemed he's not ready, can you LTIR him then?
I don't think you can LTIR player in the assistance program. I don't think you can do that.
So
Vic,
it's just going to count against your cap.
He's not injured.
Okay, so that money just counts against your cap for as long as the assistance program deems necessary.
What if he comes back and he's injured?
Yeah, like Mark Stone.
What are you going to Nancy Kerrigan?
No,
what?
Mark Stone.
Mark Stone,
Yeah.
is he
has,
injured every year?
What if he has a gallbladder problem?
Well, by the way, that's such a joke. This whole Stone thing from the All-Star break.
Wait a minute. It's
just a joke.
They want us to treat this like an injury, right? Like this is an injury. Then how come it can't be treated like an injury on the financial records?
Vic, I don't know, because let me explain to you. Where we are with Val Nichushkin, and I keep reiterating that I love him as a dude, because I do. He's got issues, okay? But where we are, Vic, is unprecedented in the National Hockey League. You name me since all the new CBA, everything, you name me a guy who's had 3 strikes against him.
Yeah, I don't.
Not one.
In the NHL, you're talking about?
Correct. There is not
Well,
one.
didn't McSorley have 3 strikes against him in other matters?
Well, that's 1992.
Okay.
I mean, 1990. I mean, no, dude. I mean, I'm talking about modern day. Okay, not from the time when you were suckling at the teat.
I've seen it in other sports. People brought up Josh Gordon before. He's certainly one of them, but it's a different sport.
But Vic, you remember Loto Chad sent me a text. You remember Roy Tarpley?
Oh, God. Dallas Mavericks center. He had the world ready to go.
He was
a
so
stud.
friggin' good,
Yeah.
and he had a substance problem.
Mhm.
But Brett, he was such a great player, and he said, "I hope." And so eventually he was out of the league eventually. But I mean, there was no salary cap back in the day. None of this. It was completely different. But that was a personal thing that he could never overcome. Where we are right now, Avalanche fans, with the Avalanche and with Val's situation, is that it's unprecedented. The league, I don't.
So
even,
if
if you showed up at Gary Bettman's office today, hi, it's Vic Lombardi here.
Yeah.
Talk to Gary. Come on in. You'd say, well, what do we do? And I bet he would say to you, "Damn it, Vic, I don't know."
I
because we've
guarantee
never
you
been
this.
here before.
I guarantee you this. Trust me on this one. The Colorado Avalanche, they're going to do whatever they possibly can, legally, contractually, to either make sure they can get themselves out of this contract or make sure that this is not going to sit there like a weighted anchor for an
Correct.
entire season.
That is correct.
Because it's unfair for the team and the sport.
Correct.
Because now you set a precedent that anybody who goes down this road, it can ruin a season. It can ruin a franchise.
Correct. People are talking about, somebody just texted in Josh Hamilton. Yeah, serious situation
Yes.
with Josh. There's no salary cap in baseball.
Exactly.
You can just eat the money
Big
and throw it away.
difference in baseball.
Big
difference.
difference. We haven't seen this situation in sports, really,
And-
man.
and I wanna-
Not like it is like this.
I saw a couple people texting in, well, can they do what the Broncos did with Russell Wilson? Let me tell you the difference here. Okay, number one, you could get rid of Russell Wilson's contract in 2 years. That's what the Broncos are doing. They're taking all of it and saying, we're done after this year and next year.
Yeah.
Secondly, why are they able to do that? What's the biggest difference
They're
between the
not
Broncos?
a championship-ready team.
Exactly. The Broncos suck. The Avs are trying to win a cup.
This is a team on the verge of a championship. Before we started the season, we had 2 teams here who were title contenders. Hell, we were talking double parades. So you take away one of the big guns from a title contender and say, hey, live with it. No, I guarantee the Avs will do whatever they can to get themselves out from under this contract. They better.
Yeah, listen, what I'm trying to tell you. So here's where, can I tell you where the emotional aspect of it comes in? Here's where emotionally I'm stuck. This guy is a friggin' good player.
He's amazing.
Okay? You just brought up the numbers with him in and with him out. That shows you how valuable he is as a player. What he does on the ice, Brett, it's pretty unique.
Mm-hmm.
What he can do 200 feet is pretty unique. He's not a great goal scorer. He's not a great scorer, period. He does some things great. He's a great skater and forechecker. Vic, I'm telling you, here's the thing. The value of this player at his ticket, even 6.125 through 2030.
That's a steal for his production.
Do you know why they signed him to that law? Because that's great value, bro. Yeah. Right now, the value when he's playing, the value you get out of Val Nichushkin at his ticket is tremendous.
And that's how you win championships, is getting guys like that.
That is correct. Now, that being said, right now you can't trust the player.
Yeah.
How and I have no idea. Look, I'm not in the front office. I'm not inside that room. I have no idea. And I love the player, and I also love the team. How do you integrate him back in? Let's say that's the route you're going to go, and tell those players inside that room, hey, by the way, welcome him back in again.
No, you can't.
But
Jack Johnson said it best.
I
think Jack Johnson's comments ended it.
Let me also tell you this. Every guy inside that room knows how valuable he is to this team. Okay? And so you can argue with yourself and put yourself in a situation mentally where you say, yeah, you know what, he deserves another chance because he's a great player. This is all this is all things you have to
So
go
you're
through.
saying things can change, that we're
Yes.
very emotional
Yes.
today, we're very direct today,
Yes.
but in 6 months we may sing a different tune.
Yes, and I'll say this, you raised a very good point, Vic. There has to be, with this unprecedented situation, Kaner, there has to be recourse that a team has. There has
Yeah.
to be. I don't know whether they never thought it through in the CBA or whether, they were reluctant to put anything in because you're looking out for the health and the well-being of the player.
Well,
okay, but Vic, there has to be recourse for the team because they are in a major flipping pickle,
Yeah.
bro.
let's be abundantly clear about this. This is not a critique, it's just the fact. The NHL has the softest drug rules in all of major sports.
What do you mean?
They don't enforce, they don't test as much as other sports.
The hell they don't.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
When was the last time somebody? Well, okay,
Are you kidding? And I'm not saying that there's
I'm not
anything
talking
wrong
about.
with
I'm
it.
not talking about PEDs here.
I'm talking about across the board, any foreign substance in your body. The NFL, every day there's somebody coming up with something.
Well, not anymore.
Time
Used
out.
to be that
Time
way.
out. When was the last time anybody in any sport, football, baseball, basketball, hockey, when was the last time anybody popped for something that was not a PED?
Yeah, I don't know. That's it.
The NFL just had a couple
Who?
PED players.
No,
last
No,
not
non-PEDs.
PEDs. Not PEDs. For popped for anything else, any other substance in
Yeah.
the world.
No, you're right about that recently. The substance stuff,
They just stopped.
they just stopped doing that. I think these leagues have understood that if we do this, we won't have a business.
Well, the last guy that really got hit by that whole thing was Randy Gregory.
Yeah.
He was the last guy that really got popped, and I think that was just weed stuff.
Well, the NBA stopped really testing for weed years ago because I think
Yeah.
they understand if we tested for weed,
We would not have a
league.
league.
they didn't even say anything about it. They're just like,
Dude, that's
just
I mean, that's just a fact.
That's the reality of it.
That's a fact. If
dude,
you
most leagues are like that, too.
yeah, and the NHL in its same right, there's a lot of there's a lot of corners cut in the NHL for players, and that's fine, perfectly fine. But that goes to tell you how severe this is,
Yeah.
right? How severe this specific case is.
Well, I'm just telling you right now, dude. Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I don't know the drug policy in the NBA. All I know is that all the leagues really care about now, every league, maybe except the NHL, and I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong. All they really care about is PEDs.
Yeah. Don't
all
cheat.
all they really care about is what are you putting into your body to make you bigger, stronger, and faster unnaturally.
Mhm.
In the NBA, Vic, if they honestly tested for substances,
Mhm.
you'd have so many guys popping.
Of
And,
course.
and same with baseball. And same with you'd have so many dudes popping if they truly tested for that. Brett, it's kind of like over. But the NHL's like, no, we're still going to test for everything.
All right, so
But baseball just sort of just
6, 2,
kind of
3,
went
1.
away. It just kind of
You're
went
right.
away.
Baseball understood that its greatest era was that steroids era. As much as we bark back now and say, listen, I think you've listened to this show long enough. Outside of Mosier, Brett and I are on the same page. We're not holier than thou looking down upon the steroids era. I thought the steroids era was one of the more fantastic eras in sports.
Well,
Well,
I didn't
I'm
because
not
you,
joking.
Well, you stole it from Roger Maris, didn't you?
I'm not a history elitist.
a history guy. I don't care.
Were you more interested in baseball in the late 90s, early 2000s? Yes or no?
Well, did I go to the 98 All-Star game and
We're-
watch Sosa and McGuire
Okay.
bomb it into the parking lot? You're damn right
All
I
right,
did.
so with the answer is yes. Are you as interested in baseball today as you were then?
No.
Case closed.
Well, but I think the
Your
game.
Honor?
I think
Your
the
Honor?
game and the people who run the game are stupid.
Your Honor,
And it's not. And by the way,
case closed.
no. The reasons are not because guys aren't jacking the ball to the moon, because they are. The reasons are baseball. The inequities in baseball are so
Okay, but
significant.
That's
I
fine.
can't trust it.
Different subject.
The
Let's
point
stay on
is,
it.
Screw you.
the point is,
Yeah, you heard me right. 7:36 in the morning, Tuesday. Screw you.
I'm not. Listen, I was a history major in college, and I.
You might as well have been a Dillhole major. There's nothing you learned in college that you're applying to today.
I'm a history major in college.
Oh my God.
I'm not going to lose sleep that somebody in the late 90s beat out somebody in the 20s in some MLB stat. I don't care. I don't hold the sport to that standard. I am not one of those Puritans of baseball
Well,
that
I am.
gets all offended.
Well, I am. You wanna
I don't
go?
care.
Let's go.
Entertain me
Let's
is
go.
what I care about.
Fine. Oh, you
You know what? Same with like the Tour de France. Okay, so Lance was, what was he doing? Blood doping?
Blood
Yeah.
doping.
So was everybody else.
correct.
So take 30 dudes, have them all blood dope.
How did we get here again?
Vic's being a jerk.
Why are we talking about baseball and
Vic's a jerk.
steroids?
No, because the testing is only for PEDs, and
Right.
you don't need. And Vic and you, Brett, too. I love the honest nature of your character, Brett. Where you said on this program about 4.5 years ago, if a guy walks up to the plate with a needle sticking out of his butt, I don't care.
Yeah.
Can you hit the curveball or not?
Yep.
Well, and the game today is so much different. It's either you're either jacking it out of the park
Okay.
or you're striking out. But such a dumb game.
But back
What?
to what the Avs are facing right now. Again, I don't know how we got on steroids in baseball, but back to what the Avs are facing right now. The question mainly is, first of all, can you get out of this contract? I don't know how. And Moj, I think you're right. I think that the Players Association, when they first made this, the last thing they wanted to do was make a rule that says, hey, if you're checking in to get yourself help, the team can't work their way out of a contract.
Is this
and I think that was their main concern.
Okay, that's
but
fine,
they
and
didn't
that's
think they didn't think this far ahead.
is this considered
Correct.
is this considered a mental health issue?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes.
So according to one of the texters, and I agree, the CBA in hockey treats mental health as an injury.
Correct.
All right. So if somebody gets injured, can you just put them on LTIR?
No, it's not. It's not a body part that's broken.
But I'm going to read this again. The CBA treats mental
got a
health
decent point.
as an injury. Correct.
Well, let me.
Wait.
If-
Correct. An
if-
injury.
Well, I don't know that. I'll
It treats
take
it in the same category as an injury.
Okay.
The mental health aspect.
If that's the case,
Your mentals are broken.
if that's the case, then
LTIR them. I mean,
That
that's the
makes
argument
sense.
I would
It
make.
does make sense.
That's
Time
the
out.
argument I would make if I'm the
but,
Avs.
but Vic,
I would make that
it's a
argument
good one.
right
I think
there.
it's a good one.
Vic, timeout. That is correct, and they will, and they can, and they will. But what I'm telling you, when he's eligible to come back, he counts against the cap like that.
Great.
Do you want to try to LTIR him the entire season?
Yes.
Well,
Until you're secure you could trust him. Yes. Yes.
well, you know what, Vic? I will say this.
Yes.
My guess, I have no clue whatsoever in this regard. My guess is that the Avalanche will have to go to the league and they will have to investigate every even if they wanted him back and they love him and he's gonna be back in the room, no problem whatsoever. Your duty to the franchise and
Yeah.
to the future of this friggin' league in this regard, you must go to the league.
Did you talk to Peter Schaefer at My Deal last night?
Yeah?
He talked about this. He
Okay.
talked about how they can get this done.
Yeah, you must go to the league and you must explore every avenue at your disposal and even explore avenues that don't appear to be avenues right now. You got to clear the brush.
Later
Clear-
on,
clear
later
the brush
on, let's
away.
get Peter on because he talked about this
Hold on.
explicitly.
Hold on a second. Just
By the way, he looks good, man.
something that just
I haven't seen Schaefer in a little while.
popped up in my head about that. Okay, so let's say that's the case, Vic. You do what you're suggesting.
Mhm.
If this is a what was the term again? If this is a mental issue, or what did you say?
Mental health.
Mental health. If this is a mental health issue, they treat it as an injury. So you LTIR them. And maybe, Moj, you just say, you know what? Take the year to get your mental health right. Really what you're doing, though, Vic, you're just kicking the can down the road.
Correct.
Because what happens when the year's done and he's got 4 years left on the contract
Will you
still?
determine whether or not he's ready to play?
Well, what if he's not then? What if you're still kind of like, I'm out?
Well, then you're
go
facing
back to the same
Then
situation.
you go back to the NHL and say this is a career-ending injury.
At the same time,
That's
dude,
what you do.
last thing-
Just like Gabe's situation.
Yeah.
Situation, right?
Okay.
Could be a career-ending injury. You go back to the NHL and
Well,
you
what
say,
if Val says it's not career ending?
well, then you take it to an arbitrator. And this is where lawyers have to get involved. And I want to get Peter on the air because he talked about this yesterday. The Avs can be aggressive here.
Yeah,
They can be aggressive and they can. That's what I would do.
Let me go back to it. The Neanderthal in me coming out, Brett, as we get to we're over break. I understand. He's a good player.
So good.
I mean, dude, he can
Hey, man.
he
If he fixes his mentals, I'm all in.
he really I don't think people understand that at his ticket, even at 6.125, he really helps your hockey club.
100%.
Three-
If he fixes his mentals, I would welcome him back with open arms.
303-504-0925. A lot more to talk about. I want to get to the Nuggets side of this and what their offseason challenges are next. All right, so Vic, at the beginning of the show, you talked a little bit about you're 55 today. It's your birthday, and you are sick and tired of the waiting. You want things to happen now.
Well, you get impatient the older you get. Yeah, again, my mentality when it comes to this, we just discussed what the Avs can do in the offseason. Now we're going to move on to the Nuggets, I assume.
Yes.
And, the goal, and I totally recognize and appreciate the goals that have been established by Calvin Booth and the administration there. They're much smarter than I will ever be when it comes to running a team, clearly. And they're concerned about making this window as long as possible with Joker and Jamal, okay? Joker is still in his 20s, so is Jamal. They got 5-6 good years left in them, all right? Who knows with the way these guys are playing these days. That's great. That's great. I want to win as much as possible. But I also don't want that feeling we had 2 days ago when you knew that the winner of that game would represent the West in the NBA Finals, and you knew that the winner of that game would have a chance at a second championship, especially
Probably would win the championship.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That feeling, I cannot reconcile that feeling with the one of let's build and sustain and develop. I don't want to hear about development.
So what does that mean?
What it means is, here's what it means for me. Here's what I'd like the Nuggets to do. If you put me in charge and I got my hands on this team, I keep the starting five the same because I don't think there's much you can do in the trade market. Everybody has these ideas of trade this guy, trade that guy. I don't think, A, you want to do, or B, you can do. So it's a starting five that before they played against Minnesota, when I think they're worn out, they obliterated every starting five in the league. The best starting five in basketball.
Yep.
Okay? Until they got to the Minnesota series. And then something changed. Give Minnesota credit. They helped change it.
Good team.
But you don't disassemble a starting five that has been that good for 2 seasons. You don't. You
Vic,
just don't do it.
You're so. I don't know if you got smarter on your 55th birthday or not, but you're smart right now.
Let's say this though, Moj.
I'm proud of you for being smart.
Let's just call out the elephant in the room here and say what disassemble means. It means trading Porter. Like
Exactly.
Correct.
Yeah.
You
Correct.
aren't
That's
going to
what it
do
means.
anything with
Yeah.
KCP. KCP, you want to opt into his player option this year. You aren't doing anything with Gordon or Murray or Jokic. So it's Porter. Now, can I make one point about Porter? Because I know I've been Mr. MPJ apologist on the show. I totally understand why people are asking for this. I get it. Because it's been 2 years now where he's been either really good or just disappears in the postseason. Didn't hurt you last year, but it certainly hurt you this year. In fact, do we have the sound, Nelly, from MPJ? And
He's accountable.
he takes ownership when he messes things up. But can you go ahead and run this for me?
This was a terrible series. I felt like, I may have had 1 or 2 good games out of the 7 we played. Part of it was the way they were guarding. Part of it was my shot wasn't falling. And it's tough because I know if I would have played up to par with how I normally played, we would have won this series. And there's a lot of things we could have done different as a team, but I know if I would have played my part, we would have won this series, and I got to live with that.
So he's accountable for it. Now, let me say this. On the subject of him, and again, I understand why people feel the way they do right now about Michael Porter Jr. and might want to trade him for some other pieces. But can I say this? I think that him not hitting shots is a big reason why you lost in the second round. No doubt about it. But Vic, do you get past the Lakers without him?
I was going to follow that sentence by...
Could you have lost in the first round if he didn't play the way he did?
I was going to follow that same sentence by saying he's the reason you won in the first round.
That's the difficult part about Michael Porter Jr.
Yes. And that's why you can't let 4 games decide the fate of your team. You can't. You cannot do it. And I understand the emotion. It's a big, big move. It's a big game. All you needed was one more guy to come along with your big 2. One more. So does that mean you're going to trade AG because he didn't come along?
Hell no.
You're going to trade KCP because he didn't come along? The point is, this starting 5 won a freaking NBA championship for the first time in this team's history. This starting 5 gave us something we've never gotten before. This starting 5, statistically speaking, the best starting 5 in the NBA over 2 seasons. You don't disassemble the starting 5 based on 1 series. You don't do it.
You know what? Happy birthday again. I'm gonna keep
100%
saying it.
agree.
And here's why I'm saying happy birthday again. Because I want to kiss you right now.
Well, go ahead.
Can I kiss him?
Go do it.
Let's kiss.
Go do it.
Well, no, we're not.
Can-
Let's kiss.
Do,
I'm gonna
do
kiss
kissing
you.
music. Do
Kiss
kissing
me.
music. Kissing music, Nelly. Kissing
Kiss
music.
me.
Oh, yeah.
God, that felt great.
God,
Thank
is he
you.
smart?
Your
And
little
Brett,
soul patch.
you know, you guys today are smart.
Don't you feel that little
And
stubble?
Yeah.
I'm absolutely with the yeah, with the Give it to me with the yeah. Thanks, Nelly. You said something. This is going back to your appetizer hour. A week and a half, let's say 2 weeks ago, we all agreed, and fans out there, you're going to agree with this. You have the best starting five in the NBA.
Yep.
I would argue to you right this second, you're still the second best team in the NBA. If the Nuggets win that series, they smoke Dallas, and they go and they win the NBA championship over Boston. I'm telling you right now. That's not to say that Oklahoma City's not going to get better. San Antonio's not going to get better, right? All these states, whatever. They're all. By the way, the chickens will come home to roost for every team with the money.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, it will happen. But you still have the best starting five in the NBA. What you need is a couple more guys off that bench
it's not
to
even
be
a couple
able
more.
even one. Now, here's the thing, Vic. By the way, with the starting five, there's not much you can't do anything anyway. You are committed. You're pot committed to this starting five. And you know what? And I'm friggin' fine with that. For those of you out there who are not pot committed to this starting five and realize that that's where they are, and you don't want this starting five, you're an idiot.
Well, you don't know the CBA.
Right. It's the best starting five in the NBA, so let's calm down about that. At whatever price. You got to find somebody off the bench. You got to find somebody to come in.
So let me break it down to this. My second phase, if I'm running the show, which I'm not, and thankfully I'm not, you should be thankful I'm not, because I'm way too emotional when it comes to this. Let the professionals run the show. But here's how I do. Starting five stays intact. You're not going to move it. You don't have to make sweeping changes to your bench. First of all, you can't. Mm-hmm. One player, one backup big that can score and rebound.
Yeah,
that's all I'm asking for. Because you know what? The wings are fine. Brown, Peyton Watson, fine.
I agree.
You're fine there.
I agree.
Develop Strother as another guard.
Yep.
He's fine.
Can somebody run the point?
Okay. But they got away with Bruce Brown doing exactly that in a championship season. You don't necessarily have to have a backup point.
Do they have one?
You don't have to have
No,
one.
no, no. I'm saying, do they have somebody who can do what Bruce Brown does? Can
I don't know.
Christian do that?
Well, but let me get to the more important matter. A backup big.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be a center, but someone who, when it's time for the bench to play, can go in there and go toe-to-toe with the likes of Naz Reid, who can go toe-to-toe with the bigs around this league, and you don't lose everything. You don't have to force Aaron Gordon to play the five and tax his ass during the course of a regular season.
Right.
By the time you get to Game 7 of a playoff,
He
he's
doesn't have
so
anything
damn
left.
tired,
Yeah,
he
doesn't
can't
have
even
anything left.
dunk.
That's an excellent point.
So you give him rest. You don't play these starters those minutes. You play these guys who can be capable enough to eat those minutes in a regular season. One guy, Calvin Booth, your job this offseason, one name, go find him. One backup big who can come in and play valuable minutes. That's it. It's not asking a lot.
As we roll on here, I agree with you, Vic. There are some things on this program that need addressing that we haven't addressed. We've been so caught up in the recapping of the most. By the way, you read Tom Green's Twitter?
Yeah, I haven't read it today.
You read it yesterday? God, was he funny? He was on one. We gotta get Tom on the show. Anyway, we need to address some things about this program that we've not been able to yet. And and Brett, don't look at me like that. These are important things.
I feel like whenever you say that, it's completely not important.
It's totally important.
All right. Well, 303-504-0925. We'll get to the important details next. Hey, that's your age.
Ba, ba, ba. Sammy
Moj.
Hagar's little boy.
Moj, what was it like 11 years ago when you turned 55? Because I'm trying to grasp the concept of being 1 foot in the grave. What, when you got there several years back?
How does impending death feel?
Yeah. So being, 12 years your junior, give me a little lay of the land of what I have to expect. And quit
Well, you're going to go. Listen,
cursing.
If you're like me, you're going to go low. You start making tons of birdies.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Because when I think of a birdie machine, I think
100% birdie
Yeah.
machine.
Yeah.
Okay, Brett, let me address some very important things in the program real quick. We've got a lot of great Avs content in so far, a lot of great Nuggets content. We'll talk about Drew Sanders blowing up his Achilles, something that I know all about. A couple things. Number one, we asked people today at the start of the program, tell us where we can go and what we can do. And I'm sorry to say that a lot of people who listen to this program like to rip us off. Because honestly, I can't even count the number of people who have said, bend over and I'll show you. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a pure ripoff of us.
I think of it as an homage.
All right, well, I think it's ripping us off. Don't rip me off. Number two, Martin Oleskowitz is no longer our producer. In fact, we saw Martin last night
He's
at
dead.
Vic's.
He's dead to me.
Well, agreed. We saw him at Vic's party last night. Okay?
I want you to say that too.
He's dead to me?
Yeah. He's probably listening right now
Okay.
on his way
He's
to
dead to me.
Illinois.
Yeah, good.
He's on his way to Illinois as we speak. All right, Martin, you're dead.
Who's
to us.
Marty?
Yeah, exactly.
Some runner.
But I gave him a big hug goodbye. You know, big man hug. Told him I loved him.
A lot
that
of
sort
skin
thing.
and bones when I hugged him too.
Yeah, a lot of
'Cause
skin
he
and bones.
runs so much.
100%. We got a new guy behind the glass. So we got a new producer here, Steve Nelson.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we got to get some things straight as you begin this program.
Yeah,
Number
Nelly.
one, your friggin' hat is stupid.
Yeah, that is a dumb hat. As much as I love the old logo, the way you're wearing it and the way it sits on your head, just
And
unsatisfactory.
not only that, but it's a flat bill. We don't do flat bills on this show. If you're going to be a part of the show, and you are in now,
we're
one
a
of
curve
us.
bill team.
Only curve bills. Okay, so aside from the bill, how would you fix this hat?
Well, the problem is your head is
Your face.
your head is the first problem.
Okay.
Okay, so you got a problem with your head. The way your gene
Didn't
pool
you
is
call his
screwed.
head a parade float once?
Yes,
No,
I did. Yes,
he
I
said
did.
something
Yeah.
else.
Didn't
That
he say it was
hilarious.
a parade
He said
or
he
a
said
cinder
that.
block?
Cinder block, yeah.
Cinder block.
First of all, you got a cinder block for a head, and I blame it on your parents. I can't blame it on anybody else. It's not your fault. Anyway, no hat's going to help that head, okay? But we don't do flat bills on this program. And number two that you need to know, anytime you travel, we're going to come see your band, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Gorilla Fanfare. We're going to come see you guys.
Okay.
I know you were just on TV the other day. You're all highfalutin now on 9 News. I get it. We're going to come see your band. But anytime you...
I went to play for Kyle Clark on the news.
I used to be on the news.
You guys are gonna
Look at
be
my
like
saxophone.
you're gonna be like Step Brothers. Play some 70s Joel. Hey, we only play 80s Joel in this brass band.
Number two, anytime you travel someplace, you have to bring us back some stupid token gift.
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
Well, he gave us this gavel.
He did.
Yeah, he's
Like,
a good
That's
gift
true.
giver.
That's true. You are, Nelly, and by the way, Nelly gave me an awesome pair of socks that say Mother Trucker on them. Did you know that?
I did not.
In fact, I probably owe you 5 gifts by now, Nelly. But I'm just telling you. So Martin went to Europe one time, and he brought us back a sleeve of the crappiest golf balls ever known to mankind. Right?
I got an eye on Vic here. He's going to steal from little Timmy.
No,
it
I'm
sounds
not.
like.
I'm saying the next thing that Nelly's in charge of, even though Marty's not here, you are in charge of making sure we provide for the Rancho Cucamonga Benefit Fund for Youth and Youth Sports Awareness Fund. We pay, they play. So if you
To
can't
benefit, wait. To benefit,
to benefit the youth,
no, what's it saying? The
I just read it. To benefit.
little Timmy.
Oh yeah, little Timmy. You have to make sure that we keep this thing full. So it's up to you to keep track of this. Did you guys happen to read Marty's final tally?
I was trying to find it
I have
because
it.
it's so good. You got it
is
in front of
the
you?
Funniest thing I've ever read. And I'm sitting at home reading this. I'm not joking. Guffawing, laughing, trying to hold it together. And people are like, what are you doing? I'm reading Marty's final Cucamonga finalist. It is so damn
He kept
good.
track
Okay.
he kept track of every fine we ever had. You know that, right?
Can
Nelly, you have a new charge.
I do. He sent me the whole list. I do have the full list with everybody's
Can you
dollar totals.
Can you just read a few?
Let-
Can you highlight
let
a
me
few
give
of them?
let me give you a few. Okay, so this is what you're now in charge of, Nelly, and you got to be like, look, you're the hammer here. Okay, you're the judge, jury, and executioner. So at this point, Vic has $20 total that he owes to
I got
this.
off cheap.
Vic said the Rockies have 3 Gold Glovers because the Rockies are so bad that all the other teams put the ball in play a lot.
That's pretty dumb. That's awesome though. It's dumb.
Vic complained, this is $1. Vic complained about the lighting in our studio while refusing to attend work.
That's also
Better
true.
to complain while you're away.
Oh,
Vic fined $2 looking up the Vegas Golden Knights record and ended up actually looking up the Vegas Raiders record instead.
I remember that.
$2. He called in and pretended to be Todd Helton, and it led to the worst phone call we've ever received. So that's just a few for him. Mosier has $34.
No,
$34, dude.
His first $2 fine came when he threw up Diet Coke during Sean Payton's cut.
Second fine of $2 came when he wanted to sing a song he wrote about stick holes.
That was a good song, Nelly, I should have been in your band. That was the song that I wrote about stick holes on the fly was a great song.
$1 for a bad question to Bednar about what his view looked like from the hotel.
This one's in bold, by the way. $2 made me play Hawaiian music and told a story that the whole point was Hawaii is nice.
That's true. I remember that as well. It is nice.
$2 asked the exact same question of Popeye Jones that Brett did, made our show look like a damn joke.
That's also true.
$2 called Riker off live on the air, and Riker dropped an F-bomb 2 seconds into the call.
Yes, he did.
$2 for Mosier saying he can't stand Carrie Strug out of nowhere, even though she hasn't been mentioned on sports radio for almost 2 decades.
Yeah, I was over Carrie Strug the day she broke her leg. I
Brett.
was done with that.
$2 said Devontae Adams had 0 catches for 0 yards, but in fact he had 4 for 34. That was a mistake.
But he also, what made this great is Marty didn't stop with us. He also fined guests who got on the show. He fined Jared Bednar $1 for engaging with Mosier's bad question about the view of his hotel.
That's true. He did. He actually went with it. Yeah, he did.
True, we find Betsy. I forgot.
Poor Beds. He owes a buck.
Sean Payton was also fined $1. He took his press conference live, and he didn't bring it, is what Marty said. Too many ums and long pauses.
That's also true.
I like this one. I got fined $1 because I actually remember this. Said to Vic that he had Terry's underwear stuck in his shirt just like Vic did. It was a great joke, but it was over the line, is what I was fined for.
That was very good.
So anyway, you're in charge of this now, Nelly.
Okay, so we have a new producer. Martin's on his way as we speak. Dog's loaded in the car. He's on his way to Illinois. So safe driving, Martin. Love you. I'll call you when we get done with the show. Make sure your travels are okay. But Nelly, you're now in charge, brother, and this is an absolute kangaroo court, so good luck with that. Yes, we will come see your band. Your brass band is actually very rad. I want people, in fact, we'll have some times this summer, guys, where we all go as a show to support Nelly and the Gorilla Fanfare. It's a great band. If you like that kind of music especially, but you'll go even if you're a metalhead because Nelly's awesome.
So, couple things here. Number one, the Broncos already got hit with bad news yesterday as they're just participating in our let's reintroduce ourselves to football stuff sort of workouts. Their third-round pick from last year, 67th overall, Drew Sanders, tore his Achilles. He is likely out for the year.
And this happened, a few weeks ago? It happened early in off-season drills?
Well, according to the story I read from Leggy this morning, that they were told late last night that he suffered that. And look, they won't get the information the day of, so it was at least a few days prior.
The worst kind of injury news, the kind that happens in the dark, off-season, and you don't know what the hell's going on. That's the worst.
Yeah, they said mid-April is when it happened. Here's the thing.
Well, how do we not know that? How do we not know it until now?
They have no reason to. Maybe they thought it wasn't as severe as it is. Maybe they thought it's something that is solvable because those Achilles, you suffered an Achilles. there's some confusion sometimes with soleus injuries and Achilles injuries, right? Moj, didn't you have that same question?
I had this is being a resident expert on blown Achilles or torn Achilles. I can help out a little bit. I had my Achilles rupture.
Let's
Okay, here's
let's
a
get
Make
this
it
hold on.
this up.
quick.
It depends. It depends on the severity of it. I mean, is it a partial tear? Like I'll say it one more time. Mine exploded into a million pieces and looked like pulled pork.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if he did not have pulled pork, it's going to be a faster healing process. But either
Mm-hmm.
way, dude, the amount of
He's out. this
immobility,
season.
absolutely,
I mean,
he is.
he's out.
And by the way, there for a guy who's still so young, Brett,
Yeah.
there's no reason to push it, in my opinion.
Well, here's what sucks though is that they were still trying to figure out if he was going to be an inside or an outside guy,
Yeah.
and they were going to use this offseason to do that because he started inside. Their plan was to have him play like the Josie Jewell sort of Alex Singleton role, and then he was athletic enough to push outside. But this is part of the problem that I had towards the end of last year, especially, and I'm talking like after the Patriots game. Why weren't we just playing all these guys so we could figure this out? Like, we're going to go on year 3 with
Yeah.
Drew Sanders, who's a high-end draft pick,
Yeah.
and we'll have no idea if he can play or not.
I think I know why. I think last year they went all in to play as many good players as they could because they wanted to see if Russell could do it.
But I'm
And
talking defensively.
I'm just telling you though. That was the effort. Is all right. Let's go all in with what we got this year. That's why they didn't play that rookie receiver as much as everybody had
Marvin
wanted. They
Mims.
didn't play the rookie corner. They didn't play the rookie linebacker. The rookies didn't get much run. And they didn't get it because I thought they were going all in to see if Russ could win. Well, that failed. Now, the reason there's good and bad here. Obviously, you never want to lose a young prospect to injury. The only bright side is where they going.
right.
No, I understand, but to me is the bummer though, Vic. It's
Where
like
they
you
going?
were going to use this year to see if some of those young guys were going to be dudes for when
Sure.
you get out of the
I
Russell
can't-
contract 2 years from now.
I'm not saying that they didn't like Jonah Ellis already. You know, I mean, they were maybe perhaps already enamored with the player. It's pretty apparent now. They select the kid because they knew that Sanders is going to be
Exactly.
gone.
Exactly.
So Ellis is here. I mean, it pushed them over the finish line in terms of drafting Jonah Ellis. But nonetheless, you can see now
You know-
as you go back in time to the draft, you can see what the Broncos' mindset was, knowing that Drew Sanders popped his Achilles and is gone.
when they draft certain players at certain position tells you a lot about the prospects of veterans because I heard this, Columbus said this yesterday during the PhD show. They drafted the running back out of Notre Dame mid-round. That tells you about what they think of their current running backs.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's going to be out of job there.
It's an excellent point.
Someone is going to be out of job. They're not keeping 4 running backs. They're not keeping 4 running backs. That's not happening. Somebody's going to be out of job.
And
Is
I
Jonah
believe
Ellis, by the way? You guys remember Luther Ellis?
Yeah, that's his son.
That's his son, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Luther played for the Broncos.
Yep.
Yeah, but
Estime is going to make this team.
Estime
He's
is
going
going
to
to
make.
make-
He's going to make this team.
who's out? Javante?
I don't know because McLaughlin's.
They're not keeping 4.
I've got to think
those
that P.
numbers.
Ryan is in, McLaughlin is in, and
I don't know if
Estime
P.
is in.
Ryan is in.
You don't think so?
Well, P. Ryan, who's the one guy that caught the ball out of the backfield when they needed it most?
Boom.
Who played
Yeah,
the
answer that,
style
Brett.
that Sean Payton? Who was their biggest receiver?
No.
Answer that, Kaner.
Here's the thing. Did Sean Payton want it to be that way?
Well, who is it now? It's still him. It's still him. They don't have anybody who can fill that role.
Well, look.
I'm telling you right now, Audric Estime just took Javante Williams' job. Done.
Wow.
Could be.
Wow.
I mean, you tell me.
Wow.
It's done.
That's a pretty bold statement for a guy who pencils in to be your starting running back.
I'm trying to
I mean,
figure out
that's-
why would
holy
you guys
cow.
assume that Jaleel has a job over Javante?
Well,
'Cause I think they want different types
he's
of
unique.
backs,
He's
different styles.
he's a unique little guy who can
Why would you
pound
want
the hole.
2 of
Yeah.
the same guy?
Agreed.
Javante and Estime are largely
You
the
haven't
same
really
guy.
thought this through, have
They
you?
didn't play Jaleel
I
all
want
that
you
much.
to think a little bit. You're not thinking.
They didn't play him all that much.
Yeah, because but the team overall stunk. They didn't play a lot of rookies. They didn't play a lot of young. Why didn't Marvin Mims Jr. play?
No, I understand all
okay,
of that.
Okay.
All I'm getting at is maybe it's just like where he was drafted sort of thing, and that Javante looked good before he tore his ACL. I would be kind of surprised if they just gave up on him a year after that. You know what I mean?
Hey, Moshe, as we go to break here, Did the Avs have like a clean out the locker day where you can address certain topics, certain questions?
No.
No.
I'm wondering
they
if
they don't have that.
I don't think the Nuggets do too, and I wish they did.
Coach said to me yesterday, I go, "Are you coming on Wednesday?" And he goes, "Nope, I'm done."
I don't
He goes,
blame him.
My last press conference is the last time I'm talking.
Because there's really, but from a selfish standpoint, from a media standpoint, I wish the teams did that because there are so many lingering questions I would want to ask.
Well,
Much more like
so
when
what
Coach
you want to do
Malone
is
is not emotional, and you can ask these questions.
Mhm.
One of the texters has a great question. He wants to know: did anybody ask Malone why DeAndre Jordan didn't get more minutes in that series? That's a question that's prime on my brain, to be honest with you.
We're less than 48 hours from the Nuggets being eliminated. Yet it's so fresh and so hot still that the true dig down deep questions that you want to ask, those come 72 hours,
Yeah.
96 hours later, and you don't have the opportunity, right? Now you have all these. The emotion is starting to wane, and the cognitive thought process is starting to take over, and now you don't have access to it. But I don't know, Vic. I guess the NFL does it. I don't know any other league that does it like you think they do it, though.
Yeah, I guess I'm
They
used
clean
to
out
the
the
NFL
locker
covering,
day. Yeah.
covering every Broncos season for 20 years.
The NFL, I
that's
think
what
the
they did
NFL is
after
the
every
only
season.
team that does do it, I think. And I'm not even sure the Broncos still do it.
They do.
They do?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They have cleaned out your locker. Do you remember Russell Wilson spoke
yeah.
at the end of the season?
He called everybody.
I think it's great. I think it's great to say goodbye and get perspectives from different players who might not return.
Well, they do have, I don't know if you call it clean out the locker day, but they do have exit interviews every player does with the coaching staff and so on and so forth. That does happen
Yeah.
in every league. But as far as meeting with the media, the answer is no.
Well, 303-504-0925. By the way, we'll talk to Peter Schaefer at 8:45 this
we are?
morning. See
Okay,
if
good.
we can get a little bit more information from an agent perspective on how you can go about the Val stuff. But I want to get back to the Nuggets and a question. Vic, I agree with you, but I think there's more meat on this bone. You don't want to mess with the starting five. But how do you go about addressing the depth when you're cap strapped for the most part this offseason? We'll get to it next.
Check this out. Memorial Day coming up this weekend. Unbelievable deals at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Right now, you can lease a new Mazda CX-90 for $299 a month. That's crazy. You don't hear about that kind of stuff anymore. 0% financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on Ford Escapes. And if you're wanting to get a big one of those 2023 Lincoln Navigators that are just sitting there ready for you to go, $10,000 off right now. Mosier Special still rocking $1,000 in extra trade allowance or free 3-year maintenance or $1,000 in free accessories. There's so many vehicles and there's so many deals, especially this Memorial Day weekend. It's a long weekend. Take the time to get there. Highway 36 and Wadsworth, or go online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar. It's everything you want out of a dealership.
Special shout out to all of our listeners, new listeners every day, bringing new listeners to the show. Thank you very much. Special shout out to our boss's wife, the big boss, who found out last night not only listens but watches the show on the daily, making this the most inexpendable show at altitude.
Sup?
That
What?
is not true.
What do you mean it's not true? That pretty much cements it. What do you mean it's not true?
So if the boss's wife, if
the big boss is not just the boss, the big boss.
So if the
Yeah.
big boss's wife is watching the show, you're
Daily.
saying that there's nothing you can do to get 86.
There's nothing the boss can do. The wife likes the show. The boss can't do a damn thing.
But what if you end up being stupid every single day of your life?
If the boss's wife likes us, correct me if I'm wrong. If the boss's wife is happy, he's happy. Correct?
I don't know if she likes the program
Tracks.
other than she just has it on as a filler. in the
Whatever it
morning.
is. If she's happy, he's happy. If we're happy, she's happy.
Well, the 3136. Hey, Mosier, toast. All right. Thank you very much. So, shout out to Tammy. Thank you so much. Great to have you aboard the program every day. Hopefully, we're not wallowing in our sorrows here. Day 2 after the Nuggets got eliminated.
Can I apologize?
Yeah.
I think the sensitivity train ran over my heart and I got a little delicate and soft. And I want to take ownership of this. I can't do it via Twitter, so I'm going to do it on the radio. I'm getting too soft about like Anthony Edwards waving at the crowd. Because I saw a video of Nikola Jokic like running up to him at the end of the game saying, "What are you doing?"
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't happy with them trying to keep playing and the Jaden McDaniels dunk at the end. Did you see this video that I posted last
Yes.
night of Joker saying, "What?
He just said, why? Why?
Why are you doing this?" And I guess if the shoe was on the other foot, I'd be surprised. But it's really not that big a deal.
That's what I thought.
It's not. I mean,
like
waving to the
Jaden
crowd, it's not
McDaniels
that
is
big a
one
deal.
thing.
Yeah.
The waving to the crowd, I'm just like, all right.
Yeah,
whatever.
now it doesn't mean I have to like it. It doesn't mean I have. I thought he did bring it a little too much of that. I mean, walking out of the locker room saying I handcuffed Jamal. Some of the stuff that Anthony Edwards saying. Eventually, you're going to have to pay the piper. Eventually, and I'm not saying now. You could talk all you want now. Enjoy it. You deserve it.
You ever had chickens, Brett?
But eventually, it's going to catch up to him because he's emotional. And everybody says, "Oh, let the kid be emotional." Okay. Well, he also threw a chair last year, hit a lady.
Yep.
Because he lost.
Yep.
So you could be emotional, but you can also be criticized for being emotional. That's just the way it's going to be.
I know you're from Omaha. It's big cow country. I know. Did you ever have chickens?
If not.
Okay. Well, I haven't either, but Bear, before she moved here to marry me for God knows what reason, she had chickens.
Like real life?
Real life chickens.
She-
100%. Yeah.
She
that?
like nurtured them and
Yeah.
fed them.
And we got fresh eggs every day. It was great.
I've heard
Freaks.
they come home to roost.
That's at least you're a good learner. That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you.
What does that mean?
Well, they may be out pecking around the yard all
Yeah.
day,
Mhm.
but they come home to roost in their little barn, a little chicken barn.
What does to roost mean?
Well, they get up there and they sit on the
Get up in there?
They get up on in there and they hunker down for the night. Chickens come home
With
to
the
roost.
rooster?
A place where birds regularly settle or congregate to rest at night, or where bats congregate to rest in the day.
There you go. They come home to roost. Well,
Hence
it's
the name rooster.
correct. Anyway, so she had real live chickens, and I put a real nice warming light in there for them for the winter. They loved it. Anyway, they come home to roost. So for all these guys and for AE and everybody else, Ant, they will come home to roost at some point. But right now, you have to look at them and say, you know what? This is their time. This is their time. And I'm not for the Dallas Stars. Do I have angst and anger about the series? Absolutely, I do. But you know what? This is their time, bro.
Okay.
They're playing great hockey. I think they're going to steamroll Edmonton, and then I don't know what the heck they're going to do in the Stanley Cup final. They'll probably get Florida, and they're going to lose.
So hang on a second. I want to go back to something because, Vic, I am 100% in agreement with you that doing anything with the starting five at this point, I think, would be hasty. I think it would just be too overreactionary to what we've seen the last couple of years. And we're talking about Porter more than anything else. I saw somebody on the text, and I've seen multiple people say this. Well, KCP is probably going to decline his player option. I don't think he is. Are you with me? I'd be more surprised if he declines it than accepts it.
Well, the only thing that
he's going to get term out there on the open market.
Yeah,
bro.
the only thing that could make him think twice is it's essentially a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
Okay. And he's not ready to retire. What is he? 31?
31.
Yes.
So what if, I don't know, Memphis comes at him with a 4-year deal of 18 per?
Yeah, the money's not going to be all that much different. He'll make 16 next year.
But
I
it's
think
still
it's like 15
4
and a half,
years
16.
of guarantees.
Yes, the term is the issue that he's going to face. But at the end of the day, I've said this before. He likes it here.
Oh,
He fits well.
Don't fall in love with that. You're making a big
gotcha.
mistake.
No,
Don't-
I know
Bruce
this isn't the
Brown
Bruce
loved it
Brown
here.
thing. The Bruce Brown thing was a little bit different, Vic, because the difference between 12 and a half and 22,
Brett,
$23 million is a lot.
The difference between $14 million and $17 million is $3 million. Is that a lot or a little in your book?
Especially over the course of a 4-year deal.
He's going to make almost 16.
Okay, but Brett, all right, so let's say the difference between 16 and 18, $2 million. Is that a little or a lot?
I mean,
Brett, is that a little or a lot?
who are you asking? Are you asking the guy who's already made $30 million or $40 million? You asking, who are you asking?
I'm going to tell you right now that 99% of the guys in this league, if afforded an extra $2 million per year, are taking the extra $2 million per year if it comes with the term.
The difference, though, between Bruce and KCP is that Bruce was younger, never made money before, and he had no problem taking the cash to go to a team that wasn't going to win. Ironically, Indiana was a winning team, but then they traded him. KCP is, yes, he's 31. He's got a lot of basketball left.
He has multiple championships too, Brett. So I don't want to talk out of turn here, but I had a good conversation last night with Bob and Taylor and Katie Wingy, and Katie raised a very good point. KCP is a really good leader. He's seen a lot. He's done a lot. He's active in the huddles. He's very in tune with his basketball team. I don't want to say he's like a player coach, but he pushes a lot of right buttons with his teammates. He knows his role incredibly well, Brett. That's a valuable guy to another team that maybe needs that sort of player on the roster. If the Nuggets ended up losing him, it would hurt. And now I know you free up some money, you can go do something else, blah, blah, blah. But if they do lose him, it would be a factor on this team. And I'll go on even a little bit further. Best starting 5 in the NBA still. People want to overreact 24, 48 hours, 96 hours later. You want to overreact and mix things up and change this. You don't need to do a lot if you're the Denver Nuggets and Calvin Booth at this point, in my opinion. But you can't do nothing, okay? You can't stand pat and do nothing. You've got to do something, and I loved Vic's idea. Try to find a big man that can rebound for you and maybe put the ball in the bucket a little bit, but defend inside. You got to give the Nuggets 2 bigs. You got to give them a little blow, you've got to be able to be comfortable with it.
To get to it though, Vic, what I was going to ask you was how do you do it? A viable option off the bench is going to cost a little bit of cash.
Okay, well, I'll give you some names.
Go ahead.
Let me look it up. Let me look at his contract situation before I go here.
I'll tell you one guy that I think would really work, that I'd be happy with, that I think fits the kind of money. Can I throw a name out there while you look? Andre Drummond made $6 million this year.
Nah, don't like it.
Why?
You're
talking about a guy who can get buckets around the rim and can rebound. He does that.
I don't like it. It doesn't fit the style of the system. There's better players that'll be cheaper that I don't trust him.
Trust in what way?
I don't think he would fit the system. There are other players I think that are better for the system. One of the reasons why DeAndre Jordan on this team, he's a leader. DeAndre Jordan in that locker room is the leader of this team. He organizes team activities. He organizes team dinners. He is the leader of this team.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
he may be gone. He may be gone, which is you're going to have a huge void to fill there.
What's his face with the Heat?
But do you want a guy who can play, or do you want the locker room guy?
I'm just giving you.
That's a great question.
I'm going to give you a couple more names that I think are better players for the system.
Okay.
That I think, and how much money was he making, Andre Drummond?
6.
There's a player right now who's a free agent who made $2 million last year.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Dario Saric, Golden State. Backup big from the Balkans, plays a similar style as Joker, can shoot the three, can play inside. He's not a center. He's a
I was
big.
gonna say
He's a big. He's not a center. He's a big.
I don't think Dario is like a Twin Towers, Minnesota
Would
guy.
Dario
who could
Saric,
fit-
let me ask you something. Would Dario Saric, would he have helped you in the series against Minnesota? Would he have played in that series?
He would have played. Yeah,
Would he have been a benefit for the Nuggets coming off the bench as a big?
more than what they got.
And I'm going for names like this. He's 6'10", by the way. Dario Saric is 6'10". He's not small. 6'10". He can play. He can score. He can play their style. You're not going to get expensive bigs. You're not going to get anybody over $10 million. I'm telling you right now, unless you make some serious trades, it's not happening.
But I guess when you say a backup big, what's the role that you want them to fill?
I just told you. Come in, be a threat to score. You have to be a threat to score. Because what happened with the bench this year, as soon as the starters went off, as soon as Joker went off, all the scoring load was on Jamal, remember? Because he stayed with the second team. And so then teams started loading up on the backcourt defense. You got to have a big who could score.
Well, Vic, those guys don't grow on trees.
He could score.
Here's the thing about Saric. He signed a 1-year deal with the Golden State. He's free. He can go anywhere, do anything he wants. Is that a guy?
That was a steal, $2 million.
So would you make a phone call right this second?
I would have made a phone call at the trade deadline. I would have tried to get him at the trade deadline.
Okay.
That's me.
Okay. You know what?
Maybe I'm being one-track focused on this because I'm just thinking. I'm thinking of a guy in the series you just lost. Like, can he go in there and bang with Cat? He can't do that. I mean,
Well, how many guys? So Drummond can. He can bang.
he's huge.
Yeah, he can bang. But he can't score. He has no offense.
no, nothing outside of around the rim.
He can't
nothing.
score. The
He's
Nuggets-
just a clone
Okay.
of DJ, just younger.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the guy you just described, they already have that guy.
Younger, more athletic.
But they have that guy. Why didn't they use him then in that series?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I still don't know why they didn't use
The
DJ.
reason they didn't use him is because they want the flow of the offense to continue in this. You got to
But the
score.
offense is different when Joe gets off the floor. You can't run the same
I'm
thing.
just telling you what they want and what I'm not telling you what I want because I'm puzzled the same as to why they didn't give DeAndre a few minutes just to go up against those bigs. I'm puzzled like you are.
And it might just be a difference in philosophy between you and me. And again, I admit I might be too one-track focused on just trying to solve the Minnesota issue, which is they have so much size that, you can get another Dario Saric, but does that fix Jokic is going to the bench and Karl Anthony Towns is on the floor? Does that fix anything?
Make them adapt to you rather than adapt to them because I don't think you can go get two 7-foot. They got 3 7-footers.
Listen, I'm confident that they'll do that. We got to give them the platform. I mean, we got to. They'll have the platform to do that this summer. Let's see if they do. Listen, they're not going to sit around over there and twiddle their thumbs and go, well, we just have to run it back with what we got. They ain't going to do that. They're not dumb people. They know the window is open. They will adjust and they will maneuver. But there's only so much that they can do, Vic.
I guess, when you win a franchise record, they tied a franchise record with 57 wins. So you cannot look at the season in the regular season as a disappointment because it wasn't. They tied a franchise record. It just ended. The disappointment comes from blowing a 20-point lead at home in Game 7 when you know if you win that game, you're essentially going to be in the NBA Finals. That's what the disappointment is.
Yep.
But if you rewind a year, and what happened in the offseason last year, in losing Bruce Brown and losing Jeff Green and essentially not replacing them, you didn't replace them. You brought in Justin Holiday, but you didn't replace the two guys who played
They just wore out.
But you're saying you can't just do nothing again, is all I'm saying.
Correct.
You cannot just do nothing again. You can't.
And by the way, this whole Zeke Naji thing is hanging over their heads at over 8 per. Can he play or can he not play?
Either play him or not play him. You got to
either play him or try to get.
Trade him. Yeah,
something.
But he's
making
hurt a lot too.
What's that?
He's hurt a lot too.
Well, that's what I'm saying though, Vic. Is like
how old?
I almost feel like
how old is he?
Hang on. Isn't Zeke kind of a Dario Saric?
Hayden writes in, who has ever said if we had Dario Saric? Well, Hayden, I bring you this. How many people have said, if we only had Jeff Green?
Yeah.
Oh, if we only had Jeff. How many times did you hear that in the last few days?
Yeah,
But
Najee is only
nobody's
23.
asking.
He's 23 years old.
Nobody's asking a Dario Saric to come in and play a key role. Nobody's asking for that. I'm asking for 10 good minutes off the bench where you have a guy who has the ability to bang and score. You need a backup big who can bang and score.
But can
score and bang.
But
Bang
again,
and score.
Hold on, hold
and
on.
bang. Here we go. Now score and bang. Score.
can
score, and
Saric
bang.
do that? He can score. He doesn't score by banging down low, is what I'm talking about.
Sure he does.
Saric is more of a shooter.
He uses his body when he needs to. I've watched enough games out of Saric. He's 6'10". He's not a small guy. He's not skinny.
Yeah, I mean, Porter's 6'10". He's not a banger down low. I mean, here's the other
I
thing.
think- but Brett,
we
I
do
think-
kind of forget about Vladko. I know Vladko wouldn't play that role necessarily.
But
But-
how's his body? I mean, he's a year. He's been off a year.
He's not 38 years old.
Okay, he's not 55 like Vic today. Happy birthday again.
Thank you.
But I think what we're establishing here, and this is a very important point, they can't sit around and do nothing, and they won't, in my opinion. And you got to bang and score. And then also, Brett, on the flip, you've got to score and bang. Just write that down. Write that down right now. Vic, tell him to write it down, please.
Mental note. Got it. 303-504-0925. So let's get some clarification from somebody who would know about this stuff. Peter Schaefer, super agent. He's going to join us and talk about Val here. And what are the options that the Avalanche have? Because I'm still to this day confused on what they can do here. But he seems to know some ways that they can get around this. We'll talk to Peter Schaefer next. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor, and attorney, ramoslaw.com. So one of the things that we are trying to figure out is with the Val situation and what the Avs face this offseason, it's pretty unprecedented in at least that league. And do you bring him back? If you want out, is there a way out? Well, there's somebody who might know about that, and he's on the line with us now. It's Peter Schaefer, super agent. Peter, what's going on, buddy?
Good morning. Happy birthday, Vic.
Thanks, Peter. Much appreciated. Kind words last night. I was really emotional.
It was, by the way, let me echo that before we get started here. It was good to see you, man. You look great.
Well, my kind words were from ChatGPT.
Oh, yeah. By the way, that's made every lawyer's job so much easier. How easier is it to be an attorney now that the AI world does all the work for you?
I don't use it at all, Vic. I was kidding. It was a joke, humor.
I don't think it was a joke.
Peter, while we got you, we got a question. So regarding the Avalanche and what they're facing with Val Nichushkin. So he makes over $6 million. He's got his contract through 2030. What can they do here with the situation of him going for the third time into the player assistance program? And if they wanted out of this contract, is there a way out?
So he's got a guaranteed, and the key word is guaranteed, 8-year, $49 million deal.
Mm-hmm.
In other sports, guarantees can be voided if a player fails to participate or perform. Fails to show up for training camp, fails to show up for a game. The NHL contracts don't have that language. So then the question is it standard contract law which says that if you're not performing, why should we pay you? As it stands right now, if he is suspended for 6 months, that would take him to the start of the season. They would get cap relief right now. But if he comes back and he starts playing, you got to pay him $6 million. You can't spend that $6 million because as soon as he comes back, that hits your books again. So the question would be is, can they void the guarantee, which then would allow them to void or cut him? And would they do that? Now, Mose would know better than I would about whether you'd still want him on the team, on the roster, if you could release him.
Well, Peter, he's a very, I've said it a million times, he's a very valuable player. At his ticket and with what he provides, he's sort of a very unique type of player in the league and a very valuable type of player. So maybe you do want him back, but again, you'd know better than me. How do you integrate players back into a room when it's the second time? And you have 2 postseasons now that your team has been hurt. As much as you love the guy, how do you trust him? I mean, there are so many moving parts in this, Peter. It's almost mind-boggling. And again, as Brett said, it's fairly unprecedented, especially in this league.
Right, and to me, the whole idea of a suspension for an addiction seems to be counterintuitive. And it happens in all sports. Obviously, if a person has an addiction problem, they have issues. And the number one factor should be, how do we get that person help, right? How do we help them become better people, deal with the addiction? And most addictions are caused by something, anxiety or, whatever. And now you take away the player's income, the player's friends, the player's teammates, his job, his sort of reason to be, and tell him, okay, you go deal with this by yourself. So I think that hurts the process greatly. But then maybe there's also a way you talk to the player and say, okay, look, we can void this. We can work this out. Why don't we come to a contract, a compromise? Less money, do this, you earn your way back. Let's work together, because if you're the player and you get released, who else is going to touch him? Some other team takes this on?
If you were his agent, would you advise him to take a pay cut, or would you just say, no, you signed the contract, keep your money?
I would first be saying, let's find a way, what kind of treatment program. You're dealing with, a Russian player. They're different. They grew up, and I'm not trying to be, stereotypical, but grew up differently, different mindsets, different cultures, different social norms. So you have to find a way to get through to that player, right? Do you let him go back to Russia where it all started? You don't even have control of that, but you suggest that. So the idea would be, number one, how do we treat the human being? How do we get the human being better? 2, then, on the pay cut, I'd sit there and say, okay, well, let me get a temperature for the rest of the league. Would someone else take this player? And then if so, would it be a better situation for him emotionally, mentally, and physically? And then two, what would that team pay? No one's giving him 8 years, $49 million.
Not anymore. No way.
No way.
So,
Right.
so Peter, the NHL has this LTIR thing, which they can execute when a player's injured and take his money off the books for time being during the course of a season. In the hockey CBA, this is considered a mental health issue, which is considered an injury, really. Why could they not argue that we LTIR him for as long as we possibly can and take that salary off the books for most of next season?
Because, well, they could argue that. The reality is the suspension might be longer than the treatment. You can only put the player on that list if he's actually hurt. So at some point, they're going to come back and say, okay, he's healthy or can play. That's where the rubber hits the road. That's where a decision has to be made by the team, player, and all that other stuff.
Well,
now let's say the team is done with him. Like Mo says, how do you bring him back in the locker room? Let the team down twice, and they just want to get out from underneath, right? So therefore, they would try to get the guarantees or say the guarantees are null and void, release the player, and then the player then would have to grieve or file grievance against the team.
That's it's so, what a tight spot. You know what I mean? Again, it's a very tight spot that he's put himself and the team in. And I guess, Peter, I look at it this way too, since we are sort of in uncharted waters. What recourse does the team have? How aggressive do you think they can possibly be if they should choose that route to try and get, again, assuming, let's say they won out from underneath it. I'm not suggesting that they do, but what recourse could they possibly have? Is there a pathway? There has to be a pathway to allow the team not to be just absolutely hamstrung and cornered with no recourse.
Well, so what would happen is, and again, this is what they call a case of first impression, would be if the team decides that the guarantees can be voided, then they would send a letter to the player, we are hereby voiding your guarantee. See, nothing happens until two things happen. Training camp, when the player would have to report, and or the first regular season game when they have to start paying them. Players don't get paid during the summer. So there are no events right now that are causing anybody to do anything right away. Free agency is going to hit, and the team would like to know if they have that money to use, right, to replace him. And I don't think they're going to have an answer by the time free agency starts.
Yeah, yep.
So you sort of have to keep that in reserve just in case your plan doesn't work or you come up with a compromise plan. Compromise plan is going to cost money on the salary cap. So at some point here, then the Avalanche will send a letter saying we hereby void you have voided your guarantee by not being available. Boom, boom, boom. Then they would decide whether they keep him on the roster. The guarantee just guarantees if he's going to be on the roster, gets paid. If they say the guarantee is void, then maybe they cut him, right? And then it would then be at that point he would file a grievance under the NHL grievance procedure with the commissioner, and they'd have a hearing and an arbitrator and all that other stuff.
Well, I'd hate to get there, though, Peter. I mean, it's brain damage for everybody involved. You know what I mean? For the organization who likes the guy very much, he likes his team. But you've got to think about the long-term health of the franchise and what's most important there. It's
All
just what a mess.
Well, Peter, while we have you here, you are an NFL agent. You represent NFL players who formerly played college football, and we know the landscape of the college game today. It is complex. It is crazy. It is NIL. It is the portal. Word out of the college football world, Georgia quarterback Jaden Rashada suing Florida head coach Billy Napier and the top Gators booster for fraud. Among other allegations, fraud over a failed NIL deal worth close to $14 million. I mean, is this just the tip of the iceberg? Is this where this is headed? What are your thoughts on navigating college football and NIL?
Well, the NIL is a fiction. It's supposed to be name, image, and likeness. very few players are actually getting name, image, and likeness deals. It's basically pay to play.
Yes.
And so obviously, Florida made an offer. Whether it was accepted or not, I'd have to see the emails and the contracts, that type of deal. And obviously, they decided he wasn't worth the money, or they got another player. It's like free agency, or they got another player for less money. And so now the poor kid has to go to Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
What are the damages for having to go to Georgia? I mean, those are huge damages right there, right?
Mm.
So, but in a general sense, it's just pay to play. And there has to be some regulations, just like there is in hockey and football. Free agency dates. I don't see a salary cap being put in place, which would be good. I think they wouldn't be equal because right now, the SEC teams are just outspending everybody.
Yep.
The question is, how long is this a sustainable model, and how long will boosters keep putting money into these programs for NIL money? You're already paying for the program, and you're buying your season tickets and your suites and all that other stuff. I mean, what happens at CU if they don't have a winning record? Are the boosters still going to give all that kind of money this year for next year's class?
Yeah, I mean, it turns out to which teams, which schools' boosters want to spend the most money for trophies.
Yeah, it is. And but this Wild West aspect, Peter. I know we got to run here, Brett. But this Wild West aspect where players are now
who says Brett's in charge? Why can't you say no? We're talking.
You don't have to get permission from Brett.
Yeah,
I didn't even
need
do
your
anything.
permission.
I was just sitting here, Peter.
But this Wild West aspect of it, my God, man, you're suing universities now for $14 million, and I don't even know where this is going. Once Pandora's box opened, Peter, it's just crazy. I can't wrap my head around it. I really can't.
Well, the NCAA screwed it up. They were unprepared for it. They've been, they should have realized this was coming, put a plan in place that's fair to everybody. They didn't, and now everybody's going to figure it out on their own until until the government or someone figures it out for them. They're not smart enough to figure it out.
Peter, not that I'm in charge or anything, but is it okay if I go to break now?
Well, you're not in charge because you clearly asked me, and I give you permission.
All right. Appreciate the time, Peter. Thank you, buddy.
See you, buddy.
All right, boys.
There you go. Peter Schaefer, super agent, joined us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Back after this.
Guys, I'm going to get a little bit personal with you right here and ask you a question. Are you not feeling like you used to? Maybe you're having decreased energy, increased body fat, maybe a decrease in libido, overall lethargy. Well, check your hormones. Yeah, you can do that, and you should do that. And it's nothing to be ashamed of. Do what I did and go to Castle Rock Hormone Health. They can get you back on track. They've got 6 offices all over the Front Range. Their doctors are not only experienced with hormone replacement, they're excellent, experts at it. They're professional, and they're really, really good. I've already done it. I've got an appointment today. I'm feeling better already, and you can as well. Get that hormone optimization where it should be. Check out a free evaluation and do it today at crhormonehealth.com. That's crhormonehealth.com. Get back to feeling the way you need to feel. Get back to being you, and you'll be glad you did it. One more time, crhormonehealth.com. Hi, Bretsky. She who why can't I ever say
Yeah,
that?
you can't do it, can you?
She who shall not be seen is in the studio. Hi, Anna.
Hi, Anna.
Hi, Anna.
So we've gotten permission from our boss, Matt, on the TV side to talk about. Anna was there last night. It was great to see you. All the bosses were there. Friends, family, Bambina. Your mother was there. Terry was there.
When I saw my mother, I was scared.
I know. It was a shock to your system. I know.
Just to let everybody know, I was told that last night we were having, at Kyle's house for some reason, a leadership council meeting. I don't know what the hell
is the leadership council?
I
don't know.
But
it's
I was
the only
honored.
thing. It's the only thing he could say that would get you there.
Exactly, because if it was just like, hey, a get together, I was too depressed after the Nuggets. I wasn't going. There's no way I was driving across town in traffic. I wasn't doing it. I don't live on that side of town, and I don't hang with that side of town with you people on the south side.
By the way, you were wearing a dumb hat.
Yeah, but anyway, I was told it was a leadership council meeting, and I fashioned myself as a leader, and I came equipped with leadership type ideas. And I walk into Kyle's backyard, and I see all of my colleagues from Altitude Radio and Altitude Sports, and I saw my mom. I'm like, did I die?
You saw your son.
Yeah, I go, did I really die?
I know he probably thought that, yeah, that's something he was, in an ether world or something. But your son was there with his gal. Nice to see them again. But you knew it was a big deal. We can announce last night what transpired. So this is a really cool thing. And our TV boss, Matt Kroll, went to great lengths with some of your colleagues, and including guys like Ron Zappolo, some heavy hitters. Jim Benneman.
Yeah.
Some big time heavy hitters who have been around, legends in this town, right? And they wrote to the Emmys and said, you know what, you got to look at this guy. And the Emmys said, yeah, we do got to look at this guy. Vic has now been inducted into what's called the Silver Circle.
For only silver hairs.
Apparently that is the case, but it's 30 plus years of excellence because you've got more Emmys. You've got more Emmys than you have, I don't know.
Then you have children.
Well, yeah. The late Mike Nolan had ex-wives. You got more Emmys than that. He uses them like his doorstops. He's got so many all over his house. And the Emmy Awards go, we got to recognize this guy. It's a very prestigious honor. There's only like 30 people who have ever been in this thing and gotten this award. And our boy got it. He got the letter from the Emmys last night, and it's going to be announced at 10:30 nationally. But our boy here, we were allowed to say it on the air on the radio show. And, dude, we were all there. We all knew it was happening. Mm-hmm. It was special to be a part of, man. It was really cool, and you should be recognized for the job you did over the last 30 years plus.
Also, are you the only sports person or
yes.
one of the
I think
only?
he's the or one of the only sports people to be in this exclusive club now.
That's crazy.
I appreciate it. I really do. And it was honored, humbled. I got emotional. Not because of the award, mind you, because I don't even know what the hell it is, but I'm not trying to disparage the award. It's great. Thank you.
I kept telling you congrats, and I had no idea what it was.
I don't know what it is, but I'm thankful to be in that group you mentioned. I am. I was more thankful that I had a bit of a reprieve after a tough loss over the weekend where, my heart swallowed my heart, it felt like, and I got a chance to escape that among friends and family. And that was really nice of all of you to take time out of your busy Mondays.
Well, let's be honest.
When I was late
let me be honest. Yeah, by the way, you were like
late to my own
45
thing.
an hour late to your own party.
Well, I thought it was a leadership council cookout.
Terry goes to me
he
at
also
one
said,
point.
He's 5 minutes out, and 40 minutes later, I'm like, where is he?
The Queen of Chicken goes to me. She goes, Moj, I don't think he's left yet. I'm like, let me see. And his thing is flashing at his house in Golden. I'm like, he's just sitting there with his teeth in his mouth. He's not even on the road yet. Oh, I was so mad. But let's be perfectly honest about it. We were glad to honor you. You deserve it. You've kicked ass for over 30 years. It's very prestigious. Congratulations. There was also free food and booze.
That too.
And I knew that would bring all the chicks to the yard, including Mosier.
So Hastings shows up. I'm like, oh, here we go, baby. Let's get it on, right? Free food and booze. And I took full advantage of that. Kiefer And I think Kiefer, I don't know where he got it, but those club crackers with the bacon thing on it and the sprinkles, what was that?
I don't know what that was. It was good, though.
He told me that was exclusively for the leadership council meeting.
See, what I
Do you know
wanted
how
to do...
insulted and disappointed I am that I could not participate in leadership
Dude,
council?
why would you ever think that they would take
Hold
your
on.
advice
Why, that's
anyway?
what
You're
I'm
not
so
even
pissed
part of
about.
that.
Hold on a second. My
Oh my
idea
God.
was, so we all were like in the backyard hiding away, so when Vic walked in, he wouldn't see anybody. And I said, well, it'd be really funny if the first person Vic sees is me when he walks through the door, and he's like,
Wait, this
Brett's
is
the
leadership council?"
leadership council? when did this happen?
That's how I would have turned around and gone home at that point.
Vic, we have things to discuss.
And so
Important
I love,
matters.
I love how the boss Matt goes. By the way, tomorrow's your birthday. Happy birthday. He said that last night, right? Because today is Vic's birthday.
Yeah.
We're not here for your birthday. We're not here for any leadership thing. You wouldn't be a part of that. You're a plebe. You're just a pawn on the side. But thank you. You're getting this killer award, dude. And it was really cool, man. And
Thank you.
I'm happy for you. I'm proud of you. I know you don't like to talk yourself up at all, but you do an unbelievably good job, which is why you're in that position to begin with. And you deserve everything good that's coming your way.
I don't consider what I do a job. I really don't. I have
Agreed.
it for the last 30 years. It's an honor. It's it's not even a career. It's a lifestyle, to be honest with you. And it's so much fun to do what we do.
Yeah, listen
And
to that.
and when you get
lifestyle.
it really is. It's a lifestyle, and it this is what we live. We live it. So I've been on an amusement park ride, but at the same time, when you get something like this, it's almost like one foot's already in the coffin. like it really is. That's what it feels.
Have you
like.
started thinking yet? Because you're going to do a lot of thinking in there. Okay. All
I've
right.
always wondered, when you get something like this, and
Yeah,
it's
it's like,
essentially a lifetime achievement
Hey, you're
award,
almost dead. We want to give you something before you die.
they're telling you you've lived a lifetime.
Yes. I mean, it's in the title.
Yeah.
It's in the title. Lifetime. The life's almost over. We want to give it to you before the lifetime is over.
Where it came in this? Did you see the envelope it came in?
Yeah, it had like 4 corners that all folded
It's like,
out.
this like gold plated fancy envelope and all that
like
stuff.
that sort of thing.
Where is it? Where's that thing?
It's at home, and I read those letters, and it made me cry last night.
Yeah.
It made me cry. It was great. I have more important matters than that stuff.
Oh, well, last thing. Kyle has got an unbelievably killer backyard.
It's got the nicest backyard I've seen.
Yeah. And he's done a great job. He hired everybody to do it. He can't do it. Lick himself.
Does he mow his lawn?
I don't know if he.
See,
Well,
but
he
hang on a
does. But
second.
here's one thing he does not do. He doesn't spray for weeds,
Anna, does he
and
mow
that
his own lawn?
kills me.
You don't think so? God,
And then
that's
not only that,
disappointing.
you know what I saw last night that just drove me absolutely insane? There's nothing I could do about it. He's got rabbits that run across his backyard and eat his grass and pee and poop and kill his grass.
Hold on a second. Keith was wearing a cashmere sweater,
I
and
know,
you think
what?
he mows his own lawn? Please.
That's a good point.
That is disappointing to hear. But anyway,
I wanted, but hold on, Vic. I wanted to go find a pellet gun so bad.
go after the rabbits.
And just take care of the problem.
Yeah.
And now the bear's there. She's like, you can't hurt a little bunny.
My wife would have tackled you.
I'm like, well, dude, there's a billion of them. They're a nuisance. Rabbits commit suicide all
Okay,
the time.
great.
You ever thumped a
Yes.
rabbit on the street? It's like they try to run in front of your car.
Got it.
Anyway, that drove me insane.
Mosier,
Other than that,
not a rabbit guy.
All
Got
right.
it.
Other
So-
than that, great party.
Thank you all for tolerating me. Those of you who listen, those of you who I exchange texts with, it's never personal. We debate, we have fun. You know this. Half of this is just fun, okay? Thank you. But this is not fun, what I'm about to tell you. This is borderline ridiculous. I asked Brett Kane to play golf tomorrow.
Okay, hold on, let me take this off.
Yeah,
This-
because
this
you know where
splendid.
this is going.
Yeah.
I asked a colleague to play golf tomorrow.
Mhm.
And you know how important, when you ask somebody to play golf, that's like, okay, let's
I know,
get
I
real.
wanted to go.
Yeah, you're
And
real.
typically what people don't do is they
Yeah.
don't back out
Yeah.
when you already have a tee time
Yeah.
like Kiefer did to you, both
Exactly.
you and I.
He didn't have a
I
tee time
established
yet.
a tee time. I said,
You did not establish a tee time.
you're coming to the club. We're playing golf.
Yeah, this
Right.
is all false. I was asked
No.
about it.
No, I said, I'm going to bring you to the club. We're playing golf. This is his response to me.
It's ridiculous.
This is his response. When I ask him to play golf, which is a rare opportunity.
This is very rare, by the way.
Yeah, I'm just going to play 9.
Yeah. Now,
Can you
Can I?
imagine if somebody asked you to go, yeah, I'm just good for 9.
can I? Can I
Yeah,
now?
you could try. You could say whatever you want.
There's literally
I
nothing.
actually-
There's literally
no
nothing you can
response
say to
that's
get out
going
of
to
it.
cover for
Nothing.
this.
Nothing.
I actually had this conversation with my wife yesterday. I said, guys don't play 9 holes. You play 18 and you don't play
Play
at all.
9 with your kid. You play 9 if you're
Correct.
You like when you plan a tee time. You're like, let's go with the boys. We're going to play golf today.
So I am 100% with you on this. Here's the problem. The day he wants me to go, I have to take my wife to the airport.
So
Mosier, you
what?
said, get an Uber. She's taking the kid. Ubers don't have car seats in the
How
back.
do you know?
Because I've had a kid
hey,
in the Uber age.
golf doesn't
that
care
you
about
don't.
golf doesn't care about your kid.
So what I said is I really want to play with Vic, but I can only play 9 holes. And I said, I can do that. And I felt gross when I said it, but
Well,
I said, I can do that.
if you felt gross, how do you think I would feel receiving that news?
But here's what I thought. I was like, you play full 18. All that home after
no,
you return.
ruined all
No,
the games.
you ruined the
We got
game.
betting
You're
games
ruining
going.
the tee time.
We got stuff going
The
on.
whole tee time is
no,
ruined.
that's not how it works.
God, you're dumb.
Okay, then I take it back.
Dude, do you know?
See, you guys aren't teaching me anything. I know this already. It's the only thing I can do.
Who, outside of you and your wife, actually, outside of you, who's the biggest fan of your wife and your kid?
Bear?
Yes, my wife would literally do anything for Lindsay and baby Jamal Kale. All you had to do was say, hey, babe, Bear's going to take you. She would love to take them to the airport.
Well, maybe it'll happen.
Well, no, you've blown it now. He's already filled the tea time.
Well,
You see, you don't think things
this
through.
happened
and
20
this is-
minutes ago.
You don't think things through.
That's true. I
well,
don't think
lesson
things
learned.
through.
Lesson learned. I will never again ask you to play golf. So if you want to play,
You see what you've done? You've just blown.
It's-
You've
it's
blown
over
your
now.
whole. You've blown the whole thing now.
Yeah.
You've blown every future prospect.
nice little group. Yeah, the four
It
of
didn't
us
have
get
to
out
be
there.
this way, but yet you made it this way. Look at you.
Good luck.
Just wanted to play.
Enjoy the rest of your life alone.
Just, I don't think it's going to be alone. I'll be fine.
No, I don't think you will be. You don't understand the gravity of the situation
It's
here.
just it's the most repulsive act I've ever heard.
And see,
I actually agree with you.
you call
it's
us
gross when it left
You
my
can
mouth.
call us the olds sometime.
I'm repulsed. I'm not disappointed. I'm repulsed by you.
You're not the same.
I just thought maybe you're 55 and maybe you can't just do what you used to do anymore.
Brett. You're not the same little kid you were.
Maybe the back goes a little bit.
Really? You want to race up that hill?
Oh, here it comes.
You're not the same.
cardio.
You're not the
Athletic
same.
peak right now.
You're not the same little kid you were when you got here from Omaha. Okay, you're not, and that's good. You have a kid now. You got 2 dogs. One of them should be put down, but that's not my business. But allow us to educate you on life a little bit. And you know what you should do? You should be thanking us that we're educating you for future situations like this. If Casey calls you up, now you know what to do. This whole opportunity is now blown. It's gone. But now you know what to do. See, you're being taught daily. I think, in all honesty, I think you should be appreciative.
Moj, could you imagine if like somebody invited you to go play Augusta National and they said, May 9th, be there. And you message back, I'm good for 9.
Wait. Is your club Augusta?
I'm
What
good
a
for
dork.
9. I got baby issues. I'm good for 9.
Listen. I got to get my wife to the airport.
Oh,
you
my
live by the
God.
airport. You live so close. She could walk with the
it's
kid.
embarrassing. You're embarrassing. You're an embarrassment
She
to
could
our
walk.
show.
It would take her 15
you're
minutes
an
to walk.
embarrassment to companionship. You're an embarrassment to the fraternal order of golfers.
Wait,
You're
I
an
need a ruling.
embarrassment.
Is this a jar violation?
Oh, it's beyond jar.
It's
I mean,
beyond
physical
jar.
On
jar.
me?
On
Here.
you.
On me?
I'm
He in the
asking.
jar.
I'm trying to learn if this is jar worthy. Only saying you'll play 9 holes.
No.
Oh,
it's-
yeah.
Oh my God. No.
It's list worthy.
The jar violation is this has lasted 7 minutes and you've done nothing, producer. You've let them run wild. See, I can't rein them in when they're tag teaming on me. This is your
No,
responsibility
this
now.
is like NHL. I'm letting the players fight. The game needs to police itself.
Steve,
here.
if you had a set one night with your concert, your band, your whatever what's it called, the brass band?
Yeah.
Okay. If your guitarist showed up and said, "Hey, I'm only going to do 2 songs," is that cool?
That's pretty lame, man.
Yeah.
You're in or you're out.
Exactly. That's the equivalent to that.
Hey, I'll come play 9. I don't even know the dumber words have ever come out of your mouth. I don't know.
All right, we got it all out of our system.
Yeah,
we good now?
It's out, You believe me, it'll never be
Oh,
brought
I'll
up
never
again
forget
because
it.
you're never getting invited again.
I'll never forget it
Ever.
for the rest of
Wow.
my life.
What a threat. Please don't. Who could I ever golf with ever again in my life if I don't know the great Vic Lombardi and Mark Mosier giving me a
hey,
tee
you
time?
can golf with your people. Your 9-holers. You go
And
do
your
your
people
thing.
stink.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Ryan, Casey, Dave.
Oh, they
they're
stink?
awful. I'll take them all on anytime.
Be careful.
They're probably listening right now. He just got called out.
One of those dudes shot a 79 the other day.
Yeah, dude, it was a joke.
Yep.
It's a joke.
I'd watch your mouth.
Oh,
Do nice things for you.
Look at me, I
Oh,
broke
my
80.
God.
Oh,
Wow.
I'm so fancy.
Let's call the newspaper, everybody.
303-504-0925 is the Champ Mazda text line.
Now that we've gotten all of the what do you call it? The refuge out of the way, wretched refuse out of the way. Can we get back to the show, please?
Are you asking me that question?
Yeah,
Or are
I'm
you asking
asking you.
yourself that question?
Well, maybe it's just rhetorical.
Yes, we can get back to that after this. Texture says, did Mosier really just say that one of Kaner's dogs should be put down because he wanted to play 9 holes of golf with Vic?
Yes,
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, he did.
And look at my response.
She's been on her last leg for 2 years.
She has. Okay.
She's actually remarkably healthy now, and I almost don't want it to be that way. Is that bad to say? That dog has been causing issues, like real issues.
That's mean to think that.
What are you talking about? You have 2 dogs that you hate.
It doesn't mean that they're not loved. They're loved by people.
Oh, I love that dog.
All right. Anyway, so I'm sorry to take us off the deep end, but we had to congratulate Vic one more time, and we had to make it known about your silly golf response. We're done with that.
So let me say something else, as we've been kind of going through a lot of stuff today. You know, the Avs situation, the Nuggets situation, the offseason, talked a little bit about Drew Sanders. He suffers an Achilles tear, so he's out for the year for the Broncos. We just talked to Peter Schaefer. And, Moj, that sounded like a whole bunch of convoluted stuff to try and get out of a contract. And it sounded like if you really wanted to do it, it would create a giant mess.
Well, let's put it this way.
And I mean a mess. You always say arbitration is bad because you take it to an arbiter, right?
Which I think is the commissioner, actually.
But you're arguing against each other and saying, no, we want you on the team, but you suck in these areas, which is why we don't want to pay you, and somebody else figures it out. If you do that with Val, I don't even know how you really come back from that.
Correct.
If you take it to that point.
Which sport is it where arbitration leads players to seriously cry?
Hockey.
Is it hockey? You've
Because
heard those
Baseball
stories?
does it too.
I know players. I know players who have gone through it. I've known executives who have gone through it around the league. It's not fun because here's what you're saying. We like this player. We don't like this player enough. we don't like this player. How do I even put it? We like this player. We want this player.
Right.
We don't like him that much, right? I mean, basically, your job is to go in and everybody's in the same room together and explain to the arbitrator why you don't think this guy's worth, X amount of dollars, and he's going to argue why he thinks he is worth X amount of dollars. But as an organization, and this is a player that's your player. And again, this is a restricted free agent. You've chosen arbitration. It's the organization's obligation to beat you down. And that is not a fun process, which is why you see so many deals done. They can be standing outside the door of the arbiter. You're in the hallway ready to go in, and you get it done because nobody wants to go through it. So if you're ever thinking, if let's say you're the Avalanche and you say, we have to get out from underneath this contract, we just have to. If you're going to go full tilt, there is no coming back, especially if you don't win, right? Or you don't get
that's the thing.
You don't get the relief that you're seeking.
If you lose that battle, then it's extra weird because now what the hell do you do?
On the flip side, Peter Schaefer made another very good point. You like the guy, you care about the human being. The human being has hurt your franchise and hurt your chances greatly in 2 consecutive seasons. But as far as the human being is concerned, you care about him as a human being.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a damn good player. Okay? But that doesn't take away what he's done to the organization and every other guy inside that room and every coach on that staff and every fan around the globe. Because that's what he's done.
Would you guys like
that's just the reality and the facts of it.
Would you guys like the Val numbers one more time?
Again, when you said these numbers this morning, I had to take a step back because I realized he had an impact, but not this kind of impact. This is when you hear these numbers, if this is the first time, these are not just small impact. These are superstar impact numbers. This is like taking Nikola Jokic away from the Nuggets.
Since 2022, in games that Val Nichushkin has played, the Avs are 74, 23, and 10. 74, 23, and 10. In games that he doesn't, they're 27, 26, and 4.
So they're 1 game above NHL 500.
That's just nuts.
Without him.
That's nuts to me.
And with him, they're
Almost 50.
They're more dominant than any other team in the league.
Actually, 51 games above NHL 500. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's gosh, as I said to Peter, I have so many emotions flowing through my head about the person, the player, the organization, so on and so forth. Vic, this is incredibly tight pickle here.
If you,
this is an incredibly tight pickle for
if
this
somebody
team.
whispered into your ear and said, "I guarantee he will be on the up and up for the rest of his career,"
I would do that in a New York minute.
I asked that question earlier. I go, if I guarantee this is never going to be a problem again, do you just welcome him back with open arms, don't think twice? I think the answer is absolutely.
Of course, the uneasiness is whether you could trust him when things get tight again a year from now.
Well, hang on. Okay, well you'll set. You can't sacrifice another postseason because he hurts the franchise.
The windows are too small. Again,
Correct.
We're talking about these windows. We talked about it with the Nuggets and the Avs. These damn windows.
Well, let me say this. Hypothetically speaking, if it ever did happen again, then he's gone. He's
From
out
the NHL.
Correct.
Yeah.
He's out of the league. Contract is void. Everything's done. I mean, essentially, Brett, a fourth strike, which is I don't. It's never happened.
I was going to say, has there ever been a four strike NHLer?
Right. If it's not that, no. The answer is no.
So wait, you're saying with a fourth strike, they can void the contract?
Well, you're gone for a minimum of a year, and the reinstatement is purely at the pleasure of the commissioner. That's it. And and as a team, you're not on the hook for anything. It gets incredibly drastic at the end, but that's where they'll.
Would that almost behoove you just to bring him back then, if you know that there's a safety net? I mean, the worst that would happen is that.
Do you want to think that? Do you really want to think that way, though? I mean,
no, but I don't want to think anyway in this situation. It's all difficult. Every route is bad, or at least risky, is what I should say.
Seriously, the path to free agency for the Avalanche this year with $13 million unknown.
Yeah.
And again, Gabe's is a totally different situation, obviously, because he has done, Coach Bednar explained it last week. He has done everything asked of him by the organization and by his doctors and by himself. He's done everything to try and get his career back.
You know, the thing about Gabe,
he's wholly committed and he wholly cares about. Listen, he's not doing this there's no selfish nature involved. Whether he plays another period of hockey again in his life or doesn't, financially he's set. Everything's fine. He's trying to he's only 31 years old. Yeah. He's trying to get back to a place to be able to play again and help his team.
By the way, who are, can we get to this now that both teams are done and our eulogies are done and we can move on? Who are we pulling for in each league moving forward here? Do you have to have a team, or are you guys going to be shut off?
I got a team.
Are you going to watch? Are you going to watch Minnesota Dallas tomorrow night? Are you able to do that? Well, I don't know if I am yet, but I probably will.
I was just going to ask you guys something. We love Game 7s, unless your team loses, but we love Game 7s in sports. Not a second last night. Couldn't do it. Couldn't bring myself to watch it. Couldn't see a thing. I couldn't do it.
Once Edmonton went up 3-0, I was done. But it's so hard. Is there a team, though, in each respective league? Because I'm going to give you my hockey team first, and you guys probably won't like
my
it.
hockey one is easy.
Mine's easy, too.
And you're not going to like it. You're going to say Dallas.
Nope. Crazy?
To me, it's the Florida Panthers.
I hate Dallas.
Florida Panthers.
No, I got mine.
I'm with Florida. You're going to say Edmonton.
Yep. I want a Canadian, and even though Edmonton's in the West, I get it. I want a Canadian team to break through and finally break the streak.
I like this streak.
I want Edmonton.
Brings me joy.
I want it over. I know Edmonton gets all the play in Canada. Oh, look at their top line. Look at the power play. I get it. McDavid's face. I get it.
He's got a face.
He's got a face and his teeth.
Got teeth.
I'm gunning for Edmonton here, and I think they're the least likely of the four.
I'm with you, Moshe.
Obviously.
I'm a Florida guy. If I have to choose one, I'm a Florida guy.
And I'm going to choose the least evil in the NBA, and that would be the Indiana Pacers.
Yeah, that one's easy.
Yeah, that's not happening. Indiana Pacers.
I know it's not happening.
You didn't ask us who you thought would win. You said who you're rooting for.
I can't get behind Boston at all in any respect. And number two, I don't want the Mavs or the T-Pups. I don't know. I want if I have to have a team, it's Indiana and Florida out of the East in the NHL.
I want Minnesota. I hate them.
Why?
I despise them
Why?
because losing, unlike Laker fans, and by the way, I know
You want the team to beat you to go all the way? Is that
know,
what you're saying?
I know there are Laker fans that listen to this show because they just love. It's weird. They're masochists. They just love. They love hearing about it. Unlike Laker fans who suddenly take on the role of the opposing team, whoever Denver's playing, like they're big Minnesota Timberwolves fans suddenly. I don't take that route. I want the team that beat the Nuggets to go on and win it all because it will just prove to me what I felt after that heart-wrenching loss, that the winner of that game that was basically Game 7 of the NBA Finals in my heart. What we witnessed on Sunday night in that final 24 minutes, in that third quarter meltdown, we witnessed Game 7 of the NBA Finals. I will feel that way, and I think it's going to end up that way. I want Minnesota. I hate them, but I want them.
No.
Okay? I mean, you can think what you want. I hate them. It doesn't mean I'm rooting for them. It doesn't mean I'm pulling for them. I hope Jaden McDaniels and his stunts at some point that comes back karma, but I want them to raise the trophy, and I want them to be that's the team. And I want them to do it in easy fashion. I want them to remember that the Denver series was the toughest.
We said a lot of nice things today. We had a wonderful time at Kyle's house last night celebrating Vic's achievement, his career. By the way, 86 people are in this silver circle, 86 total. 2 of them here in Denver, in Ron Zappolo and Tom Green.
I don't know about these circles.
You're the first sports guy. We've praised
What about
you.
me?
You're not in anything.
Oh.
We've praised you all day. And I regret it now because what you
Yeah,
just
I
said
take
is
it
really
back.
dumb.
You know what? I'm going to
You're-
write a letter of recommendation.
I know, it goes
100%.
against- it goes
Take
against
it
who
away
I am.
because he's dumb.
It goes against what I'm about. I'm a petty guy. I get it.
Doesn't
but
sound
I
like
am
it.
rooting for the people that took us out. I'm rooting for Anthony Edwards
I hate
waving. I'm rooting for Jaden McDaniels dunking. I'm rooting for them because I think taking that compound pain is going to help the Nuggets moving forward.
Take a lap.
Yeah, I hate that. I don't like when people do it. Well, we lost to that team, so I hope that team wins because it makes us look better. It doesn't make anything look better.
I don't want them
Doesn't
to
do
win.
any
It
of that
does me
stuff.
no
them-
good
no.
if Indiana wins. And
Why?
I
What do
sure
you-
as hell
Nothing
What
does
do you
you any
care?
good anymore. You're done.
Okay. All right. Should I even stop at Boston and Boston fans?
No,
It's
I don't-
understood. You don't even have
Is
to
that
say
even
it.
understood?
Yeah,
Do I
of
even
course
have
it's
to bring up
understood.
why
No.
we don't want Boston?
It's understood.
Yeah,
Same with
they,
New York.
They have a local kid that plays for him who I love. Dad listens to our show, Derek White. I root for that kid.
I root for that kid too.
Love that kid. Love
that
him.
kid too.
But it just doesn't overcome my hatred of Boston.
Agreed. Completely agree with
And
you in that
Boston
regard.
fan.
Right.
It's not even Boston. It's Boston fan.
Okay. What about New York? New York fan. Oh, I lived there for a year. I could handle that.
The Rangers?
Yeah.
Now, I like New York suffering.
Okay, good. Then we're all in for Florida, right?
In fact,
except Brett and I are. Except you want to see McPickles. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
It ain't happening, by the way, Vic. So you can hope all you want. It ain't happening. McPickles ain't winning.
so Florida's the only team of the bunch that's never won one.
Well, the Rangers haven't won one since 1994.
But they've won one, right? They've won one.
That's correct. Dallas has won a cup.
Yeah.
Edmonton's obviously won 5 cups.
Mm-hmm.
The Rangers have won a cup, not in 30 years. Florida's never won anything. They've been there twice. Avs knocked them out in 96 and last year.
Has Indiana won?
An NBA championship?
Never.
Never. They've come close. They had those
The Reggie
classic
years.
matchups with the Knicks in those years.
Rick
Nope.
Smits.
You know who else has never won one? That Phoenix has never won one. Clippers have never won one. Utah's never won one. Minnesota. See, the same feels that we got last year in Denver, like, oh my God, this is happening. That's happening in Minnesota right now. I could sense it when I was there with their fan base. Ooh, this is special. It's happening. So part of me wants that fan base to enjoy it because Minnesota is a cesspool of sports patheticness. That's a horrible sports market. They've never won in anything. The last time they won anything was the Twins in the early 90s. They're terrible. They're terrible. It's a crap show. They're terrible. So out of pity, I'd like them to introduce maybe a parade to that town.
Who was that kicker that missed the field goal?
Gary Anderson.
No.
Morton Anderson?
No, for the Vikings. Blair
Blair Walsh.
Oh,
Blair Walsh.
Gary,
What about
Gary
what
Anderson
about
did
Gary
too.
Anderson when they had
He
a
did
chance to
too.
play the Broncos in the Super Bowl?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he did.
The old
And
one,
that team
one
was-
bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looked like a dork. Those guys with the one bar, that's total
He looked.
dork.
Who's the green guy on the Flintstones? What's his?
Kazoo?
Kazoo. He looks
Yeah.
like Kazoo.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, the Vikings fans, it's probably better to be a Lions fan over the years just because you had no hope ever.
Now, listen,
Don't you?
Vikings
bleeping dare
fans
say
actually had hope at times, and they just blew
listen.
it. Awesome.
as much as I do want Minnesota because of the whole, the team that beat you, don't be confused. Don't think I won't be snickering and smiling ear to ear if somehow, some way, Kyrie and Luka destroy the. Now, I don't think it's going to happen. I think the Wolves are going to win that series in 5 tops.
I agree.
But if for some reason I'm not looking at this correctly, and Kyrie and Luka just rip them apart, don't think I won't be enjoying that.
303-504-0925.
Did you guys see the commentary from former National Basketball Association referee Bill Spooner?
Called
He says CP3 is the biggest blank hole he's ever experienced in his life. I mean, he full out flamed him.
A lot of people have talked about that for years.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. he's one of the biggest fakes in the NBA, according to a lot of people.
Something I want to get to here in a second. And I'm not surprised by this, but I wonder how long this can last. We'll get to it in just a minute. Stick around. Circus Sports available in Colorado, and that brand new Circus Sports Colorado app, and you can look at all the NBA and NHL playoffs. If you can stomach it, it's available to you, including Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight in the NBA, Pacers and Celtics. Celtics 9.5-point favorites. You can find all those odds, the best odds in the game, on the Circus Sports app, as well as MLB in full swing. All available to you. Excellent customer service, low holds. Download the app, Circus Sports, or go to circusports.com. All right, here's the question I have. I just saw that CU has sold out their season tickets again for football this year. And when you have Dion in charge and all the stuff that comes with the Prime experience in Boulder, not surprised. My question is, for as long as he's the coach here, and we don't know how long that's going to be, but is the record irrelevant to selling out the season tickets and filling the stadium while he's the coach?
What do you mean? By the way, if you try to look up the Buffaloes, you realize they're still listed in the Pac-12, right? When does that officially dissolve?
I don't know, actually. I mean, before
Nelly,
football season is when it happens.
Nelly, you're the producer of this program. Could you help me out with that? You're smarter and you know how to do things better than I do, like in that regard. When does the Pac-12 officially dissolve?
So as Nelly looks that up, let me expand on this, okay? They were 4-8 last year. Hell of a start and a really disappointing finish. But it was year one of a turnaround. Not beating them up for that. The team was terrible the year before he got there. Let's say they miss out on bowl eligibility again this year. So they go 5-7.
Okay.
Year 3. Still sold out?
Maybe not. Maybe.
The year after that, they go 6-6.
No, because
still sold out? Like that's what I'm asking. Is
eventually
it just
you're
like
going to want results.
Prime's there, and it's a different vibe, and it would always be a different vibe, but do the results correlate with fan interest and willingness to spend money?
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking.
Eventually, you're going to be asked to win. You have that should be the expectation all the time. I will say this though, with where the program was, and all you, if anybody is tired of Prime in any regard whatsoever, can it? Because what he did is he saved the program.
Mm-hmm. He did.
I don't care if they're 4-8. I don't care if they go 5-7. You saved the program. Brett, I'm not. They probably would have gotten into the Big 12 anyway, probably because of the market size.
Probably.
But I think there was a threat that you would be absolutely homeless, like Oregon State and Washington State. They are homeless. Are they going to play in the Mountain West? Is that it? Help me.
According to my crack research, the timeline I found is that 10 of the 12 members will leave the conference on August 2nd of this year, and then the Pac-12 will continue to operate as a 2-team conference for at least the 24-25 academic year.
So that's Oregon State and Wazoo.
Yes.
What are they going to do for football? What's their schedule look like?
I think they have conferences that they're playing in for football. Like, isn't well, I guess Stanford's joining the ACC. Maybe
Right.
they're gonna be like Vic's Gold Domers and be independent and play all these out of conference teams.
The 2024
the
Washington State football schedule.
The Oregon State Beavers are playing a Mountain West schedule.
Here, I'll give it to you. This is who Washington State has this year. Portland State to open the year. Texas Tech, Washington. Then San Jose State, Boise State, Fresno State, Hawaii, San Diego State, Utah State, Mountain West.
That's exactly what Oregon's doing.
And Oregon State the week before the final week of the year.
That's correct. But Oregon State's the same thing. I mean,
so do they have a
Purdue,
champion?
They're playing the Purdue's mixed in there, but they're playing CSU, Nevada, UNLV, San Jose State, Air Force, Boise.
Hold on. Do they get to call themselves whoever finishes on top between them and Oregon State Pac-12 champions? Will they have a Pac-12 championship game? They play Oregon State on November 23rd, the week before the final week of the year. So they play them, and then Washington State closes out with Wyoming. And then do they play the week after that for the Pac-12 championship against Oregon State, no matter what the records are?
You know what I would do? I would get rings made. If I'm the Cougs or I'm the Beavs,
I would too.
I would get rings made that say 2024 Pac-12 champions.
I would too. Yep.
And you know what? When my grandkids, when I'm like Vic and I'm thinking, just laying in my coffin thinking, and my grandkids have my ring.
Yep.
Nobody's going to remember that there were only 2 teams in the damn conference that year. College football will be so different by then too that I would absolutely claim the title. Last Pac-12 champion.
I would 100% do it. Like, I always thought it was something funny about UCF when they just claimed national champions when they went unbeaten and didn't get a chance at the title. I'm like, Go ahead.
Whatever you want to do.
Why not?
Fact of the matter is, though, Coach Prime saved the program. I mean, they very well could be playing a Mountain West Conference schedule. That's how downtrodden they were. Nobody wanted them. Nobody wanted them. They would have been caught with their pants down as the Pac-12 dissolved. They probably would have been invited back to the Big 12 only because of the history and certainly because of the Denver market. That's very attractive, right?
Yeah.
But as far as the football quality is concerned, no conference wanted them. He saved the program. So, yeah, Brett, I think that there's still shiny newness. He certainly has that new car smell. Eventually, you want to be able to get from point A to point B. Eventually, results are going to have to come for whomever the head coach is.
What's the expectation? And I want to be fair to CU here. It's a new conference, which provides a whole bunch of challenges.
Well, it's a new conference, but it's an old conference. I mean,
okay, but not these teams. They haven't played them in a decade and a half. So it is new. And there's a whole bunch of new teams in the conference to start with. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is it's year 2 after taking over a downtrodden worst Power 5 team in the country program. But how do I juxtapose that with you have what's projected now to be 2 top 5 picks in the draft on this team? You have a whole bunch of hype and trash talking that's been done. You've been touting these recruiting classes over the last couple of years. What is fair? Is it fair to say they must make a bowl game at a minimum,
eligible,
right?
I was playing golf the other day with a guy who played football actually at Wichita State when they still had a program. The program died in like 1990. He played there in the 70s. From Denver, played at Wichita State, actually played here in Boulder one time. It was a big deal.
Wichita State's got good sports programs, by the way. Basketball team is, I don't know how they are now. They used to be good. The baseball team's always good.
Yeah, they had to decide because of Title IX, they couldn't keep everything. They decided to keep baseball and basketball, and those are obviously really good programs.
Sure.
And so they got rid of football. But at the same time, it was a big deal. I mean, it was a big thing, right? And so but their expectation was never to win or anything like that. And he said to me, he goes, man, when I was playing though, there's only like 6 or 7 bowl games anyway. Now there's like 30 plus bowl games, dude. If you can't get bowl eligible, then that's on you. You stink. If you can't get bowl eligible, let me look at the schedule.
Hold on, Moj. Hold on. As you look that up, what I'm telling you is 6 and 6 in bowl eligibility. I don't even think that's the minimum. I think it's got to be like 7.
Okay.
Because if you have, look, man, if you're going to tell me that you own the best quarterback in all of college football
and the best DB/wideout
and the best all-around player in all of college football, 6 wins ain't enough. Like, that doesn't correlate to me. And I'm trying to figure out, is that me being unfair given the other things I said, which is new conference and second year of a complete rebuild turnaround? Now, you didn't go to the SEC. You didn't go to the Big Ten.
Well, let me rip it off for you. Home against North Dakota State on ESPN to open the season August 29th. That's a dub. At Nebraska, easy dub. Kidding.
Maybe, I don't know. Might be. I have no idea.
The game against CSU. Tough last year.
Yeah.
You got
Big time win.
You got Baylor at home, at UCF, home K-State, at Arizona, home against Cincinnati. What if my kid's coming back for that? You think she would?
I have no idea.
She better not come back from Cincinnati for that. She better stay in school.
That is a dub.
At Texas Tech, home against Utah. At Kansas, home against Okie State. If you can't, you got to pull 6 wins at least out of that. You got to.
So I'll give you this, Moj. What do you think of this? So the Big 12 is now a 16-team conference with all the new additions. Where do you think, I pulled up a random one. This is Athlon Sports. They did their preseason Big 12 power rankings. Where do you think CU fits in?
I would say probably 10th.
11.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
Does it? If they finish 11th in the conference, given what I told you, that sounds right?
Yeah. I mean, because of last year and the 4-win season, yeah. Now, could they absolutely overextend that and overplay it? Of course they could. They could end up finishing 4th in the conference, I believe, depending on how
Last
well
year
he gets these guys to mesh.
Last year was nothing to me because
They
there
can't
was
win the
too much
conference.
unknown.
Not a chance. They can't win it, but they can be a top 5 team. They could be. Hold on a second.
I guess
here,
I got
though.
higher expectations than you do. I don't think that just no chance at winning the conference should be where we're starting with them.
All right. All of a sudden, we've got people from North Dakota chiming in. These Nodak State folks. Oh, they're not gonna beat Nodak State.
Dude, they're good.
They're gonna give them. Yeah, I
the
understand.
Dakota schools are good.
Yeah,
They
I
have
understand.
cell service in North Dakota. How are they reaching us?
I have no idea. It's a great question. They don't even have a McDonald's. Bro.
This is where it might be, you know what, we don't get the time to really dive into this. I got higher expectations though. Like they finished 11th. I think that's a mess. That's a disaster. Moshe, if they have the best quarterback in college football, what are we doing here? Name the best quarterback in college football that finishes 11th.
Absolutely, I completely agree. Well, what the hell did they do last year, Brett, with one of the best quarterbacks in college football?
I get it. That was year 2 and year 1 are different things. Year 2 is 2 years of guys in the system now.
Okay. Here's from Dave. Thanks, Dave. Newsflash for you boneheads. At NU this year is an L. That's okay. So Colorado Dave is a Nebraska guy. Good for you, Dave.
Well, whatever.
Great job, Dave.
Why don't you settle down for a second there, pork chop? I got stuff to do.
Texter says complete roster flip again. Well, it's going to be this every year.
It
You
is.
can't use that as an excuse if that's going to be their modus operandi of how they do their roster filling is just scouring the transfer market. This is what it's going to be every year. That's not an excuse.
Get used to it.
So anyway, there's
used to it.
I want to continue that tomorrow because I think that's really interesting. 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. You can check any of the show out if you missed it on the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane.
Again, Vic, I know you're on your way to an important meeting. Not as important as last night, but happy birthday again to our brother Vic Lombardi. He can't drive 55 today.
And I'm writing a letter of recommendation after you said what you said about the Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm trying to take the award back from
absolutely. We said so many nice things about him. Isn't it amazing? Every nice thing we said about him, he blows it all in one fell swoop.
And he used to be on the news.
He used to be on the news.
Have a great day. Talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
What up, people? It's Dempsey and Company, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on a 2K Tuesday. I'm your host, Alex Ryan. You guys know me better as Raj, joined by Cole Smith, producing the heck out of the show behind the glass today. We'll have a new producer soon coming up on Dempsey and Company. Stay tuned for that one. Joined, as always, by my co-host, the namesake of the program, Christopher Dempsey. What's up, brother?
Hi, Raj. What's going on? It's
Got
a great day.
a lot to get into today. We've got on-field OTAs starting today for the Broncos. We're going to still do the post-mortem thing with the Nuggets and with the Avs. I'm going to tell you through a checklist who you should be rooting for in the conference finals, both across the NHL and the NBA today. NFL notes are coming up at 11:20. Again, we will do the postmortem thing. I've got a full breakdown of the Avs salary cap, what you can and can't do with Val Nichushkin. I'm going to ask you, is MPJ a guy that you should be trading this offseason to address the depth issues that Michael Malone had this year? But we start with the biggest news out of Dove Valley. Linebacker Drew Sanders, torn Achilles, gone for the season. So a defense that is already paper thin, although the linebacking core is deeper than other positions on that defense. A paper thin defense gets hurt before OTA on-field activities even start.
Yeah, you know what's very disappointing about that is like Drew Sanders. All we ever heard last year was he makes freakish plays. He's got so much potential. He just needs to get stronger, right? I mean, and it's one thing. Look, there's not a lot of stuff that we're looking forward to seeing coming up with this Broncos season coming up, but one of them was Drew Sanders for me, and seeing him get more playing time and seeing what he was able to do with that. And that is just, I saw it come across my phone yesterday, and I just was like, okay, this is not ideal. And obviously, this is a football team that did sign what's our guy's name? I can't remember his name, from the Washington Commanders. But so there is depth there at linebacker. There are other players that can fill in and be fine. But when you are trying to grow your program with young players, obviously this is just not the news that you need, because those guys have to play.
Does this affect your season outlook on what they can actually do? When I looked at the schedule release last week, I thought most optimistic it's 6-11 is what I saw. But as you continue to look at how thin this team is, injuries like this can bring a 6-11 again, which is horrible to say it's an optimistic outlook this year. It can bring 6-11 very quickly to 4-13, right? Because if that injury, it's not like the rest of the linebacking core is
not with Drew Sanders.
Well, right. I'm not saying he's the impact player. What I'm saying is that your linebacking core will not stay completely healthy outside of this injury moving forward,
right?
Because he's part of that crew. He's part of that room. But now you look forward and you go, God forbid something happens to Baron Browning, or God forbid something happens to Nick Bonito. Then Justin Sternad becomes your starting inside linebacker this year. And what does that do?
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, obviously, Cody Barton is the guy. That's the guy I was looking for. He's going to have to just play a bigger role. This would be obviously way more devastating from but our defense is going to be appreciably worse if it was Alex Singleton. You know what I'm saying? Like a guy like that. But I think Cody Barton, for what the type of player that he is, can come in and make the requisite plays. It's just that with Drew Sanders, he feels like a player that can be a significant piece on a really good defense.
He was supposed to be Josie Jewell.
Yeah, and you really just want to get him on, but kind of a slighter one, right? Like Josie Jewell's a guy, she's a strong individual, and I don't know what Drew Sanders came back looking like.
Isn't Sanders like 6'3", 250?
There was just so much talk about him needing to get stronger, needing to gain more weight. And now this. So we'll see. I mean, as you have said, the linebacking crew is a position on this football team that does have individuals
6'4", 235.
Coming into this year.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's yeah. I just I think they'll be okay. It's just too bad. I think it's too bad from the standpoint of the individual needs to grow in the program, and he's not going to be able to do that.
I actually never asked you. I don't know if I got the opportunity to ask. What is your first blush record this year?
For the Broncos?
Yes. Because right now I'm at 6-11 and I go understanding that there will be more injuries to a thin roster. I started at 6-11 being very optimistic, kind of like throwing Denver a bone, like a win against Indianapolis in the final 4 weeks of the season, because I had them losing 5 straight games. And I went, well, that doesn't feel like it's actually going to happen. And if you see some progression from possibly a rookie quarterback in Bo Nix, you would expect that they steal a game at home in the home stretch.
Yeah.
With injuries like this and taking into account that more injuries like this will happen throughout the season, I find myself going 5-12. You're picking top 5 because I think you go on the road to Seattle. I don't know if you can win that one. I think you're home against Pittsburgh. I firmly believe that's a win. Even if I don't care who's at quarterback, especially if Russell Wilson's at QB, I think you win that game.
Mm-hmm.
Just because there's something of substance to it. You're not going to lose week 2, even with a rookie quarterback. I don't think Pittsburgh is going to have a winning record this year. Mike Tomlin leaves the Steelers. I have you losing back-to-back games at Tampa and at the Jets, assuming Aaron Rodgers returns to form.
Which he will.
Right. Or do you expect him to?
Right.
Who knows what he's going to be at 40 years old coming off an Achilles injury.
Mm-hmm.
I have you winning at home against Vegas, which is a team it's been the bugaboo for you.
Yeah, I do. I have that's a
I've got
victory.
a win at home against Vegas, a loss at home against the Chargers, because
Right.
I believe in the Chargers. I say every single year I believe in the Chargers, but what do? They charger and they underperform. I'm going to stick with it, and eventually I'll be right, I think. You go to New Orleans, and I think that's a win for Sean Payton. Do you think there's a world in which he returns to New Orleans and loses that football game?
Yeah, just because his quarterback is new to the scene. It's you know that, look, when you go down, what's it, the Mercedes Dome? You go down there, man, it's that stadium. It can be just an unnerving environment, and I think that football team is going to be pretty good. I think it's just going to be an ugly football game. They'll force Bo Nix into an interception or two, something that will swing the tide. And I would, if Sean Payton had more of a veteran team rolling down in there, I would say, yeah, that's a dub for sure.
Chase Young, the combination of Chase Young and Jordan Cameron scares the living crap out of me.
Yeah.
That's the one thing, is that if the offensive line, and it's funny, the offensive line was healthy last year, and it was all right.
The Broncos as a team were mostly healthy last year.
Right. As a team, you were healthy. If the offensive line has even injury to it, and you go into that game with Chase Young and Jordan Cameron as your main pass rushers with a rookie quarterback,
right,
that could be an issue. Or even if the rookie's not playing at that point, and like maybe Zach Wilson's the starter and he holds onto the ball too long, then it can get really dicey.
Yeah. I just think that environment, they may not be ready yet for that.
All right. So again, this is me being optimistic.
Right.
You have them losing.
Right.
I have them beating New Orleans at New Orleans just from the Sean Payton experiment alone. You are at home against Carolina. You should
win.
You should handle Carolina. Right?
Yeah.
You should. There's not a game that I should say that the Broncos should kill their opponent, but that's as close to it as it gets.
It feels like that
you
should be a thing,
smack the Panthers, even though you're one of the poorer teams in the NFL as it stands. And then you go on a 3-week stretch where you're at Baltimore, at Kansas City. That's a loss and a loss. You go home to take on Atlanta,
right?
Who,
Loss.
again, top 5 team, but really good quarterback now. I've got them penciled in for a loss.
Right, me too.
At Vegas. And I already have them beating Vegas at home to start the season.
Yeah, just the question is like, how good do we think Vegas is actually going to be? Because that would be a road game that you could go and get. Because also, 2 things that happen in Vegas. One, tons of Broncos fans fly to Vegas and they inhabit the stadium. So it's not even as if it's a normal road environment, right? You're not going to New Orleans where there's 0 Broncos fans and everybody's bearing down on you. You're going to Vegas. And so everybody's going to Vegas, right?
I mean, the last time you beat them, though, was
I know, but
like 2 years before New Year's in 2019.
and
it was 16-15.
Right. Well, but that's my question is, how good do we think Vegas is actually going to be? The quarterbacks are what? Aiden O'Connell and who? If we think that team is going to be don't we think that team is just going to be comparable to the Broncos?
It should be. Gardner Minshew's likely going to be your starter there, but he's got weapons, right? He's got Devontae Adams. He's got a brand new shiny toy in Brock Bowers as a first-round pick that a lot of people here in Denver wanted on the team.
All right. Well, maybe that.
Which is funny because, again, I look at, and this is me being optimistic at 6-11 or 5-12. I have them beating a team that they have not beaten in 5 years. A crappy football team that they haven't beaten in 5 years. I've got Denver beating twice.
I like it. I like it.
And then
I think that's a venue that you can go down there and win. That's all I'm saying.
You go through the final 5 games of the season, home against Cleveland, loss. Home against Indy. I told you I threw them a bone because I didn't like seeing 5 straight L's to end the year. I can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Knowing what an injury like this does to the depth, again, going into...
Will Anthony Richardson be playing by week 15?
I don't know. But going into a season knowing that you're going to have more injuries to an already very thin roster, I think you lose the final 5 games of the year. And the only chance that you have of truly winning one is if Kansas City has already taken their starters out of the lineup.
Right.
If Mahomes isn't starting, and Kelsey isn't starting in week 18, you've got a chance to win your final game at home and screw up your draft position.
And maybe actually also Cincinnati in their division is a lot tougher though. So it's stands to reason they might still be playing for something in week 17. But if they're not, you might catch the Bengals and the Chiefs, in kind of shutdown mode as they get ready for their playoffs. So, look, I think for me, a 7-win season would be amazing, to be honest, for the Broncos. I think to me the context is bigger than the wins and losses itself because I think the context is this football team improving? This is why I asked this question last year, which was what was the actual real foundation that you had to lay when your quarterback was jettisoned off the football team? Because you have to basically start over, except for in the areas of this is how we run practice, this is how we run things day to day. Like that foundation is laid. But this is a football team that is starting at square one and is growing into whatever it's going to be. Well, when you get rid of the starting quarterback and you got to do that all over again, then you just start over again. We're starting over again. So the context of the victories for me is going to be it's got to be in lockstep with how it looks. And if they're just struggling through the entire season and it looks bad, then okay, well, that's one thing. But if they're improving over the course of the season and you can start to see light at the end of the tunnel in subsequent years, I'll take whatever the victory total. I'll take whatever win total that means.
Whole bunch more to get into today. Again, more postmortems on the Avs, on the Nuggets coming up on the other side. I will go through the salary cap with the Avs. I'll go through what I think pending UFAs are going to make, what the Avs actually have to work with in terms of real dollars this offseason. Right after that, Dempsey's going to tell us whether or not the opportunity to trade MPJ in the offseason is something that Calvin Booth and the Nuggets should seriously look at. It's Dempsey and Company. Text in 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. It's a 2K Tuesday. Your favorite 90s and 2000 songs continuing.
as they got Logan O'Connor the hat trick on the empty net goal. Trying to do the same for Val Nichushkin. 18 seconds to go in the third period. Rantanen steals it away. Nichushkin has it at the red line towards the net. Yeah! Betaboy Val through the chapeau! His first career hat trick! And you thought it was snowing before with the pom-poms. Here come the hats. 12 seconds left. Val Nichushkin has 3. The Avalanche, for the 4th time in this series, have 5. And they are about to make their way back to Manitoba with a 3-1 series lead.
Well, that feels like it was decades ago at this point. That feels like it is of Avalanche lore. Oh, it feels so long ago, and it was like 2.5 weeks.
Right.
Remember how great of a feeling that was?
Yeah.
How unstoppable the Avs felt at that point, Chris Dempsey?
They felt like they were just like legit headed straight to the Stanley Cup final. I mean, they looked like the scariest team in the playoffs.
They felt unbeatable. Dempsey and Company, Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the namesake Christopher A. Dempsey. We're broadcasting live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured, continuing to figure out what went wrong with the Avs, what went wrong with the Nuggets, and how you can fix this in the offseason. I want to stick right there with the Colorado Avalanche. They look at next year, $87 million of cap space in total that you have to work underneath in the NHL next year, and you unfortunately have to expect that Gabe Landeskog and Val Nichushkin's combined cap hit of just over $13 million is going to be on the books next season, right? I think that's what the reality is and what you need to happen. So Nichushkin at $6.125 million, while he is. Well, I'll walk you through the situation with Val right now.
Yeah.
Val is in the middle of a 6-month suspension for being in stage 3, failing a drug test in the NHL's player assistance program.
Right.
His $6.125 million is currently off the books for the Avs. However, if he applies for reinstatement in middle of November when he's available, assumedly, and the NHL grants that reinstatement, his $6.125 immediately comes back on the books.
Yeah, so like that's no matter when he comes back, his cap hit is going to be right back on your books.
His cap hit is $6.125, which means you either have to go into the season, assuming you can't get out from under the contract. You have to go into the season $6.125 million under the cap, which is really, really difficult to do considering this team doesn't have all that much cap space remaining. If you get out from the contract, and there are multiple ways that you can do this, but it's very unlikely that you'll be able to do it.
Right.
You can try and void it, and the league has a pathway to do this, right? Like the front office can go to the league and say, hey, we want to void this contract for X, Y, and Z. Can we do it? Will the NHLPA bark back at us? The answer is likely yes.
Right.
And the Avs, if they choose to go this route, can try and build a picture of he has not lived up to the contract off the ice. And you can go back to building the picture starting in Seattle and going to his second strike in the NHL's player assistance program, which happened in the middle of this year, where you lost, 14 or so games from Val in the middle of the season. And then you can go to back-to-back postseasons not being on the team.
Right.
It is a very flimsy leg to stand on, but I believe the team will do everything in its power to make that case.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to explore that, right?
They're going to explore it, and I think that the league will probably be as lenient as they can be. Right? You have to look at this from a fan perspective, like when you're in the league office. Do you want Cale Makar, Nathan McKinnon, Mikko Rantanen, your most high-flying offense in the league? It is the best offense in the league. And what the NHL has desperately tried to do over the last decade is increase offense, increase goals, fun, fast, speed. That's what they want to do. They want to market a team like the Avs.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're Gary Bettman and company, it would behoove you to try and keep that team in the mix. And the Nichushkin contract, if it's not off the books, keeps them away from doing that. So I think that the league will try and help them as much as possible. Do I believe that means that they're going to be able to get it done legally? Probably not.
Right.
Because the only times that we've seen these things actually voided is if there is a player who's been caught on camera doing something illegal. Again, there was a player this year for the Coyotes that was caught, snorting stuff and contract voided. Slava Voinov years ago, domestic violence issue, jail time, contract voided. Mike Richards had Oxy in a bag and tried to bring it over international lines, was facing charges. Contract was originally voided. The NHLPA jumped back at that.
Yeah.
And it eventually became a mutual contract buyout that the Kings are still paying through the year 2032. Turned into a 16-year buyout in total.
But no real cap hit, right?
12-year, I think.
No cap hit on that.
No, there's a cap hit. The Mike Richards situation is still a small cap hit for the LA Kings. And it is about a $500,000 cap hit per year. Let's actually see. Termination fees started in 2015, and they will go through the year 2032.
Mm-hmm.
The original one for Mike Richards with the Kings was $1.8 million. There were also some cap recapture penalties in the first 5 years that the NHL was like, well, we can't let you get out of this completely scot-free. So on top of that 1.8, they had to pay another 1.3 in year one. And then the next 4 seasons, he was a $1.5 million cap hit, dead cap. After that, he will be anywhere between $400,000 to $900,000, depending on the year.
Which is not bad.
Not totally bad.
Yeah.
So if you get to a mutual contract buyout, there's a possibility that moving forward you could do this. Then you just pay for 15 years, $500,000 against the cap.
Okay, so then the question would be, do you think Val Nichushkin would agree to a contract?
No!
Well, exactly right. So
why would I?
Right. So, it's this feels like to me, Raj, that it feels like that he might be skating in an Av sweater at some point next season. That's what it feels like to me. Because if there's no
my sheet,
if there's no real avenue to to not have him on the roster and avoid there's nothing. They're kind of hamstrung. It sounds like
you could try and trade him. Like maybe there's a team that needs to get to the salary cap floor, and they go, well, we'll try this, and if it doesn't work, and he has another strike, a 4th strike against him, then he's out of the league for a year, and then that money comes off the books, and there's no guarantee that he'll be reinstated because that's just up to the league.
Mm-hmm.
Like the league gets to decide after that 4th strike whether or not you come back. It's never happened before.
Yeah,
it's literally never happened.
How long could he? I know the earliest he can come back is 6 months. I mean, could he lose a season?
He could lose a season. Like if the NHL decides, hey, we don't think you're ready, or God forbid for his personal state of affairs, he fails another drug test, which very clearly means he's not getting better, and this addiction issue has truly taken a hold of him, which I believe it has, right? It has actively affected his lifestyle, his work, his personal relationships, this addiction.
Yeah.
It would be a really bad look for him, and it unfortunately would be a very sad thing for Val to have gone down that road again. There's a possibility that Bettman in the NHL goes, dude, we don't think you're back.
Mm-hmm.
Like the program clearly didn't work for you there. And again, if that's the case, and maybe there's some like backdoor conversations that maybe it's that seedy. I don't think it is, but I'm not going to put that possibility away right now. Is the NHL and the Avs kind of talking to each other, being like, wouldn't be the worst thing is the guy sits out for an entire year because then we get the money back. He possibly gets better. Although you do remove the support system away from Val, right? Is it a support system or is it something that has enabled him, right? Like the money could be something that enables him to go down this path.
Right.
Or is it the team and the distraction of his job, of this game, this sport? Is that something that keeps him, away from
what's
These
probably,
issues.
and it's probably the latter. I mean, the more free time you just have, then it seems to me that's probably not the most productive thing for him. And so maybe just being able to come to work and like these seasons are I mean, it's not like there's a ton of free time when you're in the midst of the regular season. Like you're at practice and you're on planes and you're in the hotel and then you're at the games and this is just what it is for, an 8-month span. And so, I mean, I think there's an element of this where, the work of just being a player in the NHL probably is actually advantageous for him in terms of, all right, let's keep you in this space so that you're not in this space. And, we can work with you on your free time away from, we fly into whatever city and what are we doing now in the hours that night. We can help you work through those moments to make sure that you're on the ice for us. And it's a terribly complicated situation. It's a very difficult and complex situation. You want Val to be able to get to a space where he is, he is able to kind of fight off the demons, because that is just not something that he is able to do right now. And maybe the best thing for that is if he continues to be actively around your team.
I've seen a lot of people ask me this question on the text line or ask on Twitter. What if Val just decides to go back to Russia and play in the KHL? He could do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would be a mutual buyout of the contract. The Avs would probably get hit with a couple of years of dead cap. Again, it's just like a slap on the wrist of the NHL saying like, hey, you just can't get out of these things for free unless something crazy happens.
Yeah.
The issue with that is the highest paid player in the KHL right now makes like $1.5 million.
So it's just not a money
Val's
maker at
making
all.
6.
Yeah.
Val's making 6.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the opportunity for Val to just go back home and say, hey, screw it, I'll just go play in Russia, it's a bad financial decision for him to make. So I don't know if that's actually on the plate. Like, I don't know, maybe Utah trades for him, maybe San Jose would trade for him. I don't know at this point, but there's a possibility that you could get him off the books. I still think you have to go into the season expecting that Gabe Landeskog is playing for you day one, $7 million on the books. Val Nichushkin, 6.125, has to be on the books and accounted for. Therefore, through 3 lines, and I'll take you through them: McKinnon, Rantanen, Landeskog. Those guys at $12.5 million, $9.25 million. Rantanen, by the way, pending UFA after next season. He's due a pay increase. And Landeskog, $7 million. Contract finishes this year.
Can they just extend him then in the summer?
They could, but like we're talking about a team that doesn't have much money. I have 3 forward lines and 2 defenseman lines and 2 goalies right now written down, which means there's 5 active roster spots, not including guys that are scratches on a day-to-day basis, that they have to fill out, and they only have $4.5 million to do so. Cogliano, UFA. Duhaime, free agent. Trennan, free agent. Kiviranta, free agent. Drouin, free agent. Likely gone. Like, there's a chance that Jonathan Drouin could sign a $3.5 to $4 million average annual contract, and the Avs can't afford that because, well, you need Casey Middlestat, and you got to sign him to a 6-year, $6 million contract.
Hasn't Drouin said that he would take maybe a little bit of a discount?
Maybe
to
a
stay
little
here?
bit, but like at this point, you don't know what you have to offer.
Yeah.
And maybe a little bit of a discount would be like down to $3 million a year. And I don't even know if they have that. I don't know. You would have to trade away a big time contract in order to keep both Casey Middlestat and Jonathan Drouin. And a big time contract would be one of these. And again, this is going into the season, assuming that Nichushkin and Landeskog's contracts are on the books. You would either have to trade Sam Girard, $5 million, who played really well. He played really well when he got back from the Players Assistance Program.
Yep.
Sam Girard, Josh Manson, who has played really, really well this season and is your biggest physical asset on the team right now. Or you would have to find a way to, and this is tough, and it'll go into the MPJ conversation that we're going to have in a couple of minutes here, Dems. Do you look at trading Mikko Rantanen and his $9.25 million,
no,
knowing knowing
Mm-hmm.
that his contract extension will likely be worth somewhere between $11 and $12 million a year when you don't have the cap space and you don't have the certainty of Nichushkin or Landeskog moving forward. Not only what they can do on the ice, or if they'll be on the ice, but what they actually can do when on the ice.
You know, you almost have to look at some of this in multiple years terms. And so if Landeskog comes back and plays, but then can't actually play, you have a situation where you could put him on
if Gabe, if Gabe comes back, if Gabe comes back and he plays like 7 games and it goes, guys, I'm done. I can't play. I essentially have to retire. You can put him on LTIR and save those $7 million for the rest of his contract's life. Right. You can do that. The Canadiens are doing that right now with Carey Price. You can do that.
So I think that there's an element here. There's almost a wait and see, and I mean, obviously you can't wait and see with some of these guys. I still think that you got to prioritize Juin somehow and figure that out. You would love to figure out Middlestat as well. I know you can't keep them all, and that's it's just a fact of life in sports. But I think there's a two-part situation here. One, it's okay. Let's see if we can prioritize and get these guys signed under the current financial parameters that we have. And then there's lane B, which is we might actually have different financial parameters immediately, or at least a year from now. This could be a very different picture. And, for them, I don't know how they straddle that line. But it seems to me that you can do both in this situation and maybe find yourself in a different space than you thought you might be even a year from now.
Still so much more to get into here with the Avs, what they can and can't do in the offseason. I want to jump back into that question that we barely broached for a second. Do you look at trading Mikko Rantanen and what that would be able to net you in return? I'm asking the same question about Michael Porter Jr. Dempsey, I want your reaction on the other side. Do you trade MPJ in this offseason?
tip won't go, and the rebound comes down to Jokic. Outlet pass, KCP, left side over to Porter. Porter at the high post, jumpers up and in.
Need to get Porter active and going, huh?
14-4 is the score.
Dempsey and Company, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on a 2K Tuesday. Text in 303-504-0925, your favorite 90s and 2000s songs. Cole Smith will play them throughout the show. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Been talking a whole bunch about the Avs salary cap issues that they have this offseason. Talked about what you can and can't do with Val Nichushkin, what you're expecting from Gabe Landeskog, and how both of those contract situations affect what they might have to do in terms of trades. Mikko Rantanen, Sam Girard. We'll get back into that in about 15 minutes time here. But in the same vein of trading a star, trading a guy who costs you a lot of money, the Avs have salary cap issues. The Nuggets have depth issues. Is there a possibility, Chris Dempsey, that you move Michael Porter Jr. to try and address the depth? Because if you do not, then the Nuggets have salary cap issues, and they can't add to the depth. And that's what killed them against Minnesota.
Yeah, so they're in a particular interesting spot whereas they have to. The questions that have to be asked, and I'm sure they're being asked today, and in their meetings are, how much can we just run it back versus, okay, but now we need to significantly improve, because this team is towing the second apron line already, and what that just basically means is the NBA just starts stripping away ways for you to be able to improve your roster. The more you go, once you get over the cap, then into the luxury tax, and then to that first apron, and then into that second apron. They did it on purpose so that you can't just pay luxury taxes without care as to what. This is in direct result to the Golden State Warriors, and the Golden State Warriors. During that dynastic run of theirs, they just paid all the luxury tax. They didn't care. And it was just a situation where they were going to pay it and win titles, and the NBA said no because they wanted more parity. And so they start entering all these other penalties for this. And so now the Nuggets find themselves in a situation where they can't appreciably improve their basketball team unless you do something drastic. And so the question, Raj, will MPJ improve? Like, he's got, I think, a lot of room to still get better. But also, so the first question is can he do that? Because when we last heard from him, he was openly apologizing for not playing the way he felt like he should have in the series, and that's okay. Everybody has a bad series. But where will he be next year? And will he be consistent next year? And do you believe that as an organization next year? Because if any of those answers start to become a little iffy, then it's, okay, well, maybe we need to make a move with this individual. And if you do that, then obviously you start to be able to clear out the kind of space that can even out your roster. And I don't know. Look, the Nuggets have a couple of things happening here. Also, KCP has a player option, which I think the wide expectation is that he's going to decline that for $15 million and be an unrestricted free agent at that point in time. To which, because he just wants to get, he's probably going to get one more really nice contract. And do that now for him at $15 million, or probably the 16, 17, 18. He could probably get that from somebody.
But instead of guaranteeing it over a year, he can turn that into 3 years, $42 million.
Exactly right. So that's why the expectation is he's going to opt out. But then can you re-sign him at this current or higher number? And if you do that, then what is that doing to the rest of your roster? So the Nuggets are in a very, very, very tough position. you just wish you knew a little bit more of what those conversations were behind closed doors. But they will have to do something like that if they want to actually drastically change the equation in a Western Conference that it continues to improve. We're going to get the conference finals started here on Wednesday for the West and in the East tonight. These teams aren't going anywhere. The Dallas Mavericks brought over some young players, drafted some young players. Luka's not going anywhere. They're going to be good. Oklahoma City got taught a lesson by the Mavericks, but they will continue to be on the rise.
They're on their path.
The Minnesota Timberwolves, the same, right? And look, the Memphis Grizzlies will be back next year. Ja Morant will be back with that basketball team, and they will be good.
The Ja situation feels very similar to the Nichushkin situation, but then you also add in like injury.
He was injured for the second half of this year.
Can you trust Ja Morant to be on the court, both with knowing the off-court issues and injury issues?
Well, they have to. They got no other choice.
Just like the Avs.
They have. They're jumping in on him, and look, if he keeps himself off the court, fine. That's a team that's good. So my point is this: like the Nuggets, in a space and time where you absolutely need to actually improve tangibly, they're hamstrung, and I don't know how they feel like they want to get out of this situation.
Well, the only way that you can get out of it is, again, there's one player you can trade. And I think but for the Avs, there's like two. I don't know if they want to.
I don't think they want to go down that road.
I don't think they want to, but if you want to address the depth issue this year without just saying, we hope the young guys get better and we hope that we pick someone good at number 28 this year, right? Because you can't just trade that and bring in salary because you don't have the room to bring that salary in. Like, who wants to take Zeke Najee's $8 million off your hands? I don't know if anyone wants that.
Right.
So you're going to the offseason saying, well, we hope that Zeke turns into it's not turned into eventually. It's this year turns into the backup center or backup four that you truly need. That's a lot of hoping and wanting and wishing for a team that's in a championship window. What do you think MPJ could net? And what type of team would be trading for a guy like that?
Philadelphia 76ers right off the top.
I see a lot of rumors about San Antonio.
Maybe. I mean, show me a team that has the star player already in place, and what you need to do is be able to get the, you obviously you need players to be able to give your star player space. So, sure. I mean, but would you send him to anybody in the Western Conference? I wouldn't. I wouldn't do it. And so that's why. So
I mean, would you send him to a team like San Antonio that is still, while they're going to be here eventually, they're still probably 3 years out from they're 3 years out of being Oklahoma City.
Right.
Right. So, and that is still in the middle of your championship window if you're the Nuggets. So who cares if you trade him to a Western Conference foe when you're trying to maximize the championship window now, that when you're on the downswing of the Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray era, and I'm just going to use San Antonio as my example right now, they're on the come up. So who cares at that point, right? Because you already know that your window has come and gone, and you've won 2-3 titles in that window, and you get to go, oh, well, we unfortunately have to suck for a few years or just hit it in the draft, and then we're back after 3.
The reason why I would say it's because that Michael Porter Jr., one of the conversations we had earlier this year was opportunity for Michael Porter Jr. And if Michael Porter Jr. moves up from 3 to 2 on the hierarchy on an offense, does he just become exponentially better because the reps are there? Because the ball is in his hands just so much more. His usage rate is higher, and his return rate on that usage rate is so much higher. And so if he is playing now for the San Antonio Spurs, and all of a sudden the ball is in his hands way more, and now he goes from 17 points per game to 22 points per game, then you have taken a team in the Spurs who are also going to be able to draft really well. They have 2 tip picks in the top 10 of the NBA draft.
Yeah, the NBA draft ain't all that it's cracked up to be this year, though.
It's still got good players. In every year, even in the years that it's like, well, then maybe the players aren't that great, there's still a player or two somewhere along the line that's going to rise up and go, Oh yeah, remember when that he came out of this draft that wasn't so good. But also, if you have a player, if you already have Wemby and MPJ, you don't need star player number 3. You need really good role player number 3. And it makes the roster building so much easier for the Spurs, and B, so much more clarity. You can plug in guys, especially in a draft like this, that could help you right off the top because you're not looking for stars that you already have on your roster.
Some other ones that we see thrown around here: Brown, Watson, NPJ for Donovan Mitchell.
No. The Donovan Mitchell experience is going to be very actually interesting because I believe he is a
Zeke Naji's making more than KCP. What is that true?
Mm-mm.
From the 800 number?
Mm-mm. No. Donovan Mitchell feels like he's got a yeah. Okay, he's going into it. So right. Okay. Yeah, Donovan Mitchell he's extension eligible this year. There's a lot of stuff happening with Cleveland. But no, it's I think the best bet, I think, to be honest with you, man, the Nuggets don't, I feel like they want to keep the core together, that starting 5 together if they can. And then they're still going to hope that Peyton Watson improves, that Christian Brown improves, and they can steal somebody from somewhere that can help the bench equation. And I didn't want to start. I always said just to keep an eye on the Bruce Brown situation. Somebody to me yesterday said, "Would you take Bones Highland back?" Because that would be a player that could come back and almost instantly solve your scoring off the bench. He was a really good scorer off the bench. He just got crossways with a lot of people in the organization. And has he learned a lesson enough to be able to bring him back? I don't know, but that's the kind of player that I think you're looking for right now if you're the Nuggets. Somebody who is languishing on the bench somewhere that's got a whole lot of potential. Maybe it's a young player that you can put onto your roster for an economical price that can give you returns well above the salary that they would be making.
Dem says no to trade an MPJ. I'll tell you my thoughts on the possibility of trading a pending unrestricted free agent, a 55-goal scorer in Mikko Rantanen on the other side. Oh, there's nothing like
That's
turning
right.
around your mood on a Tuesday morning like the Baja Men. 2K Tuesday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Christopher Dempsey. You can watch the show Safeway Twitch stream, Altitude SR on Twitch. Demps, we've been talking about the MPJ possibilities and trading him in the offseason. I went through the Avs cap issues going into the offseason. Again, I will tell you guys coming up at 11:40 who you should be rooting for throughout the remainder of the year. You've got the Oilers and the Stars in the NHL. You've got the Rangers and the Panthers in the East. The NBA, obviously the Wolves going up against the Mavs, and then the Eastern Conference, the Celtics versus the Pacers. We'll go over, is the team fun? Do they have the requisite top talent that you want to watch on a nightly basis? How much do you actually hate that team, and does that matter? How much
Take
do
that
you
L on the way out.
hate that fan base, and does it matter? We'll talk about that at 11:40. Cole Smith will go through our NFL notes coming up at 11:20. OTAs starting in just a few minutes down there at Dove Valley with the Broncos. We'll see, is Cortland Sutton in attendance? That's the biggest thing going into today. That about 15 minutes from right now. I told you I went through 3 full forward lines and 2 full defenseman lines with the Avs.
Right.
Assuming the salary cap will be at about $87.5 to $88 million this upcoming season.
Mm-hmm.
I have a full forward line 4 that needs to be filled out and a full 5-6 D pair that needs to be filled out. And I only have $4.5 million remaining against the cap.
Oh boy.
That is assuming that Landeskog is in, assuming that you have to account for the 6.125 of Val Nichushkin. In this situation, you likely cannot keep Jonathan Drouin under any circumstance, even if he goes down to like $2.5 million, which is not going to happen. He's coming off of a career year. He's a guy who formerly made $5.5 million. Drouin is worth on the open market probably 3.5 to 4 on a long-term deal. On an average annual basis is my guess. Jack Johnson walks. Caleb Jones either walks or comes back on the vet minimum on a 2-way contract. You can bounce him as an 8th defenseman between here and Colorado, but he is not a active roster help for you. I think your 2 defensemen that you can look at this year if you need to fill out lines or defenseman spots 5 and 6 are Sam Malinsky and then possibly a guy in like Sean Behrens who played for DU. Malinsky is, I think he's a staple.
Yeah.
He's on the team next year without a doubt.
For sure.
And he is a $900,000 or cheaper player, which is really, really nice.
Kovalenko too.
Kovalenko, $900,000 or cheaper. So he's going to slot in on the wing on your 4th line. You're going to get Logan O'Connor back.
Right.
The other guys that I look at that would need to step up who are cheap in-house options. Oscar Alausen, 2021 first-round draft pick. People are like, oh, is he ready? Like, who was ready from the 2021 draft? Wyatt Johnston with Dallas. You know who was ready from the 2021 draft? Who's the little guy? Logan Stankoven. Like, those guys. Those guys were ready. And they were late first round, second round, mid-round picks, right? Like, Alausen has to be a guy who can step in next year. If not, he's a bust. That sucks. Jean-Luc Foudy, smaller, faster player who's shown some really good things when he's come up with the Avs, is a possibility to slot in on a bottom 6 winger role. You'd also have to look at a guy like Riley Tufte. He's a pending free agent, but he'll cost you the minimum and be a 2-way contract. Could you bring in a big 6'6", 6'7" guy, scored a lot in the AHL? That's a possibility. That's how you fill out this roster in-house only.
Sounds like the Nuggets.
Sounds like the Nuggets. And the only way
Young
that
players.
you can go outside is to trade someone away. And I think there are 2 trade candidates right now, one of which is a mid-20s Sam Girard at $5 million on an average annual basis, and the other one is a pending unrestricted free agent butting up against the Michael Porter Jr. conversation in Mikko Rantanen. Mikko's worth $12 million on the open market. He's a top 20 player in this league. He's a 55-goal scorer. He's a Stanley Cup champion. And while the eye test didn't excite you this year, certainly in the playoffs, the numbers do. And he continues to produce in the playoffs despite not having the eye test pass. Scored the only goal for you in Game 6.
Yeah. doesn't he just feel like a core player though?
He's a core player. I'm not of the thought process that trading Mikko Rantanen fixes anything.
Right.
It does not fix anything, and I don't know if there's any teams out there that can afford what it would. Like, it would cost you multiple first-round picks and, like, 4 roster players to go out and get Mikko.
Right.
There's not a lot of guys that, or a lot of teams that can do that.
And you're just taking such a talented player off your roster. I just, there's, just for me, and, it's when you start to talk about roster construction and, who might stay and who might need to go. I always really pause a lot, really hesitate a lot when you have to start with a player that is going to immediately make your team weaker. Like if he is not on the team, the Avalanche aren't as good a hockey club as they just were.
Unless you, right, because you're going to lose offense. You will no longer be the top offense in the league, but the hope in that trade is you go from being just a slightly below average defensive team. Like, the only thing that the Avs were truly horrible in this year were giving up low to high passes. So, like, if the opposing team is in your zone, and they're passing the puck from underneath the goal line up to the point, which is something that the Avs do on offense better than almost any team in the league. The Avs defensively are horrible at defending that. And they give up a bunch of shots from the points. Like Dallas fed on it in the second round this year. Maybe you can get better at that. And like, you're better.
Is that a personnel issue?
Yeah, I think it's a personnel issue.
Okay.
Oh yeah. It's a want to issue. It's a getting in front of pucks, and yeah. And that's something that, like, I'll call a spade here. Like, Mikko is an elite scoring talent. He's not great defensively. Takes shifts off. He does. Mm-hmm. That is who he is. He's not Alexander Barkov with the Panthers. That guy's an amazing two-way forward. He's not Val Nichushkin. He's not Arturi Lehkonen. I just named 2 Finns and a Russian.
You did. Also this. The Avs are, look, there's a philosophy that there's a style of play and a philosophy with how they are thinking about the types of players they're bringing in, right? Got to be able to skate. Got to do that with some speed. Your decor should be able to pop in some offense for you as well. And if you're removing a player like that to improve defense, then are you also now shifting the philosophy of how you think you should be winning hockey games?
Yeah, which is scary because of how you've built this team, right? Like, you did not build this team with that thought process in mind, which means, oh crap, now you're trying to fit. It's not fitting one square peg into a round hole. It's fitting an entire roster of square pegs into round holes. So again, I don't think the option of trading Mikko Rantanen going into a UFA year makes the Avs better in the here and now or in the long term. I do believe that, and again, unfortunately, because this guy played really, really well, and Sam Girard is worth every penny of $5 million. But on this team, with these cap issues, he might not be worth $5 million. He's worth it. Like, as a player, that guy is, you could actually argue that Sam Girard's like underpaid by like $500,000 to $1 million looking on the metrics.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can afford to have a player like him in. And then you get really thin on the defensive side, really young on the defensive side. But if you want to keep Rantanen, Middlestat, and Drouin, the only way to do it is by trading Sam Girard, bringing in 2 vet minimum defensemen who are mean, bruising types of guys. That's the way that you can do it.
Is Sean Walker not coming back?
No, you can't afford him. Sean Walker's probably going to be a $3.5 million player.
Yeah,
is my guess. Sean Walker, you can't afford Sean Walker. Again, the only way that you can afford these players is if someone takes a huge discount.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have to hope that going into either this offseason or next offseason, Mikko Rantanen signs a deal worth $10 million on an average annual basis, which is a $2 million pay cut. You have to hope that happens. The reason why Pittsburgh was so good for so many years is because essentially Sidney Crosby signed a 17-year deal worth $8.7 million on an average annual basis.
Right.
It wasn't truly 17, but if you look at the aggregate of all those contracts, he took a huge pay cut in order to keep Letang, Malkin, in order to have guys like Rust or Gensel on his team, Marc-Andre Fleury, right? Those are the types of deals you have to have hit. Like, Kale took a pay cut.
Are there contract restructures?
No.
Yeah, you know,
NHL contracts are guaranteed.
Okay.
They don't make a lot compared to the NFL and the NBA, but those guys get their money.
They get it, and they should. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, look, and then the Avs have been a lot more willing to tinker with the decor than anything else. Like, in terms of trades and you know, like that's what their history is, and so, I mean, that leads you right down the Samuel Girard road.
I think that's the player you have to trade. And I don't like it because I like the player. Like, I really, really like Sam Girard. I think he is underrated, and on a team that can afford him at $5 million, he can be really good. He should be quarterbacking a power play. While he shouldn't be shooting, he should be quarterbacking a power play. He doesn't have the opportunity to do that on this team. You can get something for him. You can get some roster players for him that makes it work, or you can get it a couple of cheap guys that are on entry-level contracts that you hope can be here and now helpful players in your bottom six. That's the way that you can do it. Trading Mikko, I think, is an overreaction to a player who's top 20. And it's really tough to replace 55 goals, guys. Like, it's really hard to replace 100 points. He's a top 10 player of all time in terms of playoff points per game. Like, it's nuts to think about trading that guy. While his eye test didn't help. And maybe over the next couple of days, it's going to come out that, like, Mikko played through an injury the whole season. It might happen. That happens a lot in the NHL.
Yeah.
I don't think trading Mikko is the option. You assume that the NHL salary cap will go up to $92 million, not this year, but next season, so 2025, and then as high as $95 million 3 years from now. So you can fit in
those numbers.
You can fit in his contract extension. You can fit in the Makar contract extension that comes up 3 years from now. I wouldn't trade Mikko. And again, I hate to say this, I think the only way that you can fix the cap issues in the here and now, assuming that Nichushkin and Landeskog are on the books,
which they will be,
Girard's got to go. It sucks.
Yeah,
but that's the only fix.
You know, it's the offseason comes at you fast, man. For both of these teams, you know, just a couple of weeks ago, we're just watching teams actively play, and now not only just not playing anymore, but both of these teams have such very complicated financial issues.
Oh yeah, they do.
It's going to be a very, very interesting offseason.
On the other side, Cole Smith will bring us through the biggest stories in the NFL. OTAs have started today. Who is going to be at Dove Valley for the Broncos and around the league? That coming up next. Every day here on Dempsey and Company, we go through our NFL notes, the biggest stories around the gridiron. And today we have OTAs, guys on the field. Cole Smith, what do you have for us today?
Yeah, guys, OTAs are up and rolling for everybody in the NFL. And of course, they are voluntary workouts. I want to mention that before anything is said. Players do not have to show up, but many players do attend, mostly because of financial incentives or other matters, if you will. But at the same time, players will skip voluntary programs to send a message to the front office. And this year, players that have chosen to skip of note are Micah Parsons of Dallas, Justin Jefferson of Minnesota, T. Higgins from Cincinnati, Stephon Diggs from Houston has chosen not to show up. Laramie Tunsil has also not shown up at left tackle for the Houston Texans. And then, of course, Tristan Wirfs has not shown up for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as well. And then another notable name, Tua Tagovailoa, has not shown up for OTAs in Miami, but reportedly that is not contract related. It's he's still working in injury.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting time, right? It's as we were talking, I was trying to find the wide receivers. A great many of these players have contract situations. You mentioned Justin Jefferson, and I just think that's good. That's an interesting. Like they're going to sign him, right, to an extension at some point. I know it's going to cost him a lot of money. You just don't draft JJ McCarthy and not have Justin Jefferson on your roster. But there's a lot of like numbers back and forth, consternation in some of these issues and some of these situations, and his is one of them. But I think this isn't, the context is everything. Like Stephon Diggs, let's take him. I just think he just doesn't show up for these things. Like in Buffalo, it was kind of maybe I might not show up there, although he actively hated everybody up in Buffalo. In Houston, who knows why that is actually happening. I don't think there's any bad blood there right off the top. He just got there. But this is an interesting time for years for this kind of stuff. And I'll be interested to see if Cortland Sutton around here is one of them.
So if you look at Stephon Diggs' contract right now, he's not holding out for anything, right? Like he's signed through 2028. Right. That's not a contract issue. I think that's just like, I'm 30 years old. I've been there. I've done that. I will be your slot receiver and we'll be just fine moving forward, right? That is not a contract issue there. All the other guys, they're all very similar right now.
Yeah.
And it'll speak volumes to me if Cortland decides not to show up today, because he's not on the same level as those other wide receivers. He's not T. Higgins. He's not Justin Jefferson. He's not the level of player that Micah Parsons or Tristan Wirfs is at this point. I know he's coming off a career year and 10 touchdowns, but he's more likely to give you diminishing returns than he is to play better in this upcoming contract extension, right? So for me, like, you're holding out, but you're not the same as these other guys if you decide not to show up today. It'd be really nice to see him show up and be able to get some rapport with these quarterbacks, and whether it's Stidham or Wilson or Nix going into the season, you need to have your veteran safety blanket, and that's what Cortland has to be this year.
I don't think he wants to be here.
I don't think he wants to be here at all. And he sees the writing on the wall, man. Like he sees the writing on the wall. He is not the wide receiver number one of the future for the Broncos. I highly anticipate that they're going to draft another wide out in the next 2 years in the first round.
Yeah,
he's gone. So I guess I understand it. Is Tua's situation really not contract related? He's not signed, man.
I don't know.
He's not signed. It's a fully guaranteed deal that ends this season.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it is of note that Tua has had been off and on with injuries this offseason, but
are we sure that's not contract? That screams contract.
Could be. Why did the Broncos not trade Cortland Sutton? Why didn't they not do that?
They should have traded him. Get yourself a 4th round draft pick this year.
Yes.
They should have traded him.
Yeah, you have enough around. I mean, look, to your point, this is not a playoff team.
No, it's not a playoff team for another 2 to 3 years.
You have enough in your wide receiver. And not only that, you have intriguing players in that room right now that probably just should get more reps. And Cortland seems like a piece that you need if you are most certainly a playoff team and you're trying to. Your job is to like get yourself to a Super Bowl. You need a player like that. When you are starting over and your offense seems like it's super young and it's going to have who knows what's going to happen at running back. Your quarterback is new. You've drafted another wide receiver. You had one last year as well. Like, just go with it. It's cool. Let the young players grow together. And then hopefully a guy like Greg Dulcich plays and can reprise a red zone big target
you
role.
need it. You need a tight end to step up because you passed up on a big time one.
Yeah,
Like what seems like a can't miss guy in Brock Bowers, right? A can't miss guy for a hope at quarterback.
Which might, Raj, I guess that would say that they feel like Greg Dulcich is going to be fine and is going to play. I mean, it's a roll of the dice because he continues to be injured, but don't you just take Brock Bowers if you're just certain that Dulcich is just not going to be able to turn this train around?
I mean, they just had such a big hole at quarterback, and they have for so many years that just it outweighs it. It tips the scales, and it's not fair, right? Because those weights are not the same density as the other ones, right? When you're talking about quarterbacks to tight ends and quarterbacks to running backs or wideouts, it's just not the same. NFL Notes are sponsored and brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. That's at mountainhighappliance.com.
When the 2024 schedule was announced last week, one of the games that jumped out was for Thursday night, Week 7. That's when the Denver Broncos will get to take on Sean Payton's former team, the New Orleans Saints. Be the first trip back for Sean Payton. And defensive end Cameron Jordan, who spent his first 11 seasons playing for Payton, he was asked about the game, and he was saying, quote, "It's not like I've circled it on a calendar and marked it down, but it feels like we have to win that game. Everybody knows who Sean Payton is," unquote. And guys, I wanted to ask you, is the Broncos beating the New Orleans Saints absolutely a must-win for the Broncos, or is it more of a must-win for the Saints just to not have to lose to the Broncos?
No, it is a must-win for Sean Payton without a doubt. I don't think it matters to the Saints outside of just like a normal, like you want to win every game in the NFL schedule. I don't think it matters as much. But for Sean Payton to go back, and the Broncos haven't given up draft compensation to go get that guy, it means everything. I also think I was calling Cam Jordan Cameron when we were talking about this upcoming game about an hour ago. No, it means everything. That's a must-win game for Sean. That feels like a legacy stamp.
Yeah,
you got to do it.
He definitely wants to win it. I mean, I think, look, the players on the Broncos team don't care.
No, they don't give a damn. He does.
But he does. So he's going to walk in there and he's going to want to show them what they're missing. And I don't know, man. I don't know if he's got the team that's going to be able to hold that up for him. But you know, it's also Week 7. So any early wrinkles can be ironed out by Week 7. And so he might have, like, his best opportunity to walk in and get that victory this year would be later in the season when his team could iron out some of the stuff that would be ailing them early on. I don't think that they're going to beat the Saints. I just don't. But I guess we'll see. Also, I just saw this come across on Tua. Cameron Wolf of the NFL Network reporting that Tua was committed to attend Nick Saban's charity golf tournament and was excused from OTAs today to do that.
All right. Okay. Again, he doesn't have a contract.
That's also true.
And quarterbacks don't really go into UFA seasons on contending teams without contracts.
It's true.
He could be injured. He could just be teaming it up with Saban. But also, the guy doesn't have a deal. And he's a first-round quarterback. Seems fishy to me. Cole?
There it goes. Couldn't get my hotkeys to work there. Broncos quarterback Bo Nix was among a handful of rookies invited to an exclusive meeting hosted by Fanatics founder and CEO Michael Rubin and Tom Brady and Jay-Z. Among other attendees include rookie quarterbacks Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and Drake May. And Tom Brady had some pretty good advice for the young QBs, including this advice on staying out of the limelight.
When you have 53 guys on the team and you think it's about you, it ain't about you. It's about us. And the biggest problem I see with a lot of the young players today, you guys are making it too much about I and me because of social media, because of branding and all that. It's fine. You're not going to win. There was a difference between being a star and being a champion. Every day of practice is important. You know why? Because when I was on the Patriots and we had 20 years of winning, every day was a big day. I treated a preseason game, I treated a regular season like it was a Super Bowl. So when I got to the Super Bowl, it was just another day for me.
And do you guys agree young players are caring too much about their social media image and not about what's happening on the field?
Probably, but we went round and round about this with Russell Wilson, right? And I still think you can do both. I don't think that.
Well, hold on. Russell Wilson being the example for that is not a great example.
Well, he's a Super Bowl champion.
He was not as active on social back when he won a Super Bowl. Granted, it's not the same thing. Like, it's not
maybe
the social media landscape is not the same now as it was a decade ago when they won a Super Bowl.
You can do both. You can do both.
You can do both, but I think you should probably choose a different athlete than Russ. Because when he came here and he was all about the Russell Wilson 3 brand, the guy flat out sucked.
All I'm saying is that we had that discussion in regards to Russell Wilson, and this is how it went. Like, you were opposed to him being any kind of significant presence on social media because you thought it took away from what he was working on the football field. And I don't. I do not.
Was he a better quarterback in year 1 or year 2 when he was in Denver? Demps?
Year 2.
Did he have a larger social media presence in year 1 or year 2 in Denver, Demps?
I don't know.
Year 1. Because Sean Payton came in and said, get out of the office. It's no longer yours. Get rid of the social media team. They're not going to be here. You didn't see him have the same... Again, he was
Raj,
not good for 2 straight years.
Let's play
but there's
this
a
game.
direct correlation.
Oh, okay. Let's play this game. Is LeBron James a good basketball player?
He is.
Okay.
But you're hold on. That's generation.
Okay.
That is all-time great talent.
I'm just
Give
asking.
me. You can't counter Russell Wilson, who is a borderline Hall of Fame player. Probably not a Hall of Fame player because of how crappy the second half of his career has gone. So Hall of very good player. You can't.
Is Micah Parsons a good football player?
Yeah.
He has an active podcast.
Yes.
Does it get any more social media than?
Hold on, who's the Pat Beverly? Are they the same player? They might be the same player. Pat Bev and Russell Wilson? Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Pat Bev is not a good player. Russell Wilson is much better than Pat. Yes, no, do not look at me like that, Raj. No, Russell Wilson is much better player than Pat Beverly ever will be.
I don't know, man.
Last year's Russell Wilson is better than peak Pat Beverly.
Okay. The peak of Russell Wilson is far better than the peak of Pat Bev. But you can't counter the Russell Wilson social media experiment with, well, arguably the greatest basketball player of all time has a podcast. You can't do that.
I'm just saying, LeBron James has a lot of social media. He's on social media a lot.
It's the reason why Caleb Williams was such an enigma going into the draft this year.
Yeah.
Like, why he was so polarizing wasn't because of what he can do on the field. He's sensationally talented.
Right.
It was all the off-field issues. It was all the social and is he too entrenched in what's going on as a brand and trying to get, an ownership stake in whatever team wants to draft him?
Yeah. I just don't think
that'll be the downfall, and that will be the headline on Caleb Williams if he doesn't turn into an all-pro quarterback. Is he really committed to football?
And it'll be a good question, and it'll be for a variety of reasons with Caleb Williams. But I just don't think posting a video means that now I've taken an hour away from football time. I just don't think that that's a thing. And you can post all the videos you want and still be a really good player. And if you're not, it's not because I tweeted.
One more, Cole.
And last one for you guys. The Denver Broncos will have to wait and see how much linebacker Drew Sanders has improved from his rookie season. Sources told ESPN on Monday night Sanders suffered a torn Achilles early on in the team's offseason program. He's expected to at least most of the 2024 season, but it does leave open the possibility for Sanders to come back possibly at the end of the year.
This is just I hate this so much, Raj. I hate this so much because he was one of the players that I really was looking forward to seeing step into a bigger role. You need more reps. You need more snaps. And everything that we heard last year was how great this guy looked in practice. He flashed. He just needed, just needed another year. He just needed some extra strength and maybe just a year in the program before we put him on the field in a real way. And I was really looking forward to seeing him. And this was a blow. Now look, was he already a difference maker on the defense? No, because he didn't play last year. And was he going to be a difference maker on defense this year? I don't know. I was hoping, but I don't know. But they also did sign Cody Barton. So and he was a productive from a tackle sense linebacker as well. Probably just see more of him alongside Alex Singleton, and we'll just keep it moving.
You are lucky that this injury comes to arguably the deepest part of your defense, right? Like this could have been a huge issue if it was a cornerback or if it was a safety, right? Because you go in with like Brandon Jones and Caden Stearns as your starting safeties this year with a question mark in PJ Locke and a question mark in Turner Yell behind there. It would have been a much larger issue in the secondary. This year, I find if you're going to have an injury on the defense, it had to be at linebacker. I would have rather have been like outside linebacker. But then again, we don't know what he was going to play, right? And I think that's a little bit of a red mark on the coaching staff for me last year is when you knew that it was all over.
Yeah.
You probably needed to play him a lot more.
Field.
Just put him on the field.
Yep.
And again, worst case scenario, you get a better draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
Worst case scenario, you get a better draft pick and you know that like, oh, this guy can't play. We need to move on from him.
Yep.
And that wasn't done. But again, having Alex Singleton and Barton and Browning and Cooper there with depth in Nick Bonito and Jonas Griffith is huge, right? Like, I don't know if they really believe in Justin Strnad, but you have depth there. I still think it's an issue because you're going to find injuries here. Like, I don't want to be this guy. Like, it scares me to do this. Like, is Alex Singleton going to continue to be like the healthiest linebacker in the history of the league? With all of the snaps that guy plays?
It's a good question, but he's been pretty durable over the course of his career. He's
the exception to the rule.
But also this, Raj, the Broncos where were they? Did they have the fewest significant injuries of any team in the NFL?
They were super healthy.
Yeah. And so one of the things that they really wanted to change in Sean Payton's first year was their approach to injuries and nutrition and strength training and all the things to be able to avoid a lot of this stuff. And it seems that program has worked. And if they are, if this is the road that they're walking down again, which of course it is because it worked last year, maybe you're just continue to be one of the healthier football teams again in this season. I mean, just barring sheer bad luck.
Yeah, I just think eventually that bill becomes due. And it's not like, well, because you were healthy last year, it means you're going to be injured this season. It's just, for me, football players get hurt, man. And Alex Singleton has played 16 or 17 games every single year for you. And eventually that's going to come back and hurt you. And you've got a guy in Jonas Griffith who's coming off of an offseason injury last year, right? I worry that the depth will be tested quickly, even at a deep part of the defensive chart.
Yeah, we'll see.
It scares me a little bit.
Yep.
All right, on the other side, Nuggets and Avs, they're done. They're out. It sucks. It's been a miserable Monday and Tuesday to have to deal with that. But you're not going to stop watching sports because, well, the Eastern and Western Conference Finals in both of those leagues start this week, start tonight. And you need someone to root for. I'm going to tell you who it is on the other side. 2K Tuesday wrapping up here. We'll hand things off to Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC in just a few minutes. OTAs for the Broncos right around the corner.
Yeah.
Hop onto the mobile app for the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. It's powered by the Freaky Law Firm. They're in your corner. All you got to do is open up the app, hit the little microphone on the button. You can say whatever the heck it is you want to us there. Funny thing that we're going to get into in a couple of minutes here before we get out of the program. If you do not watch the program on Twitch, it's a lot of fun to hop in there on the chat room of the Safeway Twitch stream. Our friends Willie and Harv and Blinksy have been going over the Altitude Sports Radio sports lineups. So they went through a hockey lineup, basketball, football, baseball. I'll get into what they came up with and whether or not I think they're right. But before that, we still have sports to watch. Like it's conference finals time. And just because both the Nuggets and the Avs are out and not on a title run for the first time in 700 days?
Yeah.
Which is nuts to think about. You still have to watch it and have someone to root for. You can't just go in cynical and say, screw it, I don't want anyone to win because, well, someone's going to win. So let's go through it right now. My 4 categories. Are they fun?
Right.
Do they have top talent?
Okay.
Do you hate the team?
Okay.
And do you hate the fan base?
All right.
Let's start in the NBA. All right,
Yes.
with the Mavs. Demps, are they fun?
No.
See, that's funny. I think the Mavericks are fun because chaos. Because you have the Kyrie situation that it could blow up at any given time.
Yeah.
But Luka Doncic is a blast to watch.
He is a blast to watch. That's true.
And most of the time, fun and top talent will go hand in hand. So
Okay.
I'm going to say Dallas is, you know what? They're not fun, but they have the ability to be chaotic. So I'll say no to fun, but yes to top talent.
I'm going to say no to fun and yes to top talent. Although Luka you do make a good point. Luka is fun to watch. He is fun to watch.
Yeah, he is.
It's just that the Dallas Mavericks as a team aren't fun to watch. Yeah, it's if that makes sense. So it's a player that is box office, but watching Dallas play offense is like, okay, we're going to go through this for 7 games. So I'm just, because of that, with the caveat that Luka is a fun player to watch, I'm still going to say no to fun, but yes to top talent.
Do you hate the team?
No.
Don't even.
care.
I've never thought about the Dallas
Yeah,
Mavericks
don't
once in my life.
Right. They don't matter.
No, don't hate the team. That's a plus.
Right.
Do you hate the fan base?
I don't really hate the fan base
Don't
either.
really hate the fan base either. So
Yeah.
the Mavs are the leader in the clubhouse right now.
Okay.
In the West.
Right.
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 And then you go to the Wolves. Are they fun? I argue that the Timberwolves, even though they just beat you, that is a fun as hell basketball team to watch.
Yeah, because they get after you defensively. Got the high flyer with Anthony Edwards. Yeah. Fun and top talent.
Fun and top talent. They have a villainous player in Rudy Gobert.
Yeah,
you have a chaotic player in Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah.
And you have the guy who's been called the next Michael Jordan in Anthony Edwards.
Right.
You check both of those boxes.
Yeah, I like
now,
it.
I would say leader in the clubhouse now. But you go to my final 2 categories.
Yep.
Do you hate the team?
Yeah.
You hate the team with every ounce of your
Yes.
being.
Yeah.
And I don't know if
You
I
just
would
do.
have hated Minnesota as much had the issue not arisen in the final 15 seconds of Game 7.
Yeah. Right.
The showboating look
Right. Jaden McDaniels.
can't
Yep.
happen.
Can't do that. Can't
Hate him. Hate him.
Plus,
hate
they're
him,
just
hate
kind
him.
of they're just kind of annoying, right? You like Karl Anthony Towns is always complaining. Rudy Gobert is kind of a cheap shot complaining guy too, and it's just like, all right, you roll your eyes at them so much. So yes, hate the team.
And as a result, I can't stand the fan base because Minnesota sports fans are as loud of a fan base for as worthless as a championship history as there is in this country. And they flooded ball. Hold on. We haven't talked about that yet.
Yeah.
How the hell
I know.
did they all get into Ball Arena for Game 7?
I don't know.
It was
And they were-
insane.
And so many of them, they were all sitting right behind the Timberwolves bench too, and then into the. So as you kind of curve to behind the basket, they were all there. I don't know why. I
What
don't know
happened?
how.
Did they feign as Nuggets fans and then just like rip the jerseys off as soon as they got in?
Raj, it reminded me of a college. So when college football,
It did.
yes, there's an allotment of tickets that they give to the opposing team, so their fans can sit in the section of the stadium. That's what it kind of reminded me of, and I just thought, why are all these people here? I thought the Timberwolves had no fans.
All right. So Mavs get your
Okay, yes.
team to root for in the
Yes.
West. We gotta
Yep.
go through these pretty
Okay,
quickly.
yeah.
Celtics, are they fun?
Yeah, they're fun. All the 3-pointers.
Do they have top talent?
Yes, they do.
Do you hate the team?
Yes.
See, I don't hate the team, but I hate the fan base.
Both for me.
Okay. So
Yep.
2 for 2 there. Pacers, are they fun?
The most fun team in the NBA.
There we go.
Yes.
Do they have top talent?
Tyrese Halliburton is getting there.
So the answer is no, but they're fun as hell.
Yeah, they're fun as hell.
Do you hate the team?
No.
Do you hate the fan base?
No.
So the Pacers are your team in the East.
Love it.
Pacers are the team in the East. Mavs are the team in the West.
Yeah,
in
I'll
the
take 'em.
NHL, are the Oilers fun? Answer is yes. Do they have top talent?
Yes.
The answer is 100% yes. Do you hate the team? Not
No,
really.
not really, yeah.
And do you hate the fan base? Kind of.
Do you?
Yeah, because they always think that they're like the Gretzky era Oilers, and they never have
I
been.
gotcha, yeah.
Like the closest they got was 2005.
Yeah.
Dallas, on the other hand, are they fun? No, they
No.
suck the joy
No.
out of watching hockey.
They're not fun.
Do they have top talent? Not really, which is crazy looking at how dominant they've been.
Kind of?
I don't think so. I don't think that they have like the top end talent that you need to get me on board with them to watch them and root for them.
Right.
Do you hate the team?
Yes.
Hate them.
They're
Do you
terrible.
hate the fan base? Hate them. The stupid dude in the cream white suit that showed up to an away game, the glassbanger guy who looks like he's 45 pounds overweight, that guy, hate him.
What did you think of Baird Jednar?
I thought it was funny, but I don't know. I didn't get it.
I didn't love it either. I just didn't
get
love it.
All right, so your team in the West, Edmonton, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Rangers, are they fun? Without a
they're-
doubt,
sure
they're
they
fun.
are. Yeah.
Do they have the top talent?
Yes.
Yes, they do. Panarin, Kreider, Zibanejad, Fox, they've got the top talent. Do you hate the team?
I don't hate them, but
No.
I guess we just don't deal with them enough to hate them.
Nah, because they're in the East.
Right.
Don't hate the team. Do you hate the fan base?
Probably, but I just hate
You
all
should
New
hate
York
Rangers
fan
fan.
bases.
You should
Yeah,
hate the
okay.
Rangers fan base.
Okay.
I'm kind of part of it, but you should hate the Rangers fan base.
Okay.
3 out of the 4.
I'm glad I was on the right track there.
Panthers in the East. Are they fun?
Actually, I don't know. Are they fun?
They're fun to the point of chaos. They hit everything that moves.
Yeah.
They want to fight everything that steps onto the ice.
Yeah.
And Matthew Tkachuk, if you're an American hockey fan, should be your favorite American-born hockey player.
Okay, fun.
They're fun. Do they have the top talent?
Yeah.
Yeah. Barkov, Tkachuk, you got the top talent.
Yeah.
Do you hate the team?
Not really.
Yeah, you don't care.
Yeah.
If you're an Avs fan, do you hate the Panthers? No, you beat them in the Stanley Cup final in 96.
Right.
Do you hate the fan base? Hell no.
Are there fans?
That's the right answer, Chris Dempsey. Do you hate the fan base? Not really.
Not really.
They don't really show up. No, we'd always go to like spring break down there in the Fort Lauderdale area with me and the hockey guys.
Yeah.
You'd get into those games for $4.
Right.
There are 2,500 fans at those games.
Can you believe how long they've lasted down there? I'm so shocked.
Nuts.
That actually worked.
All right, so there you go. Your teams in the West for the NHL and the NBA, the Dallas Mavericks and the Edmonton Oilers.
Right.
Your teams in the East in the NBA, Indiana Pacers, who you say is the most fun team in the NBA.
Yeah, they're the most fun.
And in the East for me, the New York Rangers. No, sorry, the Panthers.
The Panthers.
Panthers got all 4.
Yeah.
All right, the Panthers are the team you should be rooting for.
Okay, we're rooting for them.
All right, that's going to do it for us. Tomorrow, we will go through the Altitude Sports Radio sports lineups because it was really interesting to me. I know we didn't have
really
time
fun.
to get into it today, but we will do that tomorrow. OTAs happening now. That'll do it for us. For Chris Dempsey, for Cole Smith behind the glass. Love and appreciate you, my friend. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. PhD is coming up next.
All right, Chris Dempsey is here. What do you want to do?
Hi guys.
What do you want to do, Chris Dempsey?
What would you like me to do today?
I want.
I don't know, man.
All I want, all the people ask from us is honesty, opinion.
I will give you those both of those things.
Both.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm ready.
All right.
Because I know everybody's been talking about it here on the station for basically the past 24 hours. You guys put up a poll, right?
We or the
Or
morning
did
show, one of the
something.
two.
Morning
Yeah.
show? Who did it, Dan? Somebody put up a poll? It's about MPJ, everybody. So?
Yeah, so it's
So what?
You know,
what are we doing here?
Well, what do you want to do? Like how?
What do I want to do? I don't know. I don't know all the options. I don't know what you would get. I don't know what the contract means. I don't know. I don't know a lot of stuff. So I don't know.
So MPJ has 3 years left on his contract, and it's a bunch of money. 35. It's approaching 100 million.
Ugh.
But the last year of his contract is not fully guaranteed as of yet. 17 million of it is guaranteed to this point.
That's some research, Chris Dempsey.
Yeah. Well, but it matters because that greatly reduces that number that would be moved. So from a contract standpoint, the number isn't as big as it appears to be if you're just adding up the final 3 years of his contract because the last year isn't fully guaranteed just quite yet.
Wait, so he's got next year and one more that is fully guaranteed.
2 more.
Right.
Next year and the year after are fully guaranteed.
Got it. Yep.
And then the last year is partially guaranteed.
Okay.
So that's the financial situation that you would be dealing with Michael Porter. But then the question beyond that, the question really that to me that the Nuggets have to ask themselves is how significantly do you think you need to change for next season? And if that answer,
I'm sorry. What's up, Giggle Puss?
Is there a horse in the room?
Is there a mouse in my pocket?
I thought I heard a horse.
Hold on. Did you win it this year?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Because we're having this conversation. That's a clear indicator.
They won the first round.
They did win the first
So
round.
what Scott's saying is it's clear they have to do something different.
Because the teams around you are actively getting better and better and better. And usually you see these championships these teams in their championship windows, and the teams around them are maybe getting better incrementally, like small increments. But it just, with Minnesota and OKC and Memphis will have Ja Morant back next year. And is Dallas going anywhere?
San
and
Antonio's
San
gonna
Antonio
have a
will be
year
on the
older,
rise in the next
yeah.
few years too. So it's if you're staying the same.
Houston,
right. Yeah, there's a lot of young, interesting teams. And if you're staying exactly the same, you are putting yourself at great risk of being passed.
So change.
So what does that mean?
So what are we going to do?
What do you want to do? What do you want to do? I
want to get better.
Where do you want to get better?
Scoring. Off the bench.
Scoring in the playoffs.
Scoring in the playoffs.
Because they scored
off the
well
bench.
enough in the regular season.
I want Bruce Brown and Jeff Green. Give me a combo meal. Give me
Scotty,
that.
Okay.
Give me a 5 so Jokic doesn't have to kill himself and AG doesn't have to exhaust himself. So give me a 5. Give me scoring off the bench.
Can you do that without, sacrificing anything significant?
You are way smarter than me. So you know the contract's better than me. So you tell me.
Look. In terms of,
T-Mac doesn't want to have the opinion, so he's making.
I think my opinion is pretty damn clear. I mean, like I just said, you need a 5. You need scoring off the bench.
So, all right, so to be clear, trade him. Is that what your opinion is?
If that's how you do it, unless you can do it in free agency, you can trade a packload of rookies that are useless for you for something that means something.
See, here's something I need.
I don't know.
Here's something I need to understand. A lot of people probably need to understand because in years past, the NBA salary cap, basically you could spend whatever you want as long as you'll pay the tax, right?
Exactly.
And that's not the way it is anymore. It's not as simple as that. Now you've got all the aprons and everything that goes into it. So I think one thing that is really, really important to understand is just financially, where exactly are they if they keep Michael Porter Jr.? If they keep Michael Porter Jr., what are they capable of doing financially? And then that's probably the answer of whether they have to trade him or not.
So the answer to that question is if he stays, then they can't do much because they're already walked up to the second apron. They're $185 million of worth of contracts right now. The second apron is 187. And
Ooh.
so if, that's.
All right, I'm sorry. Back up, though. So second apron, does that mean you can't go past that? What does second apron mean?
So if you go over that second apron, basically what they do is they just start taking your ability to be able to add players to your roster. So first apron, you lose the ability to. There's exceptions that you lose the ability to have to be able to utilize in player procurement, and then it just gets worse in the second apron. And so what the NBA's just tried to do is, because this is in direct result of the Golden State Warriors just paying all the luxuries. I mean, there was a year they had a $400 million luxury tax bill, and they didn't care because, hey, just give me Kevin Durant and we'll just continue to win titles. So the NBA didn't want that. They want parity in the league. They want the talent to be spread through the league. So the aprons are actually doing, to me, too good of a job doing that, because now you're penalizing a team like the Denver Nuggets for drafting really well, those players playing really great, but now those players have to be paid. And when you pay them, now you can't fill out the rest of your roster, and that is, to me, I hate that the most. But that's the situation that the Nuggets are in.
Also, I'll say this: it goes to a players' association that accepted it, or at least the people running the players' association, which I believe once they agreed to this, that person is no longer employed by the Players Association. Right. And all they're worried about is you're still getting everybody top paid, and that they're almost like an agent. Hey, we got our top guys getting paid. They don't care about team build.
But Scotty, also, don't you think this is going to? Okay, so player 3. So what we have is, you have Jamal, Joker, and Michael Porter Jr. So player 3, Michael Porter Jr. is making what, 33, 34 million, something like that, somewhere in there. I just think that this is what's going to happen in future years if this apron thing continues to be, which it will, to the end of this current CBA.
10 years.
Your third player is going to start not making 30 anything. It's going to be 29, 28.
18 to 27, right, somewhere in there.
Because none of these teams can fill out competitive rosters when you're so top heavy and 70% of your cap is wrapped up in the first 3 guys.
So this sounds pretty simple. It really does. I mean, it sounds like financially it's going to be very, very difficult unless they clear up major space. One guy we haven't really talked about because I think he's not really tradable, but you guys tell me, you could get rid of Zeke, right? And get rid of some money there. Now that in NBA money, it's not that big. It's like $8 or $9 million per year, $40-some million contract. Right. But you could start there, baby steps. Is Zeke Nnaji tradable? Can you get rid of that contract?
I mean, yes, question mark. The issue is I don't know what the other team, because he didn't play, and when he played, he was injured, or then he didn't play well. The number is so small, it'd be an easy one to move.
And here's where Denver is stuck a little bit. All these teams that Chris mentioned a while ago will be in this situation next year or 2.
Yep.
Minnesota will get themselves eventually into this situation. Also, Oklahoma City will get themselves in this situation big time quickly. So
it's like the Chiefs getting rid of Tyreek Hill. Or letting him go.
Golden State may be the last true dynasty because they didn't care and they got to pay all this stuff. Now, I think the NBA in their decision that they don't want dynasties.
So the Golden State may become what the Denver Broncos have become.
Insignificant?
Yeah. Hard to build up. I mean, like, you were a dynasty, you won a championship. Now it's 8 years for the Broncos and counting.
Now you got your top player, who's still a great player, in Steph Curry. But now he's floating around $60 million.
Yeah. Well, that's right. And that's
right.
If you want
Klay Thompson, they're probably not going to resign if we're being real. I know everybody says we want to do that, but if they're looking forward to starting to rebuild something and trying to get 2 or 3 good years of Klay or of Steph, they got to let Klay go.
So you see what the Chiefs did. You've seen what the Patriots done over the years. And this isn't anti-anybody. It's inevitable that if you want to be relevant to have a shot year after year, you're going to, like other teams and other sports have done, let go of really good players to keep building. You've got to keep core, but you still have to be okay, as it's happened in a lot of other sports, so you can move forward together. It's not easy. You think it was easy for the Chiefs just to say, all right, Tyreek Hill, we'll see you later. Hasta la vista, way to go. And everybody counted the Chiefs out, and then they won a Super Bowl. And then another one. I mean, they built it back. So the question is not that we don't like Michael Porter Jr. We love Michael Porter Jr. and the potential he has. But the core is Jokic and Murray. And anything aside from that has to be anything. KCP, even AG has to be at least in a conversation about what it means to build the team back up.
You have to be so good at pinpointing exactly the reason why you won.
Right.
And the players that mattered the most in that journey, because you are going to be forced to make decisions on players that are going to be really good players, and they'll play really well somewhere else. We were talking about Michael Porter Jr. and San Antonio. And look, if Michael Porter Jr. goes to, this is super hypothetical here, obviously. If he's playing for the San Antonio Spurs, he's the number 2 player on that team, not the number 3 player.
Right.
And he's getting the ball more. His usage rate goes through the roof.
Yeah.
And now he's not a 17 points per game player. He's like a 22 points per game player because maybe that was always in him. You look back at that and you go, should we have done that?
But it wouldn't have been his role here.
Right.
It never would have happened here.
Well, that's exactly right.
So what's the point?
Listen, I think that the Nuggets should keep the core, and KCP is going to be a guy that, when you just mentioned KCP, I expect that he would opt out of his contract, out of the last year of his contract.
I assume he would too.
Then the question is do you re-sign him at that or number or higher?
And here's I said this yesterday, and this may be stupid, but the way Christian Brown played in those last few games he got to play that mattered against Minnesota, you can move him to be your starting 2 guy and say, okay, be your defensive guy. Key is he ain't gonna knock down threes. I mean, KCP had games where he had 6 threes.
Right.
I don't think Christian Brown's ever going to be that guy, but he can be your defensive guy. He can get after people defensively. He can be aggressive. He can be that guy for you. So I think they could slide that up there, which now opens. Well, no one else on the bench this year did anything. We'll just start with Game 7. No one else on the bench did anything in Game 7. So now we're those. What is it? 5, 12 players. What fits those 12 players?
Yeah, it's a lot.
To me, it's going to be easier to figure out what you can do to starters, keep most of it intact, but then you've got to attack 6 through 17, 7 through. I mean, and again, once again, you lose KCP, so I'm counting Christian Brown as a starting 2 guard. So now, what are you going to do from 6 to 17? That may look completely different next year if they want to win.
Reliable 5, scoring off the bench.
I mean, all those players they're in flux, right? I mean, the contracts.
Well, not Reggie though, right?
Reggie's got a player option, so
he's got a player option.
So, and we expect that he'll probably pick it up.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So, I mean, but then beyond that, DeAndre Jordan his contract's up.
Yeah, he's done.
It's in my head. There's a player I'm
other than
right
Strother, is any other contracts guaranteed for the draft picks from last year?
No. So what? Hunter Tyson was
second round.
He was a 2-way guy, right?
Yeah, I think so.
You got 3 of them. You had Huff, Gillespie.
Was Tyson?
Yeah, maybe he wasn't.
Sure.
Yeah,
don't worry about him.
Yeah. The end of the bench, but I think there's an element of Julian Strother's playing more, and they're hoping that he can add shooting. They're hoping, obviously, Peyton Watson can take a leap offensively for them. There's still going to be
this year,
right? Yeah, and so there's still that element is still going to exist on the roster, but they're going to have to figure out some sort of cheap option out there, somebody who's languishing on the bench somewhere that can come in and maybe actually play above his salary.
Here's the good and the bad. You get to build it. We get to talk about it. It's going to be fun to watch. Bad is when you say, hey, we're not trying to win one necessarily this year back to back, but 3 of them in the next 4 or 5 years. Well, what you're setting up right now, if you're going to have to do some sort of major, you ain't winning one next year.
Well, that's what the Chiefs were. That's what the Chiefs thought when they let go of Tyreek Hill, but they won anyway.
But didn't they feel like they had?
Listen, here's the truth. You don't need to win 57 games. That's the truth. You don't have to do it. If you win 50, 51 games, fine, whatever. You want to be in the top 6. That's it. That's all that matters. And then how you play in the playoffs. Forget about home court. We just saw that doesn't mean crap. What it means is to be healthy in the playoffs and playing your best, the end. This whole kill ourselves, which they did going 21-6 after the All-Star break, was not worth it. The end. They'd been better off being in 5th, 6th place and just,
The matchup mattered, right? I mean, think about
You gotta play
It would have been
teams.
worth it. They beat San Antonio. It would have been worth it. I know you got to play them eventually, but you got to prolong that thing.
You sure Dallas wouldn't have beat the Nuggets? You sure about that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I don't know.
Yes, for sure. No, the matchup mattered.
Then you're advocating to kill yourself. You're advocating to kill yourself to get that number 1 seed. You are advocating for a 57-58 win every single year, and I don't think it's worth it. I don't think that's why you lost. I think I don't think it's worth it.
Well, let me ask this: was Murray healthy by Game 7?
No.
Was Aaron Gordon healthy at Game
Nope.
7? Was Joker healthy at Game 7?
Nope. You know who else wasn't also? Was KCP.
KCP.
Yeah, I mean,
You've
they
been
were
fighting
all
through it
really
for a
banged
while
up.
too.
We appreciate Chris.
All right.
It's just
You know what? Bring
angry.
Chris in. He gives great information.
He's got great
All it
information.
did was put you in the dumps.
Because he's smart, and every now and then the writer Chris Dempsey pops out where he's just smarter than everybody, and that was a great moment right there. It's PHC on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. If you're in the market for a new car, truck, or SUV, check this out. Everything is on sale at the new Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and these deals are incredible. Depending on which model you select, qualified buyers are going to save in one of so many ways. Check it out. Save up to $10,000 on a new 2024 model. Buy with 0 down, 0% APR financing and get a $5,000 discount, making no payments for 90 days. Got a trade? Bring it in, even if you owe more than it's worth. And every new vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. So what are you waiting for? Check it out and get to Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC, proud partner of CU Athletics. 0 down, 0% APR financing, $5,000 discount. It doesn't get better. Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC, conveniently located at 1415 Vista View Drive in Longmont. Online, Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. Oh, a little Molly Hatchet. That's right, baby.
Love Molly.
A little flirting with
Big
disaster.
fan.
Yeah, man. I'm flirting with disaster. Here we go. Watch, listen. I'm touching down that road and I'm flirting with disaster. Scott, you probably understand this.
You're ruined at trying to be funny.
Put
Put some respect on Molly Hatchet. Put
who,
some respect.
Who knew it the second they heard the first beat? I just
sing it right then.
I just gonna sit down today. A peace and environment down and I'm feeling okay. I don't know. I've heard this song for 40 years. I'm in sleeping pastor. Here we go. Turn it up a little bit. I'm in down and I'm flirting with this. Oh, no. And I'm traveling down that lonesome road. I know this part. I'm gonna get a heavy load. Here we go. Ready? All right. Wait. Oh, no. All right. Forget it. Tyler was tapped out
Here
like
it comes
10 minutes
right here.
ago. All right, forget it.
You can't tell me you can't listen to that song and feel good.
I could
though.
listen the whole. I could listen. I know I'm just driving Tyler. Joey.
No,
Doesn't give a crap.
I just got a free 2 minutes of work in.
I know. How was your concert last night with your daughter, Melody
Martinez.
Saw the cute picture of you and your daughter.
She had a grand old time.
Your daughter was doing like with the mouse ears or something with her hair.
Yeah,
or-
she had like the pigtails and the buns.
Is
you
that
know,
a thing?
pigtails
Is that
in
a
the buns.
Melanie Martinez thing? Or
Maybe. I'm not sure. I tell you what, Melanie Martinez is a weird human being. Very, very
What makes her
weird
so
human
weird?
being.
How old is she?
She's an alien.
Oh, is she really?
Yeah, she's actually an alien. She's got weird ears, pointy ears. Yeah, wears masks. It was a bit of a circus. I'm not gonna lie. The crowd. It was a bit of a freak show. That's what it was. Yeah. It was a bit of a freak show.
Oh my
Yeah.
I will never go to.
But my daughter had a grand old time, and we got to sit in the box, so it was fun. It was awesome.
Oh, that was good for you then, huh?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. We got to stay away from the freaks.
So you got
know?
free tickets you gave to her for her birthday.
Well, here's the thing. I actually bought.
Yes.
No, it's not true.
She doesn't need to know.
I bought tickets because originally they told us we didn't have any. I bought tickets, and then like 2 weeks beforehand, they're like, "Hey, actually, we got these." So I did sell the tickets, but
Okay.
originally I purchased them.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's the thought that counts.
Thank you.
So you bought tickets in a box?
No.
He sold the tickets he bought.
Correct.
Oh, your tickets weren't in the box.
I sold the $80 tickets, and I sat in the box. Yeah.
For 100?
For free.
No, I mean.
Yeah, I made a couple bucks. Yeah.
Did you give that difference to her?
Oh no, absolutely not. No.
Did you use your employee pass to park for free?
Oh no, I actually forgot it, so I had to pay $30 for parking last night.
Oh, there goes the profit. There goes
thank you.
Very
Thank you.
profit right out the window.
Well, that's a great hack you didn't use right there.
I know.
Okay. Well, good. I'm glad you had a good time. What's your favorite song? This thing is over.
Larynx.
Larynx?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How's that one go?
Weirdly. It goes weirdly.
I don't know which is better, you singing Molly Hatchet or him uncomfortable talking about Martina McBride.
I mean, Scott knows some things I want to say, but you know.
Yeah, no.
I think we all do.
Yeah.
All right. What are we doing here? How you doing? How's
You know,
everybody doing?
yeah,
It's all right.
nothing
Everybody
to
good?
do.
Just check in. We had Dempsey. That was like high impact talk radio right off the
bat.
Like, woof,
makes you more. Isn't it funny though?
Didn't mess around.
And both teams lose in the second round. Both teams a little disappointed. Both teams, one of the favorites in their conference, start the season to win a championship. And you know all we've done is try to fix the Nuggets.
Oh,
Well-
Dan Tanner's put some work into the Avalanche. We got a whole thing ready to roll with the Avalanche.
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
You brought it up yesterday. We didn't dig into it all too much, but I do think it's a fascinating question on the surface. Which is a more difficult problem to solve? And they both got their own unique challenges going on. Obviously, the Avs is primarily driven by Val and that situation. The contract, are they going to have to pull a Russell Wilson move, eat that, absorb it? You got decisions to be made with Gabe. But the Nuggets feels different because they have to almost feels like you have to give up something that you like to get better. You got to give up something that you at least kind of like.
Oh, you don't think you have to give up something you like with the Avalanche?
But it wasn't your choice. It wasn't your choice with the Avalanche. With the Nuggets, it is your choice.
You know, the Avs just made some tough decisions in the Nuggets, didn't you? Realize that, right? Like, everybody liked Bo Byram. The Avs just said, we got to go for it. The Nuggets just stood pat. So
let me ask this. And I guess it's no dumb question an hour early, but let me throw this out anyway. And I think we've already answered the first question. Here's the first question. Does the Avalanche beat the Kraken last year if Nichushkin plays?
Absolutely.
Do they beat Dallas this year if Nichushkin plays?
I don't think so.
Well, he did play. He was a part of it.
He played the first game, right, that they won.
He missed game 5 and game 6. Game
4. Second home game.
They lost all 3 home games. So
you're talking about, but they won.
They played
one,
3 games without him.
Lost 2, played in 3, lost that one, and then he was gone for 4, and that was the hangover game, the Nichushkin hangover game.
Oh, right, and they won. That's right. Sorry, my bad. You're right. And they won game 5 in Dallas, which was remarkable.
Yeah,
well, that was incredible. They actually won that. So they played 3 games without him. Well, I'll tell you this: the game 4 loss was 1,000% because he was not there. 1,000%. They were shell shocked. They found out about 90 minutes before puck drop. Jared Bednar said they played frozen in the first period, and they just didn't have any jumper life. They 100% lost that game because of that news. They rallied to win game 5, which is amazing, and then they were missing Hintz. Dallas was missing one of their top line guys. As Val, that's a push. And it went to double overtime and they lost. They lost to a better team. They would have lost that series to Dallas if Val was there.
Maybe. I don't know, man. I mean, you go on the road for game 1 and you steal a win, which was huge. And you felt like you had all the momentum in the world. You lose game 2, but you come back home saying, all right, we did our job. We split on the road. And now's when the news hits. This is when the news hits. This is when you got to deal with the Val news. And I do think that things change. You're playing on your home ice without the wait. They found out on
game 4 they missed Val. They lost game 3 with Val.
Oh, okay. All right, I mixed that up a little bit.
It's okay. I mean, the question is simple: do they win with Val? I think they beat the Kraken if they had Val. I think they lose to Dallas even if they had Val. I think Dallas is just a better team, and it sucks to say. It's hard to say. I think the Nuggets are a different bag. I think the Nuggets hurts more than the Avalanche. But then again, I could also say fairly, the Avalanche did more to try to help themselves in the postseason than the Nuggets did.
Yeah,
at the trade deadline.
I was almost like, but with Val doing what Val did, it's almost like it was okay. We got to build an excuse, and yet I still think there's things that need to be fixed with the Avalanche for next year. I think they need to add some. I mean, your chances are you're going to lose Jack Johnson to retirement. You may lose.
We got a whole thing. We call it dump, keep, dump, or trade. You want to do it?
Sure.
Good. Do it right now. Oh, this is good hockey music. Keep, dump, or trade. I'll give you a guy.
This
I'll tell
is
you.
NCAA music.
This is classic NHL, ESPN. This is like the NHL music from back in the day.
I thought NCAA music right there. That's okay.
Casey Middlestat's a restricted free agent.
Got to sign him.
Keep. Dan, you want to play along?
Dan, you get to play along.
Gotta keep him. You traded Byron for him. You gotta keep him.
Cogliano's an unrestricted free agent.
He's gone. He may retire too, to be honest.
Yeah,
he is not
a big
retiring.
Well, then he's gone.
He is not retiring.
I'd say not a big deal.
He's big locker
So
room.
dump.
Sure.
Keep, dump, or trade. Dan?
Dump. Gotta dump.
I'd keep him on a low-level contract. I don't know why you wouldn't. He's a fourth-line guy. He's an energy guy. Why wouldn't you keep him? Not going to cost you anything.
Except salary cap money.
Big deal. Not a lot.
But if you can add a guy that does exactly what he does, it's 27.
You don't get experience. You don't get that sort of seasoning in the room. And it's a fourth-line guy anyways. I keep him.
How much does seasoning help this year? How much seasoning helped last year?
He's a critical cog.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't
Plus,
disagree.
he was a guest on our radio show.
I'll keep him.
Drew End.
By the way, this music, Smash Bros. That's what this is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. What Smash Bros?
Video game.
I do better things with my time, but that's good. Smash Bros.
Yeah.
I'll give it to you. Jonathan Drouin, unrestricted free agent. Keep, dump, or trade?
I'm saying keep.
Keep for sure.
Dan?
Keep 100%. The chemistry he had with Mac, keep him.
Keep. Had the best year of his career. It's just magical chemistry.
Yeah.
It's got to be a high priority. Duhaime, unrestricted free agent. Keep, dump, or trade?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
Trade.
Dan?
Well, he's an unrestricted free
yeah,
agent.
you
You can't trade him. Sorry. I should just say keep or dump on that.
Oh, man, that is tough.
Yeah, right?
I would say try to keep him.
I would keep him. He's another low-level fourth-line guy.
Yeah.
I'd try to keep him.
So let's keep the fourth line together. Won championships.
Right. Like, why are the fourth liners so important?
Because they're low-level, grinded-out sort of guys. Like, they don't kill you salary-wise.
It's fine if you know them and you trust them and they're low-level salaries. I get it.
I mean, that's what fourth liners are all about, period, one way or the other. I like guys who've been around, I guess. Kiviranta, unrestricted free agent.
Keep.
Sure. Keep.
Dump.
Dump.
Pointless, useless, didn't do anything for you, not really.
Mm-hmm.
You got better forwards coming up.
How big is he, though?
He's not that big. Kiviranta's a small dude.
Dumb.
Get rid of the small
You
guys.
want me to tell you how big you
Should we start with height and weight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yakov Trenin.
Yakov.
Keep.
Unrestricted free agent.
Can't get rid of Yakov. Come on.
Yeah.
I say dump.
Can't get rid of Yakov.
I got nothing special with Trent. They did lean on him quite a bit.
Well,
but
you yacked that off.
But he's a bigger guy, too.
He is a bigger guy.
See?
Keep.
Scott and I know what it's about over here.
Dan?
I'm saying keep him.
Okay, I'm alone on my own. Jack Johnson, unrestricted free agent.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
You got to get rid of him. If Sam Malinsky's not playing, we're in big trouble at this point.
Who's going to play guitar?
Yeah.
Caleb Jones, unrestricted free agent.
Smaller defenseman. Yeah.
Caleb
His
Jones,
brother wants to come over.
Does he play? No, bye.
He was, you know what he was? He was a good pull-up guy that did okay when they pulled him up, but
bye.
He's not a necessity.
There should be another category like, like whatever. Because he's kind of a back and forth guy anyways.
yeah.
It just doesn't really
That's
matter.
it's fine.
He's
like,
a good guy.
It's fine. Whatever. Like, it's fine. You keep fine.
Yeah, he's a good guy to keep in the organization as an emergency guy.
Sean Walker.
Keep.
He was great. He was great.
I'd be okay if they lost him. Wouldn't bother me. Dan?
I'd take him over Gerard.
You would?
Why don't you want him?
I just don't think he was all that special. I don't think he was the third D-line pairing. I just didn't see anything all that great out of Sean Walker. He didn't rock my world one way or the other.
But good in game 6.
He plays physical. I like him.
He plays bigger in his size. Listen, Gerard, I thought maybe one of the best postseasons I've seen from him defensively.
I agree. He played well.
I thought he was outstanding.
Is Sam Malinsky a core defensive blue liner next year or not?
Yes, he better be.
Has to be.
Okay. So you're going Taves, McCarr,
Malinsky.
Manson, Gerard, and then Malinsky, Sean Walker? I guess. I don't know. I just don't think it's that big of a deal.
Listen, Manson, I think, threw his body around.
You probably want to get a bigger D, though, seriously,
Yeah,
than Sean Walker. And he's not small or anything, but if you're losing Jack Johnson, you're going to want some other size there. Caleb Jones is a pretty big dude. He's kind of skinny big, but he's
not as big as his brother, though.
He is not as big as Seth, no. And he's not as big as his dad. His dad's,
Goalie. Goalie.
Could be a good goalie. Stop that puck.
Big lacrosse goalie.
Mikko Rantanen is an unrestricted.
Joe Valor, by the way, lacrosse champions.
Did they?
Yep.
Good job.
Underdogs. That's actually kind of impressive because Creek had been owning that. Did they beat Creek in the state championship?
I just Valor. That's what I know.
It's amazing that you would root against your high school. Mikko Rantanen, an unrestricted free agent after next season.
So we don't have to decide this year.
But what you doing with Mikko eventually? Because whatever you do here may impact that.
I'm keeping Mikko. I don't care that people were frustrated. I'm keeping Mikko.
Gonna be big dollars.
I'm keeping Mikko. I'll let Drouin go if that's what it takes.
I mean, these are the type of things you have to look at.
I know. Raj doesn't think we'll be able to keep Drouin. It's
got to be tough.
Yeah.
And they don't do sign and trades in the NHL.
I don't believe so.
Because that would be optional. That way you can sign him to somebody else. They go, they know what they're paying, and then you get something.
You may have to look to trade Mikko Rantanen.
But not this year. That would be during the All-Star break.
Yeah. I mean, I think you're gonna.
But see, I think he can have a bounce back here. I thought, and I called it out and got hammered on the thing. But I don't care what his stats say in points, dude. He didn't look right in the postseason,
and that's probably true, and everybody saw it. I'm not in the business getting rid of talent like that.
Well,
no.
if you keep Drouin, then if you lose Drouin, it's kind of a no-brainer for Mikko.
And that's what I just said. Like, I'll choose between those two.
But if you do keep Drouin, you guys realize this is the type of conversation they're going to have at the trade deadline.
Right, but I would choose Mikko.
If they keep Drouin, Mikko's on the table to be traded at the trade deadline to get them better.
I think the question is, what's the number you guys would be? What's the cap for Mikko that you guys would be comfortable with? He's at 9.25 now. Are you willing to pay Mikko 11? Are you willing to pay 11.5? 6.
I would ask this.
That.
I'd ask this. What is Draisaitl making? Because he's the second banana to McDavid. So, and I don't know.
But he is a big-time second banana.
Okay, fine. Mikko's not a big-time second banana?
Did he play like in the postseason?
Nah.
He is. He's big time.
Give me some of that. Hey, that's your greatest answer.
Is Mikko our MPJ for the Avalanche?
Boy, I don't know. He did have 9 assists. He had a lot of assists. It's not like he didn't contribute at all. That's a good comparison.
Incredibly talented, frustrated, might be trade bait if you need trade bait.
I think he's the Jamal Murray to Jokic. He's the Jamal Murray. I still think he's the second best player on the team.
Why would we get rid of that?
Dan, we
well,
watched
you wouldn't. You wouldn't, theoretically.
You keep that.
You and I watched that Edmonton-Vancouver Game 7 last night. Draisaitl, pretty important?
Pretty important. By the way, Draisaitl's 8.5 right now. But he is a UFA after next season.
Oh, then
Same as Mikko.
Mikko's okay.
8.5 for Draisaitl.
Oh, Draisaitl.
So would you rather have Draisaitl? You got to look at the age and all. You rather have Draisaitl or Mikko?
Draisaitl.
I'd rather have Draisaitl. But I love Mikko.
I love Mikko.
I do love Mikko.
But I'd rather have Draisaitl. Yeah.
Connor McDavid or Nathan McKinnon?
McKinnon.
Which would you rather have?
Player. What?
What would you rather have?
Your guy. That's what you choose.
Your
guy. That's one of those situations you just say, my guy.
I'd rather have McKinnon than McDavid.
Yeah.
I really would, seriously. But McDavid's incredible.
Yeah, me too.
What's your most fun detail about that Vancouver-Edmonton game last night?
Here's the thing that bothered me about it.
Why'd you ask that?
You get up. I mean,
because I don't think he really watched it.
Yeah, it was like a heavyweight fight in that first period. You kind of guys are feeling each other out. No one to make a mistake. And then all of a sudden Edmonton blows up. And then let's be honest, third period, which we see in hockey all the time, which is always a dangerous thing to play. All of a sudden they decided, let's just play safe in the third period. And boom, 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 with 4 minutes to go, you're sweating bullets that they're going to tie this thing up. So it was, I mean, it looked like it was over, and then all of a sudden it got interesting.
Suck that, D-Mac.
Hey, I stand corrected.
He did okay.
Thank you, Vic.
You got some help?
No.
You really watched the game?
Yes, why not?
Okay.
You okay?
I'm doing a Larry David move right here. I'm trying to size Scott up because he just nailed it.
What was it?
You literally nailed it.
You know, I was
okay.
Well, then I thought that, or you going that's pretty.
He was listening to Raj on the way in. They broke it down.
Did they really?
Trust me on that. No.
Whoa! Shots fired. All right. Some bad news for the Broncos as OTAs get going. Details next. We just reached out, my wife and I, to AAA Home Improvements to Toby Hurdle because we need some work done. Got a new joint, just moving it. I know. Today, and it's like, we need to get this done. Beautiful space. Love where we're living now. But it's kind of exciting to think about, this could be a little bit better or suit us a little bit better. And Toby Hurdle was the first guy we reached to at AAA Home Improvements. Their design and build service turnkey. So we know how good it is, and we're going to use it. Cannot wait to give you updates about how that goes. I know from other people how amazing it is. I mean, check it out. Here is Nick Dillon in Arvada. AAA did a wonderful job on the addition to our home. A few hiccups, nothing major. Overall, the project came out great, and we were very pleased with the end result. You will be too. Whether you're opening up rooms, expanded living space, kitchen renovation, that's what we're working on. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's AAA. They do it all. Their schedule fills up quickly. Hit them today for a free no-obligation estimate at AAAHomeImprovements.com. AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price. I'm telling you, I'm going to have nothing to do with nothing today. I mean, you got to give me a gold star on this one, fellas. I mean, how I figured out how to move and not have anything to do with it, and everything's just going to be like set up like I'm Russell Wilson moving into my new house with Sierra.
Oh, I knew you'd find a way.
Oh my God, I got to admit, I'm a little proud of myself.
Today's the day. Today's the day. You're moving today.
The bed is moving today. Is there?
So you sleep just the bed? Only the bed?
Yeah, just the bed.
The bed is moving today? That's like the bed?
No, man, like everything is being moved like right now while I sit here.
So you'll sleep in the new house tonight?
Yep. Last sleep.
One last mow, one last fence repair, and then boom, you're out?
Yeah. Yeah, surely he's going to take care of those, right?
Just fell right over. I told Kim, I said, you should send him the new guy. Hey, your fence that you fixed just fell down again. But you know what? We'll find out soon. We told him. We did tell him. And I did mow the lawn. Yeah, I had somebody do it.
That's nice.
The house looks great. I swear to God that my house has never, ever looked better. But, it's a 30-year-old home. I mean, there's things. It's the way, you wanted the yard. You wanted the palace. You wanted the 5-bedroom, 4-bathroom. The guy wanted it. And there you go.
This is yours now.
This is yours now. Best of luck.
Well, it looks good, you said, so you're good.
He's got one little kid. He could have 3 more easily if you want. Just have them and pump them out like puppies. I mean, go for it. Got
it
plenty
almost
of
sounds
space.
like you're calling him an idiot for buying your house.
I just say,
he's only got one kid. He's got all these homes. You're like, fine, you want to? You can have this house if you really want it.
I just look back on it and I'm just like, oh, what were we thinking? Like, But people have these McMansions all over the place. I really don't know how they do anything but spend time at them. I'm going to live in a shoebox and love it now. I barely sweated on my bike down here.
You're gonna love living in that shoebox till all of a sudden Mama's corn acts up, and then you're gonna go, I ain't got no place to hide.
Okay, we got a question for Scott on Voice of the People, and then we'll get to the Broncos news here in a second.
We got Voice of the People action.
We do on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's brought to you. I got a sponsor.
That's
Powered.
Fricky Law Firm.
Oh, keep going.
I got that far.
They're in your corner.
They are in your corner. See, I knew that.
Yeah, here's a question for Scott Hastings.
Scott, why is it okay to get rid of MPJ, but you make excuses for Miko, who didn't show up in the playoffs?
I will say this. I haven't yet said get rid of Miko or MPJ. That was not my voice, but that's fine. Denver's put themselves in a little bit of a corner. To get another big talent, you're probably gonna have to get rid of somebody. Everybody thinks the most valuable would be MPJ. So that's just what it is. Guess what? You could probably put Jamal Murray. You want to get rid of he'd add some value too. But you're probably gonna have to get rid of value. But I don't think they'll do anything. I think MPJ's safe. Miko and Dan, you can help me out here. I've been calling Miko out for last couple of years. And listen, we look at his analytics, his stats, and his stats, every year are pretty good. But dude, he didn't show up. I don't care how many assists he got. I'm watching play, and you're getting a fast break, and it's hopping over a stick. Not once, not twice, not three, not one, not two, not three, not all the time. He's getting knocked off his skates left and right. You got one of his teammates' dad calling him out at the beginning of the year.
That's true.
And then he has. All the points. Everybody gets points. To me, he just ain't been right. And if Avs fans are being honest and not just protective. And I know everybody you listen to that does Avs protects them. Listen, if you're being right, Miko, to me, did not have a great year.
All right.
So,
okay.
Do you want to trade him? What? Can you get Draisaitl?
I'm going to get
I just said I like Draisaitl better than Miko.
Oh, you ain't getting Draisaitl out of Edmonton. Are you kidding me?
I'm going to get a poster up. And I'm going to start tallying shots fired by Scott today. I'm gonna start tallying them up.
I love it, man.
What was our segment yesterday?
It's gonna say friendly fire tally mark.
What did we say yesterday? What else we got to do?
Nothing.
That's right.
I love it. We had just friendly fire left and right.
Was that friendly fire that segment?
Hey, listen, man. I can talk about the stink room with Vic and Moj.
Dude, hey, how about this? Vic, of course. Listen, he runs the Altitude. Let's be honest. Complains about Stinko over here.
Does Dave Fleck answer to Vic?
Well, no, but all I know is the second most powerful is obviously D-Mac. He's got his own room now. He's got his own room. He's got bikes parked in there.
I know.
I mean, he's got his own room now. He can really You know, kind of like he did with you earlier a couple years ago. He can disassociate himself.
You are there. We go.
From
You
everybody.
are sure. That's three.
Wow.
I mean, hey, is it a jerk or is it truth?
He can disassociate himself from everybody.
Yeah.
But I mean, you got your own.
Don't
You're the only guy here with his own office now.
Scott, don't worry. He apologized a year later.
Yeah, I did. I apologize for that too. I've apologized for a lot. I needed to apologize quicker.
Only took a year.
I know. Okay. No, all right. You're always going to win that one. You will win that forever. You will literally win that forever.
So now I'm feeling bad. Did I bring something up that was?
Yes.
Oh, my.
Yes.
You do.
Yes.
You knew well what you were doing.
You brought up my biggest professional regret of my life.
I just kill you.
Worked with the man for 3 straight years.
You win. You win every time. I will never, ever. You're right.
Took a year to hear from that.
If you ever want to shut me up on something, you know what to do because I got nothing to say because you're right.
And see, it's really funny. I didn't know that because I thought those are years you were doing it with Raj. So, I mean.
Keep going. Keep going. Don't stop now.
I mean, why stop?
Anyway, did I answer the?
What were we talking about, Miko?
The Miko thing.
No, you keep finishing your snake strips and then
Here's
make
the problem.
up whatever.
I was getting lightheaded. I think my triglycerides were going low, so I needed to get some.
Miko just did not value Scott's opinion the way that Kale did. If Miko just valued you the way that Kale did, he would have responded with a few hat
You know,
tricks
it's just
along the
dawning
way.
on me. This radio show may get really, really good for the next few months with absolutely nothing going on.
Exactly.
Look at Seinfeld for 11 years.
This really may be the best version
We
of this
could be the
particular show.
Seinfeld of radio here for the next 3 or 4 months.
I'll kill it. I'll talk about the Broncos coming up next. Hey, it's D-Mac for Mike Maroney. It's a buyer's market. It means exceptional values. At the Mike Maroney Auto Group, proud partner of CU Athletics. They're discounting hundreds of new Chevrolets, Fords, and GMCs with discounts up to $20,000, $20,000 off. Or get financing as low as 0.9% APR with zero down. They've even got payments from only $249 a month and 2024 models with $7,500 cash back. And if you're looking for a great deal on a quality pre-owned vehicle, Mike Maroney has one for every budget. And every vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. So visit them today at Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont located at 3rd and Alpine. With that money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere, you can't go wrong. For all the details, simply go to MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Seriously, why do I care? I got to learn in life just to seriously not care about things that just I don't care about. Because why waste time caring about things that you shouldn't, that don't matter to you? Aside from being a good person.
It's like me in this outfit you always wear.
Those
every
are
day
your
when you ride
favorite
bike in.
subjects, and you're such a liar because you will get fired up today about something that means absolutely nothing to your life. I promise it's going to happen. And it's actually when you're at your best.
You should call me on it.
I actually don't even want you to get rid of that because it's actually when you are at your best.
Yeah, but I care about so many things. You should definitely call me out on it, for sure.
It'll happen
Dude,
today.
I about choked right there.
I promise it'll happen today.
All right, well, we'll get through it. So we've got no dumb questions at 1:30. That's a long time from now.
How do you feel about random coffee mugs?
Random coffee mugs?
Yeah.
I'm okay with them.
However,
I think there's rules of the road with coffee mugs.
Okay.
I mean, I just go to the same one over and over.
Do we have an update on the dirty laundry fight going on?
yeah, he got his own office. Did you not know that?
Yeah.
So I thought you were referring to.
No.
Oh, he got his own space.
Oh, hold on. Oh, watch this.
He got his own.
I'm going to have you lean
space.
back in a second.
Yeah.
Oh, are we talking about this room right over here?
That's right.
The extra production studio room.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I took a chair. I took a chair in there.
Are you going to put your name on the outside? Are you going to change?
Sure.
Are you going to change the tag?
The dude took a chair, brought it in there, and all this stuff's in there now.
Wow.
Because you know, let's
hold on. That's actually even worse. That's even. Did you ask anybody for that room?
Nope. It is the DMAC Mike Maroney, AAA Home Improvements, Old Chicago, Ed Prather, Soda Weight Loss, Big O.
Hey, Scott, how many of those you got?
Premier Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic studio.
How many? You got
that
any
was a
to put
humble
over
brag right there of all the lives
Goodness
he gets to
gracious!
do.
I mean, now he steals
Leaves at
an
least half
entire
of them.
room. He takes every single sponsor in the entire station.
That's right.
Good Lord.
Hey, Dan, can we get a name tag put on that door before the show's over?
Please do. Please do.
Yeah.
And make sure.
Hey, right, leprechauns only.
Fine by me. Small. You guys don't come in.
Yeah.
5'5" and above, not wanted. So it's him and Vic can go in there.
How tall do you think I am?
Hey,
how tall do you think I am?
Well, I know.
How tall do you think I am?
4'12".
Maybe 5'6". Am I wrong?
You're wrong. I am 5'7".
You know, last time you
don't tell me it's not a big deal.
Last time,
don't tell me there's not a big deal between 5'6" and 5'7".
Do you want to wager something on that?
You fight for every damn.
Hold on.
You think I shrunk?
Do you want to wager something on that?
I did this about 18 months ago, and it was depressing.
Let's wager on it.
You think I'm under 5'7"?
I'll bet you whatever you want to bet.
No, I don't. I'm not gonna.
Barefooted, right?
Barefooted.
Yeah, no. Because I thought I was 5'8" for years, and then I'm 5'7".
Okay, so is 5'7" what it is? Because you said it with confidence.
I mean, unless I have.
I'll put a steak dinner on it.
That you think I've shrunk.
You are under 5'7".
Well, do you think I really, really did get measured when I'm saying I got measured? Because why would I start saying I'm not 5'8"
because
anymore?
I actually can't think of a reason why you would have been measured. I mean, other than like a random
same
physical at a doctor.
The same stupid conversation like this. Stupid radio stuff.
Yeah, and we know how this goes because we're dudes. There
it is.
All
There
it is, Ross. Let's go. Let's go. What's the bet?
Hey, welcome to Nuggets and Avs.
Hold on.
Not in the playoffs.
This will not be fun unless there's something on the line.
I got nothing to bet.
No, there has to be
something.
Fine. Here, I'll bet you 2 coffees to 1. 2 coffees to 1. All you have to do is buy me 1 coffee.
No bet.
Last time you said you're 5'7", the warden texted me and said, I'm taller than
Let's
D-Mac.
go.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Well, we need a pencil. Somebody get, hold on.
Oh, here, I'll use the computer.
Yeah. Here, I'll flip
Scott,
mine.
you do the play-by-play over there.
Well, here, I got to take this off. There you go.
All right, you can move.
Well, you're lifting the top end up.
Bottom of it. He is 5'6" and 3/4.
No way.
Yep.
No
5'6"
way.
and 3/4.
Baloney.
5'6" and 3/4. 5'6" and 3/4.
No, it's like 5'6" and like
3/4.
7/8.
3/4.
That is getting. I am shrinking. Why am I shrinking?
5'6" and 3/4. It took us 30 seconds to figure out you were just lying.
No way. It was 5'7", right, Raj?
No, it was not.
Oh, boy.
It was not 5'7".
Hold on.
Wait a second. What's this
D-Mac's
music?
theme song.
I am not going to be 5'6". Since when don't you wear shoes?
Did he take his shoes off? I didn't even look.
I did. Short people got no reason. Short people got no reason to live. Yeah, we got tiny little hands and tiny little shoes. Little hands,
little feet,
little eyes.
This is why we call him Half Pint. He's 5'7", 5'6" and a half.
They're saying they tell big lies. That was in there.
Damn, man, that is depressing as hell.
Short people tell big lies.
Because, I certainly thought I was a little bit more than 5'7".
No.
So you're kind of like 5'7" and a quarter.
Well, of course. I was telling everybody I was 5'8" for like 20 years.
But you know how you could tell that you're a smaller person is when you start using fractions in your measurements.
Yeah.
You're usually probably small.
But I'm telling you, it was not above 3/4. It was not.
It was.
No, it was not.
It was.
You didn't even see it.
I saw it. Son of a bitch. It just sucks, man. It doesn't really suck because who cares anymore? It really doesn't matter. It's just, golly. If I catch Drew Goodman, I am really going to step in front of a bus.
Oh, that's got to be 5'5".
Oh, yeah. I dominate Drew.
Yeah. You could post him up.
Yeah, but he is.
He's a little stronger.
A little? Drew's got those. He's got those medium shirts rocking. He is,
right.
Oh man, he can't grow a lick of hair on his head, but he can grow biceps. Drew's a great guy. All right. Anyway,
so there was one shot for him on the shot board.
Yeah, but I
love just Drew. Have a shot board.
But
every
I said I love Drew because I do love Drew.
No, you can't. You don't get to qualify jokes.
I do because I love Drew.
You don't get to qualify shots.
Drew's my guy.
He's a short person. He can do what he want to do.
Okay.
But I mean, when we're talking about the shortest people and the shortest muggles in the media. Well, I got some, I got Troy Rank.
Why do you lie about your
height? Are
you
sure?
Though? Why are you insecure about your height?
I don't know. Maybe we ought to start. Maybe that's what do we do? Let's start calling all the short people in the media, ask them on the show, and have them give them their legit height.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God!
Right? And we could build an all 5'8" and under media team.
Scott, you got any extra dumbbells lying around? Because if you could bring those in, that'd be great.
Oh my God.
We definitely need to figure out how much.
Hey, who's on your all?
There's a gym place right across the street.
All right, perfect.
Who's on your Denver under 5'8" media all-star team?
The under 5'8" all-star media team. Well, I got to ask him.
Is Vic under 5'8"?
He has to be.
He's got me, but he doesn't got me by that much. He does
Vic
got
might
me.
be right at that. He might be the captain of the 5'8" team. He might be 5'8".
Oh, he better be under 5'8". He's got to be shrinking too.
No, you can ask him.
Got to be.
We have to have official measurements.
I mean, we'd have Vic, we'd have me, Troy.
See, I thought Troy was taller than that.
Get Andrew Mason on that team.
Troy's pretty short.
Thank you, Coach.
Yeah.
What about Paul Cleese? He got you?
No, he's a giant compared to
5'9". I saw Paul at the game the other day. I mean, he might get you. I mean,
he's got me. He's got me going.
We got to see if we can field a team. What's that skinny arm dude that works over at KOA?
KOA, BK? Are you talking about BK? BK could be on the team.
Oh, BK's on the team.
BK could be on the team. Yeah,
BK's 5'8".
He's got me too, but he might not crack 5'8".
Yeah, he might not crack 5'8". 5'8" might be a heck of a demarcation line right there, right?
Yeah.
5'8" might be a demarcation.
I tell you, to the Giants for D-back.
Here's what. Oh man. You know who's on the team because we can all stand in front of Sean Payton at the podium, and the camera guys are just like, "You're good." But I had this kid working for me, Ryan Sullivan, who's a great guy. Doesn't work with me now, but he's 6'6". He was a D1. Yeah, he's a D1 player at Gonzaga, and he was helping me out with some Broncos stuff last fall. But he couldn't. He was a problem. They had to ask him. He had to move to the side, so he couldn't stand with the rest of the
Muggles.
the Muggles and Sean Payton. That gets going on Thursday, by the way. Oh, did you hear about Drew Sanders?
Yeah,
that's tough.
Your guy. Torn Achilles, right?
You know what's interesting about that one? It happened before the draft. And is that why they drafted Jonah Ellis, you think?
It might have upped the rate of it.
They needed Jonas Ellis no matter what.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, they definitely needed to add to the edge rusher group. Thing is with Drew Sanders, you don't really know what he is anyways. So he's a hybrid guy that doesn't quite have a home.
Especially now, he's got a home in bed for the next 2 months. What he has,
yeah.
Well, that's where I was going. That's where I was going. Like the Achilles can heal that quick, where he could still possibly.
Have you not been following Aaron Rodgers?
It's 2 months. You can put 0 weight on.
2 months, 0.
Like no walking boot, nothing.
So it used to be a guaranteed year-long process,
Yeah.
and I do think like 9 months feels achievable nowadays.
Yeah, but they were talking about. Well, he's 22. He's in great shape.
Well, it's. By the way, I know you're talking football, but it is May. So
let's see. So do you know the exact date of when it happened?
It was before the draft, so it was actually April. So actually, that's a good point.
So May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January.
Maybe.
January would be 9 months.
Yeah,
but they said middle of the season, which is more closer to like 6.5, 7.
Well, then maybe he did it even sooner than that, and they're just not getting it out.
Maybe. That is amazing to me, though. That's incredible.
Well, if it happened before the draft, then Ellis, maybe went from, yeah, we really like him to we really, really like him and really need him.
Well, that could be true, actually, because he, in most people's opinion, it was a stretch drafted him where they selected him. Sean Payton said, we don't care. We don't care what anybody else's opinion of him. We liked him, so we took him.
We're still talking about Ellis, not Knicks?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, Ellis. Yeah.
We'll get to Knicks. I feel bad for the kid,
Sean Payton thinks Knicks is the best in the draft.
You know, it's funny. All right, let me get your take on this, Tyler. Riley Moss was injured during training camp, and one of the reasons they said he had a hard time getting on the field was he just missed too much of what he needed to know and learn at corner to actually apply it on the NFL field. Does the same hold true for linebacker, or is outside pass rush more of an instinctual, just see ball, go get ball compared to corner?
I don't think corner is. I guess I don't buy that all too much. Actually, I don't think
that's what we were told.
Corner is certainly not the most difficult position in the world to have to learn.
Okay,
I mean the coverages don't change based off of what team you're on. Cover 2 is cover 2. Cover 3 is cover 3. I guess there's nuances that you have to learn. I'll say this:
you want to be able to learn to read guys around you and under you and have a trust. There's got to be a cohesion with the people. Though.
Yes, but I'll say this: more so than the position that he played, a rookie missing out on training camp, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. I don't care what position you play. It's just getting caught up to the speed of play, and just what do NFL dudes look like, right? So, yeah, it's a factor. But a corner, no, I don't buy that all too much. Edge rusher. Again, I'd put it in the same camp, man. I mean, listen, there's only so many responsibilities you have on the defensive line. Now, in a 3-4 scheme, it is more complicated. I'll say that. It is. If you're an outside edge rusher in a 3-4 scheme, you have to understand some zone coverages. You got to understand when you got to drop back. That's more complex. In a 4-3 scheme, though, shoot, hand in the dirt and go.
Okay. Yeah, they were moving him all over the place, inside, outside.
Well, he came in and they thought because didn't he have a bunch of sacks his last year at Arkansas, and they thought he could be a guy on the edge. And then all of a sudden, because of need, and they knew they were going to lose Josie Gill, they started playing him inside. So he kind of was a guy with no position.
Well, then he bounced
last year.
It was a big super secret about him moving back outside. Like when they did it, it was like, oh, nothing to see here. Don't talk about it. Whatever. Like it was state secret.
The hope was that you were going to get a guy not calling him Micah Parsons, but that had similar flexibility, right? That he could play multiple positions.
One of the coaches told us in training camp last year, he said, doesn't know what he's doing, but God, we got to find a place for him on the field.
And he looked like that. But I remember training camp too, like him just being sort of lost in space out there. He would just,
especially put him in coverage.
He would just level like Jaleel McLaughlin because I think he was just frustrated, and so
look, you don't change, you don't get asked to change positions for a good reason.
Yeah,
you don't.
Right.
I mean, sometimes offensive linemen they ask you, hey, you play tackle, can you bump inside, whatever. I mean, when you get changed positions,
that's a big deal.
It's because you weren't good enough at the other position. That's it.
All right. By the way, we have some comments about Val from who do we got? Vic and some of the other guys, right? Yeah, yes, no. Also, we have no dumb questions on the way, and we'll be at a gas station on Thursday giving away free gas. Yeah.
Somebody remind me.
We're gonna be at a gas station on Thursday giving away free gas.
On Thursday.
This is PHC on 92.5. It is, D-Mac, and yeah, down 40 pounds, feeling great, pumped for the summer. Gonna give the Boulder a shot. I've run it a bunch of times. So like just accomplishing that isn't, some sort of ultimate goal. You know what is better? Just getting back to the way I used to live life and having some fun out there. And for me, that's a fun thing to do. I'm a little bit older, so the time probably is not going to be fun to look at. But just the ability to go out and live life and enjoy the great things of Colorado would not happen if I didn't lose the weight. And that's because of SOTA Weight Loss. SOTA Weight Loss, SOTA weightloss.com. It's an at-home program. Wherever you are, they're with you. A nutritionist will help you in terms of the coaching and support. My nutritionist was Amanda. She was amazing. There's a reason why SOTA is the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and client results. Just hear from Crystal. SOTA helped me realize my healthy related goals of reducing body fat, increasing muscle mass, and getting healthy. I had stagnated my weight loss journey until SOTA. Well, I feel you. And so it's made a huge difference in my life. Find out where your journey starts with SOTA Weight Loss, SOTA weightloss.com. SOTA Weight Loss, say it with me, state of the art.
Nichushkin on the break. Winnipeg changing. Nichushkin. He scores! It's the 2-2 train pulling into the station. Big Val with a big goal.
Don't want to know your name. All right, so the question about what's next. Oh, my God. They're Aaron Wolves, Nuggets. Ugh. Kendrick Perkins must be he must be enjoying this segment.
Well, they're in L.A. I might shop at Los Angeles tent and awning for that jacket.
You can take as many shots as you want at Kendrick Perkins. I ain't going to slow you down on that one. I'm going to stop. It's going to bug me. I don't know how I'm going to watch the rest of the playoffs. I'm going to have a hard time with that. I don't think I can watch. I don't think I can watch this segment right here. I can't.
Well, you don't have to. I
I'm
can
not
turn
gonna.
the TV for you if you need me to.
I can't watch that.
I can move the TV. You know, they got other channels.
Put golf on or something. Put something on. Put the Rockies on. Something that's not going to bother me.
Rockies. That's what we need.
Free game set with the A's coming up.
Yeah. How the A's doing?
That's got to be a sweep, doesn't it?
It's in Oakland.
Okay. Get one.
That makes it easier.
Well, they don't play good in the Bay Area. They don't play good in the Bay Area.
They don't.
It's better than we're playing on the road.
Dude, I went to an A's game last summer because my kid was playing summer baseball up in that area.
Manitoba?
Up in Northern California.
Oh, okay.
And that was a trip. I'd never been in that stadium before. I know you played in there many times, but I'd never been in the Oakland Coliseum, whatever, until that A's game.
I went over to an A's game. I've only been to one. It was years ago when I think the Nuggets were playing Golden State in the playoffs, and so we had an off day, and so we went over and caught the A's game there. Caught a Giants game one time when we were playing them when the stadium was downtown.
I don't think they put $1 into that stadium in the last 25 years.
It is such a weird place because it's dump.
Yeah.
However, in the dump, there's all sorts of memories, photographs, whatever, of when this team was like
their history.
Unbelievable.
The 70s, they were unbelievable.
And you look at it and you're like, well, there's Reggie Jackson and Rolly Fingers and the Bash Brothers.
Campaneris.
And I mean, it's
Joe Rudy.
Like, wow. Like, there's a lot of history in that joint with that team. But they're moving to Sacramento before they go to Vegas, and they're done. It's over.
Oh, I didn't know they were going to Sacramento.
Mm-hmm. Before they go to Vegas, they're just out
so
of
it's
Oakland.
like the Los Angeles Chargers when they went and played in the soccer stadium or whatever.
Yep. They're just, see ya. See ya, Oakland. So they're going to just hang out in Sacramento which is another crap city. Anyways, but I did talk to Jenny Cavnar today. Do you know she's still living in Colorado calling the Oakland games? Like, she just commutes basically for
what? So she commutes for home and away games?
She does mostly, they've got it split, but she does mostly away games for them and does some home series.
Oh, she's not every game?
No, they got some sort of combo meal, however they do it there. But she's doing most of the games, but she's doing like all the away games and a bunch of the home games, but not all of them. So she's actually not doing the Rockies series in Oakland this time around. So she's just living
the
in
same travel she would have anyway. So
kind of. It kind of makes sense, right? Like, you go on the road. What's the difference? You can live anywhere, right? As long as you show up for the games. What difference does it make? I didn't know that, though. I thought she was living in Oakland. I go, what are you up to? What are you doing? Are you excited for this series? She goes, well, I'm just picking the kids up. I go, where? Bo, just,
You know they called some NHL hockey playoff games this year remotely?
I do know that.
What a joke that is. Somebody's got to tell me the story behind that.
They didn't realize they had replaced the goalie or something.
Yeah, for like 3 minutes into the game, they didn't know the goaltender had been changed. Somebody explained this to me. I know it happened during COVID because COVID was stupid and people did stupid things, but right now, that are they trying to save money in the playoffs by not sending people on the road? You got to be kidding me.
Because some people would rather make, $100 million to the bottom line than
and save $1,000 on
than $99 million. Bottom line means a lot to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
That's an embarrassment.
Yep.
What was the network?
Oh, I don't know what the network was.
I'm pretty sure it was ESPN.
It was ESPN?
I'm pretty sure it was ESPN.
ESPN. Okay, hold on. Help me out here. So ESPN wouldn't be the one that's
I'm loving this baby New Year moment out of Tyler Columbus right now. Like, you're really stunned by this.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm not stunned that people are trying to save money. I'm not stunned by that, but I am stunned that in the playoffs, we're pinching pennies in the playoffs.
Well, you got awful quiet all of a sudden.
I'm not stunned by it. It's happened. It's been happening. It will continue to happen.
I'm sorry. According to this, it was TNT
Yeah, I
that
thought
was
it
the
was
remote,
TNT.
and ESPN is there. So TNT was doing the remote.
Okay.
It was one of their double headers, and it was the first game, I think, and they did that.
I'm not aware of any other sport that's doing that currently.
I don't
lacrosse.
Okay, fine.
Soccer.
Fine.
Right. It's stuff like that.
Yeah, but I mean, we're talking about a major sport here.
Olympics 4 years ago.
Yeah, it's a fair
Fine.
point. I see what you're saying. Yeah, for a major sport, it's probably a bit unusual. I guess I'm not surprised because I just assume the vast majority of sports will go like that.
Oh, I don't know, man. That'd be a real shame if it does.
Of course.
I'm not saying you're wrong about your opinion that it'll go that way, but what a shame it would be because you can't replicate environment.
Oh,
You can't do that.
Well, I'm not advocating for it.
They've already said enough of what they think of announcers that all of a sudden you move them. And I know hockey's been up forever, but in basketball in particular, I mean they're sending them up in the rafters.
I get it.
And the ability to be close and get the sense of the bench and what's going on. You're right there. You get the action, get the energy. When you're up there, I mean, you're going to miss things. You're going to miss conflicts on the bench. You're going to miss stuff going on. Just it is what it is.
It is what it is.
And instead, now the seats that you were sitting in, they're selling them for $1,500 a game.
Yeah,
makes money for the franchise.
The Rockies used to have the best press box. And they realized
not even close. And
it
the
was
food
so
was
good,
unbelievable.
And they were just like, "Why are we giving the Muggles the best press box?" And they took that bad boy and they chopped it
so that people
like
would have
half.
a reason to come cover them.
More.
That's why you do it. They should keep doing it.
Well, and they gave free food, and the food was always great. And then they started charging with that.
They should make it as comfortable as they can possibly make it.
When me and Al were on 4 to 7, we loved going to those 1 o'clock stars. We loved it. We would go there and we would stay there for like 3-4 innings and would have time to get back to the station. And, we loved it, man. It was so much fun. Forget it. But I mean, they're not going to keep a press box for me and Al at the time, but it was great. I mean, it was pretty amazing. I mean, this was a long time ago.
Plus, you can always find a good seat.
They should pay you to cover it.
I'll be going to some Rockies games here soon. There was a cool
covering
moment.
it or as a fan?
No, covering it. I want to see what's going on. I want to get there. I'll go as a fan too, but no, I'm definitely gonna. I want to be around. There's stories there that I care about. I do.
Oh yeah.
Name one.
Oh, I think what's going on right now with the young crew there, when you got what's happening with Tovar and Brenton Doyle and what's going on. Brendan Rodgers is a little bit longer in the tooth now, but and I think it's cool. And Zach Veen is inevitably going to be coming up here relatively soon. I'm curious to see what he's going to be about.
He's going to leave the Bulls?
Yeah.
No.
Two-way player.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Let's get to No Dumb Questions. We'll get to the Vic thing in a second. I can actually do the Vic thing.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use No Dumb Questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I had a revelation today. And I'll see if you guys have had this revelation or this is just stupid that it was revealed to me this morning. Used to be able to say, man, he's just a button pusher. That was never a compliment.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was kind of a derogatory.
I don't know what you're referring
to. Well, like you push a lot of buttons.
I push one
People's.
button. Oh, I push people's buttons.
You push people's buttons.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're a button pusher.
Yeah, that's a compliment.
Is it? I mean,
for me, it is.
Well, I know. All of a sudden, I realized we've turned to society. That's all we are is button pushers.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I get in my truck today to take my daughter to school.
Uh-huh.
Sit in the car. Before I sit down, this happens in 3 seconds. Boom, push a button, glove box pops up, I grab my sunglasses. Boom, push a button, my car starts. And then boom, push a button, I close the garage door. And I'm like, I just pushed 3 buttons. This whole world, I mean, all we are is button pushers now. We're just button. You get your phone. What are one of them things? Can you not qualify all the stuff on your phone as buttons?
Dan,
all we are is button pushers.
Did I get
now.
in a time machine with Tyler and Scott today back to like 1992 or
No,
something? What
no.
what is
No,
going? What is happening here today?
No.
I can't push a button to start my car, so it must be nice, Scott.
Oh, humble
Rich
brag
guy.
over there.
Wow.
Well, let me ask this. You got
Hey, at least Hastings didn't list off his 25 sponsors in front of us.
Yeah. Listen, and when I put it in reverse, I did a little dial and it goes to R.
Yeah.
That was the hardest thing to get used to, too.
Got that auto parallel park on there?
It does. I've never used it.
Yeah.
I don't know how to use it, but I think I have it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 19. So
Wait a second. You don't have a. You turn a button to
drive and park, and it's
Really?
it's a little wheel.
Oh, I'd have a weird. That must be weird.
That's
For
what I've got
the
too.
first month I had the car, I get in the car and I start going
Right.
like
Yeah,
this,
no doubt.
And I don't have a
You
gear
turn.
thing.
I haven't seen that. You turn.
I'll
Really?
show you today. Yeah. You got a wheel or
I got
or
same
you got
thing as
stick
you.
shift?
Same thing as you.
You got a wheel. He's
Well,
got a wheel.
That must be a little weird.
Oh, it's freaky to get used to. It was freaky to get used to.
I got a no dumb question.
Push the button to start it.
I don't claim to be a manly man.
Well, that's true.
Okay. But I do know how to do a couple things.
Mhm.
I know how to change a tire. I swear to God, on any vehicle. No problem. I can do that.
Have you done it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've had to. I've changed a tire at 4 o'clock in the morning in a snowstorm.
I'll give you another credit.
Yeah.
You know how to air a bicycle tire up that you're going to show Dan how
I
to do.
I do know how to do that, but I'm not great at fixing flats, but I do know how to
Oh, I
pump
know
up a
how to
tire.
fix
But here's what I know how to do, too.
You know
That's
how to put a new tube in it?
I kind of.
Mm.
I could do it, but it's going to take me a little time. But I'm not great at it. I'm
Okay.
not great at it. I can parallel park. I take pride in parallel parking. I will parallel
That's a guy
park.
thing.
I will parallel park any vehicle under any circumstance. You put it in front of me, literally. I take wicked pride in parallel parking.
Yeah. I don't think that's unique to you though.
I love
I pulled it off last
parallel
night
parking.
downtown. Yeah.
Right there.
Big old SUV.
I got my pickup. Pull into my daughter's soccer practice. Got boom between 2 cars. Got the warden beside me. Went around. Boom. First time, all I did was dial it into park, and sit there with a smile, looking at the wife, going.
See that?
And
honey?
she goes, "What?" I go.
Did I just?
I
turn-
just
did
did that.
you
And
ask her-
Man-made fire.
Did you ask her if you turned her on a little bit?
She goes, "What?" I go.
Yeah.
It's like
Okay, you can parallel park.
Tom Hanks in Castaway. I did this. But here's what I can do too. I can drive a stick.
Yeah, I can do that.
I learned. I passed my driver's test on a stick.
There you go.
It was a 1979 Ford Pinto, and that was the
Ooh.
car we had in the family.
Right.
So that was not an easy car to do that. I parallel parked to get my driver's license with a stick.
Yeah.
How many people, no dumb questions, how many people seriously listening right now, I'm not joking, under the age of 35? Actually, Tyler, how old are you?
So
38.
I'm 39, and it's a good question because
I'll say 39. I'll say
because
your age.
When I was learning to drive, my dad's big thing was I have to learn how to drive a
Your
stick.
dad's right.
So we didn't have a stick car. We went and borrowed a neighbor's or whatever, and so he taught me to drive a stick. I've never once driven a stick ever since then, and there's zero chance I could do it today.
Really? You don't think you could drive a stick if there was one?
I know how to do it. Would I do it smoothly? No. Like if you got me on a hill at a red light, there might be problems.
You'd be nervous.
Yeah.
My first car,
All right.
a 67 Volkswagen Bug stick shift.
Hold on a second. Dan?
But my dad was kind of wrong.
No, he wasn't.
No, he's right.
No, he wasn't.
He was kind of wrong.
No, he was
kinda
definitely not
wrong.
Yeah, he's right.
I've never once had a reason in my entire life.
Yeah,
that
but
I've
you
had
know
to
that
drive
one time that there's an emergency and you're going to have to, then you're going to be glad. Oh, I got to get to the hospital. All I got is a stick car.
Yeah, but if you,
no, you're not doing
but
it.
I
but
can
not-
pull it off in an emergency.
Not only an emergency, but there may be a fun thing in your life at some point. Like, who knows if you have an opportunity to drive a Porsche around a racetrack would be kind of cool. Like, do you know? I mean,
No, I would not know how to do that. No.
oh, it's so. Have you ever done that,
I've not been around a great sort.
dude? It's you got to do it. It is. I mean, I'm not good at it, but
D-Mac went 55 the whole way.
I didn't go that much quicker, but it was just fun to just do it, like to have that woo, and you go the corner.
Now,
And
did you downshift a brake instead of brakes in the corner? Did you?
I had some fun with it, but I went with a guy who could really drive. There's a racetrack like an hour out east somewhere. I forget where it is, but it's where Porsche like does test driving here, and I've been there and I've driven that. And it's unbelievable.
So most impressive stick shift you've driven, would that be that race car thing?
I'd say so. I'm driving probably $300,000 race car. It was pretty damn cool.
This from a texter, not me. Tyler, T-Mac's getting pretty jacked up again. This time it's about parallel parking and driving a stick, things that don't affect his life.
I take pride. Watch it. I take pride in it. I'm just saying. Because I don't have a lot of other manly things that I can do. Like, this is
parallel
it.
park, though.
I guarantee you, Vic Lombardi can't drive a stick. Should be able to.
Who's got a stick? Anybody at the station?
Moshe.
Now I want to know. Now I want to borrow.
Lindahl.
Will they let me?
Andy Lindall's
and
Mustang's a stick.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure I want to do that one.
I love to. Does he really?
Yeah.
Oh man,
That blue Mustang
All
he drives in.
See, now I just
awesome.
want to know if I could still do it.
Dan Tanner, you ever driven a stick ever?
So my sister had a stick shift in high school, her car, and I would take it around the neighborhood to practice. And, I could do it. One time I was driving it around the neighborhood, and I start smelling burning rubber. And I'm like, what's going on with Michelle's car? I call her up. I'm like, your car it smells like burning rubber. I look down. The e-brake was on the entire time.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Hey, you know you can drive a stick is when you go to a hilly place and you're at a
Oh, yeah.
stop sign
and
there's a car right on your butt.
You gotta know what
get
you're
up on
doing.
that. You got to get going. I in college, a summer job, I drove gas trucks. And so stick, and it's got the little boom, boom, boom. You had to double clutch it once in a while. So that was the most impressive, the stick I ever driven.
Yeah, I'm not saying this is like an incredible skill.
No, but it's kind of cool.
Right.
Yeah.
It becomes progressively more impressive. It used to be not a big deal at all.
Let me
I mean,
ask
it was
this.
everybody just drove a stick.
Your
but-
answer might be knowing this.
But how's D-Mac going to watch Fubu and drive while he's driving
It's
the
going to
stick?
be tough. Have you ever driven a stick that was three on the tree?
No, I have not.
I'm sorry. Say
One
that again?
time, 3 on the tree. Have you ever heard that? You've never heard 3 on the tree? Used to be the stick shift. Used to be where your shifter is now on the column. That was considered the tree, and it had 3 speeds. And you shift right there on the.
I have not done that.
On the tree. One time, a girl I went to high school with had her car. It was like
That's a weird car.
Like a 50. Oh, it was like a tank, 54. Probably the parents gave it to.
I thought that was only on trucks that you could get that in an old car.
No, this
huh?
was like literally like a 52 or 3 like big Plymouth.
Does it count as driving a stick if my car's got the feature that you can turn it into automatic mode and you can just press the button?
No, the shifter paddles on the steering wheel. No, that doesn't.
Yeah, that doesn't
No,
count.
that does not count.
Just press the button.
But they're cool.
But it's fun.
Well,
I get the engine all revved up. I get those amps up.
I'll tell you this.
Get you an M5 with one of those.
Even though I did get a Porsche for a weekend, which was really nice. I had it for a weekend. And yes, it was cool, but I'm just driving around the streets. Driving with stick is a big pain in the ass. You don't get anything just driving the streets. There's no inherent benefit
No, you
of
gotta
it.
get on
And in fact,
225 and
it's
let's
pretty damn stressful. You're a stop like.
How do I eat my McDonald's and drive?
Exactly. It's all sorts of stuff like that. But like, I enjoyed it. It was cool having the Porsche for a weekend, but it was also like the most stressful weekend of my entire life too. So, you're not really missing out on anything, frankly, to keep it real.
Think Lindahl let me drive his Mustang?
No.
No.
Well.
No.
He's a pretty good guy, but it's with lack of
How
experience.
often does he take that?
No,
in here?
he's actually very careful with his possessions.
Yeah. How about drive a motorcycle?
I cannot drive a motorcycle. I cannot. You know what? I would love to learn though.
Does Can-Am count?
Is that a 3-wheel?
Oh no.
There's no way that counts.
But it's got the 2 wheels in the
front. Yeah, that's an old lady motorcycle.
That doesn't count either. No,
Yes.
it's not. No, it's not.
I always said that, and then when I
No.
moved into
Those
those
are awesome.
condos, lady pulled in, and this one thing is, oh, cool bike. Lady gets off, 78 years old, had her own Can-Am.
Yeah.
I want a Can-Am.
Well, you're an old lady.
You're an old lady, I guess.
Yeah.
And by
It's
the
an
way,
old lady.
a Vespa is just a bird with a seat. There's nothing to a Vespa either.
No.
Nothing special about that. Nothing wrong with it, but there's nothing special.
It's like a scooter that you can sit down on.
Exactly.
Are
That is a
Vespa, are
scooter.
Vespas dangerous? Like what do
If
you
you
what
get
do you
hit.
what do you do if somebody doesn't see you? In a, like if somebody doesn't see you in your blind spot, how,
Yeah,
do, you,
you're-
how,
you're-
how, do, how do you speed out of it?
Same thing with a motorcycle and a Vespa. Listen, when you run against a car, you lose.
Yeah.
Period.
Okay.
Oh, I guarantee you, my road bike is way more dangerous than but what anybody does here, I have the most dangerous activity. No doubt about it.
I've seen a whole lot of bicycle bars pop up.
It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, what's going on, guys? Tyler Plums here, my friends over at Revitalized Health. If you want to start feeling better, get your workouts going further, sleeping better, looking better, call my friends over at Revitalized Health. You will love them. They're the best in the business of what they do. They're going to come up with a game plan that is customized for your body and your needs that can involve testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. And the medical weight loss options are changing lives, so call them today if you gained a few pounds. Revitalize Health can be found at 3 locations. They're close to no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Hey, I've been with Premier Heating and Air for a long time, and we are doing the Premier Heating and Air show, which will be on Altitude at 7:30 a.m. every Saturday. It'll be with my guy Reed, and it's presented by American Standard. So we're fired up for that. The show is going to be a lot of fun to do, and it's great sharing the good words about Premier Heating and Air. Listen, if you want to get a question on the show, you could get a prize. If we air a question, go to premierheatingandair.com, premieraircolorado.com. Submit your question. The name says it all. They are Denver's premier heating and air professionals. They are the best. Get a free furnace when you buy an AC, 0% interest financing for 60 months, $49 AC tune-up. That's normally $89 with free diagnostic with repair. So call 720-547-8009. That's 720-547-8009. Visit premieraircolorado.com to schedule service or get a free estimate and mention my name for exclusive offers. Spots are filling up fast. These offers are limited. Call today. Premier is an independent American Standard dealer. premieraircolorado.com. I'm seeing this on Twitter. So Vic Lombardi is inducted into the Silver Circle of the Heartland Emmy chapter. It was established to recognize individuals who have devoted a quarter of a century or more to the television industry. What a unique skill to be in TV that long. That's is remarkable hair.
One particular requirement: be old.
Yeah, apparently is a Silver Circle.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good. So Vic had who'd they have on? Peter Schaefer talking about Val, and they were talking about like getting out of his contract. All right, let's hear this.
Does Schaefer represent hockey, guys?
It wouldn't surprise me if he did, but I don't know.
I mean, obviously understands contracts, so I understand why they have him on. I'm just curious.
I don't know that he does, but he might. I think it's mostly football. But Peter's had all sorts of different dudes over the years. But anyways, here's what he said about Val and the contract.
I would first be saying, let's find a way. What kind of treatment program? You're dealing with, a Russian player. They're different. They grew up. And I'm not trying to be, stereotypical, but grew up differently, different mindsets, different cultures, different social norms. So you have to find a way to get through to that player, right? Do you let him go back to Russia where it all started? You don't even have control of that, but you suggest that. So the idea would be, number one, how do we treat the human being? How do we get the human being better? Two, then, on the pay cut, I'd sit there and say, okay, well, let me get a temperature for the rest of the league. Would someone else take this player? And then if so, would it be a better situation for him emotionally, mentally, and physically? And then two, what would that team pay? No one's given him 8 years, $49 million.
The situation with Val is so tricky. And again, we're going to spend a lot of time about what's next with the Avs and the Nuggets. I think a lot of people emotionally are just like, well, whatever you do with Val, he's got to go, that sort of thing. I think it's a lot trickier than that. I think it's way more complicated.
The one thing I appreciate what he said, and it's what we said initially, right? Because the first thing is a human being. You got to get the human being right. Obviously, these first couple of times, something hasn't taken that needs to be, that needs to be locked in with him. And that's on him. We can give him all the help and all the work and all the tools, but the final work is the individual, right,
Yep.
to get better. But so I like that Peter said that. Okay, first of all, what can you do to help the human being? And then, to be honest with you, and then we talked about this too, then it's about what's best for the franchise. And eventually those conversations are going to have to be had.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you might have to separate those two conversations. Because what's best for the human being, you help them, you love them, you're there, you try to support them all the way you can, and it's very, very difficult when a player is no longer a part of an organization. It's very, very difficult. Every organization always says that, like, you're part of the family for the rest of your life, and very rarely does that actually come true. But this might be one of those situations where you got to look at it like, how can we help you to be at your best? Yet we have to distance ourselves at the same time.
Well, they're going to have that conversation. They don't have to have it for at least 6 months.
That's
so
the good news.
First and foremost, you can be worried and concerned and be a classy organization. Say, let's help a human. Let's help a guy who's meant something to us and been a great player when he played here. Let's help him. And I've said this all the time. You can have a long career in sports. You're still going to be a human being a lot longer than you are an athlete.
Yep.
So what can you do? What work can you do now to help him that makes him a better father when he's 40, 45, and out of trouble and staying sober and whatever. But then there will be hard conversations. Okay, how much more do we want to take of this? Do we trust this? Is it all good? And you won't know that unless you're kind of hand-in-hand lockstep. And when Peter says go to Russia, are you going to know anything? Isn't that what happened after the first time?
Well, let me ask you guys this.
Like, are we sure being in Russia is the best thing?
Well, yeah. I mean, what choice do you have? He's not in prison or anything. He didn't break the law. He violated a league policy. He didn't break the law.
Well, to me, anybody who's...
But he violated a policy. He broke the law of the NHL.
And that's what I'm about to say here. There's always exceptions to the rules. And like I said, I'm sure there has been, but it sure seems to me 30 days ain't a long time to get an entire lifestyle pattern changed.
Yeah.
You know, you can get by an addiction in 17 days, but to change an entire pattern.
Yeah.
And I say you got to change the whole pattern because guess what? He's still got years left and can be a good hockey player. He's still now going to be put in the same world he was that he failed twice.
All right, let me ask you then. If you were reassured that he had been in months of treatment and it was good, would you welcome him back?
I would want to be involved in the aftercare also.
Can I ask you this? And I think it matters. Is he in there? Is he there for months on his own or because he has to?
Months on his own.
Because he wants to be.
He wanted to be there. He wanted to get better. It was too short. You're told, and you don't know this, but you're told, because what else is there? You're told he spent months there working on himself, months, and it's okay. Would you welcome him back?
I think you are insanely proud of him. Yeah, you're very, very proud of him. And it would be difficult because we're all human beings. And you see a human being out there working on themselves. You want to believe in them. You do, especially if you care for them, if you love them, and especially if they mean a lot to you.
I'm
and
asking
know what
you
means.
as a fan. I'm asking you. And Scott, you. I'm asking the fans.
Well,
you.
I mean, I guess I was talking more from an organizational
Not
point of
the
view.
organization. You as a fan, who you are.
I think fans are I don't want to say fickle. I don't know what the right word would be, but fans, you come out your first stint back and boom, and all of a sudden you get a point, a goal and assist, and the next day you come back, you get 3 assists. The next day you come back 2 goals.
Yeah,
you are forgiven.
You'd probably get a standing ovation.
And I'm going to tell.
And to be honest with you, if you still do all that, you're getting high in between. Probably people don't care either. We live in Colorado. People high all the time.
I'm going to tell you something. Your opinion, what you guys just said right there, that is different than what you would have said the day after you got that news, and that was a week ago.
That's true.
So what is going to happen in 5 months?
Well, self-care. First of all, you hope something changes with that. And like I said, as an organization now, I'm glad you fixed. I'm glad you changed. But guess what? Also, I want to be a part of your aftercare. I want you on the road when you got 2 days off in Toronto. I want you to find a meeting. I want to.
Do you remember? Gosh, I'm trying to blank on. Really good baseball player, slugger. He had like a personal. He had an accountability coach that lived with him at all times.
Hamilton.
Yes, exactly.
What's
who
his
it was.
first name?
Josh
Hamilton.
Hamilton. Right.
Josh Hamilton.
So maybe it's one of those situations, right? So hey, you're back, but dude, you don't get to live in the shadows.
Okay.
And
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. As angry as everybody is, and was, I promise you this is my big hot take. If you're sold a bill of goods that it's all happened, months of rehab, we got somebody look at him, whatever, fans are going to say, no problem, welcome back. Promise you that. And that might seem weird right now because of what happened 2 years in a row.
Well, let me do it.
You know what? And you know what? Who are we to say? Because how did he get back in good graces the first time, guys?
Did what the requirements were of the league's program. That's all I did. He did the requirements of what the league program. Let me ask you guys this: you guys both do car dealerships. Now forget the car dealerships. You go to a car dealership, you can buy a new car. You buy a new car, no fault of the dealership, but you buy a real lemon. This thing is a problem from the first week you get it home, and it's a problem. You probably ever shop in a dealer shop ever again?
No.
Even if it said, "Oh, bring it in," bring it in. Probably not shopping there anymore. May not have anything to do with the dealership. And I think that's what people are too. I think he's kind of said, I'm a lemon. Do you trust that as a person outside, no connection with it?
The 6 months scares me. I know we got to go, but the 6 months scares me. It does because what that does, it's good news because you don't have to do anything, but I think it's also bad news because it's going to be a giant temptation to do nothing, to not prepare for if you're not going to have them around. And it's just going to be this big vacancy of time that if you don't handle it right, you might not plan.
We are hooking you up with free gas thanks to our friends at Alta Convenience. Thursday from noon to 3, we will be broadcasting from an Alta Convenience store and giving away $5,000 in free gas. All you need to do is show up. Everybody gets a $25 gift card, good for gas and anything from the Alta Convenience store, and one lucky listener will get a $100 gift card. We'll announce the location Thursday morning, so stay tuned. It's free gas for your free time because we got free time. Memorial Day weekend, Thanks to Alta Convenience, convenience beyond the pump. PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I want you to live your best life. And if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, if you're dealing with symptoms of low testosterone, you're probably not living the life that you really want. You're probably just dealing with things. And guys, we just deal with stuff. We do. Well, listen, you don't have to just be settled for a less than life. No way, man. We've got the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You can go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. This is a good way to just figure out if you're dealing with this. If you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, you probably don't need a test for that bad boy. But you can go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood, have your results within 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. Here's what the deal is. Here's what you're dealing with. And here are the solutions. Cost of the appointment, $99. Not much. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. You need to check it out, man. 720-440-7900. Get back to your real life. 5 locations in Colorado: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, catching up on things here. I'm seeing, look at this. Steelers beginning a voluntary OTAs today. So do the Broncos, but the media for the Broncos, I don't think is going to be until Thursday. I haven't actually seen anything, but they have highlights of the Steelers and Russell Wilson and Justin Fields and going there. Does that get your blood pumping a little bit, seeing some NFL stuff, Tyler? I know, Scott, I know you don't care, but unless you do care.
I did see that CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons did not make OTAs for the Cowboys.
No.
Is that right?
Although Tua did show up. Tua finally showed up.
Tua was thinner, and what's my guy from the Ravens?
Jackson.
Lamar Jackson.
Something going on with Justin Jefferson, too.
I don't know. You know what? I was so depressed about Lamar. Lamar's down to 205 pounds. That's what I started at when I started to lose weight. So I'm just like, how fat was I? Oh my God.
Chubby loves that.
Yeah, Chubby was.
You calling Lamar fat?
No, Lamar's like 6'4" and chiseled. It's just like
They said he was down to 205 at OTAs on purpose.
Yeah, like, can you imagine what kind of shape he is in? Maybe it's not good shape. I don't know. But I mean, that what are we talking about? 5-6% body fat if the Lamar Jackson's down to 205?
Oh, he's a freak. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I had all the body fat at 205.
It's got my blood pumping is 8th grade football. That's what got my blood pumping. Doing playbooks. I'm on the phone with Mike Sanford this morning. He's going over passing routes, giving me concepts, giving me some coaching tips on the passing game. That's what's got my blood pumping.
Broncos had some bad news.
I had to send out an email asking for money from the parents this morning.
I gave you the advice on that one.
Yeah.
It was good advice, wasn't it?
I listened to it.
Yeah, okay.
S Corporation?
Listen, I'll give every coach listening right now that runs a team. Let me give you some advice. Free of charge. Overcharge the parents a pinch. Not a ton. We're not going to the Cayman Islands. But, if it costs $100 to do it, charge the parents $120. Trust me. They won't mind, and you're going to have money for extra stuff, and you won't have to go in your own pocket. The best advice ever. You ever done that? You ever run a team? I know you've coached.
Yeah.
But you've run a youth team.
Yeah.
Basketball
collected money from the parents.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Overcharge a little bit, right?
No. Went out of pocket.
That's what you did?
Got them all gifts. Yep. No.
So how much did you spend out of your? So you just were willing to do that.
When I was a high school coach, I figure I was out of pocket $2,000 or $3,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, or do that.
That's about what I needed for the year. It's about $4,000.
Yeah, you can do it one of two ways. You can charge the parents an extra $20, which is no big deal, or you can just spend your own money. But I guarantee you, every coach has had to do it.
I agree.
Again, I'm not saying go skiing at Telluride.
No.
I'm just saying, don't have to dip in your own pocket when you go to Chili's.
I'm going to go walk the beaches of Key Largo. I mean,
this is how we found out how D-Mac got that mansion that he keeps bragging about how big it is.
5 bedrooms, 6 baths.
Yeah. Overcharged the kids.
Hey, make sure you overcharge again. How long you do it?
Yeah. We didn't even need this house. It was so big. We didn't even want it. It's just so big.
Hey, there's no doubt there's more proof of me not scamming parents in my current lifestyle. That is for damn sure. You should. It's a nice place I'm in now.
Small. How many square footage you got now?
1,800. Perfect. Probably even maybe a little too big, actually, frankly.
Really?
Wow. I went from
so this is
4,800 to 1,800.
Scott does have a little bit of point, though. Like, you will have an argument at some point. Like, what do you do?
It's got 3 floors and a garage.
You go to the garage?
Townhome. Up and down. I could go to the garage, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, easily.
So where's one of your 5 podcasts? Where are you going to do it at?
I got my own room with a door.
Got a door.
I got a door.
Fancy.
I got a door. Hey, he's got a door.
I love how he emphasized the door. I got my own room.
You got your private office everywhere.
I do. I got a private door. Drew Sanders. We got a homework assignment for us for tomorrow. Bo Nix Part 2 of his documentary has come out. So tomorrow, and Dan will have a little preview of it and Let's Football Go. But did you see Tom Brady and Jay-Z sitting down with Bo Nix and a bunch of the rookie quarterbacks?
So hold on. So that was an interesting event that I don't fully understand. So Bo Nix was invited to a small gathering of quarterbacks that was put on by Michael Rubin, the Fanatics guy.
Yes.
Jay-Z, Tom Brady were there.
Yeah.
Why is Jay-Z there?
Because he's a part of the agency, I guess.
Yeah, he's tied in with Ruben with Fanatics somehow.
But I think they've got an agency together or something like that.
You know what's awesome about being a billionaire?
But what the hell was the event?
He's a billionaire nerd, and he's putting himself between Tom Brady and Jay-Z like they're on the same playing field. And you get to do that when you're a billionaire nerd. So way to go.
That's cool. But what was the event?
It was him. It was him just doing it. He's a billionaire nerd.
Okay, who was invited to the event?
Caleb Williams, Bo
Young
Nix,
quarterbacks.
young quarterbacks.
Okay.
Yeah. About how to be a better NFL athlete in person and all that thing.
You know
the
what
only
Tom
thing I
Brady's
saw
big
was
take on it was?
Tom Brady was trying to show them mistakes he made early that they could avoid.
Right.
Well, his big take was don't be an eye guy. Like, and that's what today is. Get off the social media, be about the team, be about the practice, make every game the most important game you've ever played, including preseason.
Yes. Cliche sort of stuff. But the insinuation was stop with the social media stuff. And I do wonder, Bo Nix sitting there when part 2 of his documentary is coming out on good old YouTube is having second thoughts about doing the documentary.
Nah, I honestly think the kids nowadays, they don't even hear that. They don't even hear it.
Doesn't matter that Tom Brady says that?
They can't even process it, and it doesn't even matter that it's Tom Brady that's saying it. You guys don't understand. You don't understand what it's like to be young anymore. You don't understand how we play the game and social media and all that.
We?
Yeah, well, I'm saying what they are saying, the young guys.
So they just look at Tom Brady, nod their head, but it's a blank slate. It's in one ear, out the other.
If it is, they're losers
yes.
and stupid. I guarantee all them quarterbacks coming in there, sit down in a room with Tom Brady. You don't need Jay-Z, don't need rich billionaire guy. Every one of them guys sitting in a room with Tom Brady is going to listen to Tom Brady.
You think so?
Absolutely.
You think it's going to stick?
Well, I don't know if it'll
All
stick.
right.
That's a whole nother
So
thing.
do you think Bo Nix would say, maybe I shouldn't have been so quick to do this documentary?
I don't know. I don't know what Tom Brady told him.
Well, he told him not to do that.
Well, then
basically. Am I right?
No, it's exactly what he said. He said, stop worrying about social media, stop worrying about your brand and your image, and make it about the team.
Because eventually, and what young people don't get is if you do that and have success with it, it's all going to be taken care of.
I will say Tom Brady eventually was a brand. He was. I mean, he had the TB12.
No doubt.
He had Alex Guerrero. He had all of that. But for the majority of his career, that stuff really did not start to surface until, I would say, the last 5 or 6 years of his career.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Right?
But let me ask this. Do you not think if Russell Wilson would have taken that advice coming in here and stayed completely off social media and wasn't worried about brand and opening stores at Cherry Creek Mall and all this stuff and just played, there might have been a little more patience with him?
Not a little more. A lot more.
You
He'd
would
still be here.
You would have been frustrated with the performance in year one, for sure. But if year one was followed up with year two, without the outside noise, without the frustrations, without the social media teams, without the trainers on the field, without the parking spots, without all that stuff.
No high knees, no let's
you
ride.
wouldn't have, like it got personal with Russ. It did.
Yeah.
It got personal, and you wouldn't have had that.
So
he'd still be here now.
So just that right there alone, and maybe Tom Brady doesn't know the depth of what Russell did here. If that alone, that should be a warning shot for all young quarterbacks right there.
I'd take that a step further. Would Sean Payton actually have liked Russell Wilson if he didn't have all that stuff?
Well, his first comments on Russell Wilson, we got to quit. Didn't he say something about social media?
Oh, yeah.
Then he said we got to worry about kissing babies. We got to quit worry about kissing babies. Well, that's the social media stuff.
Yeah, kissing babies.
Stop saying yes to absolutely everything, kissing the babies. And
However,
shaking their hands.
say Russ dumped all that for the sake of argument. Would he still be able to process information the way Sean Payton needs?
Well, I don't know, because I really do wonder how big of a distraction all that other stuff is. I really do. I mean, you've got all that stuff going on in your life. You've got this foundation. I'm cool with foundations, man. It's cool, but that was a larger than life thing. You've got everything he had in his life was larger than life. So much pulling him away.
If all that stuff never happens, and then Sean I think Sean wanted his own guy no matter what. Personally, whether
most people do.
Whether Russell would have had 2 good years here or not, I think he would have still won his own guy. But now when all of a sudden he says he didn't process slow and he slips it out to everybody, everybody's going to go. And you don't have all the other noise that has biased you one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably going to go, dude, he was winning games for you, and he 26 touchdowns and only 7 interceptions.
Right.
What was he doing wrong?
So even if he
I think
couldn't
he would have
process
lost support.
even if he couldn't process the information or Payton was frustrated, Russell wouldn't be a bad guy.
It would have taken Sean Payton longer to become frustrated.
It would not have been as easy a sell to put your team below the salary cap and eat $80 million.
Right.
Had he not been all the look at me, look at the brand, look at the thing, look at the D, he'd have had more of a tough time to sell it.
Let's football go next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new car, truck, SUV, electric vehicle, check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford of Denver. This is Tyler Plumpus here, and I'm going to tell you, every car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long because they flat out take care of me. It's an easy process. You get in, you get out, and that's not unique to me. That's unique to everybody that walks into the building at Phil Long Ford. They've got incredible deals over at Phil Long, great interest rates, great incentive deals, and the inventory, man, I'm telling you, it is as strong as it has ever been. Cars, trucks, pickups, vans, SUVs, electric cars, electric picks, so many choices over at Phil Long Ford of Denver. Go on their website. You're going to find the best deals. You're going to see all the inventory. You can shop right there from the comfort of your home. And if you want to go in and get a test drive, you're going to love the experience. So go check them out today, guys. They've got an incredible service department also. So after you buy that vehicle, keep it serviced with my friends at Phil Long because they are award winners in the Phil Long Ford Denver Service Department. Incredibly skilled at what they do. And keep in mind, Saturday, June 8th from 9A to 3P, head on out to Phil Long Ford of Denver because it's the 60th birthday of the Ford Mustang. Barbecue, ride and drive, music, and some beautiful classic Mustangs from the Denver Mustang Club. All Saturday, June 8th at Phil Long Ford of Denver on Tufts Avenue off of Wadsworth. Free to the public, so don't miss out. I love how you crack yourself up.
I do crack myself up. I've been driving around with my son who's 21, and he just listens to hip hop nonstop, and it's rubbing off on me. Hey, Mountain High Appliance. Mountain High Appliance is the absolute best. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. Offering every major appliance line and brand. You know what I found out from my wife? We need new appliances. I was like, I got a place. Mountain High Appliance.
Oh, there you go. Your place.
I bought it. Dan, what's the deal there, Dan Bud Tanner?
All right, fellas. I want to play this clip for you here. Now, I watched parts 1 and 2 last night of Grit and Glory Journey to the Draft featuring Bo Nix. And let me just say, we'll get more into it tomorrow. I will just tell you guys, I feel much better about Bo Nix's chances of being the long-term solution for the Broncos after watching this. We'll get your thoughts tomorrow. But this is what my favorite clip, this is from part 2 that I watched last night. My favorite clip of Bo Nix talking about the lifestyle of being a quarterback.
Everything you do, you got to think of it as if, like, is this going to make me a better quarterback? Is what I eat for dinner going to make me a better quarterback tomorrow? Is what time I go to sleep going to make me a better quarterback tomorrow? Is what I read or study going to make me a better quarterback? So everything, I feel like going through life, I got to ask myself that. Like, and at this point, it's kind of redundant and become a pattern, but you say no to the same things and you say yes to the same things, and it's just something that you got to do if you want to play at a high level. And if you don't, it's fine. You just won't necessarily, reach those goals. And so I understand that it's the the daily disciplines that are going to make the biggest results. But to me, it's just doing it over and over and over, and not getting bored with the redundancy of life.
Cheesy or genuine there?
I think
from
it's
Bo Nix?
very genuine. That's why I called him a quarterback robot. And I think Sean Payton got the robot he wants. And I do not mean that as an insult. I think he's very narrow-minded in terms of his focus, and I think that could serve him well. And he will not get on the wrong side of Sean Payton. I know that for sure after hearing that.
Hot take after hearing that, gold jacket.
Scott, why are you banging your head against...
got a Bo Nix.
Why are you banging your head against the microphone?
Because there was idiots like Dan Tanner that made Ron Popeil a millionaire 10 times over because every product he sold, I got to have a pocket fisherman. Oh, you mean I could spray on my back bald spot and I got hair? No, you got paint on your head,
You ever
dummy.
tried that, though?
No, I haven't. No.
Why does Dan have a Flowbee? Anyways, it doesn't matter.
I forgot about
Flowbee was incredible.
I wouldn't look for it.
Hold on, is that the haircut vacuum?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you impressed? Are you
Yeah,
impressed
yeah,
about the
that is
haircut
impressed.
vacuum? Yeah.
I'm a little
What do you
impressed.
think?
That actually is an incredible
It's
product.
like saying guys can play and all you watch is the highlight film on YouTube. Because guess what it's called? Highlight film. Bo Nix, producer of the Bo Nix documentary. You think anything in this documentary is going to make him look dumb other than him talking?
Listen, I'm with Scott on this one. I mean, come on, man. I'll say this: he didn't raise any red flags. Okay, you can raise red flags and things like this.
You can.
He didn't raise a red flag.
Do you think he's phony?
No, I'm not calling him phony.
I don't know enough.
I think he believes that.
Listening to what I just heard was as great of a script as I've ever seen. And it made me think of Tin Cup and the dude that was the D-bag who everybody thought was a great guy. He said he didn't like dogs and old people and kids. And remember at the very scene, the back, get away from me, kid. Kick that dog. Okay. Listen, you're going to get the best. What he said was scripted. And if you listen to the tone of the voice and actually listen, you're going to pull sincerity out of that? No, that's script.
I'm with Scott, but I also don't think it was a negative.
No,
I think
actually,
you know what you're supposed to say.
I actually kind of think this is who he is, though. I think it is. Because I think he's
all I know
Here's
is
the thing, I'll tell you
just
this.
keep an open mind on you bashing Russell Wilson for all of his social media stuff.
I
He
feel
didn't
you.
have a documentary. This guy's got a documentary, and guess what he hasn't done that Russell has done? Won a Super Bowl, or throwing a touchdown pass in the league.
Fair.
Why
And
does
he's
Bo
already
Nix
got-
have a documentary?
Thank you.
Why
He's-
does Bo Nix have a documentary? A 3-part, like I'm not talking like he sat down for like an interview with somebody, like, hey, we want to do a feature on you. You've got a 3-part. Why does Bo Nix, is Bo Nix that compelling to America that he has a documentary?
Oh, well, we'll review it tomorrow when we have a chance to look at it. What's the name of the documentary?
How
again?
long are these episodes, by the way?
15 minutes.
Grit and Glory.
15 minutes.
Journey to the Draft. Yeah, 15. The first one's 15, second one's 20.
The name is Grit and Glory?
Grit and Glory. Journey to the Draft.
It's a bit of an obnoxious name, isn't it?
Thank you, at least.
No,
It'd be Grits and Gravy.
You know who the producer is?
I don't know.
Oh, you didn't see that?
No.
It's Bo Nix's mom.
Are you being serious?
Yeah.
Are you being serious?
Yeah.
I can't tell if you're serious or not.
I am.
Yeah, Tyler's lying.
Let me throw this out here.
It's not his mom.
I am a
It's
Broncos
a Tyler
fan,
joke.
and I want Bo Nix to be great. I hope, D-Mac, I can sit there and put you on my shoulders all this season and carry you around.
I'd fit.
And say that they got the right guy. I will do that. I'll put you up on my shoulders and give you a piggyback ride around the station if Bo Nix is that guy.
I've always wanted to change a light bulb.
How many wins do you need to put him on your back?
No, I visual. I'm just going to see because I don't think they're going to win a lot of games this year. But I'm going to see a guy that's under control, can play, not afraid. The moment's too big. You can see that without seeing necessarily wins and losses. So I'm okay with that. But sit there and judging a guy is going to be great because the documentary he helped produce is something you like, or you watch a video film on YouTube. Look, I can pull up 10 videos of all the guys who drafted, and every guy had a positive video. Guess what? It starts Thursday. Here we go. We'll see some OTAs in their underwear with some real people, and then preseason games. Guess what? We'll find out something right there.
Okay. Well, Thursday it's open
But
to
I'm
the.
not going to sit there and wear sweatpants because this guy has his own documentary out. If you hated Russ for all the social media, you better start putting this on the check mark.
I think that's
and to keep an eye on.
I think that's fair. I think that's actually fair. I don't know why.
Are we all following Bo Nix on Twitter and everything?
No. Why do you follow athletes in your town?
Okay,
Who
well,
does
I'm
that?
about to tell you why.
What? Everybody does that.
Who does that?
Who doesn't do that?
Who follows fans? And come on.
I'm not going to.
Who
because guess what?
bothers following?
Because they're the players on the team that
Yeah,
you
so
like.
I'm not going to follow players because I don't need to be.
But hold
I
on.
don't need to be biased.
Yeah, but
by
Scott,
hold on,
literally
I'm about to show
everybody
you
does
something.
that.
I'm about to show you
Everybody
something.
and they're all sycophants.
I currently
suck-ups.
do not follow him. I'm hitting follow right now
you're
for
an
the
idiot,
sole
then.
purpose. No, okay, fine. I'm hitting follow for the sole purpose of finding out, is he a social media warrior? Is that what he's going to be?
I'm gonna follow him right now too.
Wait, following athletes in your town is makes you biased?
Yeah, that's so weird.
Or it's like,
Do you think any of your players are going to sit there and say, "God, I suck today, and I need to do this"?
No,
I'm
but
gonna-"
but sometimes
you know,
they-
you want to follow, if you want to follow other media guys like D-Mac or Kliss or any of these cats who are supposed to be, and I use air quotes, supposed to be unbiased information gatherers for us. I'm okay with that. I don't need to follow some jock to sit there and say,
how are we going to find out? How are we going to find out about Jerry Jeudy running routes on air and all the conditioning he got into in the game?
Exactly. And how did that play out?
Huh?
How did that play out when you were over there in the van going, "Oh, Jerry Jeudy can really run some routes. It's unbelievable." Come on, man. I ain't gonna follow no jock.
How am I gonna find out what kind of bone-in wings I should get at Buffalo Wild Wings if I don't follow Bo Nix right now?
Oh, does he got? Is that the big ad?
Oh, you mean he's doing that?
Hold on. Does he have his own flavor? Like Russ had the Danger Witch. Does he have what's the Knicks flavor of the day?
It's BOGO Tuesdays.
No way.
It's BOGO Tuesdays.
Hold on. You get
Warning! Danger,
Hold on,
Will
Scott.
Robinson. Danger,
you get
Will
half.
Robinson.
You get half off of 6 traditional
Yeah,
bone-in
there you go.
wings.
Yeah, kiss up to him. Go there and do it.
Hey, I only have one question for you, Scott, Tyler. What's your order? Well, that's what Bo Nix wants to know. What's your order?
Maybe
What's
it's
the question?
Hey, these wings are dangerous.
Dangerous.
Oh no!
He really doesn't. He really
Oh
doesn't
no!
tweet though.
I'm out.
Why?
I'm out.
Why?
NFTs.
Oh, come on. Where?
Scroll down.
How far do I got to go?
He's pushing him.
Yeah. Just
Oh, look
saying,
at that.
be
That was.
be
Hold on. Be
be
fair.
Fair, yes.
Be fair. That was 9/29/22 when all the dummies were buying NFTs.
Okay, well, hold on. Including me, I bought some.
I'm pointing at you. If you look up, I'm pointing at you.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even have to look up. All right, actually, I'm glad you pointed that out.
You can hang those NFTs on your wall.
Hold on, that's a good point. I'm glad you pointed that out because he's only had like 10 tweets in the last.
That's it.
In the last 4 years.
No, he's barely tweeted at all. Actually,
no. I'm glad you pointed that out.
Like his last.
Why would he want to tweet? He's got a documentary.
Well, hold on. I mean, if we're gonna bash him for having a documentary, I'm gonna compliment him for not being all over Twitter.
I'm just saying, being consistent.
I'm going to compliment him.
Okay.
That's
so
good.
The only thing he's got on Twitter, hasn't done it much, so he's done a
Scott,
buy NFTs, buy chicken wings.
You're a religious guy, right? You're a religious guy?
I like to think I am.
Okay. What's Colossians 3:23?
Well, let's look it up real fast.
Because that's the first thing he has.
I am proud of him for that.
With all your heart, it's for working for the Lord and not for man.
Do you know that? Is that for real what it is?
Mm-hmm.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Say it again. What is
all
it?
that you do, work at it with all your heart, as if you're working for the Lord and not for man.
Hey, buy this NFT.
Wow.
I mean, whatever you do, work it with all your heart is working for the Lord, not the man. I
Tyler,
love that.
I got to say,
that right?
Great saying, great verse. But you know what? Right above the chicken wing orders and NFTs, working for the Lord there.
What would you like to say about that? Are you finding some hypocrisy there?
Hold on.
No. Listen.
Well, you're suggesting it. Yes, no.
And guess what? It ain't for me to judge.
Well, you just put it out there.
I'm just saying.
You just asked.
What did it say? Work for the Lord, not for man. And what are the next 2 or 3 tweets underneath it?
The half off the chicken wings. I mean, that is true.
Now,
hold on. That's doing the Lord's work.
Hold on.
Hold on. That's doing the Lord's work. You're giving man half off of the chicken wings.
If
what are you talking about here?
Instead of Buffalo Wild Wing, if that would have been an advertisement for Church's Fried Chicken.
Oh, got it.
Oh my God! Sorry, I'm sorry. I mean, you got me going the wrong direction. Forgot a joke was coming.
No, I don't care. I don't mess with anybody's fate. They eat in heaven. I hope he does. But I'm just saying, we already just said, had Russell just been silent, shut up on social media.
Why did D-Mac act so shocked that I knew a Bible verse?
Dude, I can't remember what I did an hour ago. The fact you can rattle off a Bible verse word for word is impressive.
I am impressed.
I've listened to Molly Hatchet.
Wish I could do that.
I've listened to Molly Hatchet for 50 years. And I don't know the words to the songs.
What are you talking about? You know every song that ever comes on.
I don't know the words. Like I couldn't quote a Bible
you
verse.
really can't sing though, can you?
Oh, I'm terrible, which is crazy that my older son can. I mean, he can like really sing. I know I cannot carry a tune. I can play piano and drums though. I cannot sing at all. It sucks.
You ever sit there and play piano and try to write a song?
Yeah, a million times. I had a girl who broke my heart in high school. I got 50 songs about her. What do you need
Swift.
to know? It didn't work out the same, but
D Swifty. Can we start calling you D Swifty?
No, I am impressed you could rattle that off.
Thank you.
Is that a little trick you got, or are there more to come?
It's just a Bible verse that I know.
Just well known.
Yeah,
you're well known by you, or probably well known by a lot of people.
Absolutely,
except Scott, who had to,
I don't know. I mean,
I have a terrible memorization.
I'm not over here quoting Leviticus.
Who?
Yeah. Exactly.
Winger for the Flyers.
Yeah.
Oh, I know it. All right, there's Bo.
So you guys gonna watch that documentary?
No, you're stupid.
We are, because we're gonna talk about it tomorrow.
You
Hell
want to
yeah.
You know what? I'm
Hell yeah, we're gonna watch
my
it.
takeaway from this segment.
It's good.
Here's my takeaway from the segment. Yeah. I started on it actually railing on him for doing a documentary because who the hell? You're that big, you need a documentary. But I'm gonna compliment him for not being all about the social media because I learned that his Twitter, he's only had like 8 posts in the last 4 years.
Yeah, all sold.
You know, I'm a little surprised you're not buying into Bo Nix a little bit, man. You, Scott, specifically.
Can I say something? I just said again, I am a Bronco fan. I hope he is wonderful. I hope I can tell this year that he's going to be the guy. I told you, once I find that he is, I'm going to put you on my shoulders, and we're going to dance around this studio, you and me, brother.
Where were you on Tebow?
He's winning.
All right, but were you a Tebow guy or not?
So you're an idiot.
No, I was happy my team was winning. Did I think he could play? Not a lick.
Okay, but
did I want him to go to tight end? Hell, he was big. What was the tight end we had at that time?
Oh, man.
Start with the G.
Julius Thomas?
No, he was before Julius.
Daniel Graham?
No, it was
DG was there, though.
Yeah, but I think it was after Graham. It was the guy that had the great catch in the Miami game.
Oh, Fells. Yeah, well, that was was it not Fells?
No, I think it was
Gosh,
Fells.
darn it. It wasn't Fells. I know exactly what catch you're talking about.
Yeah, right there, like, and got it in on a horrible throw. But
who was that?
They ended up winning the game.
Yeah, no, that was incredible. They were down 15 with 3.5 to go or something.
Tebow playing quarterback was bigger than him at tight end. That's what I'm saying. So I wish he would have gone a tight end earlier. Maybe that would have changed him. Couldn't
What
play.
year
He's
are we
not a
talking?
quarterback.
Miami?
This is 2010.
Oh.
With Tebow, I think
what was
2011.
Manny's was Manny's first year
2011. It was
12?
2011. It was
Yeah.
2011.
Yeah,
Sorry,
2011.
2011.
No.
You were the Washington?
Yes. No, Seattle.
Oh, you're already in Seattle at that point?
Yeah.
Yeah, you missed that time. You got I mean, you were friends with Tebow.
I was. We played golf.
I know.
Very interesting dude to play golf with.
Why?
Have you seen him now, though? That dude's still ripped. I mean, he's.
All right, hold on a second. Let me ask you the real question about Tebow. Was Tebow a phony or not?
I think that's a tough question.
Really?
I think
Because I would say no.
I think okay. So when you ask me is he phony, I immediately think about his faith. That's what I think about, and I don't think his faith. Well, I think his faith is authentic.
Yeah,
I do. But there's a lot of phony aspects that go around it. And
really?
Yeah, I mean, okay. Only teammate I've ever asked for an autograph for my own charity that asked for a donation for his.
Did he insist on it or ask for one?
He strongly insinuated it. He said normally if I sign autographs, I ask for a $150 donation to my charity.
But
I
he
said,
didn't
well, hold on.
demand.
This is for my charity.
Did he give it to you anyway?
He gave it to me with a strong guilt trip.
And
okay.
And you still didn't give anything to his charity.
No, I did not. And yeah, I mean, if you wanted to ask me for an autograph or something, I would be happy to.
I did have a guy. I don't know if I should say the name.
Of course you should.
Clyde Frazier. So I'm talking to Clyde.
Beautiful hair.
Yeah, Clyde's one of the cool guys in the world. I mean, I like him. He, dresses whatever. So a little kid was there, and he was like looking at him. I go, here, Tony, you want Clyde's thing? Then I say, hey, Clyde, here. I grabbed the ball and sign this for this kid. And he signed it. I handed it back to the kid. He goes, Scott, I usually charge $500 for that. It was dead. I thought he was joking. Dead serious.
Yep.
No, I never asked for an autograph ever again. And that wasn't for no charity.
Yep.
That was for Clyde.
So what are you saying?
At least Tebow had a charity.
Tebow's biggest flaw is he became a brand, and he became
he became a cartoon character of himself.
He became a charitable brand that cost a lot of money.
Ooh. Okay. All right.
But I do think he's done a lot of good stuff.
I think
in the world.
I think so too, and I think he's genuine about his faith. I do.
I'm not challenging that at all.
Yeah.
Complicated.
But he did. You know what you're
complicated.
Absolutely what you're talking about is he is. I think he is a strong man of faith. But I do think his brand overwhelmed who he was when he got here and stuff like that.
Do you think that was him, or he was manipulated by his family to do that?
Well, I think his brother helped out big.
That's right, because he lived with Robbie, who wore a scarf to the NFL Honors Awards. He said with his brother. His brother's got a scarf on. Robbie Tebow was a trip.
In Miami?
Dude, it was ridiculous. I don't think that was Tim's idea for Robbie to go. I think Robbie had some ideas. I will say with Tebow, one criticism I would say, and I would recommend this to rookies, Bo Nix included. You're going to have a lot of money. You probably already have a lot of money. There's something to be said. Like if you go watch The Dynasty with Tom Brady, your rookie year, there's something to be said by sharing a 2-bedroom around the corner from the facility like Von Miller did too his rookie year, just to sort of get with everything that's going on. Rookie year. That's it. You're going to have a lot of money. You should have the house on the hill, the whole thing. But Tebow moved into a mansion in Cherry Hills Village with his family right off the jump.
Because you brought it up, I have to say it. I'm sorry we're already late, but I'll tell you. Like I was really close with Tebow, and that's what shocked me so much when he hit me with that. We went golfing. We did a lot of things. Matter of fact, he asked me to go house shopping with him one day. I said, "Oh yeah, where are we going to look at?" He said, "Oh, this place is awesome. Indoor bowling alley, indoor swimming pool, equestrian center." I'm like, "Do you have a horse?" He's like, "No, but wouldn't that be awesome?" I'm like, really? Like, you need an indoor bowling alley, you need an indoor swimming pool, you need all that, right? I mean, it was like a 45,000 square foot home.
That's what you guys looked at.
I never went with him, but that's the one he asked me to go look at.
Yeah. When he was a rookie.
Yeah.
Altitude Sports Radio hooking you up with free gas thanks to our friends at Alta Convenience. It's happening noon to 3 on Thursday. Alta Convenience Store, and we're giving away $5,000 in free gas. Just show
So you
up.
got to be up there and show up for us to give it to you.
$25 gift card, good for gas or anything. You could have gas in your car. You could have gas in
You
your
could
belly.
get a Mosier hot dog.
You get a Mosier hot dog. Free gas all you want to do. Alta Convenience Store. One lucky listener will win a $100 gift card. We'll announce the location Thursday morning. Free gas for your free time this Memorial Day weekend. Thanks to Alta Convenience. Convenience beyond the pump. Hey, it's D-Mac, and I'm telling you, an opportunity knocks. You've got to act, and here we go. It's a buyer's market. That means exceptional values at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics. How good are these deals? How about $20,000 off a new Ford F-150 Lightning Lariat? You heard right. Go green and take $20,000 off MSRP on an F-150 with federal tax credits and rebates. That's not all. At Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, you can save thousands in finance charges and buy a new Ford with 0% APR financing for 60 months. Want their lowest payment on 2024 Bronco Sport Big Bend? Lease one today for just $249 a month. What are you waiting for? Buy now and save big at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. Incredible showroom, 3rd and Alpine in Longmont. Absolutely gorgeous. But for all the details, you can always go online to MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. These guys are the absolute best. And if you see this new Ford F-150 Lightning Lariat, you're going to be blown away. Again, visit online, MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com.
All right, check it out, guys. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone if that's what you need, but you got to know there's so much more to your overall health and wellness than just getting shot up with testosterone, and that's where my friends over at Revitalize Health come into play. Guys, they can help you out with hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, peptide therapy, and yes, testosterone therapy. Guys, go into Revitalize Health at one of their 3 locations and let them change your life. You're going to look better, you're going to feel better, you're going to sleep better. They've got 3 locations. They're close to no matter where you live, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
No, man. I don't know, Tyler. I'm talking about the Tebow years. It was a lot. You know, it's so funny that was only for 2 years, man.
Feels like a lifetime.
It does, man.
Well, that's what a
It
circus
does.
does. That's exactly what a circus does.
It
You lose track of everything. You lose track of time. You lose track of reality. You lose track of whether a dude is good or not. It's just it's just a polarizing figure that you're right or you're wrong, and there's no in between on.
I cannot believe it was just 2
I thought
years.
you were talking about making love.
No, that's about 2 seconds, brother. Actually, you know what my
Maybe.
wife, you know what our wife did, Ian did?
Our wife?
My wife?
Yeah.
My wife?
Hold on. Did you just drop an our wife in there?
Hey.
Our wife.
You had it right the first time. Go ahead.
Our wife. Our wife is Dan.
Our wife is Dan?
That's our, and a very manly sort of. Anyways, my wife and I, do you know what we did on our last night? We've been together for.
You had
We've been
sex in every room of the house.
No, we just fell asleep. She did reach over at one time, and I thought she reached over. She touched my hand. And goes, "This is the last night in our home." And I said, I really did think, are we supposed to do something here? I really did think there might be some lovemaking, some sort of thing like that. And just.
No.
What is the plan?
Nope.
I'm telling you. Wait,
Yeah, but
wait
tonight,
until
first night in the new house.
Wait, am I?
wait until about 6
you
weeks.
lost your van because you could have had 2 in a row.
Should tonight? Should
Oh,
that?
yeah.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. How's the canners?
Enjoy it while it lasts, because in about 6 weeks, she's going to be depressed about not being in her old house.
Why?
She's going to be depressed. She's going to miss it. All
Really?
the memories.
She's going to miss Dusty.
She's going to, there's just, it's just a thing that she won't be able to let go of.
Okay.
I love you, Kim. It's not about you. It's more.
She has come best friends with the person we bought the house from, like our new place, because it was a woman whose daughter was grown and she's divorced, and she just, but her and my wife are like friends. Like, I think they're gonna go get breakfast this weekend or something. And it's meant a lot relationship wise. And the people buying our house are just
That's fun until about 6 weeks they realize the sump pump doesn't work.
Oh no, I know the sewer scam. I know.
No. The sump
Oh,
pump.
Andy.
When Lindell comes in here, we stop our show.
I haven't done a barge in 6 months.
What's going on?
But one day, you need to get him to bring a keyboard in and let him sing his songs of heartache from college. Because when we had the band, he wanted us to play a few. Have you ever seen, did you ever watch How I Met Your Mother?
Oh, yeah.
Where Barney has the long hair and he lost the gal?
Yep.
Songs akin to that. There's a thief in the palace and it stole my heart. There's a thief in the palace. Yeah. Dude, we were all about being like a fun bar band. Not much to us. You heard.
Right.
4 chords and a little something. He was all Elton John down on the piano and keys, just playing the piano. Just, I missed you.
What's
and the coffee shop. I was like, bro, this is not even taking you to a fun spot. I want to off myself. We're not playing this damn song. Am I wrong, John Mayer?
What's the rom-com where they go to Hawaii and he's all depressed because he's
Forgetting
Sarah Marshall.
And he's singing the Dracula.
That's him.
Yeah.
And he's not kidding. He literally has like a notebook full of this stuff. I was like, dude.
First of all, I did have a notebook. I have a notebook full of it. I showed you one song.
No, you played this song.
I did play you one song. It was John and Andy.
It was super sad.
Hold on. I know you remember the lyrics, so tell us the lyrics.
Oh.
Hey, even Poison had a slow song, though.
I know the lyrics.
All right, give us the lyrics.
Just drink cyanide?
Maybe someday we'll find our place in the sun, a place we can call our own. Maybe someday we'll find ourselves and we'll call some place we can call home.
Hey, she was gone by this point, right?
You know what?
How's your wife feel about this?
Oh, she knows all about it.
I'm aware you said it while she was in the kitchen.
Hold on. How long have you been married when you wanted to go back to the old notepad?
It's my wife knows everything about the girl's name. It's Amy. She knows.
Amy?
Yeah.
Oh, did you write that song, Amy, What You Want to Do?
No, but
Was that your song?
I've listened to that song quite a bit.
Pure Period.
I'll give you something crazy. Amy's daughter is going to see you next fall. She said, I'm planning on
Wait a minute,
spending a
this
lot more
woman will
time
be in town?
Oh, yeah.
How do you know that?
Because we're still friends.
Hold on, is this the one that you went back to the high school reunion and you slept at her house?
She slept in my house.
As a married man, he went back to his high school reunion and he had a sleepover with his high school girlfriend.
Did you show her?
No, hold
the
on,
notebook?
hold on. Here's the problem. She never was my girlfriend.
But you really wanted
Oh,
it
there
to
was
be.
a longing. You told us.
She was never your girlfriend and you're writing songs about homes?
Okay, it's time to
Hey,
go.
man, you brought it up like 3 times, and finally, I was like, I got to go in
Thanks,
there.
Andy.
Thanks, Andy.
Well, no, you kept bringing it up.
Oh.
Mister, I wrote, hey there, Delilah. Yeah, you did.
Hey there, Delilah.
That's a good song, though. Good song.
Nate and Andy coming up next. Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Andy.
To me, it's just doing it over and over and over, and not getting bored with the redundancy of life.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
I would also say a lot of blame to go around. There's a lot of pieces. That's a club sandwich. You know, the club sandwich oftentimes has multiple layers of bread on it, not just the two.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bench could help out.
When I drew up my pie of blame today.
Was it a cherry pie? Rhubarb?
It's a sausage pie. It's disgusting.
You threw that sucker. Was it a meat pie? A Vegemite? The Australian thing?
It was not good. No, it wasn't good. It wasn't a good pie.
There are many type of pies. There is apple pie.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
What's number one in your pie power rankings?
Man, you know, forever it was pumpkin. The Village Inn pumpkin.
The VI,
Yeah,
yes.
man. Yeah. But I'm kind of...
That's a good pie. That's strong pie right
I'm
there.
kind of switching to the cherry apple combo at Thanksgiving now.
Cherry apple combo.
Just a little cherry, a little apple.
Wow.
Plenty of whipped cream.
Well, not all in the same pie, like a slice of each.
one of each.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
No, I don't like to mix stuff. I'm like the strawberry rhubarb. Either give me strawberry or just do rhubarb. I don't need them both.
Have you ever had just a rhubarb?
No, I'm not a rhubarb guy.
Isn't rhubarb? It looks like celery, right? It's like red celery.
Yeah, but then they make it sweet somehow.
And it's in a pie.
Sure.
What's the deal with rrhubarb? Who you kidding, rhubarb?
Come on, rhubarb.
Get real, rhubarb.
Stay in the things we don't eat that often category. Quit honing in on strawberry.
Do you remember the Hostess handheld pies?
Oh, are you kidding me?
Ooh.
We used to go. So our spot used to be 44th and Utica.
Yeah.
In what was North Denver. Now I guess it's the Highlands. But they had a tamale shop that was unreal.
Tamale.
And across from it, I still to this day don't know the name of the tamale shop. We just knew it as the tamale shop.
The tamale shop. That's where you get your tamales.
Here was the corner. You had the school.
Okay.
You had Janet Lee's, which was a thrift shop, and if you wanted to fight someone, you challenged them to a fight behind Janet Lee's because it was off school grounds and you couldn't get suspended.
You fought behind the thrift shop.
After school behind Janet Lee's.
Okay.
And yet I don't know that anybody ever fought there, to be honest with you.
It was just the place where threats
You
of
talked
fights
about it,
were to
yeah.
go down. Ours was the Amstad's parking lot. Amstad's was the budget grocery store.
Okay,
Mhm.
yeah. Then there was this Mountain Man candy shop and the tamale shop. And the Mountain Man is where I thought blueberry was the best pie at the time of the Hostess.
Of
And
the
then
handhelds?
Then they came running out with the chocolate. And the chocolate I was all about.
Had like the chocolate
It was like
pudding.
pudding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I know.
That's a fat guy snack.
I know it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You want to talk about just straight to diabetes? That thing with a couple of Cokes and some nerds, and you're all set.
A Hostess apple or a cherry. I'd go for either of
Get
those.
your pack of Garbage Pail Kids.
Basically, those things were like a Hot Pocket with fruit filling inside.
Oh, the
of them.
Hostess is still now again
Still going strong.
Sucks when you get older.
I haven't shopped at that end of the gas
I
station
bought
recently.
one going, I'm going to go back. I've been doing all right.
We
I'm
should
going to go back. I had one.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I think I made it through 2 bites. I'm like, geez, I'm having a sugar shock just from the 2 bites.
I was gonna say we should ask Mose. You probably had one for breakfast today
Yeah.
with a Code Red
Hey,
Mountain Dew.
Moj, didn't they have a lemon one? Like I remember one of my friends got a lemon one.
Had like the
once, and
lemon
yeah,
custard
look, ew.
to it.
Ew.
Cracker.
Yeah, don't like a custard at all. So someone says rhubarb pie is damn good.
Okay.
Well, I will take your word
Take
for
your
it.
word for it. Also, what's the deal with the spelling of rhubarb?
Yeah.
You really need the H
What's
after
the
the
H?
R.
What are you doing, H?
Again, get
doing
real
a lot
rhubarb.
of lifting, or you're doing nothing.
Who are you kidding right now?
This guy's deal. Yeah, H just jumped in to get a grade. H is like, I'm not in enough words. Let me join rhubarb.
Get lost, Silent H. We have much to do today on the show, obviously.
Now Post O'Brien is accusing Hostess of shrinking his pie size, but not the cost at the register.
That would not,
my friend, that's everything.
That would not surprise me in the least.
Oh, hell no. You know what I'm looking forward to tonight? You know, little things that get you through the day
Let's
with
have
no
it.
playoff action to speak of.
The Rockies game?
I went to my Target run today.
Okay.
and I picked up some Bluebell root beer float.
Root beer float.
A&W root beer float ice cream. I'm going to go home and give that a go.
It sounds interesting. I would just go with a root beer float.
No, if you're going to do all the work, I'm good. Couple quick scoops. Here's the problem inevitably with the root beer float unless you go to A&W.
Inject the root beer directly into it?
Yeah.
All right.
They did this with the Dr. Pepper last year. My kid still loves it. No, seriously. You got to get a good, the problem with the root beer float is you get too much of the foam from it. You gotta make sure there's a good amount of actual root beer in the damn thing.
It does require a patience in pouring.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. But I like that foam, though. That's a good foam. Oh, you stick your face right in it.
And you're burping. You got a lady friend with you, unless you're established.
That's root beer life, man. That to me is a reward for enjoying the root beer is the belching. Personally,
that's what you like?
I'm a fan of burping. I enjoy it. Not going to lie.
By the way, Daniel says it's Camargo's at 2300 West 44th.
Would it have killed the Nuggets to win Game 7?
To avoid this open to the show? What would we have been doing? What would we have been doing?
We'd have been talking
because the game would have been tomorrow.
Right.
The game would have been tomorrow.
We would have been fired up. We would have been talking Mavs. We would have been talking Luka. We'd have been making fun of Kyrie and his nonsense. How are you going to slow down the mighty PJ Washington from the outside? Derrick Jones Jr. skywalking all over the place. Best dunker, DJJ or AG. We'd have been having all these conversations today on the show. Instead,
now don't forget too, it would have been Dallas v. Denver round 2.
Round
it would have been a
2.
month of angst between the two cities.
Between the two D cities.
You know who likes a root beer float is that guy.
That guy.
That guy.
That guy's a human root beer float. Right there.
By the way, Cordell says there was a limited edition chicken pot pie hostess. God, no, I didn't try that. The hell is that?
Limited edition.
If it wasn't hot, I don't want cold chicken pot pie filling waiting to be ate. That sounds awful.
Limited to nobody wanting to eat
it. Limited to the guy that came up with it had a job for a week.
You know, I once made a homemade chicken pot pie.
How'd that go?
It was very good.
Have you ever had them where it's like pie size?
Well, this
like
I did.
The Marie Calendar's actual pie size pot pie.
This was in I did it in like a square kind of baking dish,
Yeah.
like one you would do a lasagna in. It was good. It just the problem is it's like you eat something like that and you're just like, you know what? Like Tyson had it figured out. Okay, I could have just gone to the freezer section. Like, yeah, I would have gotten 19 times the serving of sodium in there, but it would have been just as good.
Yeah, I don't mind a little pot pie on a cold night.
Not a hot night.
Not really. Yeah, it's pot pie to me is not a hot time of year food.
We've discussed this before. I don't.
Now, my wife's kind of like you. I don't discriminate. Think I'm a weirdo, but I don't need a pot pie when it's been 90 degrees outside and I'm just trying to cool off.
Yeah, I don't count on my food to cool me. No,
but there
it's
is
what air conditioning is for.
Comfort food.
Yes,
like the old Black Eyed Pea. That ain't a summer restaurant.
Why can't
That's
you
a
go in
good
the summer?
crisp day on a fall because it stick to your ribs food. In the summer, I need a Mexican anything with a margarita.
Andy, we're two dudes in our 40s. It all sticks to our ribs.
Listen to me.
Okay.
I have so little in my life that can bring me joy anymore. I'm not athletic at all anymore. I can't do it. I can't even go do the old guy stuff because of my knee. Got the trick knee.
My knee? What happened to your knee? How'd you hurt your knee?
The deck. So
I know.
Yeah, it still hurts.
Do people know about this? Like this. Now that you think about it, that happened a really long time ago. Was that the first year we were a radio partner?
No, it was the first year of COVID. We were home.
It was. It was during
if
COVID.
If we were doing the show now, I wouldn't have been home with enough time to fall off the deck.
That's true.
I was trying to, for those that have missed it, although it feels like it's a bit of a legend.
You didn't fall off a deck.
It fell out from under me.
Yeah, you fell through a deck.
Well, no, it went.
Well, you took the deck down.
Well, the deck was unscrewed.
Yeah, why did that happen, Andy?
Because my buddy Lee, our guy Lee, I hadn't talked to Lee in forever.
Uh-huh.
the jack of all trades, again, there's so many layers to this. I was working at Home Depot when the sports shut down because that's how we make extra cash in this business.
Sports.
And I was like, wow, it kind of sucks not having this extra cash. Let me go get an overnight job. So I met Lee there, who was like a little Chuck Norris, and he's half Chuck Norris, half MacGyver.
Okay.
He'd worked everywhere, knew how to build anything. So we were building a deck, and he goes up and he took the screws out, and he goes, now listen, that thing is loose in the back. Don't walk on it. Okay? Do you hear me?
Yeah,
Don't walk on it.
Yeah, you were told not.
He told me like 5 times.
To go on it.
And so I was trying to yank the railing off for final demolition after our show, and the damn thing wouldn't come off because I had to, so I got mad. And I'd done the little you know Sylvester on the ice in a cartoon where he does the little tiptoes and you get the little piano playing dee 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 dee. I'd done that a couple of times, real tiptoey, real light on my feet stuff to get over on the deck and move something. Then I tiptoed back.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I'd already tried this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm hungry now. And I want to go get lunch, and we got a show to do. And the dang thing's not coming off. So I went out there. I took a heavy step, and it felt like I was surfing. And the damn thing immediately pulled away.
Went out from under you.
And I jumped back into my open doorway, just like, because
Only you didn't make it.
I've had about 3 people tell me how lucky I am I did not suffer a bad injury.
I was going to say, you made it, but
I
you
made it
didn't
into the door,
make it.
but only about peck/nipples up, okay?
Like you were Indiana Jones.
Yes, I looked again back to the coyote. I looked like I was holding on to the cliff in the old cartoons.
Mhm.
I had gloves on because I was trying to rip old wood off, and I could not grab a hold. I literally my fingers on the carpet, okay? Because and it's just like I went
digging into the shag.
Yeah, and it wasn't working. Finally, I lowered myself. I still had my hands. Deck's gone. It's below me. And I'm holding on to the bottom of what is now my door. And I let go and
hurt your knee.
Yeah, the knee popped immediately. I was like, you feel that little explosion inside your knee? And I was like, I had to sit on the deck because luckily it was propped in an angle. So I sat on that thing for a minute and I go, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get up. And I tried to get up and it hurt really bad. So I sat back down.
Mm-hmm.
My neighbor is over there. She works for Homeland Security. She's like, are you all right? Because all she heard was, a ruckus. It was like Dick Vernon, the principal in the Breakfast Club walking out. What is going on? I heard a ruckus. That's basically what she came out like. But yeah. And then I got up and called you two and I'm like, I'm going to do the show, but my knee is killing me.
And to this day, your knee still hurts.
Well, I went to my acupuncturist. She's like, I'm positive you tore something, but
what are you going to do now?
If you're not going to go Trivail anymore, you don't need to go get it fixed.
Hey, you know what? Chris Finch, he could coach an entire playoff series after rupturing a patella tendon. You could show up and do a radio show.
All I had to do was go sit on the couch and then look at you.
That's all you had to do.
I don't think I iced it or anything.
It's not
I had to
appealing,
walk
but-
sideways for a week to make sure it was the left leg that I was using to hoist the weight. Yeah, and then I took a picture of it. And we had the greatest listener. I took a picture from the back of the wreckage of the thing coming off, and he made me like the little alpine climber. Remember that in
I
This
remember
Price is
that.
Right?
I used
Yeah.
it as my Zoom background for a while. The collapsed deck. Yes.
Oh yeah, that's right. You were in my backyard for quite a while.
Ramon wants to know worst collapse: Andy's deck or the Nuggets in Game 7. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The problem is that like this. I mean,
You can laugh at me falling out the deck. I didn't get hurt all that bad.
The Nuggets' collapse was caused by their inability to make a orange sphere go through a cylinder. Yours was caused by
Stupidity. Well, the same
Yes.
blind stubbornness that led them to playing only 8 guys down the stretch
That
from the All-Star
that
game
kind of
on.
got you too. Yeah, there weren't a lot of listening going on there. Mhm.
Just to be clear, my new deck is oak. Everyone always blames the new deck. The new deck is not dangerous. It was the old deck that was the problem.
Yeah.
You guys were out there. Remember we were doing a show meeting after, and I'm tearing down the deck, showing you all the wood I could have fallen and really gotten injured on.
All's well that ends well.
Sure, I got a great deck.
You're good.
Yeah,
You got a good deck. You got a
can't-
wrecked knee.
I had a guy hit me up to
Mhm.
play softball, and like literally this year, and I was like, yeah, I can't run. He's like, no, it'd be fun. No, we're all old. Don't worry about it. I go, no, you don't understand.
No, you don't understand.
I literally can't run. If you ever catch me walking my dog around, if you ever see a guy running about as stiff-legged as it gets across the street with 2 boxers, that's me.
I haven't seen you run. I'd like to see what it looks like. Like, or you attempting to run it at the very
What
least.
usually happens is I get about 3 strides in feeling good, and then, it's either a jolt of pain or just that lockup feeling.
Sure.
And then I literally look like Lamar Jackson with the trots trying to get back to the locker room.
You look like OG Anunoby out there.
I'm just like, oh no. And my new puppy boxer, we tried to run across the street again.
How's that gone?
It like Scooby-Doo dragging Shaggy halfway across. I'm waiting to go airborne because my dog's actually an athlete.
You are.
Let me ask you this: you were talking about what we'd be talking about today.
Yeah. What would we? It is fun to live in the bizarro world where they just won.
Yeah.
Where they just held on to a 20-point second half lead.
Are we talking ourselves into Jamal surviving the series and they would beat Dallas? See, this is my only source of comfort is I don't truly believe the Avs. Now, the Avs, I think, could have got past Edmonton. I don't think the Avs. Who is it? Florida, and who's the other team, Spring?
In the conference finals?
Yeah.
The Rangers.
Yeah. You wouldn't have beat either one of those guys in the cup. I'm convinced of it.
Well, it is what I said yesterday. Okay, and I'm still in this place. You can't get by and win a title in these sports. You can't, to use a bad hockey pun, you can't skate. Okay, in football, and this is going to sound crazy because of how insane that sport is, you kind of can. I would argue the Chiefs got by to win a Super Bowl last year.
Because you have so many guys, right?
You have so many guys. You get into an advantageous matchup, and again, like Andy Reid had a great game plan, and you know what? You only got to beat the Ravens once. All right?
True. That's a great point. You just got to get them one time.
Just got to get them one time. You play a 7-game series, and all of those flaws in your construction, in your health, in your motivation, which I would say were all flaws with the Nuggets and flaws with the Avalanche, they get exposed eventually over the course of those long series. It's too damn hard to win in those sports. You need everything to come together for you. Again, in football, you just got to win one game, and then you got to win one game again, and then you got to win one game again, and boom, you've got yourself a trophy.
All right.
I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying it's a different challenge.
I'm going to hijack the wheel from you then for a second, if you don't mind. Let's take our break and come back. My favorite show that you love me quoting got into a huge debate about dynasties and if the Nuggets dynasty has now missed its train at the station.
This is good
because I want to get into that when we get back.
I wanted to have this conversation, so there we go. We eventually converged, as we always do, on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Boy, we got a big Nuggets discussion that we got to have here. But first, Andy, we have breaking news on the Franklin and Lindahl Show. We shall break news to the people right now. This is via the official Twitter account, Rockies Club Info. The Rockies announced today they have reinstated outfielder Chris Bryant from the 10-day IL. It's been a little longer than 10 days. They have optioned outfielder Sean Bouchard to AAA Albuquerque. Additionally, infielder Julio Carreras has been outrighted to AAA. Carreras was designated for assignment on Sunday. KB's back, baby. Yeah! Here we go.
Rally.
Come on.
Here we go. Oh.
Let's go, y'all.
Real quick, over under, he makes it to the All-Star break.
Under, probably.
We need a full season of KB.
Sure do. He has not played since the 13th of April. He has a home run this season, Andy. So far on the year, let's see. Want to make sure I got the numbers correct. In his 47 at bats, slashing 149, 273, 255 for a wins above replacement of negative 0.3 of a win. Chris Bryant is back.
185 mil back in action.
That's what we're talking about, everybody.
Stoke up the joint for the Rockies?
Yeah, KB returns this evening as the Rocks will take on the mighty Athletics there in Oakland. Cal Quantrill, Aaron Brooks, your matchup for this one this evening. First pitch 7:40 Mountain Time. Rocks coming in at 15 and 31. They lost 3 in San Francisco, but they won 7 in a row before that. The A's come in at 19 and 30 on the campaign.
My favorite text on this as they start to come in is over-under, he makes it to next week from Jeff. Yeah, we will see.
Enjoy everything while you have it, folks, okay? That's
hey, damn right.
That's what life is all about. And live in the moment. Remember, these are the good old days right now. And appreciate that Chris Bryant returns.
Yeah. Tearful Andy in the office.
Yeah.
I wish somebody would tell you that you're in the middle of the good old days.
These are the good old days.
Yeah.
Yes.
Paraphrasing.
It's only year 3 of the contract.
Look, let's get back to the teams that push the needle. Shall we say?
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Maybe the Rockies should push the needle more. They'd hit more home runs.
Well, once upon a time, if a track coach wasn't jealous of the Balco guy, we may still be there.
Dang.
Here's the thing. So again, they got into they just started talking. I mean, this was the Get Up panel, and it had Austin Reeves on it, and Molly McNutt, and
Monica McNutt.
Monica, I'm sorry. I'm
Molly
half awake when this show's on.
Jake Driscoll?
Jake Driscoll was there. I don't know. I had a couple other people too. Whatever.
Kevin Freeland?
What I thought was interesting was,
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen was there. Who else we got? Who else you got in the? Does Vic want to weigh in? Does Vic Fangio got anything to say? No. He likes baseball.
He does.
We're talking basketball.
Mm-hmm.
We got a Vic story too. We got to get to a little bit.
We
later.
sure do.
Holy cow! So anyway, they were just basically saying, is the Nuggets? First off, they were asking, is the era of the dynasty over? Because nobody's been able to do it in so long.
Right.
Okay. And now both Monica McNutt and Austin Reeves said, you guys calm down about the Nuggets a little bit. They didn't get there this year, but a few tweaks, they can get back there. What I did like was there were actually 2 ESPN personalities saying, just stop with the dynasty's dead just yet, okay?
Mm-hmm.
As long as Jokic is there, then you're going to be okay, right?
Yep.
You got a shot anyway. What was it this year or the full year without Murray that's going to sting most without grabbing the trophy?
Yeah, it's
because one of them, I feel like it would have been nice if one of those was a championship year. Not to be greedy.
There's nothing wrong with being greedy. Okay, you get a championship contending window with the best basketball player on the planet. You would like to fully maximize it. Here's a little bit of good news. Okay, Nikola Jokic turns 30 next February, okay? Meaning, like, if we're putting it up through, like, age 34, we're talking, like, 4 or 5 years of prime Nikola Jokic remaining.
And for prime, here's why I want to point out real quick why prime matters. Because, they were saying on ESPN, like we've said before, at least his game doesn't rely on athleticism. He could play to 40 if he wants to. There's a question of does he want to. You and I don't think he does.
Right.
But more importantly, no matter what, they're asking him to suck up big minutes. How many more years can he really shoulder the load of being the dude that eats all the minutes?
Calvin Booth, when he talked to Kevin O'Connor from The Ringer, and I know the context of these quotes was contentious. It was said. But Calvin Booth talked about, wanting to win multiple championships over a stretch while acknowledging the difficulty in repeating, right? The repeating is just tough to do, especially where we're at right now with the luxury tax. And the NBA has imposed harsh rules on teams that are spending big. And if the Nuggets this year, if they hit the second apron, like this is insane, okay? Kevin O'Connor spelled it all out. Teams over the salary cap's first apron, which is $7 million above the tax line, okay? Talking aprons here, Andy. You are not allowed to acquire a player via sign and trade. You are not allowed to sign players using the biannual exception. You are not allowed to sign players using more than the taxpayer mid-level exception. You are not allowed to sign players waived during the season if their salary exceeds the non-taxpayer mid-level exception. Now, if you spend $17.5 million above the cap threshold, you hit the second apron. More punitive restrictions. Cash can no longer be used in trades. Trade exceptions from prior years can't be used in deals. Players can't be acquired in a sign-and trade. Outgoing salaries can't be combined in trades. Cannot sign players using the taxpayer mid-level exception. First-round picks 7 years out cannot be traded. If a team remains in the second apron for 3 out of 5 seasons, its first-round pick is automatically moved to the end of the round. Okay? So these are moves that the NBA has made to make it harder to build a dynasty.
Well, and I think these rules already had an effect on the Nuggets this year.
No doubt.
So many people were angry about the trade. They couldn't trade anybody, and they couldn't sign a buyout player because of these rules.
Right. So the Nuggets were stuck at that spot. There's some interesting quotes in this latest piece here, including one here from Calvin Booth. He said this last August. He said, I just want dudes that we tried to develop, and it's sustainable. If it costs us the chance to win a championship this year, so be it. It's worth the investment. It's more about winning 3 out of 6, 3 out of 7, 4 out of 8 than it is about trying to go back-to-back. Interesting comments right there. I just want dudes that we try to develop, and it's sustainable. If it costs us the chance to win a championship this year, so be it. Okay? Remember those words when you're considering, does that look like what Michael Malone was trying to do? Not to me.
No, he wanted it this year bad, and he proved it by going for the number 1 seed.
Sure did. Yep, sure did. And so Peyton Watson didn't play in the series against Minnesota.
DeAndre Jordan played about as sparingly as we've seen in his time here.
Strother, Hunter Tyson, Jalen Pickett didn't really develop this year.
Right.
At least on an NBA floor. Hunter Tyson played a lot in the G League, but didn't really develop on an NBA floor. And, Michael Malone talked about here was a quote from Michael Malone after they lost a game in November to the Rockets. Quote, that's the challenge when you have so many young, unproven players off the bench, but we also have to win games, and that delicate balance is a tightrope, but we need to win, and I'm going to play the guys that are going to help us get a win, close quote.
Which is what he did, especially after the All-Star break.
That's what he did. That's what he did. Calvin Booth is trying to use the Spurs as a model. One of the funny things that people don't remember about the brilliance of Tim Duncan was I do think Tim Duncan's motivation fluctuated from year to year. I really did. He's an all-time great player. But I do think that it fluctuated. I do think that fatigue played a role in the way that team went about its business. And this was a Nuggets team this year. I heard this number amongst I believe of the top 4 seeds in each conference, the Nuggets had like the fewest amount of double-digit wins this year. This was a team that came to rely on their clutch gene. They came to rely on, okay, we'll sputter along, and then when we get to crunch time, because we're awesome, we'll kick ass. Okay? Because we're awesome, we'll just go and win this game. And so you win a lot of games by single digits, but also like you expend energy, you expend big minutes winning games that way instead of just like performing like a truly dynamic NBA team and just beating the snot out of bad teams and being able to limit the minutes of your stars. But this is where the Nuggets are sort of at this year. I think the Nuggets had a development issue this year, and I think they had a motivation issue this year. I think those were two things that impeded this team this season, and thus they were not able to repeat. And I don't think they're dead. I think they're a contender next year. I think they're a contender the year after that. I think they're a contender as long as Nikola Jokic is in his prime, but they got to fix some things around the margins, and that's harder to do, and that's why it's tougher to have dynasties in today's NBA.
Well, there's no doubt about it, but like you said, you've got to be willing. What's the perfect balance? See, to me, I still can't go back. I still go back to the fact of, and I wish I could point out certain games that I could say, well, why didn't you do this more there? But play the young guys certain points back half of the season and only be content with a 4th or 5th seed, right? Be content with a Clipper matchup instead of the Lakers again, right? Now again, you're going on the road, but if you don't, here's my conundrum, Nate. Jamal is the main guy I'm looking at when I look at the fatigue. Now, there's no doubt Nikola Jokic was wiped out by the back half of this series.
Right.
But part of that's also the physical nature of the fact that the Wolves have got 3 big guys about his weight class that they can throw at him. No other team really has that.
Bad matchup.
You're probably going to face them no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where maybe playing a little DeAndre, just for the sake of letting Nikola have a few minutes to just breathe, might have helped out. But where do you play guys in order to get the optimum? Like what would have been too much of a lower seed? Where would you have been in the danger zone? Past 4, past 5? Because there is the stat that said there hasn't been an NBA champion that wasn't a top 3 seed in how many years? There's that thing hanging out there. But at what point do you just accept the fact that, hey, we're just gonna give some of this up?
Right. You don't want to sink below 4, right?
No, I would agree.
You're talking about having to go on the road to open every single series. That's a lot to ask of a team. There's even though the Nuggets weren't great on their home court in these playoffs, there is still an advantage in familiarity. There's an advantage to less travel. You know, getting a chance to you put your work in to start a series and then you go and open on your home court. You don't got to travel before it all begins. It just makes life easier for you. But you don't want to go much more below 4. There is another quote that is in this story from Kevin O'Connor in The Ringer today that was not put in the piece from last offseason. That Calvin Booth said about the development of young players that I think is going to be very telling. We'll share that with you coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. If you're in the market for any truck or 4x4 accessories, got to hit up my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. It's Jerry and Wendy Jones, own a great business there. Everything that you could want for truck and 4x4 accessories. Again, what's been put on my truck there, how I know they do quality work. I got a bed cover put on there. I had a remote start kit put on there. The step rails. I got the floor liners, but those aren't really hard to put in. But they've got it all there, and they've got a lot of selection, especially when it comes to the bed covers, something that I get asked a lot about here in Colorado because of the snow and sometimes a lot of rain. Of course, you don't want the bed of your truck having things in it get soaked or whatever it may be. There's a lot of different bed cover options out there. Jerry will walk you through everything that he has to offer, from some that just work kind of like a lid, like a padded lid, to others like mine that folds up in fourths, and they're durable. He's even got automatic ones. So if you want to go and have a good conversation with Jerry, his shop is the place to do it. They've got, again, all the accessories you can want to get off-road ready for any of the camping trips you've got coming up, maybe this summer or beyond. Find him I'm losing my place there, Nate. Find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. They're right behind Arapahoe Community College. You can also find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
Altitude Sports Radio is hooking you up with free gas thanks to our friends at Alta Convenience. Coming up Thursday, noon to 3, Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC, heard of them, will be broadcasting from an Alta convenience store and giving away $5,000 in free gas.
Which store?
Just
one?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to ask you a question you have an answer to.
No address on there.
Well, you got to listen. They'll tell you.
Or you could actually, you could listen to the rest of the copy. Are you into it?
Well, I wondered if you had it. Now let's leave it alone. Tune in later. Where are we going?
Everyone will get a $25 gift card, good for gas or anything, from the Alta Convenience Store, and one lucky listener will get a $100 gift card. We'll announce the location Thursday morning, so stay tuned.
What's today? Tuesday?
It's Tuesday.
I don't want to wait.
You couldn't even wait to the end of the read.
I need some gas.
I honestly hadn't even read it yet. I was just doing it for the first time live on air, so I couldn't even answer the question. I'll tell on myself.
I've stumped you.
You've stumped me, and I haven't read the copy yet. It's free gas for your free time this Memorial Day weekend, thanks to Alta Convenience. Convenience beyond the pump.
I was out at those a couple years ago with the old body armor.
How'd that go?
Yeah, we had a good time.
Cool.
People showed up.
All right.
Drank
Did
some
okay.
body armor.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
I think Rapids had a player out there.
All right.
I might be wrong.
That's what's up. Sounds awesome. Here we go.
It was during the midday show.
Calvin Booth. Details on this story are spotty at best.
Yeah, you hang out, you schlep some body armor.
Schlep some body armor?
I don't know what to tell you. Came to the studio, did the show with you.
Did you get free gas?
No.
Ah.
I did not.
All right. Well, then you got to listen on Thursday morning, Andy. You can get free gas. Yes. Also, Scott Hastings will not be supplying all the free gas.
Well.
So here we go.
Just wait.
Here's a quote from Calvin Booth to Kevin O'Connor of The Ringer. He writes, here's what Booth told me over the summer in a quote that didn't make my opening night story. After I asked if Brown's minutes increasing throughout the 22-23 season was a template for the 23-24 rookie class. Quote, I think Malone will have to play them. Hunter and Julian, these guys can manufacture points on their own, and I like the balance between Jamal and Jalen, who has been basically Joker light wherever he's been. What happens when Jalen goes out there with Jokic and the ball's moving around with both of those guys? It's going to be like San Antonio with Boris Diaw. Close quote. Did any of that happen?
No.
No.
Calvin in that quote likes his draft class. Malone didn't appear to trust his draft class.
Julian Strawther played 545 regular season minutes. Jalen Pickett played 122. Tyson Hunter played 48. Jalen Pickett shared the floor with Nikola Jokic for 35 minutes this season. Malone played 4 of his 5 starters even more minutes than they did last season. Only Jamal did not, and that was because of injuries. And Michael Malone made the push for home floor advantage.
Okay.
That's a telling quote when the GM is like, hey, got to play the young guys. And then the season's over and it's, hey, didn't play the young guys.
Do you think more rest would have prevented what happened with Jamal? And playing some of the young guys might have provided that.
Well,
because it was a hamstring beginning of the year, remember? That was real problematic.
That question I don't think can be answered through this thing.
We don't know.
Yeah, soft tissue injuries are fickle things, right? But what can be answered with this is that very clearly Calvin Booth had a vision for a world where his bench was eventually going to become these young players that he was drafting. He purposefully drafted older college players. Strawther, Pickett, and Tyson were all guys that had spent more time in college, had played a lot of minutes in college because he wanted them to be more pro-ready to fill in specific roles, and then they just really didn't play. Now, Strawther had some injury things. Pickett and Tyson, they just didn't really happen this year. Peyton Watson eventually fell out of favor, even though He's probably your best on-ball defender, but he couldn't be trusted to hit a shot. And so Malone said, I trust Justin Holiday more, and this is the guy that I want to go with. Again, like invariably, coaches want to play veterans because they want to win every single game. That's just a coach's approach. That's in all sports, Andy. Like that is not exclusive to basketball. But the question you have to ask is like, okay, is the organizational goals aligned between front? You always talk about that through line of owner, GM, coach. Is everything aligned directly through there to maximize what this title window is going to be? According to these comments from Calvin Booth, he sounded resigned to believing that winning a title was not really in the cards or was going to be exceedingly challenging to do this year. Michael Malone did not view it that way. Again, I'm basing this off his actions.
Do you think Michael Malone and George Karl talk? Seriously. Do you think they have a conversation at all?
I don't know.
Here and there?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know
Here's
George,
why I asked the question.
I know George tweets a lot.
He does. But, something Scotty said to me, George had told him once upon a time that you got to take advantage of every minute of a window when you think it's open.
Right, exactly.
And you can't afford to maybe do some of what we're talking about where not every year you can be motivated to win the championship.
Coaches want to win the championship every year.
So
they want to win the championship every night.
Do you feel like maybe that's the thinking of Michael Malone?
Yeah.
Because, see, again, I ask you the Jamal question because, to me, if Jamal was right, I don't think we're doing this show today. I really don't.
No, but I think we're, yeah, exactly.
Because who was the difference, especially in the Minnesota series last year? It was Jamal.
Sure.
I don't know.
You have a healthy Jamal Murray, you win championships.
But see,
when you don't.
That's part of the riddle here. Because to me, you're not getting rid of Jamal, right?
No.
He's too good a player.
He's a great player.
So you got to figure out how to manage this thing. You got to figure out how to not have Nikola Jokic, one of the most competitive guys I've ever seen play in this town, even himself look disinterested at times, like you talked about in games 1 and 2 of Minnesota, where he just looked unengaged or whatever. I mean, it's almost like they had to get disrespected to get interested in this thing again.
After Game 7, Malone himself said, our guys are gassed emotionally and physically.
Yeah.
They're gassed, okay?
Because you're the hunted.
Now, they made that point over and over and over again, which there's validity to all of that. But, like, this is what I hope the conversations are. The stiff drink that Calvin Booth and Michael Malone and Josh Kroenke are having are sitting back and saying, like, okay, if we know we've got 4 or 5 years of the Jokic prime remaining, what is our aligned goals for starting an opening night in late October through the spring of how we get to a place where this team is maximized to be able to win a championship again? Because the hard lesson that everybody should have learned this year, and hopefully Michael Malone picks up on it, was pushing your starters and expecting as much out of your starters as you can possibly get means that they are going to flame out in mid-May instead of being able to last through the end of June.
Yeah, okay, so there's 2 ways to answer this. I'll try to do it as quickly as possible. First off, if you believe your rookie class is going to come back and be better, then you got 2 more cheap years of them before you got to start handing them contracts again.
That too. Mm-hmm.
But the other question that I ask you is, to truly ultimately optimize this, is it a choice between Jamal and MPJ of the 2 contracts? Because, again, you've brought up Aaron Gordon, but Aaron Gordon's a $90 million guy, right? So not a max deal guy. And so, therefore, I don't know if I'm putting him out there. If you're looking to save max dollars, let's come back, and I want you to answer, is that the choice?
I'm going to fling some stuff against the wall for you when we return. It shall be flung when we return on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Second hour of our fine radio show on the Craigman and Lindahl program. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, your home for the former world champion Denver Nuggets. I guess they're still the world champions until somebody else wins the world championship, right?
Yeah, that's how I feel about it. Until the trophy's passed to somebody else, it's still yours.
There you go. Let's hang on to that mantle for a bit longer. Plus, you're home for the Avalanche and all that good stuff. Yeah. Live in the Backus and Shanker studios, Andy. Their passion is justice. Found this today. Somebody at Sporting News was having some fun with the old trade machine. I have got potential Michael Porter Jr. trades for you.
Really?
I've got some ideas here. Now, couple of things to note going into this is that the Nuggets can move MPJ, his $35.9 million salary next season is, a slot where if you move him, the Nuggets can upgrade some things. If the Nuggets do move Porter, they're going to try to add depth to the rotation. And the salaries don't actually have to necessarily match perfectly because I believe of the Nuggets luxury tax situation. So here's just some ideas. All right. I mentioned yesterday the Sixers as a team that could be a fit for Michael Porter. Put him with Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey. Essentially, he does the same thing that he does here in Denver, plus a healthy Joel Embiid is an excellent rim protector, and so Porter's defensive shortcomings not quite as bad. This particular suggestion in the trade machine, Michael Porter going to the 76ers, the Nuggets acquiring the services of Buddy Hield and DeAnthony Melton. Buddy Hield bombs away. DeAnthony Melton, okay 3-and-D backcourt depth. But this would be Porter out the door, and you would bring in the shooting of Buddy Hield. You get smaller, but you have financial flexibility to do something else if you want to.
Free agent-wise.
Yep. So there's an option for you. They suggest a trade to Orlando. You could get the services of Michael Porter, 1 for 2, Wendell Carter Jr., who would automatically be your backup big to Jokic, which they need a backup big to Jokic. The other player included in this potential trade is Joe Ingles. So if you want to acquire a guy that sadly looks like me, you could get Joe Ingles.
But doesn't he go off every now and again against the Nuggets?
Ingles can shoot.
Maybe he can go off for the Nuggets.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
He's one of my favorite players in the NBA, so I wouldn't be mad about it, okay?
Let me ask you this. Give me the big again.
Wendell Carter.
Wendell Carter. Is he a guy that if you needed to, you could play him with Jokic too? I wouldn't mind being able to, against Minnesota, throw a little twin tower back at them if you had to. Maybe not for a full game, but just in some spots.
Then you're going to like the last suggestion.
Okay.
That this particular writer came up with. This was from the Sporting News. Again, I was Googling trades, all right? I'm interested.
You're just window shopping.
That's all I'm doing. That's all we're doing here. Kicking a couple of things around. Michael Porter Jr. and your 2024 first-round pick to the Cleveland Cavaliers for the services of Jarrett Allen and Karis LeVert. Now I'm interested.
Now you've got my attention.
Yeah, because I mean Jarrett Allen, you're not giving up size. In fact, you're getting bigger. All right. Allen, had a time as the lead big man in Cleveland, and then Evan Mobley sort of stepped into that role. Allen missed their second-round series with a rib injury, and they kind of got to look at what life would look like without that sort of redundancy. With Jokic, you could bring Jarrett Allen off the bench, or you could also use him you could put him in your starting five and try and do like a Karl Anthony Towns, Rudy Gobert type of thing if you wanted to do that. Now, you're going to give up some floor spacing, but you do get massive with a deal like that. And I think that Porter and Mobley would work well together in Cleveland. So it's a little bit of a win on both ends, but you have better rim protection, and it's another lob threat. So if Aaron Gordon is not on the floor, well, you still have that for Nikola Jokic.
Okay. Color me intrigued.
Mm-hmm.
But what you're telling me, because I just asked, is it more likely Porter or Jamal if you're breaking up the core just to get some money freed up? Because look, guys, I know a lot of people are writing in, they don't want anybody moving. And I get it, man. It's hard to give up people that you won a championship with, okay? And especially guys that you drafted and you watched develop, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But if they're going to get any sort of financial flexibility, someone's probably going to have to get traded off this roster.
Right.
There's just nothing else they can do.
Well, and you got to make a hard decision on KCP this upcoming offseason. He might price himself out of here. You're going to have to make a hard decision on Aaron Gordon after next year. He's extension eligible right now. You've got to determine if that is something you're going to go forward with. So this is where they're at right now.
Yeah.
Is hard decisions are going to have to get made, and in order to be able to get financial flexibility, you have to move one of those massive deals. And it sounds harsh to say Porter's the most expendable. I'm not giving away any part of the best two-man game in the NBA, which I still believe it is the best two-man game in the NBA in Jamal and Nikola Jokic. So a Porter trade would have to be looked at. Also, it should be known, like, I'm not dying to trade MPJ.
No.
You want a title with the guy. This is still the best starting five in basketball. It's just, it's tough to keep it healthy, and the relying on youth on your bench thing isn't working that well.
Well, and on top of it, Nate, help me out, though. They signed a lot of these contracts before these new rules jumped into place, and there were second aprons and restrictions on what you can do free agent-wise and all that other stuff. Ownership was saying, Josh Kroenke was like, we'll pay the tax. I want to be good. Let's pay the tax. Well, now all of a sudden, paying the tax isn't enough. They're not letting you make trades. They're not letting you do sign-in trades. They're not letting you... Again, people need to understand, I believe Calvin Booth probably wanted to make a move at the deadline.
Yep.
Because of these new deals, they weren't allowed to make a trade, and they weren't allowed to even sign a buyout guy right away.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got to do something to get under the cap, and it means something that's going to hurt. You can't just go with 6 guys. You can't just try to do what the Heatles did and figure out who the other 7 dudes will be come August that are the cheapest guys you can throw out there.
Yeah.
It's not going to work that way. There's too many teams that have been built up. OKC's been at it. Minnesota's been at it. You know that Wemby's going to get added. They got 2 picks this year coming up in the draft. I did not realize. It's like the 4th and the 8th pick or something like that. That's not necessarily a great draft class, but San Antonio's going to have assets. They're going to start building up.
Yep.
So to me, it sucks.
West ain't getting any worse.
They're not getting any worse. You need more flexibility, and you got to take advantage of what you have now. You cannot let this thing go where you only got 1 title. You can't be the Raptors of the Kawhi years.
Yeah. In the very least, Jokic ain't going anywhere, but yeah, your point is well taken.
No, I hear you,
right
but I mean, look, you've said it you can't just assume. Finals are not a given. That was proven this year.
Right.
Finals are not a given because of your resume.
And you've had too many playoff series where you go into it and you don't know exactly what you're going to be getting out of Michael Porter.
Well, okay, fair enough. That's absolutely fair. You've also had too many playoff series where you don't have answers for their versatility.
That too.
And we just went through another one.
Yep.
You had nobody near Naz Reid's sort of ability to come off the bench and stifle that. You didn't have a lot of great answers to work around on Jaden McDaniels or Alexander Walker. None of that.
Mm-hmm.
Did I get that right that time?
You did.
Okay. I like to flip his names around.
That was good.
I got enough problems with names that you having 10 of them. He's got 3. Nikhil is short, but the Alexander Walker, that's a pretty beefy name.
Hyphenated names
There's no
are
way
a
he's
challenge.
signing that whole dang thing all the time, is he?
I wouldn't think so.
That's a lot to put on the old check.
Just go with NAW.
I don't think he's writing a check, but that's still, there ain't enough room in the check signature box.
In all my notes, I just refer to him as NAW. Nah, if you will.
Nah.
Can I? All right. I realize what I want to bring up on the show is a little bit of risky territory here.
Go ahead.
But I'm going to do it. Okay. There's something having to do with the Minnesota Timberwolves that I think is kind of clever.
Okay.
And I want to share it. Okay. So after Game 7, Anthony Edwards does an interview with Charles Barkley on TNT. To the victor go the spoils, right?
Yes.
All those memorable Jokic interviews over the years, not the ones where Shaq tells him that he sucks, but although they're an awful lot of fun, all right? And Anthony Edwards is a pretty good time. So Charles Barkley is talking to Anthony Edwards about going to Minnesota. The TNT crew, they don't go to Minnesota very often. They've been to the Western Conference Finals since 2004, and Anthony Edwards had a particularly good response to Charles Barkley.
Okay, I have not been to Minnesota in probably 20 years.
Bring your ass.
Hey,
Bring your ass.
Can you send me a list of good restaurants? We're going to be there for like 5 days. I want you to send me a list of some good restaurants, okay?
Yeah. I'm going to find your number through somebody. I'm going to send them to you.
I appreciate it, my brother. Congratulations. I'll see you Wednesday.
Okay. Appreciate it, baby.
Mm-hmm.
I want to have some fun with this, but go ahead.
Bring your ass.
Yeah.
So the fine folks, Andy, that run the website for Explore Minnesota, it's like Minnesota's tourism bureau.
Sure.
They want people to go see the 10,000 lakes, etc.
The Mall of America.
Yes. If you type into your browser bringyass.com, it redirects you to the Explore Minnesota website.
So they were on it right away.
They were all over
Very
it.
clever. That's
Yes.
good marketing, people.
Yes, there was a Explore Minnesota's Chris Morgan was quoted as saying, because we're a state agency, we can't just do whatever we want whenever we want, so we had to go through the chain of command. So, we've been working since late last night and early this morning to make sure that if we did something, we did it the proper way and also in a way that reflects our values and our goals. That sounds like somebody that works in government. That's good. They're also going to print up T-shirts that say, bring your ass. So there you go. The people of Minnesota are very excited about people's assorted rear ends then going to their state.
It was very funny.
Yes.
Now, Spring, let me know when you're ready. I want you to hear the second part of the answer.
Okay.
Again, and then I have a question for you.
Okay.
Just give me the answer to Charles wanting the list.
Yes, a list of restaurants.
Yeah. I'm going to find your number through somebody. I'm going to send them to you.
Okay. Does Ant know who he's talking to?
I think so.
I don't think he does. He's just listening right there. He's just like, yeah, whoever you are, yeah, I'll find your number. I'll get in touch with you. Hey, man, we'll do business. That was like something you get at a Super Bowl party where someone's trying to be all big time. And one of the guys I'm talking about that we know that would do this.
I know that guy.
Hey, we got to hang out. We got to kind of, yeah, we'll get together, man. We'll do that. Hey, I'm going to hit you up when I'm in town, I promise. Then you leave.
You think?
Help me out here.
Do you
hear a little of that?
You
I don't
think
think he gives a rat's rear end about who he's talking to.
You think there was an
I don't
invitation?
think he has any idea it's Charles. I don't think he cares it's Charles.
Appreciate it, baby.
Yeah, he doesn't say his name. He doesn't name guy. Hey, I'm going to get your number.
I'm trying to think. Anthony Edwards. Chuck was retired by the time Ant was born. Anthony Edwards would have never seen Charles Barkley play basketball.
Right.
Not as big a deal in his world.
Listen, dude, I go back all the time. For many in the town, John Elway is either a good or bad GM, depending on how you feel about him. They never saw one damn throw that he made like me. Mark Schlereth sells green freaking chili.
Yeah.
He was not part of one of the most famous offensive lines in history. Terrell Davis is a realtor, all right? Michael Jordan sells shoes. You got to remember who some of these guys are. I remember Mount Mutombo. You were telling the story that you just thought Mutombo's uniform was cool and all this. People don't remember the finger wag. How long has it been since the finger wag? No. Dude, you know how quickly, especially the young folks that don't even watch, again.
So we're old?
Yes, we are.
That's the lesson here.
Do you think
because we watched Barkley, the round mound of rebound back in the day, we are old.
We were kids when he was in his prime.
That's right.
So I'm just telling you, I don't think Ant knows or cares who Barkley. It's just to use the young man term, it's some old head talking to him that I got to do the interview with, and he's waiting to go party. He doesn't care.
But he should.
Baby, I'm going to look you up. I'm going to get you your whatever.
But he should bring his ass to Minnesota.
He should. But I'm just simply telling you, man, again, this is only going to get more and more because think about it. You and I grew up watching highlight shows, Sports Center. Now I'm going to go with the old guy take. And MTV actually had music videos on. ESPN actually did an hour Sports Center where they mainly just showed highlights and then they signed off for the day. It was like a news program that was nothing but sports stories. They weren't yelling at each other all the time. They actually were just showing you the highlights, and there were funny catchphrases and cool as the other side of the pillow and all that other stuff. None of the college kids that I know, they use their phone to watch YouTube clips. That's it. They're not watching some highlight show. I don't even know if they give a crap if they're on the highlight show. They're doing podcasts with each other. They're cutting their own videos. I don't know that they have near the historical perspective that maybe we once did because they're not watching as many of the shows like you and I grew up on.
Don't they have the historical perspective of the thing that's happening in their time?
In their time.
And thus they will carry that forward? Like,
I would think so.
Like one day they will talk about, you kids don't even know, man. One time Kendrick and Drake, you should have heard the diss tracks.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
But do you think, again, you and I grew up
like when
watching
I was a kid,
the TV opens of Charles' fat rear end running people over. Remember that Sixers dunk he had? Or was he a son when his butt goes into the camera and knocks the guy over? They don't watch highlight shows the way that we used to. They put their own hype videos together and they watch each other's hype videos.
I think they know the thing that's happening in their time. Just like we knew the thing that happened in our time. When I was a kid, Joe Morgan would be broadcasting the World Series. I never watched the Big Red Machine.
Thank you.
I didn't care.
I didn't realize he was a catcher all those years. I just thought he was a good broadcaster.
He was a second baseman.
Well, there you go.
Was Joe Morgan.
It was Johnny Bench that was the catcher.
Johnny Bench was the catcher for that team.
But there you go. But I'm with, again, and it was even worse for me because I grew up in a town that we had minor league baseball. The only baseball I was really watching until the series came on and the championship series and stuff, we were watching Denver Bears and the Zephyrs.
This has been we're old hour here on the.
I'm just trying to tell you, I'm
Lindahl
convinced.
Show.
I'm telling you, Ant didn't know who he was and didn't care. That's why he gave him I'm gonna get your number. I'm gonna get your number.
There's a good chance.
I thought it was funny when he added it. I'm gonna get your number from somebody. I don't know who. I don't care.
So are you saying that Ant's an acquaintance of the program?
He's an acquaintance of Charles Barkley. Yes, that is not a friend of the program.
That is the aging Andy Lindahl.
Do you think he would have known Shaq? I bet you he would. I bet you Shaq he would have known.
I believe Anthony Edwards.
Do you think he knows Kenny? Kenny the Jet Smith is only something we know, dude.
I firmly believe Anthony Edwards knows who Charles Barkley is. I actually don't buy into the premise of anything you just did.
That's fine.
No, I wouldn't be surprised. These kids they're naive, man. They don't pay attention. They don't.
They may not, but they know who the lead NBA analyst is. Anthony Edwards knows who Charles Barkley is.
I don't think that's who he was talking to at that time. I'm sure he's heard of Charles Barkley. I don't think it clicked in his head. I'm talking to Charles Barkley right now.
Didn't he grow up watching basketball? Wouldn't he know these people?
You know what? Honestly, and I'm not kidding, you'd be shocked how many didn't.
It's possible.
Because I've interviewed plenty of college kids where I'm like, hey, man, who's your favorite athlete? I don't know, man. I was just playing football.
Cuban Benny says, didn't Ant not know who A-Rod was? That is true.
He knew who his wife was. Holy cow,
exactly.
His lady friend got all up in there.
I think he knows who Barkley is.
I think he knows who he is. I don't think he realized he was talking to Barkley.
Do you think Ant-Man watched This Week in Baseball? Did he watch Twib?
Yeah. Did he watch, who was it? The George Michael Sports Machine?
Exactly. Did he watch NBA Inside Stuff with Ahmad Rashad and Willow Bay? Rewind! God, that show was good. It's Craig Lindahl.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Quick question for you. How's the energy level been? How about your mental sharpness? Have you had really the workouts and gains in the gyms that you've wanted to, I don't know, in the last year or so? If not, maybe it's time you head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.com and take their low T quiz right there on the website. It's a simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers. Takes 2 minutes. And then if you think you may be having a little bit of low T and want to do a little something about it, stop on by the clinic and get a test with them. You can have a quick 30-minute blood test with a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll review your results and discuss your options with you about what they can do for you. Cost of the appointment's only $99. It does include that medical consult, the team PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone the same day of your appointment, that consult is free. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go check them out, especially if you've been thinking about your energy levels, or maybe you've just had lower sex drive or problems with erectile dysfunction. If that's it, this may help you there as well. And if not, they've got other methods to help you with that as well. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 5 locations to serve you, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, lost in all of our basketball rage. There was a major Bronco injury yesterday, Andy.
There was.
Second-year linebacker Drew Sanders suffered a torn Achilles at the draft. George Paton said of Sanders, talking about his position if he stays outside. Yeah, there was a world where Drew Sanders could have gone back inside, played next to Alex Singleton. Now it's all Cody Barton. Yes, Cody Barton will be the other inside linebacker.
That's right.
Your outside linebacker depth chart. Nick Benito, Baron Browning, Jonathan Cooper. Third-round pick Jonah Ellis out of Utah is now your outside linebacker depth chart.
I forgot we signed a guy named Cody Barton.
Cody Barton.
But here we are.
Here we are. Sanders played 253 defensive snaps last year. Played both inside and outside, 24 tackles, a tackle for loss, a fumble recovery last season. So, again, could he be in the mix at inside linebacker? Could he have been in the mix at outside linebacker? He was going to be a part of this team. Now he's not in any mix.
No, and, it sucks because now I guess here's the good news.
Mm-hmm.
We still, reading some of the stuff today, it didn't happen yesterday, so not quite sure when it happened.
Right.
But it happened here recently, but...
It was, I believe it was at the, it was the lead up to the draft when Peyton said he's in the mix at outside linebacker.
Right.
And then, they used a third-round pick to draft Jonah Ellis. Now, you need a depth at that spot anyway, but was that a reaction to the injury?
Interesting.
That we don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know exactly what the timing was on that injury.
Bottom line is, I suppose the year may not be lost. Guys are pushing the Achilles recovery, and I'm not even talking about Aaron Rodgers last year. I'm talking. Remember, wasn't it? Help me out with the Rams running back that found a way. Was it Akers that found a way to come back and play in the Super Bowl, even though he tore his Achilles in training camp?
Mm-hmm. Cam Akers.
So we don't want to
5.5 months.
Don't want to write off this season for Sanders completely. I guess if there's any good news, it's that you did it this early in the spring.
They defined the injury recovery window as a very nice 6 to 9 months.
Well, there you go.
Now for an Achilles injury. Mm-hmm.
6 probably gets him on the field. 9 probably he's missing the season because I'm not predicting them to go to the playoffs, and no amount of OTAs is going to probably change my mind.
So what's the deal with the Broncos in the third round of the draft?
Not being able to find anybody?
Yeah.
Well, again, the injury bug, are you talking? Because remember, Jeff Ironman was drafted there.
Third-round pick.
Blew his knee out.
Greg Dulcich, third-round pick.
Oh, God, you're right. I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to remember, what other third-rounders are we talking about? Benito was a second. Mims was a second.
Michael Ojemudia was a third-round pick.
He just was
not good. Not
He
good.
hurt their feelings for how he played.
Draymond Jones was a third-round pick. He was okay.
Draymond Jones was good. Took him a minute, but he was good.
Royce Freeman and Isaac Yiadom, 2018.
Dude, Royce Freeman, now, look, good for him. He's still in the league.
Yeah.
You want to talk about a guy? I'm not afraid to talk about guys I thought would be good that weren't. Looking at a guy's body of work, I thought he was going to be perfect for the Gary Kubiak system and all that.
Not so much.
Nada.
2021, Quinn Miners and Baron Browning were third-round picks. Hey, they're both starters on your team.
Quinn Miners about to get paid.
Yeah.
Baron Browning's good. He just can't stay healthy. Therefore, the consistency wanes.
Lloyd Cushenberry was a third-round pick.
Lloyd Cushenberry III just got paid.
He did. Not
a royal bundle.
Yeah, not by the Broncos. Mm-hmm.
Is Tennessee crazy, or are the Broncos crazy for letting him go?
I think he's a good NFL player. I don't think that's not crazy. That's
a healthy. When you get like 50-some million.
Oh, he got paid big time. He was the best center on the open market.
Change.
Yeah, it's when you're like one of the best players, most dependable players at your position, and your team that you were drafted by doesn't really have room for you, but you've solidified yourself as an NFL player, and he's played a ton of snaps. One of the big things he's got going for him is durability. You will make a lot of money.
That's proven.
Funny thing about that sport. McTelvin Najim was also a third-round pick.
Yeah, that was Scotty's guy because he's an Arkansas dude. I remember getting him to come over and talk to those guys at the tent one day, and they had a great interview. That's probably the highlight of McTelvin's career.
Yeah, that was his Bronco highlight.
You don't get a lot of mix for the first name.
No.
He's not usually McCaffrey, you know.
You don't usually see that in
McCaffrey Collins.
Carlos Henderson and Brendan Langley, 2017. How'd that go?
My God, Brendan Langley.
Didn't they move him to receiver?
Yeah, they tried. He
He
was
wouldn't-
supposed to be,
Yeah.
but he was supposed to be a pretty good college corner that they then moved to receiver. The team was blasted for overreaching at the draft spot there. I remember him going back and forth with guys about it, but he'd never played the position.
How did Carlos Henderson go?
Oh, dude.
Bad.
I did an interview with him when he got here,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, okay, this is probably going to go rough.
Yeah, it did. Very bad. Justin Simmons was a third-round pick, 2016.
There's a good one.
Is he on a team yet?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so.
Kind of still a big story, but yeah, as I listen to a few people pontificate about the situation, a lot of people think he's simply waiting for a contender to call. Like he's not just looking for a contract. Imagine the guy's probably taking care of his money, so I think I'm sure he'd like to play some playoff football.
That's a hell of a concept. They do. There are games that they schedule beyond the end of the regular season.
Yeah, they're fun.
Yeah.
They're cold, but they're fun.
He's not familiar with that.
He doesn't know how that feels.
No. You mentioned Hireman. 2014, Michael Schofield.
Oh, that was kind of a mixed bag. He really struggled at the start, but he ended up being a solid lineman. The Chargers, he was better for the Chargers than he was for the Broncos.
Khalil Mack was a big fan of Michael Schofield.
He was.
Yeah.
Trevor Siemian had wished those two never got the matchup a couple of times.
2013, my dude Kayvon Webster, third-round pick.
I always liked Kayvon. Kayvon was a fun guy to talk to. He was a really, really good special teams player and frankly was a good member. He was the dime member of the no-fly zone, so he was all right.
I once asked him if he could get me into Club 58. He declined.
Wasn't going to vouch for you?
No.
It's my guy, Crackers. He cool.
Didn't happen for me.
What would you have done in Club 58?
I would have.
Would you have let loose?
I
First off, how would you have shown up?
Be in Club 58.
You got a shiny shirt.
I would have walked in.
You got leather pants.
It would have been the record scratch.
Yeah,
would have happened when I walked in. Would have just been me standing there bug-eyed at like, whoa, this is what you guys do?
Dude, my last true record scratch moment is driving with my friend's parents through Dallas through Texas to get to Dallas because we were going to help plan their wedding.
Uh-huh.
And his parents wanted to stop at just let's eat local. All right.
All right.
Walked into some damn diner in God knows what Texas. And it was one of those where we opened the door and they all looked. Everybody stopped, turned and looked at us, and they had like Walton's clothes on. I was like, nope, not here. I'm not getting a good vibe. I swear I heard the banjo in the distance. Nope, no thank you. No, we're leaving. You know the Little House on the Prairie dresses the gals would wear?
Yeah.
A couple of those where I was like, no, I don't know what this is. We're out.
I was
Goodbye.
I was on a road trip to Ogden, Utah one time with two friends, and we stopped at a diner. I think it was a Denny's actually in rural Utah. And my buddy had a hoodie on that was for a particular punk band, and the hoodie had the F word on it.
Sure, that's not welcome.
He made a point to make sure that he wore it inside the diner, and
just to say
service was poor. I
Yeah?
would say they didn't care for our kind in that part. Ronnie Hillman was a third-round pick. The late Ronnie Hillman was a third-round pick.
He was an all right Bronco.
He was okay.
Just okay.
That's all he was.
He was good enough.
Yeah.
He and CJ were a nice combo Super Bowl 50 year.
I'll stop at okay. You can go to good. Nate Irving. Remember that guy?
Yeah, man. He would have a minute here and there.
He had a cool first name.
He's a big linebacker. He was always hurt, though. He's another one that was always hurt, wasn't he?
J.D. Walton and Eric Decker, 2010.
Oh, my gosh. J.D., both good players. Funny that's a Josh draft.
Yeah.
I will never get the image out of my mind, though,
Two
of
starters.
J.D. Walton's ankle hanging off the side of his
leg. Ugh.
Decker
Ugh.
was good.
Yeah. That's good. Good third round. That's not bad.
I will always stand up for my guy, Decker.
He was your guy?
Yeah.
All right.
I know that you did the show with him too.
I gave him a raft of crap.
Listen,
he was a fun dude to do a radio show
I
with.
never had to pay him to come talk to me. Man.
I definitely did.
You know what's crazy? Don't you ever look back at the little things? I remember he came and did a Bronco Talk, which is where I really got to know him.
Yeah.
And he brought Jessie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cute gal. Turns out she's like now this
gal,
big country music star.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if they could stop the public displays of affection, he might have hung around for 50. I don't think when
that
he
was
had
the issue.
Well, I mean, I don't know that they love that show he was doing.
Oh.
Remember that?
Yeah, he was diversifying his methods of income.
Because his gal was in demand.
Yeah.
So
diversifying. So there you go. That's Bronco.
That's the history of the third round.
Yeah, we don't need to go back any further than that. It gets worse.
It
Mhm.
does? Who's Josh's? Let me guess. Was
Actually,
it McBath?
2009, he didn't have any third-round picks. He just took 5 guys in the first 2 rounds. Noshawn Moreno, who was fine. Robert Ayers, who was good elsewhere. Alfonso Smith, Darcel McBath, and Richard Quinn in the second round, all of whom... Ugh.
Darcel McBath was a pretty good player when on the field. He was literally never healthy.
Listen to this. This was the amount of games that those 3 played. Alfonso Smith played 42 NFL games. Darcel McBath played 37. Richard Quinn played 30 NFL games.
Richard Quinn
Those were second-round picks.
Richard Quinn was an all-timer because on the conference call, he had said his agent told him to. I don't think he was near the phone when they drafted him because his agent didn't think he was getting drafted, and he went in the second round. So he's, I think, just chilling. Basically, he admitted to us on the press conference call, I didn't think I was getting drafted today. So yeah, I'm shocked.
So will Jonah Ellis break the string for Bronco third rounders?
Doesn't he have an injury history?
Yeah, they probably all do.
Well. That's why you got to cross your fingers.
Yeah.
Look, I like the bloodline. His dad, Luther, was a fine Bronco.
Huh. He's got good blood.
Good blood.
Fan of his blood.
You know, he's got like 9 brothers and sisters. He's a big family.
Yes. Comes from a large family.
But I look, those Utah kids are tough, man. They come from a tough, hard-nosed program. I think
Whittingham can coach some linebackers.
He can, and I think it serves him well in the NFL. Just he's got to stay healthy. And you just read a whole bunch of third-round picks, and unfortunately, that's not been the case.
Broncos got 2 Utes in this draft.
2 Utes? The 2 Utes?
Devon Vele.
What's a Ute?
Is a 7th-round Ute.
Don't tell me you don't think of Herman Munster asking my cousin Vinny, what's a Ute, every time you hear Utes.
That's why we were doing that bit. It's Craigman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio. Altitude Sports Radio is hooking you up with free gas thanks to our friends at Alta Convenience. Coming up Thursday, noon to 3, Columbus, Hastings, DMAC. They'll be broadcasting from an Alta Convenience store and giving away $5,000 in free gas. All you got to do is show up. Everyone will get a $25 gift card for gas or anything from the Alta Convenience store. Get yourself some Hostess fruit pies, and one lucky listener will get a $100 gift card. We'll announce the location Thursday morning, so stay tuned. It's free gas for your free time this Memorial Day weekend, thanks to Alta Convenience. Convenience beyond the pump.
Hey, where's that location?
Don't know. They'll announce Thursday morning. Make sure you tune in. I don't know what time Thursday morning.
Yeah, Thursday morning.
Just
start at 6.
Everybody sit directly next to your radio until it's announced, and then run out the door and get free gas.
Yeah, I want you to look like that scene out of A Christmas Story where he's listening to Rush Limbaugh pretend to be old little Annie or whatever.
Call in sick and go get your free gas, all right?
Not at 6 a.m. Who the hell's working at 6 a.m.? What's wrong with you? Don't do that.
Well, yeah, but
sounds terrible.
But you get your free gas during the Columbus, Hastings, and Dover show, or DMAC show. Wow!
Whoa!
Whoa!
Autopilot.
Brought up the name of a dead guy. I didn't mean to do that.
He's gone. He's dead. He's hurt. Can't help us.
Shut your mouth.
Yeah.
Actually, I saw him the other night. He's doing lovely. He's got great hair. Sorry.
You sure?
They didn't change the name of the show when the new guy showed up. It's a little confusing.
Well, you limit it to, in order to keep the imaging, you had to have a D.
There's only one guy you can get.
It's just
go get that guy.
Very limited pool.
Andy, people have free time.
Lots of it.
They suddenly, there's things to do now that we don't have anybody in the playoffs anymore. So what should people be doing with their free time right now, besides going to the Alta Convenience to see Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC?
Well, Nate, I feel like I need some music for this, Mark.
Okay.
You know?
Call him Mark.
All right, what type of music?
Good times music. You know?
The theme
maybe
from Good
Holiday
Times.
Road. Holiday Road might work. I don't know. You know? Because we're going to be giving you suggestions of things you can do now that the playoffs aren't
There's
happening.
no playoffs.
I don't know why I'm pulling up the story. I know what it is.
I have the
find
story.
it on 9 News.
I have it right
you know
here.
what you can do, Nate?
Yeah.
You can go watch a flower that smells like death apparently bloom.
So a corpse flower named Cosmo.
Yeah, we named the flower.
The flower has a name.
Not we, the CSU folks.
At Colorado State University in Fort Collins, a large Amorphophallus titanum.
Sure.
Amorphophallus?
Well, you don't have one?
I got one of those Amorphophalluses. Got to go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And College of Agricultural Sciences Conservatory since 2016 is poised to bloom for the first time in its life sometime around Memorial Day weekend. CSU Plant Growth Facilities Manager Tammy Brenner brought back the putrid-smelling flower from a conference 7 years ago, and its stinky bloom is about to give a viewer's sight for smelly eyes. This is from the Denver Gazette. This is their copy. Brenner saying, quote,
Nate immediately regrets his decision.
Cosmo came out of dormancy around 3 weeks ago, and we didn't expect anything exciting. But then 2 weeks ago, it started looking a little bit more full, a little bit more plump. It started growing and shooting out stalks, and we realized something really big was about to happen.
It looks excited.
Again, I'm reading this from the story along those lines. Cosmo grew more than 5 inches during the weekend of May 18th to 19th. It's a good size.
Sure.
And Brenner has been in contact with colleagues from across the country for advice about what to expect. All signs point to a bloom sometime around Saturday, although the exact date is not certain. When the bloom does happen, Cosmo will emit a putrid odor that has been compared to the smell of decaying flesh. This will become less pronounced after the first 12 to 24 hours. You really want to get in there the first 12 to 24.
You really need to be there as soon as it pops open.
You really want that decaying flesh.
Yeah.
And the bloom itself will only last for around 2 to 3 days. After that, Cosmo, the corpse flower, won't bloom again for another 3 to 5 years. Quote, this is a rare occasion and a big deal because it will be the first bloom for the corpse flower here at CSU, close quote.
Give me that name again.
Amorphophallus titanum.
Yeah, that phallus part is the one that's really catching the old eye.
Titanarum largest unbranched inflorescence or collection of flowers acting as one in the plant kingdom. They can grow up to 8 feet tall, and during bloom, their smell lures pollinators like carrion beetles and flies. Yes, you know, the beetles that like dead bodies.
Yeah, let's go ahead and attract some beetles and flies. Give me a flower that brings beetles and flies to my yard. That's what I need.
The corpse flower is native to Sumatra, Indonesia, and there are estimated to be fewer than 1,000 individual specimens in the wild, according to the U.S. Botanic Garden.
Well, from what you're reading, the corpse flower doesn't need help from the men's clinic. Good to go.
Isn't it because people are just like, say you got a corpse flower growing in your yard, right? Like, let's just say.
How the hell did that get there?
Exactly. Number one.
First off, judging by the pictures, you're probably getting rid of it because you don't think it's anything, right?
That, number one. And then number two, the thing blooms. You're like, it smells like something died. It's called get the lawnmower and get that thing the hell out of my life.
Yes.
Or you can go to CSU and smell this thing.
Just get after it.
If you want to.
Who needs the smell of corpses? So now that our playoff dreams are dead, you can go and see the corpse flower. Doesn't that sound like a good time?
That's the thing you can do.
Can you do it, though?
Yeah.
Now that I say that, can you do it?
You can watch a basketball or a hockey team die, or you can go smell death with your free time.
Yes.
In Fort Collins. Couldn't I just go over to Greeley and smell death
Sure,
for free?
just wait for the next storm system.
Yes.
But is that fun?
Nah, I guess not.
Do you want, if it's me, aren't you waiting for the odor to pass? I don't need to be there for the corpse part. Do you need the full blooming experience?
These plant people are jacked for this.
Are you wearing a mask?
She said they're eagerly awaiting the bloom.
Do you have the ventilator like the Ghost Adventure guys? So I'm not catching the odor?
The bloom is expected to occur sometime around this Saturday. Public viewing will be held from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. each day the flower is in bloom. How does that work? Is it just like a line that you just
I know.
You all walk past the flower? You smell it? I don't smell it.
This feels like Jurassic Park, where we're all going to go. It doesn't get on you like the Subway bread smell. Like, are you walking around like corpse flower the rest of the day? What's that smell? I saw the corpse flower.
Yeah.
What's it to you?
Yeah.
Huh?
Now go home and
What do you got?
burn your clothing because you have death all over you.
It's ode to corpse flower. Huh?
This is...
I mean, what do? It's in a window. You and I have got a studio. Here, I'll show it to Twitch. We got windows like this, right, just yonder. So what? It's going to be right there?
Yeah.
That's it?
That's it.
I'm waiting in a line to walk to the window?
Listen
what, do
to
you
this.
get 5 minutes? Are we limiting the time that you smell the corpse flower?
Listen to this from the story, too. Brenner also said this comes with a caveat. While all signs point to Cosmo blooming, there's a slim possibility that it could not happen at all.
Well, that's great.
Make up your mind.
Listen.
You got people driving all the way to Fort Collins.
Listen. If the pills and herbals fail, call my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Something will happen.
At the end of the day, plants are still unpredictable, but with the data we have, we're eagerly awaiting the bloom. You know, with the data we had, I really thought the Nuggets were going to beat the Timberwolves. With the data that I had. And then they lost Game 6 by 45 points.
Here's the date. Dude, not to be... First off, I wanted to make this sound like fun. It ain't fun. Why am I going to wait in line? I'm still wondering, is it like a minute each? Hey, how long are you staring at the corpse flower?
How long can you tolerate being in the presence of the death smell, the decaying flesh smell? Literally, they use the phrase decaying flesh.
Yeah. Listen, you got to do what you got to do. Do you want to see botanist history or not?
No, I'm good.
So
I'm all right.
This isn't a supplement for what would have been, Game 3 of the WCF?
You can go to the Denver Botanic Garden. It's lovely.
Plenty of flowers that don't smell like death.
Doesn't smell like death.
Yeah.
That'd be perfectly fine. Maybe I'll do that this weekend instead of watching a playoff game.
I've got some dog droppings that have been sitting in a can for a minute. If the smell's what you're after, swing on by.
You want to come over to my
can out tonight?
You can come over to my house, shove your head in my recycling bin. Get a load of that. You like the smell of stale beer? It's delightful, isn't it?
What bloom you putting out there?
Gross.
I wonder what the bloom looks like now.
I think it looks kind of cool. Not cool enough to drive to Fort Collins.
How many people you think show up? Do we get a Krispy Kreme grand opening type?
Yeah, it's going to be like a new
sucker?
In-N-Out burger for people to go smell this thing.
See the corpse flower?
Right. Yeah, they'll get a crowd. They will get a crowd.
I know they will.
The last time they had the Denver Botanic Garden has one of these things, and the last time they had one, like all kinds of people were going to smell the damn dead flower.
Well, that's all you can do, right?
Yeah.
What happens if the crowd is so long you don't get in there in first 24? Is it worth it? Worth it? Yeah.
People camping out like it's Black Friday.
Yeah. I got to be there for the first smell of the day.
I got to save on a flat screen. I got to get in to smell this thing first. Yeah, you go in there, you're just like, yeah, you're not going to believe how bad that thing smells. Like, what do you tell the people that are waiting to get in?
It's like that sour. Oh, this milk is so sour. Taste it.
Stinks.
Now I'm good.
Yeah. So anyway, these are things to do in Colorado without playoffs. Who needed the Western Conference Finals?
Yeah.
Not us.
Thanks, everybody.
There's
Thanks.
there's an item that smells like decaying flesh.
Sure.
Get your tickets now. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl for Window Nation. Look, it's Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Nate, 50% off window styles plus 0% interest for 5 years and an additional bonus. You know what these windows will do? Keep the smell of the death flower out. So if you're, if you're in need of new windows so that you don't want to smell the corpse flower, it won't come in, Window Nation's the place. If you need new windows, I look, there's all sorts of ways to tell. There's condensation inside the windows. There's draftiness around the windows. Maybe there's a yellowing of the frame is something else that I dealt with. But for me, I think a lot of people know, you know what, I do need new windows. Some great things about getting new windows. A, it helps the energy bills. I don't have to tell you that. In my case, I replaced mine 18 months ago for original windows that were put in a house that I had built in the early 90s. And man, did they need it. And the other thing that happens is you get a little more soundproof in the home. It's been fantastic. Window Nation's a good place to go and get your windows done for a number of reasons. 96% customer satisfaction rating. 96% of windows installed require no follow-up service. They can install your windows in a day or less, and they come with a lifetime warranty. These are Milgard windows made locally specifically for the Denver climate. So call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule an appointment. Again, 50% off all window styles plus 0% interest for 5 years and an additional bonus if you schedule an appointment this week. Go to 866-90NATION or windownation.com.
Hey, oh, there isn't. Yes, it is the Craig and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. More fun with microphones. We're not doing the NBA high five anymore. It's all dead. Everything is terrible. You can watch the Eastern Conference Finals Game 1 tonight. Indiana and Boston. You can watch the Western Conference Finals Game 1 tomorrow night. Dallas and Minnesota. But right now, it is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL as OTAs are happening, including the Broncos getting to work today. Spring.
The NFL High Five returns, and it's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Headline from my favorite website, DenverBroncos.com, my favorite author, Arik Dalala. Broncos set to practice with Green Bay Packers ahead of Week 2 preseason game. During training camp, the Broncos will practice with the Green Bay Packers ahead of their preseason matchup at Empower Field at Mile High. The Broncos preseason game against the Packers is slated for Sunday, August 18th at 6 p.m. Mountain on KUSA.
Okay, this is good. I like intra-squad scrimmaging happening during training camp. That's always entertaining. Packers are a good team. Packers are we calling them a contending team right now?
Yeah, why not? I mean, again, I
Pretty
think
good.
You always wonder about a sophomore slump when a team has a year like they did, but
sure.
It does feel like Jordan Love, he just got better and better as the year went along. And they
appears to be on a good path.
Prepped, right? He simmered for a bit there in the backup role. So yeah, sure, I'd say they're a contender.
Good coach, good quarterback. They seem to have those two things in place right now. The Broncos are not a contender as of yet. But yes, a joint practice. We had the Rams in last year. The Rams smacked the Broncos around pretty good out there. Obviously, things flipped in the preseason game, but who cares? Cowboys were here in 2022. The Packers will be in town.
Now, Mike Klis did put a tweet out saying it is unclear because they are going to start that construction, remember, on the new facility.
Okay.
Unclear if fans will be able to watch this. The only thing I find interesting about this, because I do think the joint practices are the things of the future as we move towards what I'm sure is going to be a preseasonless football schedule eventually and get the 18th game in there. It is interesting that they're going to do it here while there's construction. I know the teams love that field house that the Broncos built because they have their own facility. Like Jeff Legwald's told me that you go on the road with other teams and they're like trying to do a training room in the hotel ballroom and it just doesn't work. That team facility lets teams just have their own.
It's a comfortable place to be.
It is. So people like to show up and practice here.
We didn't have any brawls when the Rams were here last year.
No, because I think I do think it's a little less about that now. Now it got a little.
I mean, it is in other markets, but Broncos-Rams didn't really have it.
Because I don't think Sean Payton's looking for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I know Sean McVay wasn't looking for that.
Yeah. Also, the Rams were just way better than the Broncos.
Yeah, they worked the Broncos over pretty good.
Yeah.
Those 2 days.
That was incredible to watch. It was also it was foretelling of what we were about to watch.
Yeah, but we weren't really surprised by that, right? Were we?
At the time, I was stunned that Rams team, as young as that group was, I think they had 36 rookies in camp last year, but they looked good. Sean McVay just had his thing prepared and ready to go. Cooper Kupp was carving up the Broncos secondary out there. I do remember being taken aback by just how dominant the Rams were against the Broncos last year, which honestly might have been a little bit of a wake-up call for Sean Payton at that time to be like, oh, we're further away than I realized.
Oh, we're not good.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, what did they start out 0-5?
Yeah, they weren't good. Spring.
High five.
Let's look at one of the Broncos' regular season matchups. Week 7, their first primetime game, Thursday Night Football on Prime Video. They will be in New Orleans. Sean Payton returns to New Orleans for the Broncos and the Saints. Cam Jordan, the Saints star defensive end, talking to the media, and he was asked about this upcoming matchup against his former coach.
It's not that I've circled it on a calendar or marked it down that we have to win that game, but it feels like we have to win that game. Everybody knows who Sean Payton is. We can't let him. Can't let him do that one.
I mean, don't you have to win every game? That's kind of the NFL. You got to win every single game that you go and play. It's going to be a big week of Sean Payton telling old New Orleans stories, et cetera, getting back on a Thursday night to go and take on the Saints.
Yeah, why is that game on a Thursday night? That's a little wild.
I guess
they don't need a lot of hype for that one.
Well, yeah, because everybody has to play on a Thursday, and that's sort of the one semi-hypeable Bronco game.
Yeah, but see, they used to.
And I guess they'll play Russ, too.
Remember, the Broncos face the Chiefs on a Thursday.
Yeah.
And then you at least get Mahomes in the game.
Yeah.
But to me, this one feels like something I would think Fox would want to have some fun hyping that up with their connection to Peyton when he worked there and all that other stuff. So, whatever.
Thursday Night Football. Yay.
Yay.
Yay. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
We have a Miami Dolphins player throwing shade at Vic Fangio.
I've heard about this.
Javon Holland played under Vic Fangio's defense with the Dolphins last season. Dolphins have a new defensive coordinator, Anthony Weaver. Holland called Weaver's approach a complete 180 in comparison. He said, quote, "Actually, Weave is super dope, man. As a person, as an ex-player, as a coach, you can just feel he understands where we're coming from. He wants to hear us and our input on the defense and then is able to put that into how the defense is called and how the defense is taught. So now he's great, man." When he was asked about a follow-up about Weaver's status as a former player making a difference, Holland said, quote, "I just think that it's the fact that he's a good person that makes a difference."
He didn't like his life with grumpy Vic Fangio walking around? Is that what we're getting here?
I do remember some of the players are talking about how they did a Giro Evero's approach kind of being the same thing.
We definitely did hear that.
Yeah, and we got to get some input, this, that, the other.
You know how some guys have the reputation of being a player's coach?
That's not Fangio.
Not Vic Fangio, no.
I think some of his old school guys like him, but it's a new breed, man. We already talked about that last hour. New breed of player.
The San Francisco guys, the Chicago guys, they all adored Vic Fangio. Vic Fangio, though, I think he wore on people. There were reports of him not always necessarily being cordial in the hallways and those sorts of things. Vic Fangio was he was a grumpy football guy.
Grumpy football robot.
Yeah.
I do also wonder what version of Fangio did they get after he had a taste of having the big office for 3 years. Was maybe there was some unexpected bitterness about having to be under another coach. I also just start to wonder, he and Mike McDaniel don't feel like they'd be the best of friends. in a room.
Personality wise,
yes.
McDaniel whole thing is he's uber positivity. I'll make a cut up of Tua, and here's 800 plays of him making the right throw to try and build his confidence up. That's sort of Mike McDaniel's whole shtick. While Vic Fangio is just you all suck. What do you do?
Well, don't you feel like Vic Fangio stopping having a conversation with McDaniel in the hallway, be like, "Get to the point. I gotta go diagnose this offense. Spit out what you have to say. I gotta go.
I gotta get back to the Bay Area and see my honey." Yeah. Vic Fangio's a busy man. He didn't have time for all that nonsense.
Nice. Cuban Benny did want to know, was there more scoring done by Vic Fangio in the Bay Area this weekend than the Rockies?
Whoa.
You always got to tip the cap to Cuban Ben.
What the Rocks score? 10 runs, I think,
I
over the
don't
weekend.
even know.
Yeah,
I wasn't paying attention.
It was
I told you I was hoping the Rocks losing was going to give the mojo back to the Avs. No,
they were. I believe they were outscored 28-10 in their weekend in the Bay. They're still in the Bay Area. They will take on the Athletics this evening. Chris Bryant returns. Spring.
High five.
Aaron Rodgers is out at Jets OTAs. He was actually at the Yankees-Mariners game last night in a Yankees hat. Today he talked to the media, and he was asked this about how close he actually was to being RFK Jr.'s vice presidential candidate.
How seriously did things get with RFK about being his running mate? Obviously, we haven't gotten a chance to talk to him since that came out in March.
Yeah, I love Bobby. We had a couple really nice conversations. But there were really two options. It was retire and be his VP or keep playing. And I want to keep playing.
Sounds like you don't really think he had a great shot of winning there, Aaron. Pretty sure if your options are be vice president of the United States or keep playing for the Jets, if you're choosing play football for the Jets, then I don't think you really thought your guy was going to win.
Are we positive the full offer got extended, though?
RFK claimed he did.
All right.
Claimed he did. I don't know. You very well could be right about that. Was it just one of those, let me grab a headline or two?
What? By the way, did you see the salary? He might have seen the salary and be like, nah, I'm gonna go ahead and take another year of this.
There is good money playing for the Jets.
Yeah. There's a big difference there. I don't think the VP's rolling in. What's he up for? Like $70 million or something?
I think it's just funny. Or be his VP. It's like, hey, you were gonna be a running mate. Chill out on The Office, my guy. I don't think you were picking out carpet samples anytime soon. And finally, Spring.
Out at Patriots OTAs, we heard from a second-year player. He was a second-round pick last year for the Patriots. Keon White is a defensive end. Gerard Mayo, his first year as Patriots head coach, taking over for Bill Belichick, who was there forever. And Keon White was asked if the flow of practice is different under Gerard Mayo than it was under Bill Belichick.
Not really. I mean, we don't got Bill cursing us out every play anymore, but it's still pretty similar.
He would go on to say, I miss it. I like Bill. He was my type of coach. But
same thing, just less swearing. It's like Vegas vacation, okay? Same thing, less swearing, PG-13.
Yeah, it's the Channel 2 version of Vegas vacation.
That's what they got in New England now.
When we work on football, we work on football.
Yeah, there is a certain phasing out of the grumpy old dudes that like to just shower their players in F-bombs. That is sort of a thing that is currently happening. The generational shift is happening.
Yeah, I like football. I like football season, all the things that go with it.
Yeah, that's interesting. Not everywhere, though.
Yeah. He's good on TV. I think he's
He is good on TV.
Yeah. He's underneath all of that.
Well, he does have a personality. People told me that forever.
Gruff exterior. There is a guy that is number one, extremely intelligent about the game, and number two, knows how to have a little bit of fun. He just didn't want his football players to know that.
Apparently, he and Tom just quit having fun together.
That's kind of what it seemed to be. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you here on a Tuesday afternoon. The Denver Nuggets are no longer in the playoffs. Where did it all go wrong? We'll talk about that next. Andy, did you get a load of your 23-24 Kia NBA all-defensive team today?
I did not. Educate me.
Here we go. I got your first team. With 99 first-place votes, most points on the board, Rudy Gobert, the defensive player of the year.
Seems logical.
Joining him on the first team, Victor Wembanyama of the San Antonio Spurs. I believe he is the first rookie to be all-first team. Bam Adebayo of the Miami Heat, Herb Jones of the New Orleans Pelicans, and Anthony Davis of the Lakers. That is your first team. So 4 bigs and a wing are your first team all defense in the NBA. Second team, Alex Caruso of the Bulls, Jalen Suggs from Orlando, Derek White of the heralded brother of Justin Holiday. That is your second team. So your second team, all guards.
All right.
I guess we'll call Jaden McDaniels a wing, but other than that, I mean, they're all guards. That's it. So first team, mostly bigs, the guys that accrue the rim protecting status, shot blocking, everything else like that. And second team was all guards. If you are wondering, no Denver Nuggets were named the first or second team, as we just went over. However, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope received 11 second-place votes. No first-place votes. Aaron Gordon, 6 second-place votes. No first-place votes. They were the only Nuggets that got any votes. Somehow MPJ was left off everyone's ballot. So there you go. All defensive team. KCP and AG getting a little bit of love, which is good because, Andy, I mean, I remember for years, I used to always scan this thing, like they always go through the others receiving vote, and there'd be like no Nuggets on there. Like they wouldn't even get a sniff of anything. So in the very least, they got 2 dudes getting a little bit of love right there, but that's it. Here's a question for you. Who was the last Denver Nugget to be on an all-defensive team?
Tommy Hammonds, Aaron Aflalo,
Mike Evans.
Wow. Dikembe was. Camby was during Melo's time.
He was a defensive player of the year, in fact. Yes.
Gosh. Recent vintage, though, it's a hell of a question. I can't. Wasn't Aflalo on one, I thought?
Let's see.
From late in the Nuggets Melo run?
Fat Lever was a second team in 87-88.
Are you kidding me? Okay.
Mutombo was a second team in 94-95.
Marcus Camby's got to be in there somewhere, doesn't he?
Camby was a second team 04-05. And second team 05-06. He was first team 06-07. I believe that was the year he was Defensive Player of the Year. Or maybe it was 07-08. A couple of first teams. Yeah, Camby was the last one.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Paul Millsap was an all-defensive team before he became a Denver Nugget.
Before.
Mm-hmm.
That's the key.
Yeah.
How did the Millsap signing go?
They gave him a whole lot of money.
That go the way they wanted? How do you remember? Like, he was fine, and I remember it being a big deal. He was like, wasn't he the highest priced free agent or something like that they'd ever signed?
In franchise history at the time. I remember I went to his to the press conference. It was in Montbello. It was the rec center because he was from he had spent a portion of his childhood in Denver. And they got a drum line out there. It was a really cool event, actually, that the Nuggets put together when they signed Millsap. And you were coupling him up with Nikola Jokic, who I believe had just made an all-star team, and it was like, okay, spending big, going and getting Paul Millsap. The problem was Paul Millsap he aged in dog years. He got old really fast.
They need a Millsap type, a younger Millsap type.
Yeah, I could go for prime Paul Millsap on this team. Yeah.
Does the KCP disappointing playoffs? I think it's fair to label it that, right? He was very hit or miss with his three-point shooting. It wasn't just MPJ that couldn't seem to find it at the right times.
And Ant is a tough matchup for him. Ant's too strong for KCP.
Is there any way about the way the postseason went that possibly keeps KCP from opting out?
The thing that would keep KCP from opting out would be if the market for him does not materialize the way you think it might. But, here's the thing, man.
But you got to opt out to find that out, right?
Here's the thing about KCP. He's one of those players that fits everywhere. Everybody needs a Kentavious Caldwell-Pope on their team,
including this one.
That's just it. Is he isn't one of those players that there's going to be like a select market for, like the way that we've talked about MPJ. I don't think MPJ is a great fit at his price point on every team in the NBA. Because on most teams, they're going to bring him in and they're going to be like, we want you to be a top 2 offensive option for us. And that's tough to do with him because he's not a pick and roll guy. He's not a post up guy. And you got to worry about his injury history. Every team could use KCP. Every team's like, oh, wait a minute. You are one of the best defenders in the league and you make a bunch of threes? Sign me up. Oh, and you don't need the ball. Oh, and you'll do exactly whatever is needed of you. Oh, and you're a solid professional and a great locker room guy, and every coach you've ever had loves you. Sure, we'll take you. And so I think there's gonna be a market, I think, for KCP.
What's his player option at? 12 mil?
I think it's right around there. Yeah.
In the NBA, that's not a lot of change for what you just described.
If somebody wants to pay KCP $20 million a year, which I guarantee you his agent is sniffing around as much as he possibly can right now, I don't think he's here. And I can't blame him. Go get paid. That's the thing you have to do. That's definitely going to be expected of you.
Does a KCP opt-out prevent you from having to make a trade? Or do you need to make the trade? Look, you gave us some interesting Michael Porter Jr. options for trade if that's the route they chose to go.
Well, let me answer your question with a question. If KCP opts out, you good with Christian Braun starting?
No.
You want Christian Braun playing more than 30 minutes a night?
Christian Braun, to me, especially with the offensive limitations that he has shown, is an energy bench guy.
Yeah. He's like we said yesterday, he's a get stops and run the floor guy. You know, when the game goes into half court, it gets tough with Christian Braun out there. Lineups with Christian Braun struggle a little bit. Peyton Watson, are you going to be able to get your own shots and make your own shots? Maybe he's a guy that can move into the starting 5 and replace KCP. I think that's what Calvin Booth pictures for him. I can't even sit here and say that Malone was wrong because Justin Holiday played great in the playoffs.
And talking foolishly at the deadline, thinking this team could do something, only to find out at the deadline.
You know, like their skill set is so damn in demand anywhere that they go. And you can get them at a price point where that actually makes sense for your rotation.
Are you possibly trading, if you decide to trade MPJ, it would make more sense because it's either he or Jamal, because one of the big contracts have to go in order for you to get flexibility to do
and of where this team is at, okay, is that you're in a championship window and Michael Malone is going to rely on veterans.
Yep.
Like, believe it or not, as frustrating as Jeff Green could be, we lamented his loss by the time the playoffs ended. Why was that the case? Because his size was good for numerous different kinds of matchups. You could use him as a small ball 5. Hell, you could do things like put him on LeBron James for a while. It wasn't awesome, but it wasn't awful, and you could live with it. You could steal minutes of Jeff Green in a role like that.
And he could also play a little bit physically. You did not have a physical guy off the bench.
He had a physicality about him, and the big thing is he had the trust of the coaches. Jeff Green closed one of the games in the finals against Miami.
Yeah, because he was playing hard ball.
So that's when you have the trust of the coaches. Michael Malone inherently, but it is funny because you talk about this and you're just like, oh, Malone doesn't like playing rookies. No NBA coach likes playing rookies. Okay? Now, some guys don't have a choice. They're coaching rebuilding teams. They're coaching bad teams. So, like, they get high draft picks. They've got to play those guys. Michael Malone's trying to win a championship. And so, inherently, he's always going to trust veterans over youth. Of course he is. It doesn't mean that he's wrong, but also, like, because of the financial situation that the team is in right now, they do have to play those young guys because that's the only way you're ever going to get a second unit is you have to develop it. And I don't know, what if you were going to grade right now the job of development that the Nuggets did with their youth this year, Andy? What letter grade would you give it?
Because I don't know if you have any players. Look, man, Julian Strawther, of all guys, the guys that I thought that you might actually develop because of the three-point shot. Do we have any idea if that guy's really an NBA player? We have none.
No.
And that was the most likely profile because of his age and his shooting ability, something you desperately needed. You need scoring off the bench all year.
Yeah.
Now, again, can I get all over Malone for it? I understand why he got a little gun shy. You put the kid in there, and half the time, half of the moments felt too big for him.
Yep.
What are you supposed to do? I guess you're supposed to force the square peg in a round hole because you weren't able to acquire anybody else. But you're right. No, and look, Jalen Pickett, I would even go back to, is it Jalen Pickett or is it, who was our other point guard that we had here that kept bouncing between the G League?
Colin Gillespie.
Colin Gillespie. Which one are you really invested in for the future? Because at times it felt like Gillespie. At least Malone trusted Gillespie, but they kept bringing Pickett up, which I'm sure Calvin Booth is like, no, I drafted this guy.
He wanted him to play.
So
he wanted him to play with Jokic.
Let me ask you this, because I think it is a fair question. Someone texted this in earlier, and we tend to forget about this guy because of the unfortunate thing that happened in international play. Chanchar. Could he have had a role? Could he have been something more akin to what they were hoping that Zeke Naji would have turned into if he did not hurt his knee?
Yeah, length and shooting, floor spacing, wing. Yeah.
Had a pretty good rapport with Jokic.
Yeah.
Seemed to have some trust from the coaching staff.
Was
that a bigger loss than we gave it credit for?
The Vlatko thing sucks. It doesn't it?
For your bench, it does. It
does.
Took away an option.
I think there was a good player in there. And I tell you what, again, here's something else, all right? The book on Zeke Naji is not completed. Zeke Naji could come back and could come in healthy and have the best season of his career and become a trusted member of this squad. He's been in the NBA for a number of years. He has been paid. The organization is relying on him. I would really hope that there is a hard conversation with Zeke Naji after the season of look, dude, you've got to do more. You have got to get better than what you currently are, and I hope he takes it to heart, and I hope that he understands, hey, 4 years and $32 million, $8 million a year is a pretty good paycheck. What is Zeke Naji? 6'9"? He's a big body dude. He's got a good NBA body. There's more money to be made for that dude. Large human beings make large sums of money in the NBA. Somebody's got to get through to him and let him know that, you're making a good paycheck now, you can make an even better one.
Well, and here's the thing. Maybe you don't like your role right now. Maybe you don't think you're playing enough. Well, do me a favor. Show us that you're a player, and we'll get you out of here. We'll trade you.
Yeah.
But nobody's trading for you right now. Not the way that you play. You don't play your size. That's just the reality of it. I don't know if I'm sure he wouldn't want to hear it, but Scotty harps on it all the time. He doesn't play as big as he is.
Right.
He's had an NBA body from the moment that he shows up here, but he doesn't act like it.
Nope.
He has to act like it.
There has to be a
times.
physicality added to his game. I completely agree with that. But what has to happen right here is, because of the structure of this team and the salary structure of this team, if you're not going to make a major trade, which they may not, it just may not be available to them. That's the thing. They could try, and it may not be available to them. The return on a potential Porter trade, as an example, for instance, the return on a Porter trade might not be awesome, and you might just not make that move as a result of that. Okay, but your second unit, there's pieces getting put in place. They've got to get minutes. They've got to make NBA mistakes. They can't be afraid of getting yanked out of games. You just have to live with that for a while. And Malone doesn't want to.
Which means you may have to live with that middle seed that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
I like your goal of you don't go below 4, but maybe you take a 3 or a 4 seed for a year to try to get some guys some experience. I don't know. Look, man, it's funny. What's your real quick? Somebody wrote in and said, what's the opinion on the G League? Does it develop guys? For me, Nate, I think Strawther can shoot. I think Tyson Hunter can shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Every time I say his name, I'm not sure.
Hunter
Tyson. I did screw it up.
Yeah.
I think those guys can shoot.
Yeah.
But that said, you've got to shoot against NBA defenders. Having a shot and having confidence in it. What just happened to Michael Porter Jr., who I still think is the best pure shooter on the team? For some reason, zero confidence to shoot it against actual good NBA defenders. And Malone said he got defended in the second round. So I've got to see Strawther and the other guys, Tyson, I got to see those guys actually shoot against NBA defenders. So the G League's fine, I guess. It's fine to stash a guy. It's fine to keep him in shape and running up and down a floor and playing basketball.
It's a high level of competition. It really is. I have been told by somebody it is the second best basketball league on the planet.
All right. I believe it. There's plenty of NBA players down there.
For example, do you know who the MVP of the Spanish league was this year? Facundo Campazzo was
already forgot his name.
MVP of the Spanish league. All right, so just remember that.
Just keep that in mind before you seek European players.
There's a lot of good European players. It's just when they get a little bit older and they're playing in those pro leagues, it's not exactly the same level of competition. It's Craig Bitt and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio. Yay! It's Nate and Andy on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Blitz with Mark Bertinoli coming up next. Mark Springer and Berto will have a full Eastern Conference Finals preview for you this evening. All Pacers Celtics talk all the time.
Yeah, can't wait. On the ride home. What else we got on tonight? We got some softball going on. You and I have been just gripped by the drama of Southeast Louisiana and Alabama softball. Still in the first inning. They've gone through, 3 pitchers now? They can't seem to get out of this sucker.
The tide is rolling, and finally, Southeast Louisiana converts out number 3. It is tied 9, Southeast Louisiana 1 after 1.
Are you? Yeah, you and I were laughing because the very first batter for Alabama came up and bunted, and the route was on. Are you into softball? I saw a little tweet the other day talking about how ESPN's softball ratings are up considerably.
I do. I get into it like softball World Series time. I get mildly interested. Yes, I would say I get mildly interested.
How much of a game do you watch if mildly interested? Enough to get you through a couple innings? We talking?
See, here's the thing: is like if Abby falls asleep early,
okay,
then it becomes let's watch rando sports time on my own time. And that's when you start getting into assorted weird college sports and whatnot, including the softball. I'll watch college baseball too. I'll get into some of that crap. ESPN too. I don't bet it like that. Was it the Alabama coach that got fired for that? Yeah. I don't bet college baseball, but I will view it from time to time.
Guy running around demanded you let him take a bet. I got caught up in Underworld last night. The old Kate Beckinsale vampire movie.
Well, that's a hot movie right there.
Yeah, but,
Beckinsale.
Yes, that's a crush.
Tights.
Yes.
Well done.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't.
It did not having our teams in it.
It sucks.
It's it was agonizing at times, like the every single night, the heart palpitations and everything else from the playoffs. Yeah, but it's lame that it's over.
I watched Edmonton, Vancouver. Vancouver found a way to make that thing interesting in the last couple of minutes because they finally scored some goals, but they couldn't get the equalizer.
You gonna watch Rocks A's tonight?
Yeah, I mean, you got to have something, right?
Lock in a little bit. Chris Bryant returning to the lineup, hitting in the 5-hole this evening. Lineup tonight: Chuck, Zeke, Rymack, Elias Diaz, KB is hitting 5th in the lineup. Feels generous for somebody that's hitting 149, but okay. Brendan Rodgers is at second base. Jake Cave in right field. Brenton Doyle is the center fielder, and Jordan Beck will do the left fielding this evening for the Mighty Rocks as Cal Quantrill toes the slab this evening at the Oakland Coliseum.
You know me, I'm going to watch lacrosse this weekend. By the way, a late shout out. My guy, Josh Carlson, who we had on the show last week, goes out, gets a goal against Syracuse as the Pios and their defense lock down the mighty Syracuse Orange, the most fabled program in the game likely, and move on to championship weekend under first-year head coach Matt Brown, a guy I covered with the Outlaws. And it was funny to me because as much as I love the sport, God, the Long Island jokes are just flying left and right. I'm like, oh, my God, can I get somebody else to call the damn games? We're not all East Coasters, guys. It's all right. I'm glad you all been to your 5 boroughs in Baltimore and in Long Island there, but I don't know about Gino's for the eggplant parm or whatever that I had to hear about.
Cool, Carlson.
No, you were waiting. You were waiting.
From the Twitter account of Ari Mirov, potential big change. The NFL plans to trial an electronic system for measuring first downs during preseason games. If the trial is successful and receives approval, the tracking system will be fully implemented for the 2024 regular season. That's this year. The traditional sticks and chain method would then serve as a backup. Electronic system. Are we getting lasers finally?
Lasers.
Are we getting freaking lasers? Because that's what I've been waiting for.
What about the goal line? You know what I want? The lights around the backboard that light up on the shot clock?
Sure.
First off, why not light up lights on the first down markers that are going to have lasers on them now anyway?
Yeah.
for when the play clock runs out. Play clock hits 0, boom, it lights up.
Why not some sort of buzzer that then goes off
Sure,
for the official, and the second it hits zeros, instead of the lag time thing, they could actually apply that rule as it is intended and throw a damn flag.
There you go. So whatever you want to do.
Why is
Also,
delay of game not a real penalty?
Can I thank you. But here's the other thing. Can we get something in the football that maybe triggers both? And I'm not trying to go overly video game here.
A microchip?
But, if you're not going to get rid of the tush push, something that actually suggests the ball did light up the sticks and got across the line or even the goal line. Because how many times on the goal line are we trying to figure out, did it cross or did it not? And they've got all these weird angles and nothing's on top of it. And again, all the tip of the ball needs to do is cross the very first white part of the goal line, and allegedly it's a touchdown.
Just the tip.
So why? Yes. So why not? Why not get stuff that actually indicates when something that you're looking for is happening in an area where most human eyes can't get to?
Because
the pile up in the middle of the field on the goal line, as we have to now legislate out where this thing is, and guys are doing unspeakable things to each other in that said pile up.
It's a gajillion-dollar industry, and some of the things that we've still been relying on, like 80-year-old men with their chains.
Yeah, can't get out of the way.
Sounds like we're finally figuring that out. Before we're done here. Oh, wow, Spring wants us to be really done.
You're done.
It literally is that time.
It literally is the time. That is very true. Do I have time for Rockhead of the Day? We'll make it quick.
Wait, is this good? If it's good, let's save it for tomorrow.
No, I mean, do we need time? Now.
Lord knows we'll need it.
No, we got this.
Okay.
Your Rockhead of the Day is presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. They're your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing home comfort and simplifying your life. Story from WRTV, ABC in Indianapolis. Indianapolis man arrested after stealing money, Funyuns in Northside robberies.
The Funyuns are the key.
An Indianapolis man has been charged with 2 counts of robbery after allegedly robbing 2 Northside businesses on May the 17th. 55-year-old Alonzo Sansbury was arrested after Indianapolis police used license plate reading technology to track him down from the robbery of a Dollar Tree and a Big Lots on the north side of Indy. According to Indianapolis police, Sansbury robbed a Dollar Tree and a Big Lots within 30 minutes on May 17th. He was on a crime spree. At Dollar Tree, Sansbury allegedly attempted to pay with a fake $100 bill, then demanded money from the register. Shortly after, he allegedly stole money and Funyuns from the Big Lots. Matching surveillance video and license plate reading cameras, Indianapolis police tracked him down. Inside Sansbury's car were pieces of clothing that matched the surveillance and the bag of Funyuns he stole from the Big Lots, according to police. So yes, Funyuns were admitted as evidence.
Well, the Big Lots and what was the other one? The Dollar Tree?
The Dollar Tree.
My guy, if we're going to go ahead and risk going to jail, I would move up from those 2 locations to try to secure some items.
Well, don't forget the man wanted Funyuns, okay?
Okay, they have those at 7-Eleven. Or you could have.
Are you saying?
Listen,
you saying be more of a bougie thief and go rob a 7-Eleven?
What I'm saying is, don't get $15 from the Dollar Tree. Get enough where you can then go buy your Funyuns. They don't need to be part of the caper that you just pulled here.
Well, it's now you needed a snack. Hey, everybody gets hungry when they're working.
I'm just saying, if you're gonna risk your freedom, you're gonna risk it for the $20 at the Dollar Tree. It's called the Dollar Tree.
Hey, you don't know what's in that drawer.
Oh, you think the Dollar Tree's rolling in it so much that they're up to hundies?
Those things are everywhere. That's all I'm saying. Those Dollar Trees are everywhere.
I'm going for something bigger.
Plus the guy, bigger caper.
Bigger caper, yeah. Ocean 7-Eleven, good ones, E.T.
You're robbing a gas station.
At least. Although everybody pays by, you know what? Who are you robbing? Everybody pays with debit card. How much cash anybody got?
That's very true. That's very true. Yeah.
I ain't robbing Funyuns, though.
You're not going to steal Funyuns?
Yeah, I'm going to buy those. Don't punish the people at Funyuns because you're down.
They were free. They were right there.
Free?
You need a snack. Well, yeah, did he pay for
I guess
them?
it was all free. Fair enough.
And with that, we will wrap up today's show.
I told you we should have done this tomorrow.
By cueing the great Jim Brewer. Was it possibly him that was behind this robbery? Roll it, Spring.
What do you guys want? Get some sour cream and onion chips with some dip, man. Some beef jerky, some peanut butter. Get some Haagen-Dazs ice cream bars, a whole lot of hot. Make sure chocolate, gotta have chocolate, man. Some popcorn, red popcorn, graham crackers. Graham crackers with the marshmallows, the little marshmallows, and little chocolate bars, and we'll make some s'mores, man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yo. Also, celery, grape jelly, Captain Crunch with the little crunch berries. Pizzas, we need 2 big pizzas, man. Everything on them with water, whole lot of water, and Funyuns. That's it?
We got a suspect. Seriously, they were like, we know those Funyuns. We saw those Funyuns on surveillance.
If you only would have left the Funyuns, sir, I wouldn't have been able to trail you. But the Funyuns was the one item that was most identifiable from the Dollar Tree.
Guy gets into the clink. What'd they get you on? Funyuns.
Funyuns. Still licking his fingers.
That'll do it for the Crankman and Lindahl show here this afternoon.